Run that up, Rico.
Caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution. Look at my face, pay me respect, please do not play with my line. If you want taste, what you gon' get? Shit that gon' bury your mind. All that's at stake, where is my check? Need every nickel and dime. You play with my race, put you in check, but stopping the vision to climb. They mad that these niggas done woke up and now all our visions to go. Where is the bag to get us so caught up? Yeah, that is the mission and goal. Staying on cold, some of y'all doing too much. Straight up be looking like hoes, never gon' grow. Can't count on you and cuz most of y'all doing the most. Like this is a show, doing it for entertainment, or you're doing it for down, or you're doing it to sit at the table with crackers with words in your mouth. I don't play with enslavement, these ain't the days of the South. These days we play differently, this is what black empowerment's about. Wait, I said there's no time for no friends. Either you with us, against us, don't switch it, cause one of us die in the end. Hey, I'm keeping my eye on the lens, watching the ops despising the picture cause they wanna see the one end. Hey, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, hey. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait. Please do not play with my mind, hey. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution.
Hold on, wait. See a black man doing great with black-owned businesses, building in a different state. Why you snakes way late in the grass, plotting on what you can take? Black money in a black bank, me black money is safe, protected, like it's heavily protected. If he ever feels threatened, then he go with lead and knock him off his check. Check this. For the record, he can never be weak. Disrespecting any checking your cheek. Rep your city, reppin' red, black, and green. Never fall, won't quit. There's no limit to what I do for mine. But you so they don't take them up with the anger and hate of all of my ancestors combined. You wanna get one time? I keep it fully loaded, extended in a fully auto effing to keep you from crossing that gun line. Hit you in violation. I ain't never shot a caveman. Should be the first, I'ma give you this work. You get in the way of my occupation, yeah. Like I'm the boss and I don't like the way that you talking. This is my office, get permission before you walk in. The yellow tape across the door, miss.
Caution, wait. Please do not play with my mind, hey. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait. Please do not play with my mind, hey. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution. Black mask, I don't need one. They tried to push me back cause I don't need them. When them shots start the fire, you gon' need one. Malcolm in the chamber, I need son. Black mask, I don't need one. They tried to push me back cause I don't need them. When them shots start the fire, you gon' need one. Malcolm in the chamber, I need son. I look you straight in your face and call out your nonsense. I give you five to your face and call out the palm print. Black is my race and the only thing I'm acknowledging. Survived so many days as a slave, so now I'm not following none of your rules or your talking points or your politics. Once was a fool for your coin, but now we counterfeit. Survival of the fittest, it's a black power apocalypse. Black man, no cape in his hand, I'm always popping shit. Black mask, I don't need one. They tried to push me back cause I don't need them. When them shots start the fire, you gon' need one. Malcolm in the chamber, I need son. Black mask, I don't need one. They tried to push me back cause I don't need them. When them shots start the fire, you gon' need one. Malcolm in the chamber, I need son. What's good, black family? What's good? Hold on, let me show my mic right, Paul. Yeah, there we go. Dun-dun-dun. That be stupid. Dun-dun-dun. Dun-dun, dun-dun-dun. What's goody though, y'all? Hope everybody's doing well. I wrote a message in the chat asking if they want to do the immigration conversation again. I think it's kind of burnt out. I mean, if y'all want to talk about immigrants for the next 24 hours again, yo, go ahead. You know what I'm saying? We could change the topic. I was just like, you know what? Let's talk about the reasons why the country is in the way it is. You know what I'm saying? And that's white on white politics. Now, this may not get this many people in the building as the other conversations because, there's a lot of people that don't want to hear about white folk. They don't want to hear about white folk. And they think I'm racist because I can stand on the square and state, like, no, this is a lot of white folk stuff. This is white folk causing all this stuff. This ain't it. Look, man. You weren't going to have me out here looking crazy. We know who the culprit is. Right? Like, talking about black and yesterday someone was talking about black people in the gay community, and the black gay community been around, but the white gay community that turned out and turned in on that's the, you know what I'm saying? Let's be real about it. We gotta worry about the pedophiles, the white motherfucking white supremacists, the white crackheads, the white drunk drivers, you know what I'm saying? The white Karens who fake police acts against police crimes against black people. This is the reality that black people are facing. The world, the ocean, the bears and tigers and turtles. Oh my, we all have a common thread in terms of challenges on the planet. The same thing that is causing challenges for plankton is the same thing that's causing problems for black people, Native Americans, right? Now, somebody was saying like yesterday, like, the Pan-Africans and black nationalists and people, they kind of like worked with a lot of people. Because the reality was, we was like, look, man, we all got the same issue. But right now, that ain't what's going on. I only fuck with the turtles, the dolphins, lions and shit. But everybody else, they wasn't too friendly with us. And a lot of people turned that back. But I ain't going to be up here caping for white folk. Or I'm not definitely caping for nobody else and anybody in the community. You know what I mean? I'm open to whatever's going to benefit the black community. But I ain't got no time to be sitting there stringing violins for, the Puerto Rican community and the Dominican community, the Indian, and whoever else y'all want to throw in that box that we supposed to be singing and kumbaya with. I don't like the kumbaya. I actually think kumbaya, my lord. That shit was weird. I just kumbaya. Like, what kind of weird African, non-African shit? I don't know what that shit was always weird to me. I know cap. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't like We Are the World. Now, We Are the World, I'm not gonna lie. That kumbaya, my lord. I see my melody's all fucked up. But We Are the World, you get the point. We Are the World hit a little different. See, that might have got some of us in our cross-colored love for the world. But that's been a long time since We Are the World. You know what I'm saying? So, I'm just being real with y'all, So the immigration thing, as y'all see, black folks are not involved in that conversation. Black folks are not worrying about immigrants. Black folks ain't worrying about the biracials. Black folks is really largely not worrying about nobody but black folks. And the world is going to be really surprised as to what that looks like over these next 3 years. I'm just being real with y'all. And we also got to be prepared for what that looks like from other people that realize that, black folks ain't fucking with no, or they on their own shit. And they said they only working with you to lay out some terms. Yeah, that's the direction black folks is going to be going in. Right? But these conversations don't allow us to focus on the real elephant in the room. You know what I'm saying? White folks, white folking. White folks is up in their heels, ready to go kill, turn up, protest, and they want the world to know we them, we him. The white man wants the world to know I'm him. That's what the white man wants. You know what I'm saying? Like he wants the world to be like, yo, I'm him, and we are him together. And black folks is like, all right, man, y'all, whatever the hell y'all is, we over here. And now the him argument is confused because you got the hymns with white folks that want to be hers. And he, I don't know. So it's real confusing because you got different groups of them. You got the Zion lovers. You got the gay Zionists. You have straight Zionists. You have gay anti-Zionists. You have straight anti-Zionists. Then you have gay anti-Zionist MAGAs. You have MAGAs who are for Zionists and anti-gay. Yo, this white group is really, if you just look at the Palestine, LGBTQ, and super nationalist Christians, yeah, they are, we think black folks is mixy. I think we really need to pay attention to they mixy ass pores and see how and understand how that shit gonna affect us. Like, to be honest, because I don't see black folks issues affecting the planet like that. You know what I mean? Like, that's the price of China is the price of the price of tea in China got the price of tea in China. You know what I mean? That's just what it is. We've been trying to get tea in China for a long time, but it wasn't an issue till the white man came around. Price of tea went crazy. So I don't know. This is my conversation point today. If we change the title, that's because nobody responded in the chat when I asked everybody what the show going to be about. I should have asked them earlier. But we're here now, Negroes. And gay Zionists. Yes, you have gay Zionists. You have white gay Zionists. Like, I'm in New York. You got mad of them. Yo, I didn't make this shit up, y'all. I'm just understanding that there's different types of white folk, which we all know, and we should also be very well aware of what they got going on, because a lot of what they got going on, we interpolated onto our stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like this whole MAGA shit. Like, black folks ain't no motherfucking MAGA. I don't give a damn how many times you pray to for Trump to be in office. MAGA's for white folk. I'm sorry. MAGA's for white folks. You know what I mean? It's just what it is. The LGBTQ movement, that's some white male shit. Like, just let's be clear. These some white men have chosen to do a lot of weird things. We got to be clear on that, man. You know what I'm saying? The transgender movement is a white man's movement. They don't might have pulled a bunch of other people into it, but let's understand it was white men who opened that door up. You know what I'm saying? And so I don't have no problem with passing or aligning the buck where buck's supposed to go. We sold crack in the community. We are violent. You know what I mean? We got a lot of black. I can't even say black people are violent compared to white folks. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. When you say black people are violent, you got to contextualize it against the weapon. Black people may have a high propensity to being reactive in certain settings, but white folks' level of violence, we ain't make napalm. You know what I'm saying? Forget the nuclear, but I'm motherfuckers made napalm, boy. Mustard gas, just evil motherfuckers, evil. So you know, so who are these white folks that we should be paying them on to? All of them. While we focus on ourselves, we gotta know who's outside the gate. You know, when people bring up the reparations shit, I'm like, yo, you understand? If you have a care for reparations, white people are the enemies of reparations and their affiliates. White people are the enemy of black progression. Now, you might be like, it's not all white people. It's not all white people. Whatever. Ain't nobody got time for that. What we do got time for is building our black asses up. But some folk don't want to hear that. Some people really believe that the only way black people can level up is with the help of other communities. And I'm like, what? Where did y'all learn this at? Where did you learn that black people can only pick themselves up through the help of somebody else? If not, black people will be stuck perpetually on the floor in a white man's house. I did not read that anywhere. I would love to see the source for that. Where white people, because white people believe that black people need white folks to help lift up themselves in boots, help lift up them bootstraps. I don't know that history. And I'm pretty sure a white person cannot source that. You know. But these are the things we're going to be talking about. Because these, you know, it ain't going nowhere. Racism ain't going nowhere. White folks ain't going nowhere no time soon. Black folks ain't going nowhere. Chinese folks ain't going nowhere. So we got to think about how we going to be engaging in this conversation. Just being real with y'all. We got to be able to call a spade a spade. Getting caught up in the Democrat Republican shit when they know there's two different countries in America right now. They know that. They know that America is comprised of one set of white folks and another set of white folks. And however us black folks think that we are aligned with these white folks, we need to get our shit together in our head, because that ain't what's going on, G's. No siree, Bob. That ain't not what's going on. White folk is white folking. Palestine is on full. There's no reason why the whole country is underneath the hands of Palestine. Like, I don't know if y'all, I'm pretty sure y'all know that. We always talked about it. And this ain't got, I don't, who gives a damn, Jews, whoever. The fact that they got the country by the balls like that politically is crazy. I thought white man had it. It's the Jewish white man that got the white man in America by the balls. Shut up and do what I said, bitch. Shut up. Shut up. Hold my pocket and shut up, bitch. That's how the Jewish community got white America. I'm just being this. I don't know what else to call it. Shout out to the Jewish. Y'all got America by the balls. You know what I'm saying? That shit hilarious. And I don't know what else to call it. You know what I mean? When you see them just pandering, nobody even asking them to pander, bro. Like, Palestine is getting washed by Israel. You know what I'm saying? Like, what's the pandering for? Are they going to turn around and violate America? Like, that shit crazy. You'd almost think you can't win a presidency without motherfucking the Jews. Wait, they got that shit looking, it's like, so I'm like, MAGA, I thought MAGA was about making America great again. Real white folks. And these real white folks is just seen to be living off of, and the Jewish, you know, undercard. They like, no, we technically underneath the Jews. You're like, nah, no cap, bro. Like, our big homie is the Jews, bro. No cap. Like, yeah, we got to get permission from them before we do anything. Before we move, we just got to talk to the big homies. Who's that? The Jewish community. For real? Nah, you dead ass? Nah, dead ass, bro. We can't do nothing without them. Like, if they don't approve it, we can't move it. And we definitely might lose it. Hold up. Yo, the food there. Yo, Nas. Can't make this shit up. So I was really surprised to hear so much Jewish praise in America. But this shit is all over the place. It's not the same America that we grew up in. White racist folks that was here back in the days, a lot of them is old and wrinkled and confused. Then you got the young boys who are really not that tough. They're just, unless you went to the military, They're just white folks from the middle of the country. They're not old school white cowboys and shit pause. So they whole card is thrown out the window. And the world knows. Like, it's you crippled person running your brigade. It's a joke. This is a joke. The fact that Elon Musk was able to dog walk Trump and his mans, and now they're crying for him to get deported. Do you understand? They got white folks who want to get Elon Musk deported. That is hilarious, y'all. You can't, this is, from now on, that's all I got to say. Shout out to Renee. All I got to say is just laugh at the show, baby. Don't get caught up in this shit. Ain't nothing they got to do is good for us.
Nations. White nations. Now we start the deportation.
The rhythmless part about it is hilarious. Like, this is what America, this is.
White nations. White nations. Closed borders. Closed borders. Now we start the deportation.
Feral little boys who have zero females in their life. They women. You know what I mean? Like, the women is all over the place. This shit is hilarious. I cannot make this up. Like, my pops died 2 years ago, and I'm sure if he was younger, Mr. Richard, man, listen, he would be cracking up. You call him wild white man. Yeah, the wild white man is no longer wild, and he is the Ronald Reagan America. This is a joke. This is a joke. White nation start the deportation, and this motherfucker got a fucking Irish bagpipe in the video. Yo, let me get this off. Bring a box. Yo, Dante, grab one. Hold up, y'all. My bad, y'all. This is hilarious, though. Hold up, jeez. Check some. Look at this shit. They got Mexicans in there, old people, Irish. This shit confusing. These white folks protesting, talking about, kick out the immigrants and dumb shit like that.
These niggas is from here.
Yo, these white, even if they from here, they lost the shit, B.
Nah, that's what I don't get, because like you go to the city, none of them niggas even speak English. They all come from like Russia and shit. Like we immigrants too. They're crazy.
But these white folks is white folk, and they just hilariously sad. Like, to see a white man with a crippled leg leading these young boys, it's hilarious to me.
Like your main mans can't even walk.
Your man's just dying right now.
Nah, bro.
That leg is not working. I'm gonna joke on this video all year long. The Mexican dude who slipped in. This is jokes all year round. Now, I want some of y'all black folks to recognize that some of y'all only like to hear negativity about black folks. I could talk about white folk all day long about how much they fucked up the planet. Black people ain't fuck up shit. Black on black Cubans ain't got nothing to do with the forest. Factoring, and white folks here. And we love to jump in the front. Like, no, but black on black crime is killing the environment. Black on black crime
Hey, this shit is hilarious, bro. Black people do sometimes. We do unfortunately get caught up in the white agenda. But I believe, in my opinion, that's actually getting exposed and we're learning. Because the hoodwink, you can only get hoodwinked so much.
I am honored to be here today.
Je suis très honorée d'être ici aujourd'hui.
You have gone through a long and difficult struggle.
Vous avez déjà traversé un long combat.
Our populist nationalist movement in the United States is maybe 10 or 15 years old.
Notre mouvement populiste et nationaliste aux États-Unis a à peu près 15 ans.
We are here to learn from you.
Nous sommes ici pour apprendre de vous.
But I can tell you one thing after going all over the world and observing this.
Mais je peux vous dire quelque chose, ayant traversé le monde et observé et fait mes observations partout.
In Japan and Korea,
Le Japon, la Corée,
the Middle East,
le Moyen-Orient,
from Kansas and Arizona to Alabama,
de Kansas en Arizona à Alabama,
and now in Western Europe.
et maintenant dans l'Europe de l'Ouest.
History is on our side.
L'histoire est avec nous.
You hear that shit? History is on their side. What you think? He said history is on the white man's side. Let me show you the crowd again. See how many flies is on the wall in the crowd. I don't see no Rondell. You anybody see a Rondell in that bitch? Anybody see a Rondell, Markel, any of them Kells? Nah, right? It look dark in there, but not the type of dark I see. Not the type of dark that we appreciate. No. That looked like he said history is on our side. I really do not believe that. White folks haven't been out of Europe, 500 years? There was no Europe before the transatlantic slave trade. 1,500 years of just being retarded religious heads. Immediately after getting out of the fucking caves of retarded religion, they just mass murdered and killed people. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then how long it took for them to go to World War and then introduce the nuclear bomb. This is the caveman's timeline. You know what I mean? Like, respectfully, y'all earned this, B. You earned this here. The award for the most parasitic creature to ever walk the planet Earth. There is no environment, species, or habitat combined in our natural world that has not felt the fucking hands of white folks in a very, very, very bad way. You know what I'm saying? And that's what they earn. Now, their politics is what's in between them. Their politics is on one side, the other side. You know, we think we got abolitionists. We think we got white folks that's for us. I don't get in the box of trying to figure out who's on the side of black folk. Black folks is the only priority I have in terms of having that kind of conference, that kind of focus. My bad, I'm editing at the same time the website. But y'all heard what he said though, right? Let's be clear. Damn, why is it organized like this? This is confusing as hell. I'm editing our website at the same time, and they added a new feature on Wix, and I'm trying to learn how to understand and use it. But Shit, I think I'm doing it right. I'll know in about 5 minutes. Run it back. Yeah, I'm gonna play the back right now, right quick, to see I can hear what he was saying to France. This is France. He said he went on a world tour and he said he's inspired by the fact that white folks is white folk and everywhere, and he just feels that history's on white folks' side.
Je suis très honorée d'être ici aujourd'hui.
You have gone through a long and difficult struggle.
Vous avez déjà traversé un long combat.
Our populist nationalist movement in the United States is maybe 10 or 15 years old.
Notre mouvement populiste et nationaliste aux États-Unis a à peu près 15 ans.
We are here to learn from you.
Nous sommes ici pour apprendre de vous.
But I can tell you one thing after going all over the world and observing this.
Mais je peux vous dire quelque chose, ayant traversé le monde et observé et fait mes observations partout.
In Japan and Korea,
Le Japon, la Corée,
the Middle East,
le Moyen-Orient,
from Kansas and Arizona to Alabama,
de Kansas en Arizona à Alabama,
and now in Western Europe.
et maintenant dans l'Europe de l'Ouest.
History is on our side.
L'histoire est avec nous.
And the biggest reason the globalists have no answers to freedom.
Et la raison,
Hey, yo, fuck this old Bannon nigga. Q, give me 2 seconds.
You
Yo, Q, my man, this is my right-hand man, right? From Bronx Science. He from Linden Plaza, right? Like that. I ain't even going front. He was my introduction to Brooklyn, starting to run around and get good out there, right? Yo, my man is officially the owner of the, let me say it right, the East Ohio Regional Hospital. That's why I need to holler at Taz. I need to know what's going on the ground in Ohio. We got a hospital, Q. We got a hospital, Q.
Man, I saw you right now in the chat. That's what's up. Hell yeah. Link us.
Yo, Q,
Link
the
us.
first thing I told the nigga after we chopped it up and shit and I congratulated him and whatnot and we kicked it, I was like, yo, I got kids, you know what I mean, that just need to be able to run around that hospital and play with everything and do experiments and learn shit. He was like, nigga, huh? Are you asking? You know what I mean? I said, say no more. Yo, Q, we got a hospital in Ohio, my nigga. That's why I be getting so mad. Like, I be being humble. But when niggas talk about black folk ain't doing nothing, nah, them niggas is bugging, my nigga. My man is officially a black hospital owner. Right hand man. Nigga told me, you got to get ready to quit your job, my nigga. That was the
Nah, that's what's
convo,
up.
Q. Word.
No, this is what it's about. That's why I love the internet shit, connecting the dots, because before back it would seem like nothing, but that's a major connection. You know what I mean? Say the space out there again. Please set up the link with me and him, so we can try to see however we can get our institute connected.
That don't even have to be questioned, Q. Like, the shit's so wild. He calling me just to tell me everything. And, you know what I mean? We celebrating over the jack. First thing out my mouth, yo, I got some, well, I'm lying. First thing was how much I'm going to get paid, right? But next thing was, yo, I got some kids. You know what I mean? It's a good program. Like, you need to let these kids, we'll set it up. We'll get the funding done to get them to Ohio. You know what I mean? But they need to run around that hospital. He was like, nigga, the door wide open. Like, if you co-signing them, the door wide open. So we got some major shit that I might be able to be the plug for, Q. And I'm excited to say that, my nigga. East Ohio Regional Hospital, bro. That shit crazy even saying it.
I'm with it. Let's do it. You ain't gotta tell me twice, G's. Ain't gotta tell me twice.
This shit closed down right now, you know what I mean? He just signed a deal last night. It been closed for like a month. So, you know, he got his whole accounts receivable plan and all that. So he got his plan to get to the money. But it's a structure. It's a facility. It's got equipment and machineries. You know what I mean? And I told them, yeah, we gotta get them babies down there. You know what I mean? That's how we make the papers. That's how we show people what we doing in real time. So we got a link. I'm gonna definitely put you like in direct contact with them and step out the way. But yo, we got some shit coming, Q.
Oh yeah, that's what I want to hear. Number progress.
A bum ass East New York nigga too, Linden Plaza.
Shit.
A bum ass Linden Plaza nigga. I'm so proud of this nigga, man.
Nah, that's lit.
Hell yeah.
This shit not edited. Yo,
All
anybody
right,
in the chat familiar with the Wix mega menu? Let me know. But
we go back to the topic. I was just too hyped to tell you that, my nigga. I'm on the phone with him. I got the notification you was going live. I was like, yo, that shit is insane how the world works.
hell yeah, plug that ASAP. We got interview homeboy.
Hell yeah. And I'm
Got
telling them,
interview.
because he already getting calls from, newspapers in Ohio and shit. So he like, yo, I gotta prepare myself to do all that. I'm like, yo, have you even looked at the government money yet? I ain't thinking about that shit, my nigga. Like, I'm looking at the accounts receivable. I see where the money is. I'm like, yo, you a black hospital owner, my nigga. You know how much government money it is in that shit? Don't worry about it. I got somebody for you. Her name is Dr. Mo.
Yeah, there's money in hospitals. That ain't no cat.
Yeah, bro.
Why is this only giving me 3 menus? Yo, Tempted 100. I know, yo, there's mad apps and stuff. Like, this is a whole new program on Wix. I'm like, damn, there's so much shit on here now. Yeah, it's a whole new situation. But yeah. But yeah, back to the convo. So white on white politics, black folks. You know, we're seeing a change in the conversation, and we just gotta be abreast of what's going on. All of these topics: MAGA, white liberals, liberalism, Democrats, Republican, LGBTQZYLZ, whatever, immigrants, and all of that. That shit ain't got nothing to do with black people.
Nope.
White liberalism, LGBTQ. If you black and you putting that in front of the conversation, you one of the white folks. If you black and you put in Democrat or Republican in front of the conversation, you one of the white folks. You put MAGA in front of the conversation. You put America in front of black, because America ain't never had black people in front. So I don't know how the fuck you put America in front. Only thing we was in front of, we was in front of their hoses, in front of their dogs, we was in front of them judges while they was getting money to throw us in jail and shit.
In front
We
of
was
their
definitely,
bullets and their cannons in the Civil
yeah,
War.
we was definitely in front of that
It's
shit.
always been their cannon fodder.
We was definitely in the front line, underpaid and underserved and underrespected. So yeah, we got plenty of those things to say we was part of, but come on,
And
nigga.
niggas is waking up. Like, I look at this moment as a microcosm of the fact that, damn, we can't just get black people to move. Like, I think certain political bases really depend on that shit. Like, even this whole immigrant Latino argument, I think people just depend on being able to activate us.
They definitely depend on it. And they depend on us to be the same argument, same fight, same punching, same patterns, no new trends. They like, no, black people gonna do the same shit they did last year.
Now, see, that's
They
why
gonna do
I'm
the same.
glad ground zero for this shit was LA, because that politics alone was enough to not put us in the middle of none of that shit. You can't find a black face. If that shit had been in fucking Atlanta, somewhere in Texas, wherever, we might have been a bit more liberal. Shout out to the brothers out there in LA, man. We are not involved. That should be so disrespectful, Q. Like niggas be like, they'll come for the brown and you're next. I'm next, nigga. Nigga, I was yesterday. Nigga, I'm now. Ain't no next. Like, they been coming for me.
Yeah, that next shit is hilarious. I'm like, next.
I'm now. I was the same argument y'all making to me, we've been making to y'all for the last 20, 30 years. Let's do it together. Or you'll see when you get your nigga wake up call.
Like, oh, you don't mess with us. Okay. All right. Well, we're bugging. We're crazies.
Now though, Q. And this is what I want to talk to my nigga Taz about whenever he pop out, right? Because I respect his stance. Like, you know me and Taz was beefing at first, but over time, the more I talked to my bro, I was like, nah, I understand where he coming from and I respect it. We've been good ever since. But now though, yo, did you see what they did to the senator?
Nah.
Yo, my nigga Trump out here detaining Mexican senators, my nigga, he's wilding. Like, now we at the point
Well,
where
that's a good-looking group. Hello, everybody. This is not a normal situation, is it? Huh?
The biggest political
They're
comeback in
playing.
the century.
Art of the Surge, the Donald Trump comeback, season 2, streaming now.
Shut up, commercial shit.
yo, look at Padilla arrest. The Donald out here detaining Mexican senators.
Nah, but the
Democratic.
Spanish community, they forgot about this. They forgot about going against reparations.
Yeah.
They forgot about making fun of black people. I'm like, y'all forgot about all that shit? Like, oh no. This, and it wasn't even like it was years ago. This was like 7 months
I'm
ago.
concerned about the proposal to this, and because of that, I will be opposing today.
Senator O'Brien.
Yeah, just
The
Why
majority
so
of our
low?
state is Latino and Asian, making up 55% of our population. Most of them, like me, are first, second, or third generation immigrants who had nothing to do with slavery, discrimination, Jim Crow laws. Nothing. It is fundamentally unfair to force these people to pay for this, and because of that, I will be opposing today. Most of them, like me, are first, second, or third
Okay.
generation.
Okay.
First, second, or third generation Latinos.
Okay.
They don't feel like they should be forced to deal with reparations. You got to be shitting me.
Okay. So now you asking me to go take a rubber bullet when you wouldn't even just stand down. All we was asking y'all to not do was goofy shit like this. We wasn't asking y'all to go take a rubber bullet, go be in the middle of no tear gas. We was just asking y'all to not do this. Go ahead and roll that good footage.
Oh, y'all want to? No, I'm sorry.
Immigrants who had nothing to do with slavery. The majority of our state is Latino and Asian, making up 55% of our population. Most of them, like me, are first, second, or third generation immigrants who had nothing to do with slavery, discrimination, Jim Crow laws. Nothing.
Now, to be clear, that's a white woman.
Now that's a Latino. Don't give them that pass, Q. That's a Latino.
Most Latinos are like either white to me.
All
It's
right.
like genetically.
As long as we add that.
That's how I said it's white on white. You know what I'm saying? So that whole immigration shit, that shit's more white on white politics.
It is fundamentally unfair to force these people to pay for this, and because of that, I will be opposing today.
Okay.
That definitely didn't age well, serious. They forgot about that. We're like, oh yeah, no, we'll not be going out there. Sorry.
And you
Sorry.
used your numbers, right, to be the reason why no, this reparation bill shouldn't be passed because we have the numbers. Okay, so now you've illustrated why your numbers are problematic. And you want me to stop ICE?
Y'all wildin'.
Did it to yourself.
39% of the Latino community supports reparations. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time. Like, you don't respect what we went through. I ain't got no time to talk to you, bro. Come on, y'all.
I'm
You was
surprised it's
violent.
even 39%. I'm surprised.
That's the blacks. That's the black ones who claim to be Latino.
Afro Latinos, yeah.
Ones who got a black color.
That's your man that jump on the panel. What's my man name? True. Nah, it ain't True Pain. What the fuck is this nigga name?
Latin
Pain.
Yep.
We know who we fuck with because they fuck with us. And ain't got to be questioned.
Like, hold on, G's. Y'all ain't got no time for us.
It's also liability in numbers, Alan. It's liability in numbers too. Motherfuckers will turn those same numbers around and use them against you. We just watched Sis do it. And I say Sis respectfully. I ain't no Mexican, but
So you feel like us as a society has pandered?
Of course we pandered to blacks. They're in every TV commercial. They get more privileges to come into society. They come into every college on preferential with lower test scores. You can't ever say anything negative. You can lose your job. You have your entire life obliterated if you say something racist. And yet we have to hear about how racist we are. How about you take responsibility for your own actions instead of blaming the white man? That's not racist. That's noticing. How is it the white man's fault that black men started to abandon the women?
Bigger.
I love these statements because they live in the percentages. They don't live on the numbers. There are more white deadbeat fathers in America than anybody.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Let's be real. Deadbeating fathers is a white thing, especially now. So I don't know what the fuck you talking about. But black people get caught in that space. It's like, hold on. Even discussing without the data, like there's no reason for the like out trying to convert people to our story or to feeling that our story has a need to have empathy. We went through that era. Like white folks are not, and black people can say, I don't who else can say that? But I know black folks can say white folks statistically and historically are not capable of displaying empathy. So we politically should need to understand that. Our rebellions, the most violent ones, were a response to their culture.
Yep.
And in not one point did they say, they're only rebelling because we violating and we sold their kids. If Nat Turner if we didn't sell Nat Turner kids and violate his wife, maybe he wouldn't have did that to us.
Right.
It's like, what?
Yeah.
Talking about? Welfare queen in America is a white woman. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's be real. I don't know what we're talking about. Yeah, you could portray us on TV, but the numbers is the numbers, baby. But we got to deal with that reality of the conversation because that's what's going to happen every time. The gaslighting. Did he address reparations? No. The fact that we are doing good, or some of us are doing good, on top of everything we went through, does not in any way
at all
deal with the past, which is what reparations is about. So as much as mad as y'all may seem, be at Shaquille O'Neal being rich, he still owed reparations. LeBron James, as a billionaire, is still owed reparations. Yes,
Yeah.
LeBron James. Michael Jordan is still owed reparations. Michael Jackson, if he was alive, would still be owed reparations. Like that's
Shout out to Gary, Indiana. That's
you know what I'm saying? Like, where does that have anything to do? Where does their success have anything to do with reparations? Where does the plight or the story or the length of time an immigrant has been in America have anything to do with reparations for Black people? You sound crazy. But there's we know I'm gonna play my the hard R video in a little while, because I know why. Yes, most folks on welfare are white. You know, let them play the density game. They play the density game.
AOQ, they gonna stop playing with New York though. Like, we just let our Latinos go crazy because of Fat Joe. Like, nah. Y'all got everybody who be New York banging. Y'all be having some real different dynamics in y'all community. We ain't got that problem. I walk through Soundview comfortably.
Yeah. Double Edge Logic said, you mean what your forefathers been through, besides your forefathers did their job.
That's a white man. Because people, your forefathers. So he's letting us know, me and your daddies, Q, that ain't his daddies. That's a white man. Or maybe, dun dun dun, like my man Psycho would do. Maybe it's a Latino. I don't know. Ain't one of us though. Your forefathers. Word, I hear you.
In reality, what he is saying is that his forefathers violated us. Besides, your forefathers did their job. They fought for your freedom, not a check.
Now hold up, Q. Sirius took me back, right? Because he's seen it. Yo, the Donald is kind of wilding. Like, at this point, when you crashing out on your opposition, yo, they put hands and feet on that Mexican senator, man. Hey, yo, they locked him up like he was on picking, bro. They locked him up like he was somewhere on Rockaway. Put your hands behind your back. Put your hands behind your back. He said, I can't do it. So if you
but white folks, back to this white dude. What you mean a forefather? So white people have this perception, this disconnect from the environment that, like, their forefathers destroyed the ocean. That wasn't them. That wasn't white people. Their forefathers destroyed all types of ecosystems. Their forefathers violated the rights of millions of people over hundreds of years, to which you benefit from, or you don't. That's a white issue.
Yep.
The fact that you may not be super beneficial or benefiting from the realities created by white people is not a black fault.
And it doesn't change the crime, and it doesn't change what's
in
to
any
do to
way.
us. Word.
It doesn't change how this government and the organizers. No, we're addressing what was said, but at the same time, we got to be, the rhetorical analysis is always needed to understand why you chose the words you chose to make your point. And so that's why you heard him analyzing the choice of words. And through the analyzation of the words, we recognize that you're more than likely white, which is why you pose that perspective. You know what I'm saying?
And I like to know who I'm talking to. So if you're gonna be here, yeah, I'm gonna figure out who I'm talking to. And I appreciate him at least being honest. That yeah, I was spot on that one.
So he says, what you mean what your forefathers been through? So the disconnect from the atrocities from forefathers, right? The forced migrations, the black laws, the effect of black laws on black people and our families, and the potentialities that were removed based off of the legislation that was enacted, the culture of Jim Crow, the policies pushed by white racist people throughout the country that was largely not stopped by white people for almost 100 years. Then post Jim Crow and civil rights, we still have redlining and mistreatment of blacks and violation of rights and all types of areas in which we are not properly represented or overrepresented or underserved and so forth. Like, this is the reality in 2024.
So I've held you back all these years. You're now illiterate. You have some skills, and I throw you in the market. Pick yourself up by your bootstraps. Compete with all America. We're all the same. Nah, our situation ain't all the same, fam.
Earl of Laurel said, billionaires be laughing about you making it all about race. So let's see. Are you talking about the Rothschilds, Chase, JP Morgan? Were those billionaires who was not about race? Yeah. Yeah. Rockefellers, the big banking families, the train families. Yeah, those wasn't they wasn't about putting on for white folk. Yeah, I got you.
And just in case they were talking about wealthy blacks, they even admit that, yeah, these things are problematic, right? Like even with my homeboy, you know what I mean? It was one pullover. It was one arrest that might have changed that whole path. Like we've got a different setup. So just because we make it through the odds, don't mean that the odds didn't seriously hurt our situation in terms of its effect on our people.
The fact that it existed is the conversation.
I don't even be wanting to talk to these white folk no more, Q. Because I get it. You don't hear me. I ain't mad at you. I ain't talking to Mexicans. I ain't talking to white people. You know what I mean? Like, I get it. None of y'all understand what I'm saying. So now, when we mind our business and we just talk to ourselves, oh, why aren't you? The audacity of y'all, man. Black people being next. I'm right now. We was protesting last year, the year before that, the year before. We right now. We was telling the rest of the world, right? If you let them violate us, you might be next, Latinos. But oh no, because 56% of the people aren't black. We're gonna shoot down. All right, sis. I hear you.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
And that kind of sealed the deal for me. Like that, once y'all kept, because
Federal
this ain't the first
legislation and
time
local initiatives.
you played that for us. You know what I mean? Once I heard that, that sealed the deal. Like, yeah, y'all are actually more problematic for us than beneficial. So to ask us to get involved now, all we ever asked was y'all stand down. Y'all couldn't even do that. We wasn't even asking y'all to get bit by the dogs, get hit by the rubber bullets. Just stand down and let us do what we do. God forbid you actually be united with us to push for our agenda. It's not like these Latinos don't live in close proximity to us, so they wouldn't benefit from us getting funding for our schools and our hospitals and our things in our community. But nah, yeah, I ain't see that.
That's why we gotta make sure our black billionaires stay in the conversation of reparations. That way, it's like it's understood. Like, yeah, Michael Jordan deserves reparations, And they're gonna be like, what about the poor white man? He's a billionaire.
Yeah, but he started with a head start.
You got people of every color getting fucked over by and captured by governments ruled by. So technically, that's incorrect. So in America, America has an exclusive history of violating specifically Black people and Native Americans. And the conversation for other people was still predicated on the way in which Black people were treated and the separation of whites. You don't know the history of this country.
But Q, where I try to disarm them niggas is, let's say I entertain your argument, right? What does that have to do with the fact that a crime was committed and we deserve to be made whole? What does that have to do with the statistics of
They
how a
don't have the
lot of,
ability. They don't got the ability to perceive that way.
you know, I know
That's what I
it.
come to. That's, like,
You know, I know it.
that's why I say this is white on white. Like, we focused on us. White on white politics. White shit is fucking up the planet, but they also pushing themselves on the like, this is a joke. Like, this is like, y'all literally have Donald Trump running the country, and he is wild retarded right after the old retarded dude Biden. Like, anybody who can read above a fucking 5th grade level is competent enough to say, and this is why, what I would say 70% of the country didn't vote. 60% of the country, more than 60, like what percent? Like, that's crazy. That's great. Like, why do you think they didn't vote? You think they didn't vote because they would? No, that's fucking retarded. They're like, yo, bro, these people are retarded.
It's nothing in it for me.
This ain't got nothing to do with me. These people are blatantly, come on, bro. Like, look at what you got running the country. Look at the policies. Either you're going to use the science and the data or you're not. You got white people in 2022 suing to put creationism in fucking schools in America.
You see the small hats are now able to register as minority owned, this and that.
Oh, they been had that.
I felt like some legislation just got passed, like something. They got to step up, you know what I mean, recently.
No, you can't say just those two, bro. Look, hold on. Like, this is the part where white people, yeah, I already recognize what it is. Y'all, because y'all don't take accountability and this thing with empathy is weirdly designed in y'all, this is the reality y'all have. So y'all are disconnected. Y'all are completely disconnected.
Yeah.
And you know what I mean? And that's just the large bulk of y'all are. And it's I could do so many different.
You're saying the last two white men, you're saying Trump and Biden, but it was Clinton that signed the crime bill. You know what I mean? Took a lot of Black men out of their homes for ridiculous sentences. You know what I mean? It was Bush that facilitated a war that killed a lot of our Black servicemen. You know what I mean? And we didn't benefit from it.
You're one white person, but you represent white people. Just off of the basic comments you and the other guy were making. You know what I'm saying? It's just what it is. Like, look, this is your country.
By a mayor of New York, where would you go first?
First visit, I would visit the Holy Land.
Given the hostility and the anti-Semitism, go to Israel.
Yeah, I'd make my 4th trip to Israel. My goal would be to take my first trip to Israel.
Mr. Mamdani.
I would stay in New York City. My plans are to address New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs and focus on that.
Mr. Mamdani, can I just jump in? Would you visit Israel as mayor?
I will be doing, as the mayor, I'll be standing up for Jewish New Yorkers, and I'll be meeting them wherever they are across the 5 boroughs.
Yes or no, do you believe in a Jewish state of Israel?
I believe Israel has the right to exist.
Not as a Jewish state?
As a state with equal rights.
It was no, he won't visit Israel.
I answer questions very directly,
all right,
and I want to be very clear. I believe.
This is white America. Trump with a fucking yarmulke on. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, this is hilarious, bro. This is a fucking shit show. Come on, the MAGA, Trump is being led. Yo, you cannot. I would love to see the IQ test of these people. I would love take the most racist test you would give a black person, and I would love to see what they scoring is. I'm guaranteeing low 80s. Low 80s, bro. Low 80s with coffee and fucking adrenaline shots. Low 90s. Like, you cannot make this up. This
Low
is
80s,
white.
low 80s with a study plan. Low 80s with Kaplan.
Like, you cannot make this up. At all. You cannot make this up. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is white people politics. Every piece of this shit. We just got to sit back and look at the show. Here's your LGBT. Thanks, shout out to Taz, put me on this. This is the LGBT founder. Did not make this. This has nothing to do with black people. Stop saying LGBTQ and black people. Ain't got nothing to do with us. This is a movement created by a white man. Can't make this up.
And when they try to throw us in it, they pit us against each other. You know what I mean?
y'all
So it
thought-
makes sense for us to stay completely out of that.
Y'all thought I was joking when I said you got gay Zionists, straight Zionists, you got gay anti-Zionists, you got straight antis. You can't make this shit up. You cannot. The founder of the LGBTQ movement is a fucking Ashkenazi Jew. I love this shit.
That's crazy.
Oh, bro, where's my popcorn? This is how black folks are supposed to be treating this shit right now. Like, this is what you gotta be saying. I can't make this up. Can't make this up. Can't make this up. Don't want to make this up. Don't really care to make it up. This just the facts. You know
But the crazy part is we can't even just be on our popcorn shit. As perfect as the time for us to just do that, they'll use us against us. You know what I mean? So we gotta address it.
The popcorn is an insult. It's like we laughing at you, man. We ain't got nothing to do with you, son. We focus on us. Like, this shit is hilarious. Like, that we got a joke on this shit. Like, why is this?
That Holocaust education in our schools is a DEI program. There's no card for that. That's just yes or no.
I can look at it, whatever card.
Holocaust education, is it a
very
DEI?
much.
You can have a press conference to say whatever you want. I just need a quick answer to
Your
this.
soliloquy
Is
very
Holocaust,
informative.
because this is my time, is Holocaust education a DEI program?
No.
Is
You cannot make this up. Why is the Holocaust being taught in America, white people? Why is Vince McMahon's wife the head of the fucking education department? First of all, can we start the jokes right there?
Oh, shit, my nigga. That shit is crazy.
Ed McMahon, Vince, whatever the fuck McMahon it is.
And see, our white friend will say money talks, right? But even on their side, they'll be the first ones complaining about the money. That's why they all hate George Soros, right? Because of what he funds. Now, when we're pointing out something, oh, money talks and woke dreams walk. And then the very next week, they're complaining about the funding. They're complaining about George Soros.
Can't make this shit up, bro. I mean, if I find this, I'm gonna fall out from my chair. Yeah. If I find this shit, yes, this is the woman. Yeah.
Who, Linda McMahon?
You cannot make this America. White people, you are the joke.
We want to know, Linda, of what happened after the cameras went off the air.
Chris, the truth is that Eric Bischoff is a very creative liar.
Uh-oh.
That
Look at there they are! You're a lot of things, Linda McMahon, but you're not a victim. I am a victim. I'm a victim of you, Shane and Stephanie. Because of you, they don't respect me. You've turned my kids against me.
you need psychological help.
In the dirty laundry? I don't need any help. I don't need anything because of you.
You know what, Dan? You and Kane are a lot alike. You're both nothing but monsters.
Hold on a second. This man is a genius, and he commands respect. This man is your father.
No, Chris, that happens to be my father.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
We want to know, Linda.
Yo, white people better never say nothing about a black politician putting somebody in position that's unqualified. They better never.
Hunting wisdom, I'll double check. Good looks for the super chat. I'll check my email in a sec. What happened to the white people in the chat, man? This is white on white politics right here, y'all. Do y'all not see this shit? This is who's the head of education.
They still in the chat. Now they want to talk about BlackRock and
Give a damn about that.
and all
How
that.
do
That
you
shit
say
don't have shit
joke?
to do with us.
How do you say joke? Who cares about what Umar Johnson said, double-edged sword? You're part of the joke. You cannot take the moment and realize that you are part of the joke. Look at this. This is who runs the education system. This is the face of white education.
And even if you criticizing that goofy nigga Umar, he not Linda McMahon, white man. Linda McMahon, bro.
Yeah.
Yo, the McMahons are known for putting their staff on drugs and doing all type of shit, man. My nigga, the Ultimate Warrior, rest his soul, like they. And this who you put in charge of the babies? Niggas was running WWE?
Y'all are a joke to white folks.
Yeah.
Black people, we got to get out of the way. The LGBT shit, we got in the way. We got pulled into the shit. That ain't got nothing to do with us. That's white folks wanting to push white folks shit to white folks.
Yep.
So white men and white community, a lot of white gay men who are the face and leaders of that community who want to push they shit to their community. We ain't got nothing to do with them.
None of it benefits us. We
Ain't got
don't
nothing
run
to do
it.
with it.
We not in position. So why are you even talking to us about these things? What I need you to do is take your whiteness, right? I need you to take your whiteness to the Capitol building on January 6th. And you represent all them problems there. Because we ain't there.
I should have made that the title. Gay Zionists from straight get versus straight Zionists. Double-edged logic. Nobody cares what you said. The fact is you're white and you don't recognize that you have Linda McMahon as the face of your education system. It's pretty sad right there. It's pretty sad. And dumb white people fell for this shit. This shit is fucking retarded, bro.
And want to come here and tell us anything like we put Linda McMahon in play. No, take your whiteness over there and deal with your issues. Because we got a problem with it too. Black Rock, all that weird shit you want to talk about, yeah. But take your whiteness and fight that fight over there. That's where the problem is. I ain't here.
Shit is hilarious, bro. Right? You can't make this up. White on white politics, y'all. Just so y'all can be familiar with the faces of the shit. That's why I started with the Shannon dude, because I'm Steve Bannon dude, because that's who created MAGA, not Trump. Let's be clear, not Trump. Not Trump. Let's be clear. White people don't touch the panel over here. We too smart for them over here, Mike. And then some people be low. I mean, it's just, Willie and myself up here, so they might be. But hit a link. You come up, make your argument. You know what I'm saying? I doubt you have one because they're not used to black folks that's evidence-based in everything, part of the conversation.
Afro. That's my man.
They're not used to that. But this is the reality. White on white politics. You can't make this up. You know what I'm saying? So let's not look for it not to be white. And I say that for a reason. The Democrat Party, a lot of black folks got issues with the gay stuff in the Democratic Party. You know what I'm saying? And we complain about the LGBT community in that conversation. But again, the Democratic Party, some white people shit. I'm saying white people was gay shit. I mean, you're right. White on black problems should be front and center while billionaires steal the world. Y'all lining up to be peasants. See, white people realizing that they're not being a part of the conversation is the problem. I thought I was talking to some 10-tone down brothers asking for money. Don't you get nothing? You're supposed to take it. What are you talking about? You're a confused white person. You're a confused white person, so it's all right. Next, you can click the link and come up and just articulate yourself. If that's a challenge.
Waiting for you to say that. You're more than welcome.
More than welcome. We'll mute ourselves up, and you could just explain your point. You know what I'm saying? But remember the one part: you got to be able to back up your point with evidence. That's all we ask is for sources. We don't want to hear nobody come up here and giving these old speeches and their opinions and anecdotal blah 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 blah. Afro, what's goody? Colt, what's goody?
Put your head on the pipe and put it right in front of the village.
Bing.
Hit the link.
That's how this is white folk shit. DEI, white folk shit. Civil rights issues, white folk shit. Crack, white folk shit. Like this is obesity, white folk shit. Diabetes in America, white folk shit. Abortion rates, white folk shit. Please argue me. Prove me wrong. Please. Please prove me wrong. We wouldn't have a need for motherfucking immigrants as America needs if it wasn't for the damn abortions that's being pushed in America. Black people's biggest population issue is abortions, choosing to willingly abort our children, which is eugenic education, which was programmed into us by policy and planned out prior to the creation of those policies by boards who's had millions of dollars. Same millionaires he's talking about, the same millionaires he's saying that we need to be looking at, we need to be worried because they're going to look at us as peasants. We've been dealing with our white folks who looked at black people as peasants for a long time. But because you're ignorant and you don't know your own country's history, you think you can make these statements that are gaslighting. It only proves your ignorance. And it makes sense that you're this ignorant. You have Vince McMahon's wife as the fucking head of education in the country. Everything we talk about it was capitalism. This is why white people, oh my goodness. But you call it racism, like there's no trailer park girls getting abortions. I just said America. But when you understand capitalism was birthed off of what? Mercantilism. And both of which was introduced through what? Colonization. We don't understand you because you're ignorant of history.
That's a fact.
When was capitalism not racist? As a system employed by the people who own slaves. While they were writing the descriptions down, and then Adam Smith, and they was quoting, where did these perception of blacks? Where did y'all get this perception of blacks at, that we would, or whites rather? Where could you have Karl Marx over there? No, America don't get to share some of that. America is racist. Racist, straight 100% racist. We didn't make this constitution for the benefit of anybody but white folks.
Hey, Q, white folk had to fight to be white. Like, what you think we got to go through? The Italians had to fight to be white. The Irish wasn't white.
Well, their fight was within the confines of their culture, accepting the greater portion of their culture as one.
Yeah, my point is, imagine what we had to go through.
Yeah, we know what we had to go through. You know what I'm saying? So that's standing on lineage. Yeah, we move into a different, spending another spot at Brownsville. Hell yeah. But
nah, yeah, Philly, we out here doing big shit.
My question,
stand a chance. Nah.
Question. So, what does that transition into whiteness actually look like for other groups? Because we talk about it historically. I've even tried to show it historically, but in reality, I would say that we use a lot of talking points and we don't put the actual the understanding into place. And so, if Mexicans are making that same type of move over the years that the Irish, Italian, others have made, we're not talking about it from that perspective. We're just watching it integrate into whiteness, and we're not even discussing that part of it.
Oh no, they white. I brought that up many times. Like, no, they're white. People don't like what I'm saying. Like, the data, they claim to be white, and genetically, they're white. Majority of them.
But they don't claim that part, though. They play the middle, 50-50. Like,
yo, Chad, you wasn't here. This happened a minute ago, Willie. I should pull his video up. There's a dude who got some shit. Damn, I should pull his video up. Because he got mad. He does these shits with the people that chase police and do the right shit.
Mm-hmm.
He got a channel with like almost 1 million subscribers. And he swears he's fighting for black people. And he came on the platform. And everything he was saying was just dumb. And we was tearing him up with the pieces, and he didn't respect it. But then at the end of it, he's like, I'm like, yo, bro, like, I don't really care about you. I care about the black people of Colombia. Where are them at? You're white. He's like, white? I'm Colombian. No, you're white. You're the descendant of white people who came to Colombia and stayed. That's what you are, a white person. You're not part of the indigenous group of it. I guarantee. And he went off. Then it ended with, you'll never get anywhere without us. And I'm like, that's crazy. White people really believe that. They won't get nowhere without us.
Everybody believes that. The Latinos say that all the time, too.
I'm going to say, Q, you're going to see how many people believe that when we do this DEI. I'm going to show how many people believe that shit. Because that, again, just not to get too deep and change the topic, but that is what that is. You're telling me that these are your people and everything gonna be fine one day, fucking with them. They're gonna be diverse. They're gonna give you equity. They're gonna include you. Get them your people, fam. You good with them. That's not a fight. But I see y'all. I see y'all next weekend.
Hold on. Taz. Yo. Oh, he dropped off.
No, I'm here.
Taz, East Ohio Regional Hospital. You know what that is?
East Ohio.
East
No,
Ohio.
I know what's in Eastern Ohio, but I don't know about that specific facility.
Well, that's ours now, my nigga. You heard?
I hear you. All right.
Black folk own that now. East Ohio Regional Hospital.
Oh, okay. That's what's up.
Hell yeah. I'm fucking celebrating with my homeboy and shit, but the first thing I told him was, after we talked all our shit, but yo, I got these kids, man. They need to get in there. They need to play with everything. They need to fuck with all the instruments, all that shit. He was like, come on, my nigga, are you asking me? I said, say no more.
But yeah, Linda McMahon though, being in the cabinet is a fucking joke. Like, you know what I'm saying? I mean, it's probably another one of those reasons that I would look at the government and say, why do people entertain so much of the talking points? Like, if you elected somebody who would put her in that position, we talking about the wrong shit. Like I say, I don't think when the white people put their favorites in these same positions, we take the same stance though. You know what I'm saying? We like, for example, if we had this conversation about a Democrat putting in an education secretary, what people will say is that they're qualified. You know that, right?
I mean, if they being compared to Linda McMahon, yeah, they're qualified.
And see, I would argue that they're white, so they're never going to be qualified to teach our kids. You know what I'm saying? We shouldn't be on either side of any party who ever puts in a new Secretary of Education.
So I'm
Biden,
glad you said that.
Obama,
I'm glad you said that, Taz, because I've been wanting to ask you this for a while, right? Because I do understand your stance. My question is this, though. Knowing that you respect the progress that we have made through federal legislation, how do we execute that without being involved in the government system, being involved with a party? How do we achieve that without being involved? You get what I'm saying?
Well, I would question if we've achieved it in the last 50 years being aligned with a party. I'm saying it might be time for a reset based on the lack of progress in the last 50 years. Shout out to what happened in the past and all of the gains they made fucking with the political parties and the systems they had. But our current state of affairs isn't being propelled forward with politics. We've literally watched this Hispanic Latino community leapfrog us in all data. There's not much data left that says we're past them. My nigga, I didn't grow up like that. So I watched them leapfrog us. I watched them pass us with my own two fucking eyes. And you know where that conversation started at for me? Los Angeles, California in the 1990s. So we don't even have a real perspective of what we're looking at today if we ain't saying, hey, fam, well, shit, get them motherfuckers. Like, them the same people that replaced us. Them the same people that burnt up people's houses in Compton. Them the same people that ran black people out of Boyle Heights in 2020. I mean, excuse me, 2006.
So now, Taz, I'm with that. Everything you said makes sense, right? But we can only accomplish that through being involved in the politics.
I mean, I don't know.
And when we do that, we're not gonna get a one-trick pony, right? That's gonna fix everything, right?
But I'm saying though, Willie, is there a way to get re-antiquated with politics? Is there a way to pull yourself out and redistribute the support? Because the support lands so much on one side now, which is why we always talk about Democrats. the support lands on that one side. There isn't even a contest to try to move our community forward. Nobody's competing for our vote. So what's the point in voting? The
Now,
people vote Democrat.
That's why I would say I would and I think we should start articulating Latinos as how they articulate themselves. Now, I ain't gonna lie, Cynthia was one of the first ones I heard say this shit, and I started piecing it. I'm like, no, she was on it. Latinos are white people.
They are a strong political bloc as well.
Bro, she's the first motherfucker I heard say that shit too, bro.
Yeah. Like, and this is, and that's what they identify as. This is in the United States, 60% identify as white.
Look, and she was cooking with it, nigga. Matter of fact, I'll tell you who she was talking about. Nigga, George Zimmerman. That's what she was talking about.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. That's a fact.
That's a Latino. Yeah.
That's a white person, though. We get it. Yeah. We allow the Jewish monocar, the Latino one, we allow that to be different. They're white. They're white people. And so when a white person tells us,
that's because GQ be fucking with them Spanish hoes, man. That's the problem.
Yeah, right.
But when they tell us, because a lot of these perspectives, they don't understand in themselves.
You know, I'm ice around this.
You know you my horse if you never win a race, my nigga.
I'm ice around this motherfucker. I ain't fucking with him. But no, that's real. Taz was cooking on that though, man. And that's why somebody brought it out yesterday. It's a specific question on the application, non-Hispanic white. Why did they have to put that on there? Because so many Hispanics was putting white.
But now DQ,
on the application, on the job application.
This the conversation for black folk to have though. Because while I agree with everything Taz is saying, I don't think we should take ourselves out of the political landscape. Like at a certain point, politics allows us to play defense. We get
like
to
you
stop.
Said, it might be time for a reset. Why? Okay, we've been in it all this time, right? Okay, since they've allowed us to fuck with it, but we still won. And some people argue with me when I say this, so I go as high as 2% of the wealth of America.
Yeah.
And we've been fucking with these politics all this. Come on, man. Yeah. This shit, and we still got motherfucking mass incarceration. We still got, I mean, how are we fucking with them? It's just symbolism, bro. You know, that's all they do. We got the first black justice, Supreme Court justice, first black female Supreme Court justice. We got the first black vice president, first black. They hit us with all these first bullshit.
So now GQ, how my mind works, you know what I mean? Shit could always be worse. You get what I'm saying? So being involved in politics and being able to shut certain shit down from the opposing side, that has a benefit too. You know what I mean? I don't think we should take ourselves out of politics, but I do agree that it's time for a reset.
Man, that shit really, they're not giving us nothing of substance, man. Nothing tangible really to work with, man. It's been a bunch of bullshit.
But I don't. And if we look at the game that way, though,
but it could be worse because it always could be worse. Anything, I mean, you know.
But I think us being able to identify the playing field, that's also like what we got to understand. Like we can take accountability, but not knowing the playing field. Like being in the game and not knowing the rules and not knowing who's in the. We're playing basketball in the dark and don't know what a ball is. Right. We don't know the rules.
Yeah.
And we thinking that we on the court and it's like, nah, bro. And then we seeing people that look
not
like
even
us
really on the court. Yeah.
And it's all, I mean, I hate to beat a dead horse and say the same shit, you know, but it's all financial, bro. It's all financial. It's like Malcolm said they hate us because we black, but they oppress us because we're poor. You know what I'm saying? So we can't lobby. You know what I'm saying? Because we don't
even say the poor part.
We don't fuck with group economics. That's a taboo in the black neighborhood. Everybody grifting. Everybody.
Nigga, you fucking with them people, nigga. You know I was short the market. The market was up 100 points today, nigga. You working with them people?
Nah, but when again, the playing field. GQ. I don't know if you remember that document I pull up all the time with the eugenics.
Yeah.
that plan was one of the precursors to a lot of the policies that were enacted in America.
You fucked me up taking that shit to Brownsville too. That fucked me up.
That like, and so when you're like, a lot of how we perceive was introduced through the eugenic education that was publicly funded and sourced by this document. That document that shows, and that was the Carnegie's.
Real.
And so it's like the playing field, the whole 60s, when we talk about Sambos and all, we talk about all of that shit and say it, but it's like they created that whole game.
Yeah.
Like, and then really looking at even bro, this now how bad it was me. This is understanding that gangster rap was an idea in white people's heads. Full House, Martin, all them white folks' heads.
Man.
And if not a Sambo, which they predicted they would create. So it's got like the playing field got to be understood. You know what I'm saying? They got to be understood. Like Spanish people knew what they was doing when they created the other class of people over there in Spain.
Yeah.
And then you're talking about propaganda machines and shit. And then when they infiltrate, they got us in their education system and don't teach us how to really, be financial independent, and only teaching us how to go to the warehouse. You know what I'm saying? And
GQ niggas don't want to oppress nothing, man. Like, and it sounds crazy when I say it like that, but
you teaching kids how to build shit. You teaching kids how to be really independent. If you could be an engineer and you know how to create shit from scratch out your head, and you can really make some shit, you know how independent you is with that type of shit, bro. Financially and every other way, So, that's the difference. Will, I told you don't short it, bro. I said it got to cool off. Let's be honest now. I said it's just a cool off, man. It was too hot. It's coming right back. That bitch gonna bounce. It's like a basketball.
I'll be humble.
When you got a basketball in your hand, look, check it out, Will. When you got a basketball in your hand, the harder you throw that motherfucker down to the floor, what happens? The harder it bounces back.
Up higher.
Nah, but you see this here? You see this? Yo, Damo, this right here, I know people be like the pseudoscience shit, but pseudoscience is part of a culture, and they made sure to remove that conversation. But this is arguably to me one of the most influential eras in America's history, the eugenic era, and the damage that was done by that era alone. The Nazis were birthed. Like, this shit is there's been a little feud between these white folks. You got the Zionists and you got the anti. You think I'm joking when I say that shit? Like, that's their world.
You ain't lying.
It is not our world. It is Zionist, anti-Zionist, how we fuck with people. So you got one group that fucks with one part and one group that doesn't. The anti-Jewish group was started in America.
Them Zionists trying
and
to
the
have
Jews were funding America.
Yeah.
Like, not to say started, but this Nazi shit. Did you see this American Breeders Association? Yeah, this is where them Nazis got all of their shit from.
And they didn't, and now in 2025, they didn't 10x that shit. The
10x part, but the culture,
because it's in every facet of life now. It's not just with the scientific part right there. It's in everything. It's in the education system. It's in the healthcare system. It's in the financial system. They just 10x that eugenics thing, right? They just 10x it to every facet of life. You know what I'm saying?
This is the 10x. I won't even say it was created by these people.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's a very the Carnegies funded this. The Carnegie Institute funded the freaking Harbor Bay to collect the blood samples of 100,000 people, 200,000 people to do data analysis to prove their pseudosciences. And this was the foundation of the evidence-based policies. And when they wanted to remove language of racism, they converted it to scientific racism. feeble-minded, hereditary. Like this shit, I can't make this shit up. We can't make
Hey,
it
yo,
up. You know what I'm saying?
Alan
This was
alive. Bring your bitch ass up here.
And the nigga IQ 1,000 times higher than they fucking IQ. And they talking about some feeble-minded shit.
This was they rock. I keep showing this. This was their remedies. You would
GQ, this
disagree with
be
a
my
funding
beef
came?
though, GQ. When niggas
No,
say
hold
we
up.
ain't making shit shake right now, it's
I just want to
black
be clear.
babies getting perfect scores on their SATs. Perfect
I want
scores.
to be clear. Hold on. I want to be clear. Like
Who
the
you think got the
eugenic
highest
society.
IQ, bro? I mean, it's not even. I went to school with the white people. I know they dumb as fuck, bro. You can't. It ain't nowhere around it. I was in class next to these dumb motherfuckers. Don't know shit.
When I got my first job in finance, GQ, I was working for a white boy. He was the junior partner
Well,
in
hold
our
on. Before you
group.
go, let me. When you saying that you see this agents, this is what developed the Statistics Bureau. Like y'all see what all of this came out of this document and these group. The purpose of this office, of which Professor H.H. Longhan, whatever Lafayette, whatever, is superintendent to serve as a clearinghouse for data on human heredity, to build up an index of the American population, recording families, traits, and their geographical distribution with special reference to supernormal, and subnormal traits. Right here, this is what the Germans ran with. They considered themselves to be supernormal, and they considered blacks to be subnormal.
Look like they were looking for the mutants.
To train field workers, expert in gathering data of eugenic import, to maintain a field force actively engaged in collecting such data. Like this is, you can't make this shit up.
Shit, man, mulatto. Yeah.
To cooperate with other institutions with persons concerned with eugenic research, to study authentic data, seeking thereby to discover the manner of inheritance of specific traits. Here's where you start talking about, see that Africa, and this is a line. When you superimpose this with the minstrel era of Jim Crow and the underlining philosophy of Jim Crow,
you get the perfect storm.
This is where you see all of it cultivate together. Jim Crow is part and part of the underlining white philosophy that they had and still have. And this is what you hear. Want to be very clear. When I pulled, I'm bringing that video back up in a second. Damn, where that video at? When he was saying this in that video, history is on our side. The founder of motherfucking MAGA. Is this the video? I'll pull it up in a sec. Pull it back up. See all of this shit right here, to disseminate eugenic truths. There's why you had Kevin Samuel type motherfuckers up there talking all this black women shit back in there, all this other good shit, all this other bullshit. All of this is involved in this here. And their recommendations, y'all know about sterilizations. White folks don't know about this document, y'all. That's why I tell y'all this document, this is a super document. Download it immediately and keep it in your files.
This will blow the InfoWars crowd up.
Yeah, this is you see the science they put in there, all in to get to come up with their prognosis, so to say. So when we talk about sterilizations, forced sterilizations, that came by recommendation of this document. So when the policies went out, because that's how I found out about this document, looking at my offer and abortions and the policies and then the philosophy behind pushing the policies and the science that was embedded allegedly inside of the philosophy.
Yeah,
Criminality,
scientific
heredity of
racism.
criminality. You see that right there? Then you got feeble-mindedness. All these other ones that anybody can get into them other shits. But criminality, feeble-mindedness, those are punch words for black. Where's the recommendation in here? There's the recommendation. Life segregation. The country is segregated. Been segregated. No matter how you want to look at it, whatever civil rights told you,
America is still a sundown town.
America still, you know. What do you
Hey, yo, sis sent me down a rabbit hole last night when we was on the joint, like about the Sundowners Motorcycle Club.
Yeah.
Oh, when you get to Googling them niggas, oh yeah, that's some real fucking redneck. That's literally the modern form of KKK type shit.
Whole fucking
They
country
all
is
in.
a sundown town.
Damn, what I just have that?
And the Mexicans is mad at us. You dirty motherfuckers.
Ain't that a bitch?
Ain't that a bitch? GQ. You niggas got the audacity. We been telling y'all. Now these motherfuckers talk about, oh, y'all will be next. Nigga, we was right now. That was our argument.
First, motherfucker, talking about next.
Right. That was our argument. That y'all was gonna be next. Don't try to spin this shit now.
They're trying to get close to whiteness, like you said. The motherfuckers identify.
I agree, bro, but I'm telling you, I really think the bigger issue is outside of this moment. Like I'm telling you, it sounds good, but these niggas are willing to fight for those people, bro. I'm telling you. Niggas.
So when you say the bigger moment is
My mayor,
outside
the
of
mayor of
now,
my city, bro. The mayor of my city, bro.
Oh, let him finish what he was saying though.
when you
Go
say
ahead,
the
man.
bigger moment is outside of now,
But
what
he ain't
you
finished
mean
what he
by
was
that?
saying though. Let him finish.
Yeah, because I'm saying the bigger moment is outside of now. And the reason I'm saying that is because right now it's more of a conversation about illegals and deportation and shit. When we start talking about legal Mexicans, legal Hispanics, you know, the motherfuckers who voted for Trump and all of that. They're still part of your diversity conversation. They're still part of your minority melting pot. You know what I'm saying? And we don't view them as that. There are still people who view them as part of this grand minority scheme. And if we don't separate ourselves from that, we'll be part of it with them as they benefit from it. And we don't.
This nigga's setting the tone for that debate.
Oh no,
I
that's
see where you went.
that to me, but I think that's what time has given us that space to really learn that. Because some of us needed to learn that. Like, look, like y'all ain't
we
with
had to
us.
see it. Yeah.
But like he said, like Taz just was saying, them niggas still ready to jump out the window for them motherfuckers are ready to throw their body across the
Not most people, not most black folks. And this
It
is
depends
that's
on where.
Outside of this moment, though,
there's two things going on. We got more in front of Palestine than this shit.
True.
The mayor of Chicago is going to bat for these motherfuckers, bro. For these
The politicians.
Yeah, that's a political.
That's one
game.
part that they weird. You know what I mean? They got they got to stay in office. That's how I see that. They got to stay in office. That's why that black lady's going so hard out there. California is 55% Mexican or Spanish, right? So you know what I'm saying? She's trying to stay in office. I don't even count them. In New York, all them protests, you see white folks, old white folks, young white folks, and Spanish folks.
Mainly though, but ground zero of all that shit is LA. And I think it's a good thing for brothers who think like us, who didn't want to see us leading the charge with that shit, right? Like, I think in any other city, liberals would have had black folk at the forefront, right? But
like
because
Chicago,
of the politics,
like I keep trying to say with this motherfucking black ass mayor we got, Brandon Johnson, he caping for him, he got a consortium, but it's just as many niggas that's telling them.
But I ain't even gonna put it on y'all, GQ, because y'all aren't the linchpin right now. The linchpin right now is LA.
They got the guard and shit over there, but
we can't make it a pity party though, because I think
he
that
over here calling ICE terrorists, calling them kidnappers. Because
Trump could be the reverse though. Trump could be the reverse card that's gonna make everybody really going with the new world order and shit. Like, because everybody, the pity party's about to happen. That's what once black people get in, it's a full pity party.
Now we gotta be careful though. right?
It's gonna be the rainbow alliances in full.
Yep.
Put your rings in together. Black, gay,
hold
white,
on, Q.
white
We
women,
got to be careful.
disabled.
Though. I watched Donald Trump get a Mexican senator detained
You,
today,
bro.
right? Like,
TNT, appreciate you.
Now that is problematic. You know what I mean? Him getting his opposition. What's the nigga name? Andrew Padilla? Like, yo, what was so funny about when the nigga was covering that arrest, they like, and do you hear what they're telling him? And I'm like, nigga, that's how we get arrested on. Release your hand. Put your hand behind your back. And that's regular shit to us. You know what I mean? But when Donald Trump starts violating opposing senators, no matter how much we stand on whatever we stand on, yeah, these things are potentially problematic. Like, the nigga is wild.
What senator got violated?
Padilla. I think
so you watching, so you are literally repeating that. That's what I'm saying. The white folks narrative. Fam, I was watching that shit. Nigga, I was watching the press conference.
So wait. What did he get arrested for?
Fam, she is sitting there giving a press conference. If you like the bitch or not is irrelevant. She giving a press conference. She talking for 5-10 minutes.
Right.
You just start talking over her.
Oh, he violated the meeting.
Like, they'd have broke your motherfucking neck in that bitch.
See, I didn't know that. He violated the
He
meeting.
literally just tried to violate her during her press conference. This wasn't no quick Q&A session. She's literally on the clock talking, giving her press conference. And he was, I'm Padilla from California. And
I needed to know that.
So look, me and my wife been watching it all day. My nigga, they flipped it and start showing the shit from the point where he start talking and cut her off.
Right.
Ain't even showing that she was giving a press conference.
Ayo, Taz, they almost had me, my nigga. Like,
bro, they playing us, bro. I promise you. Don't look that shit up. This is a motherfucking, you talking about some fucking authority, power, entitlement. This motherfucker cut her off during her speech. This is
I didn't know that part.
A white bitch, bro. You telling me Hispanics can go cut off a white bitch? A white federal bitch. A white federal bitch. And you mean to tell me he's the victim? And look, and even worse, now check this out. Let's say, let's take it even further. They told him to chill. He didn't stop. They start moving him out because it's like, all right, dog, you're doing too much. You got to go. He trying to break through him, push through the motherfucking security like he trying to get to the bitch.
And then the video I saw don't start until, all right, you went too far.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
If that was a black man, nigga, if that was me or you, not a senator, if we were there and not a senator, we would go to jail, nigga.
Easy.
You can't fight the police to get back toward no Department of Homeland Security fucking supervisor, nigga. What are you fighting?
And I'm glad you told me that before I started talking goofy. Because with the optics of it,
put his ass down. How the fuck you fighting security for DHS? The DHS secretary up there giving a speech, and you fighting security to get back to her. You fucking right. They put your ass down. That shit is crazy, bro. And they got us out here.
I'm glad you put me on.
Yeah, but don't like my name. And I'm telling you, go watch the full clip, not the headlines, because they literally from the headline. I watched it, bro. 30-second video, motherfucker showed it. Like, damn, this messed up what they did to Padilla. And I showed my wife, like, babe, look at the spin on this shit. She giving a whole speech. I've been trying to pay attention all day because, you know, they got the conversation about the sanctuary cities going on.
You fucked me up, too, because I couldn't wait to talk to you about that shit. You know what I mean? Like, all right, is he going too far?
I didn't even know live today because I was watching that sanctuary city hearing. You know what I'm saying? So when they broke off into her speech, and motherfucker just walked in there and started talking to me and her looking like, damn, these Latinos bold as fuck. And then they flipped the story into him being a victim again after he went and literally disrupted a whole goddamn press conference.
Okay,
nah,
so pack that nigga the fuck up. Okay. I didn't see that part.
Yeah, I'm saying
you put me on.
I'm saying go watch it.
Listen to this white dude.
Nigga, hold on, real quick. Nigga, I watched the Nene Leak shit, and that shit is wild. Like, you made a good argument, but go ahead, y'all.
It is not about left versus right. That's too simplistic. And it's the way the opposition party media has always kept us out of power. I did not come here as a teacher. I came to Europe as an observer and to learn. And what I've learned is you're part of a worldwide movement that is bigger than France, bigger than Italy, bigger than Hungary, bigger than all of it. And history is on our side.
Now, that's a different conversation. Like, understanding who he's talking to Europe. Yeah, they had some shit going on for a while now.
Oh yeah, but that's the dude that came with the MAGA shit. So him going around promoting this shit, but it's hilarious because he's beefing with Elon right now.
But what he's doing right there, though, if he's in Europe, if he's in Europe, he's feeding into.
Hold on, Willie.
Insight into why we shouldn't be, stumping hard for these, other groups. More insight, should I say?
But you know what's the important part, Deity? We got to see these things in context. You know what I mean? Because I haven't watched the video yet, but up until I just talked to Taz, I just felt like the Donna was wilding a Mexican nigga out. You know what I mean? Now when I put it into a different context,
And then you will see they
Probably he playing something.
and everybody on the job got fired because they didn't try to get you out of there, and their whole family is there. And don't let one of them get to become a supervisor.
You know what? I'm gonna just sit this one out.
For real, folks? Are you sure?
Yeah, I am sure.
That's what the
Yeah,
immigrants,
that's what
cuz.
what?
We need to go downtown and protest with the essays.
Go down there and protest.
Yeah, black and brown love. We are allies, blood.
Let me think about that.
Like, man, LA, dog, if you know, you know, and if you don't. LA's racist.
But at the time, Martinez in that recording also referred to the child as a monkey. The councilman in a statement called the comments vile and disgraceful and said that, quote, Martinez attacked her son with horrific racist slurs and talked about her desire to physically harm him.
Well, we don't want to sign to no blacks. Right. Southsiders do want, guess, I don't even want to speak on that, but we don't want to sign to no blacks.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Mexican gang, they already have their laws.
Yeah.
And you're gonna follow their laws.
Yeah.
Like, you can't sleep in the cell with a black guy.
Really?
No, it's against the law.
A Mexican gang member cannot have a black cellie.
No. He has to go to the hole.
So he has to basically fight that guy.
They sabotage black and white people on jobs.
Yep.
That's a fact.
Yo, homeboy went cool on us though, right?
Cause see, listen, this the other part of the propaganda machine though. The nigga you listening to, the nigga you just played, he's married to a fucking Mexican.
That's just what I was gonna ask. Hold on.
Mexican black.
Because I know he went coon on us, didn't he?
But well, see, the thing is, some niggas go coon but stay within the realm to make the money.
Yeah,
that's what he does.
Because I used to fuck.
You know what it was too? A lot of dudes was these old school Israelites and Nubians and 5%ers, and a lot of those philosophies don't hold. They got that black man can make a baby with it, and a black baby can be made with anybody, which is retarded. They got that philosophy in their head.
That's a fact.
A lot of them got that religious shit. Like, huh? Who? That baby had white, bruh.
Yeah.
What you talk? You can religiousize all that you want, but you see that hair, you lips gone.
But nah, at the same time though, niggas that stood on black religious principles, they was taught you're not even supposed to go make a baby with her. So that's not even supposed to be a conversation.
What? How many 5%ers got the media? I got people don't like me with that side.
I'm not saying it ain't something that
telling
do
people
it.
like, no, that child mixed. I tread lightly with two people down because I know I don't want to hurt their feelings. And then the students, I'm like, look, ain't nothing wrong with it. You ain't do nothing to make you mix. You're cool.
Yo, Q, if they was
Your
going to
parents
the
wasn't
show
going.
improves in front of Harriet Tubman 154 public school, that's not what they was taught though. So we can't throw away the religion because a few niggas ran and got goofy with it.
I don't know what you talking about, son. Them goofy dudes and had charts all over the internet talking about one of the tribes of Israel is in Puerto Rico in the Caribbean. You know what I'm saying?
And that's what becomes problematic because they get the ear. They get the public ear.
That's
And
the original group. That's the first group had that doctrine. And then you got the religious doctrine where the man lays his seed. You got a bunch of religious people that got that whole that bullshit. I'm just saying, if you talk to these people, you know, they a lot of their foundations is on that dumb shit.
Yeah.
Not it ain't no cosign or saying they cool. It's just like, look, I mean, it's like,
this nigga done fucked up the show.
God stay away from the devil. Man, listen, I mean 5%ers I know they got all
Yo, you know what's so crazy, Q? I'm thinking about my man that was super hard body. And yeah, whole like if you looking for a European Puerto Rican, yeah, it's wifey. You know what I mean? And I'm like, damn, I pay me no mind, my nigga.
Don't play
Pay me
that
no
pseudo
mind.
science shit real quick.
Pay me no mind.
I'm the God, and the God where he lays his seed in the earth. So that's the earth now.
Yeah, hey yo, Q, chill out, man. You live in Brooklyn, chill out.
They know that. That they mixed. Me. Shout out to Germany, man.
Yeah, GQ, they know he been crashing. They ain't paying Q no mind. Nigga losing his hairline anyway. Fuck that nigga.
Nobody got time for that shit.
They know Q gonna fly that big ass flag on their ass. They ain't worried about it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hey,
damn, GQ. And I thought I was going to hit Taz with some fly shit with that Padilla shit. Like, all right, now do we agree we kind of got to pull the reins on Trump? But if the nigga was out of pocket and he deserved to get packed up, that's a different argument. So I got caught up in the propaganda.
But that different argument is, do we need to rein in the fucking media? That's that argument.
Yeah.
We are literally watching a media that is not willing to call a spade when it comes
They
to
had me, Taz. I'm driving home from work fucked up. Like, nah, this nigga Donald Trump arresting Mexican
He got clips looking good, bro. They got him on the ground, dragging him out. They got, you know what I'm saying, the spin cycle look good.
I'm glad you put me on, my nigga. I still don't fuck with you, but I'm glad you put me on.
They got mayors calling federal agents terrorists and shit. Calling the ICE
GQ,
agents
I'm watching this shit, GQ. I'm like, nah, I gotta press Taz. Dude, we gotta put some pressure on Trump and this whole Republican shit. Are they wilding now?
I mean, they saying it on the opposite side too. They said Trump and them hyped up the protest and made it bigger than what it was. That's what homeboy was saying.
That's cap though, Q. You know I'm out here. You know what I'm saying? I was gonna go Friday. And what I would argue and be able to prove is that when Trump sent that National Guard there, it was already cracking. And on the news, they were saying that was a peaceful protest. And we see cars burning up.
Yeah.
See shit on fire. And so, you know, out in LA, they saying, well, yeah, but that's just 3 blocks. Well, that shit look bad on TV, nigga. Somebody better do something.
And let me ask you this. Let me ask y'all this, though. Everybody on this motherfucking panel. Since when do the National Guard get called out and shit get worse?
Yeah, never. They never say that.
When the governor don't call them.
Right.
Yo, shout out to real quick. Shout out to Caesar. He just donated $50 from yesterday. We had $950, y'all. Shout out to y'all now.
Hey man, but for real though, real talk, bro. When the National Guard comes, shit going down, the National Guard come, and that make the shit work. Everybody act up more. Come on, man. That's
when
good.
they don't have green light. Because they
got the green light.
Nah, they don't have green light right now.
Hey, that's a crazy example. He went to the 70s on you and said Kent State. And I got to agree with him.
Kent State, the guard came and went up.
I'm saying when the governor asked for them to come through, they got green light, right? Send all them niggas in the house, right? When we talking about all the riots from Newark to motherfucking LA 94 and all that, when the government calls, then they got green light. They really didn't have green light under Trump. They basically just standing there.
All the riots and shit, I know the guard come out, the shit get squashed.
Yeah, but they basically just standing there. They ain't getting active.
No, that's in our lifetime, though. I think because even what Psycho that referred to is all before our lifetime, too. So I think our lifetime, we've only seen the National Guard come out and be a benefit. If you were, you know what I'm saying? And we say post 1975.
Motherfucker go sit down. When the guard hit the street, motherfucker go chill out. Oh, man, they done called these motherfuckers. It's time to go chill. Now I ain't finna be fucking with
I mean, but if we talking about the benefit of sitting niggas down, even during Psycho's time, well, Psycho wasn't even alive then, but like that riot in Newark, when the National Guard came through, they sat niggas down because they had green light. They don't have green light right now.
I forgot, bro. Go ahead, talk your shit. I forgot about Kent State, and that is in Ohio. So yeah, talk your shit, my nigga. Well, but yeah, but them riots didn't get worse though. You know what I'm saying? I can tell you that for sure. I mean, because it wasn't really a riot like that. They were just out there protesting. It wasn't even that bad. When it started getting bad, all they had to do was say it's getting bad. They wouldn't say that shit. Like I said, if people are using the media to float narratives and shit, and that's kind of the problem. If you're gonna use the media to float the narrative, well, people are seeing cars burning on the media. And that's what we see. So if it's not that bad, a motherfucker better be doing and saying something before the wrong message gets out. Because I would argue the message Saturday evening became, okay, so y'all gonna keep lying to us? Because they said it's not a riot, it's peaceful. As a car is burning on the screen and a Mexican waving a flag like to the full strength on top of the fucking burning car. And you telling us that this ain't a riot, bro? I just, you know what I'm saying, the messaging looked bad. And I think that's what leads into Trump having the ability to call out the National Guard. Y'all won't even say this shit look bad.
Playing politics.
Because technically he shouldn't have had to.
The mayor of them cities going against ICE too, though. That's the problem.
Yeah. Definitely the problem. But again, so, and like with me, my thought is this, bro. Like when we start talking about respecting the federal government and this and that, I don't think you can get into a conversation about that without acknowledging that they're telling people to go out and do crime, to disrespect the government, to fight back. And if that's the case, then let it be what it is. But they're not being criminalized. They're not being called looters and rioters and whatnot. Like, I'm just tired of hearing about the George Floyd riots and blah, blah, blah from the same media that's now calling this shit innocent. A psyop, it's fake. Hell no.
That's fair.
This is some Mexicans doing their January 6th shit in LA, nigga.
Escalates once the army, or not army, but once the military show up. I won't say the army, but the military.
Yeah, you got the mayor of a city calling the motherfucking ICE agents fucking terrorists. Then you might have to call the military, goddamn it, to help.
Right. Yeah, I agree. I mean, because she, matter of fact, she gave a little press conference too early, and she said that the federal agents were sent to protect other federal agents because California was not willing to protect them, and that argument can only be made because they were allowing all that shit to happen. That's the only reason that they can even make that argument.
Even on top of that, though,
bad GA.
California can't protect them because a lot of them cops is Mexican.
But everybody does. Yeah, well, go ahead, bro. I'm trying to make heads and tail of where we at right now.
Well, we just hit $1,000. Sister Margie just donated $50, man. Shout out to Sister Margie. Sister Margie.
Oh, the mayor
Give
said
me till
California.
Thursday, Q. I'm gonna send something Thursday. I'm fucked up right now.
We always moving, baby. It's all good.
Until Thursday.
So California said they couldn't protect the citizens of California.
They said they didn't need to.
Oh,
it was just a protest.
okay.
And this, you know what I'm saying, those public statements made it look bad. Because, you know what I'm saying, it gives Trump that authority under Title 10 to say, okay, well, this looks like an insurrection to me.
I'm gonna pull a plug.
This looks like an alien invasion, right? Because think about that now, again, it's specifically written in Title 10 that if it's an alien invasion, if it's a foreign invasion, that he can implement the National Guard. Nigga, they waving Mexican flags in the middle of an American street. That fits
I got it now. So the flags give leeway to call it an invasion.
It's more than just a flag.
Absolutely.
No, well,
argumentation-wise, though, GA, we talking the legal argumentation wise. Yes.
No, it makes sense. The optics and everything. You right. Jokers riding around, flags showing and everything. But I just got an underlying question. But I'm gonna defer to you, GQ.
What'd you say, bro?
I said I was gonna defer to you. I thought somebody was trying to talk.
Oh no, I wasn't.
No, so here
you said you had an underlying question.
Okay, here's the underlying question: where the hell is ICE? If everybody in that this protest, riot, whatever the fuck it is with the Mexican flags, where the hell was ICE when all that was going on? They already was there raiding Home Depot. The state of California already deployed resources. We ain't heard no motherfucking arrests coming up out of here, and now we launching the National Guard to go hang out at federal buildings.
Oh no. We heard arrests. That's what started it. They was going to pick them motherfuckers up in vans Friday afternoon at Home Depot, getting van loads of niggas, bringing them to the
facility. But that's what I'm saying.
They going crazy.
Why weren't they at the protest site doing the same thing?
But look, that's okay. So now watch this though, GA. So I would argue that's the part of it that will get tricky. If they go to a protest and start arresting people, then what they're saying on the news becomes true, GA.
Logistics.
Wait, what they saying on the news? I don't watch a whole lot of TV, bro. What they saying on the news? That's what
they're making it sound like they're just going around rounding up people, profiling Mexicans, snatching them off the streets.
But people at the protest looked
is the last place you want to do that.
The people at the protest looked a lot more violent than the stories I'm hearing about people getting picked up at school, at kids' graduations. So why not? That's a perfect time. They
so
out
let's
there,
be real, GA.
They flying their colors.
You at the war table, GA.
Hold on right quick, Willie, because I just want to make sure GA get this point. Is they don't operate like that any other time. If they know where you're gonna be, fam, that's where they're gonna set up the sting at. That's how it's always been. And we asking law enforcement to do something different now. It's never been a time where they made their arrest convenient for the people they're arresting, bro. That's what I'm saying about these people not being criminalized.
No, well, I agree with that, but I'm just saying clearly. I mean, we seen the video. That's self-incriminating to me. And the thing, it has escalated. So I get the whole point about like pre-stage or pre-plan and show up here and do a strike. But now this shit done escalated and they out there in plain sight. They already equipped and dressed for it. So why not go engage?
Because what's going to happen is you're going to be arresting people or stopping and frisking people based on what they look like.
And God forbid they're a citizen, right?
No, wait. No, not God forbid. No, because they already arrested citizens. I mean, you done had mishaps before, but you got motherfuckers out there throwing rocks at state troopers.
But hear my argument though.
Right, yeah, them people going to jail though.
Hear my argument, GA, right? ICE is dealing with immigrants in all type of border towns. You have towns where nobody's on the street because they know ICE is driving through, right? So 9 times out of 10, at these protests, you have a bunch of white liberals and a bunch of Mexican U.S. citizens, right? So what's the likelihood of a motherfucker who his citizenship is up for, you know what I mean, like up for debate, right? You're not gonna find him at the protest. So if you run down on niggas at the protest, now 9 times out of 10, you gonna grab up a citizen because even the citizens barely speak English, right? And that's gonna be all over CNN in the morning. That's not where you attack. I would still argue that they're still hitting those border towns. They're still hitting the residents where they know those illegals are. They still moving, but I can
Bro,
understand why on a political level it don't make sense to hit the protests. You get what I'm saying?
no, I don't get what you're saying because Los Angeles is not a border town. They was just in Los Angeles raiding Home Depot. If a motherfucking protest is going on a couple of blocks over and you got motherfuckers on motorcycles and flags, why not deploy on over there and continue to conduct your operation?
Right. I'm saying they
GA,
still at the Home Depot.
no,
Right.
but listen, no, but that's not the argument. I'm trying to make sure that he understands the point here. ICE does not have the ability to do that. ICE cannot go police a fucking street and say, hey, it's a riot over here. Let's go see how many of them are illegal. That is outside of their boundaries. That's what
It's a
Okay.
shit show on CNN.
No. That's a fair
Yeah.
point. I do know that they get intel, but that's a fair point, Tash. That's a
And so
very
if
fair
you make
point.
a mistake, that's a shit show in the morning. You get what
Well,
I'm saying?
I'm just responding. I'm just responding to the Mexican flags because that's the same thing. And to that very point, then how can I push the Insurrection Act and just say fuck consulting with the governor? I'm gonna go and federalize his troops without his consent because those are
I
still state
I think
resources.
ICE knows well enough to know those
No,
are
we
you
moved past that, Willie. We moved past that.
yeah, those are US Mexicans. They have citizenship who probably barely even speak English. But they're able to go crash out at the protests. The illegals aren't going to the protests. The white liberals, the citizens who want to stand up for the illegals, those are the ones that are going to go to the protests. So if I do start grabbing people from here and I grab the wrong person, that's all over CNN in the morning. Nah, I'm not pulling up for
No.
that.
Okay, the National Guard has been federalized. I mean, and I mean, I don't even think that discussion has even been had here. And you deploy active duty troops on U.S. soil, and that discussion hasn't been had here. And I'm just trying to say that the threat merit that.
My bad, G. I didn't hear you. Say it one more time.
No, I'm saying we had troops federalized troops on U.S. soil. Was the threat that imminent or that severe to do that? And then not only that, you had active duty troops deployed. I don't know if the Marines from 29 Palms are still there, but was the threat that severe to initialize that?
The argument is that it wasn't.
I'm gonna be real with you though, GA. I'm gonna tell you no, that the threat was not that severe.
Right.
But here's also what I'm gonna tell you. If you're looking at it optics wise from the outside, GA, I was gonna go do content over there on this shit. I had a feeling it was gonna get bad. That's why I didn't go. So I would be lying if I said what I see is not a product of that protest. They created their own issues with that protest, bro. That wasn't somebody making them or it just happened out the blue. It's a protest turned riot because more people came and they started spray painting the building, throwing the smoke things back, you know what I'm saying, engaging the ICE facility first. That's where it started at, is right in front of the ICE facility.
Wait, so they aggressed the ICE facility there in a federal building within the
Yes.
Los Angeles
Started throwing
footprint. Okay.
rocks at the
They
ICE
were doing
cars.
that
All that.
Friday. When I saw them doing that shit Friday, I told my wife, nah, I ain't gonna cover this shit. this shit finna turn. They spray paint the ICE building. Yeah, man, this shit finna get cracked.
And it's about them going to jail because the prosecutor was just doing the LA prosecutor was just doing a press conference about filing a bevy of charges in regards to that, as far as them
Filing charges on who? The Mexicans?
On people that's out there, being quote unquote disorderly, as far as reckless or.
Well, they being real slow about it, in my opinion, because I'm just saying from everything that I've seen, and that's just stuff I've seen y'all guys show. I'm looking at the crowds, the size of the crowds. Don't look at that. I'm looking at about 10 or 12 damn state troopers pent under a damn bridge by a few dozen people throwing rocks,
But GA,
and they
you a tech guy, right? Look at the blueprint. So motherfuckers at January 6th, they got charged way after the insurrection, right? They didn't come grab them right there. You
They
got
also
cameras
didn't
everywhere now.
they didn't deploy shit though. That's what I'm saying. Now you got federalized troops on the ground and you have deployed active duty troops, and I'm like GQ and shit ain't neutralized yet.
So I think the next level of the conversation is understanding a lot of motherfuckers gonna get locked up over that shit.
Yeah, but the federal
And
troops got to stand down. Wait, because what do you think is gonna happen? You think they're gonna go to LA and say fuck the LAPD? We'll clap y'all if y'all get in the way.
Well, Ted, that's my whole point. That's the disturbing part right there when you start declaring martial law on U.S. soil. That's my take on it. Who's the commander on the ground? I heard it was just one battalion, and I would really hate to think that that's who's going to be in charge. I think California may have a 1-star, 2-star general, and I saw shit where they weren't even logistically set.
GA, you know what I was always wondering? When he talked about, unleashing the Marines and shit, right? What's the military's role in saying, all right, nah, we not supposed to police US citizens? Like, can they say no? Or they just gotta pull up? Because we always hear that,
No,
the army, the military can't
no,
be
no, no, no,
used.
no. No, ain't nobody saying it can't be used, and that's my whole point of bringing that up. Is when you start putting them type of troops into an area, what's the threat? What's the rules of engagement? Because they have to plan and prepare for that. So it's real easy to go to somebody else's country, and there's agreements going in place. You have a status enforcement agreement. You have an escalation of force protocols. You have rules of
Right.
engagement. You have stuff that's pre-established before you even touch down in theaters. This is how we gonna
But
get
listen
down.
what I'm saying, GA. Like most of us who weren't in the military, right? We're under the belief that you can't use the military of the US on a civilian population in the US. Now,
Bro, he just deployed Marines on Los Angeles.
so
What are
this
you
is
talking
my
about?
point. So now I'm asking, what's the role of the military? Can they say no or not? Because niggas do believe that the military could say, no, we're not going to do this. This is against the Constitution. But this kind of looks like, now all that shit is out the window, my nigga.
Okay, let's backpedal. I can't remember who, but somebody said Insurrection Act. Under the insurrection, hey, it's an insurrection going on in California. So that's merit right there to deploy federal troops.
Yes.
Now, what their rules of engagement are, or how they going to conduct operations, whatever. I mean, at the very minimum, now you telling motherfuckers be in the house at 8 o'clock. Don't come out till 8 o'clock the next morning. That's the
Yeah,
type of
East
stuff
LA got
martial
a
law.
curfew.
Look, hey, give me a sec. I gotta handle something real quick.
So now it's a farce to believe that the US government can't move on the citizens. Like, it absolutely motherfucking can.
They're not moving on citizens. What do you mean?
They aren't yet, but they've been deployed. So I
That
agree with
is,
you. They haven't moved on the citizens yet. But if they do, right? Shit about the US military can't move on its citizens that shit goes out the window.
I disagree. They can't move on the citizens based on the Posse Comitatus Act. And I don't see this as a movement on the citizens. We don't even know that these are citizens.
But we don't know that they're not, right? Like,
we know they
should.
Wait. We know they waving Mexican flags in the middle of the motherfucking street.
No, that's true. But let's be real, Taz. It's me and you, right? You pull up at that protest, you grab the first motherfucker you see. 9 times out of 10, he's legal. I'm saying
let me make sure you understand the optics to this, Willie. Let's switch this around to like 7 years ago when everybody was talking about Russia. Let's say a Russian community in America, let's say in Chicago, that's got a nice sized Russian community. Do you think it would be looked at like this if these would have been Russians on top of a car burning that bitch up right in the middle?
Hell no. We would have ran down on them.
Russian flag. Come on, fam.
No, I think it would be different if you got state troopers or SWAT or somebody neutralizing some Russians versus some damn U.S. Marines or any type of federal troop.
I mean, I think the Marines was capped. Like, that's just Trump on some bullshit. But like I said, I do think you have to at least acknowledge the threat that's happening on your streets. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's where Trump gained the argument to say, well, fuck it, I'll take care of it. Because something happened.
But look, Taz, we can't say that it's just some bullshit because it's documented now. Like, it's historic. Donald Trump deployed the U.S. military in a civilian community, right? That's in the books now. Now, he hasn't green lighted them yet, but I'm saying if you're sending troops into that protest, right? 9 times out of 10, even when we watch that video of them little broads yelling at the black cop, right? You're probably gonna grab a bunch of citizens. So now, how the U.S. Constitution works, even if 99 of these niggas is illegals and I'm a citizen, if you're violating my rights, that's a problem. If you're violating them as the U.S. government. You get what I'm saying?
Right. So here's what's scary, right? So Dr. Mo says it's a precedent. Afro-Asiatic said precedents are set. But then if we're saying that, then we're forgetting Little Rock. We're forgetting JFK had to send troops because those governors didn't want to protect those people at that time.
Oh, so this is in the first.
Yes.
I don't think. Let me ask you: is it the difference between the? Because I thought the difference was that he actually sent the Marines.
He did, but he also federalized the Guard.
It's the U.S. military. It's whoever you send.
Well, the
but
Army,
but the Marines was. But I thought the National Guard was National Guard and the Marines is Marines.
They are true.
So I think the National Guard.
You're missing something. The National Guard is state militia. That's a state asset or resource. That they work for the governor, but the president can supersede, which he did when he federalized them.
Right.
But the difference is the U.S. military. When you're talking Marines, you're not talking National Guard.
They part of the same component, bro. Yes, we are. They get the same training. They have the same job skills.
I get that part, but what I'm saying is, as the average citizen right now, right? I'm a whole dummy. But our belief is that, yes, the National Guard has the right to step in and do certain things, but the U.S. military is never supposed to be weaponized against me. Right, the Army, the Navy, the Marines.
Wait. But that's what I'm saying. The governor, I mean, that's problematic. Anytime you ever seen these type of assets deployed on you, it's to do humanitarian stuff, hurricane relief, fire stuff. Hey, a few months ago, me and a brother got in an argument because I was at Katrina, and he got treated a certain type of way down there. But
yeah, and if one of them get hit with a rock or something, that shit could get ugly.
No,
But
no,
wait,
no, wait,
GA,
wait,
what
wait,
I'm
wait, wait,
asking
wait,
is
wait, wait,
it
How
a
wait.
many
That's
farce?
rocks you think
Hold
they
up,
gonna take?
GA, what I'm
no,
asking
no, no.
is it a farce to believe that the U.S. Army can't run down on me, that the Navy, that the Marines, that the Air Force can't run down on me, right? I do understand that the
Not with
National
Trump in
Guard,
office.
Is
I
that is that
understand that the,
is that a white person, Dan Steely? If so, then I have to stop
yeah, white, yo,
or
Taz,
something like
get out the comment section, Taz.
Yeah, that name sound white, but
I told him
that.
bring his bitch ass up here a long time ago. He ain't coming
All
up.
right,
well,
Pay
let's
that
let's
nigga no
close
mind.
up on this cracker right quick. Go ahead, fam.
Pay that cracker no mind. I'm
well,
sorry. I apologize.
all I'm saying is, yeah, you should have an expectation that the very forces that you fund are established to protect you should never run down on you. But that's why I say that shit gets tricky when you start deploying them type of resources on U.S. soil.
That's the
Martial law is
point.
different. So no. So all that damn First Amendment shit, I know my rights and all that under martial law. That shit goes. A lot of that shit goes out the window.
So just so I'm clear, GA, he's talking about deploying the Marines under martial law.
That is martial law. What I mean, what part are we
Damn.
missing, bro?
Oh no, I didn't know that, bro. You just put me on to something. And that changes everything. I get the
It
argument now.
okay, so no, you get a command that comes in. So California has they have elected officials all throughout, governors, mayors, city council, and all that. Area is declared what what was the term? Insurrection, area interest or whatever. So all the elected officials, they're subjected to that military commander on the ground in some type of way. If that commander say, I want these motherfuckers in the house at sundown and they can come back up at an hour
Niggas
after
gotta
sun
be in the
up.
house by sundown.
Yeah, the mayor ain't gonna do nothing but shut the fuck up. The governor not gonna do shit. The state trooper not gonna do shit. Excuse the
Yo,
language, but
yo,
that's how
nah,
severe it is.
I'm with you.
Do me
Yo,
a favor.
once
Do
I
me a
heard
favor.
insert,
You can share my screen
once
right
I heard
quick.
insurgents start getting thrown around, I was like, getting nasty, man, because that kills joke. You know what I mean? Insurgents, you can kill all of them. I don't know no insurgents. You know what I mean? Like, yeah.
So
Once the
and well,
okay.
insurgents, man, you don't want to start thinking about citizens as insurgents. But Taz, you made a great point about doing the civil rights, JFK, and they was deploying them National Guards troops. But them Jews was doing shit. They weapons weren't even loaded. You know, they was doing a show of force. Or and then how much flat did a political capital did those guys lose for deploying the National Guard?
But now wait,
Yeah,
my political
yeah,
question is like in LA, right? After King died, wasn't it wasn't Reagan the governor then? Right? But it was the governor that initiated, all right, we need this help. We need the National Guard. That's one of the fundamental discrepancies right now because Gavin Newsom is saying, we'll figure it out. It ain't that serious. And Trump is activated.
Yeah, he overrode his opinion or whatever, and he federalized those guys and he deployed them. Hell, they spray painting and assaulting the damn ice building. So
Yeah, niggas is wilding. Donald fucking Trump, yo. Like, what y'all don't understand is if you from New York or New Jersey, like, watching all this shit makes sense, but it don't make sense at the same time. I don't know how to explain it, but Donald fucking Trump.
well, let me ask y'all this: do y'all think it was more damage done in these this past week or whatever in Los Angeles than that was done at the Capitol on January 6th?
No,
No.
hell no.
I thought you were gonna go to the '94 riots, and I was gonna say hell no.
Well, the numbers don't even look like a 94 ride. To me,
Right.
the numbers didn't look that, but I mean, I just saw some man, that shit was kind of barbaric. You know, I know how it is when folks throwing rocks at you. And yeah, it ain't nice. And you can't respond like you want to respond.
Nigga, them Mexicans ran up on a black cop and said, fuck you, fuck your family, and fuck chitlins. Now, it was when they said chitlins that I was bothered, right?
No, that's crowd control. That's riot shit, man. That don't mean nothing. Bro had his face shield on and all that. Came with the job.
GA, the motherfucker said, fuck chitlins. I don't even eat chitlins no more. But I knew what they were saying. Like, that was crazy.
No, that's antagonistic stuff, man. That's motherfuckers throwing rocks at you is a whole lot different.
My son, Young Deity, would go into cardiac arrest if he ate a chitlin, nigga.
All right, so let's get into some cracker correction, right?
Okay.
So listen, white boy, when you come in here and test what I say, I'm gonna respond to you and I'm gonna give you a fact. So at 6:18, the cracker said Kennedy sent federal marshals. Okay, so what you were trying to contest was me saying Kennedy sent troops, right? So here we started in 1957 before Kennedy. U.S. troops enforced peace in Little Rock as 9 Negroes returned to their classes. They sent troops. Soldiers of the 327th Airborne Battle Group of the 101st Airborne Division set up a cordon around the school with bayonets fixed on their M1 rifles in battle dress, broke up small sullen knots of civilians as they formed. Obviously,
you little white bitch. I told you to get the fuck out of here. I'm sorry, Ted.
Obviously, their parents and shit was coming up to the school and they needed the National Guard to protect them kids from those parents. So yes, they sent in federal troops, right? But it gets better. Here's 1963 in Birmingham, where JFK sent federal troops to Birmingham. President Kennedy, sending military riot control units to bases near Birmingham, said this government will do whatever. Get that out the way. This government will do whatever must be done to preserve order, to protect the citizens, and to uphold the law of the he. Also directed that a proclamation and executive order be drafted so that he could order the Alabama National Guard into immediate federal service if violence erupts again. So this is not new. And let me give you one more example. The University of Mississippi. From September 30th to October 9th, 1962, JFK federalized the entire Mississippi National Guard in connection with the integration of the University of Mississippi. Okay, so again, you don't know what you're talking about, fam. He didn't just send no fucking people down there to talk. He sent troops multiple times. This ain't
He
the
damn
first.
sure did.
Who that? That's Dan Skelly?
I don't know, but hey,
Dan
but Taz,
Skelly, you little
no.
bitch.
Wait a minute, Taz, finish your thought, man, because do some good points. I got a couple questions about what you just mentioned.
Right, so I'm just afraid that the media is overplaying it because of what side they're on. They're not even telling the truth, fam. They're making it sound like Trump did some weird shit. No, if the governor don't act, the president can. End of conversation. It's not even, there's no the precedent was set already.
Yeah, no, it's his prerogative. Shout out to Bobby Brown. But hold on. But think about that timeline that you just put out there, and look at you said them guys says fixed bayonets in Arkansas. I just saw an article a few weeks ago about the little white girl that was yelling at the sister that was going to school in Arkansas. I cannot think of the governor of Alabama, but I do know Ross Burnett, and both of them I will piss on all.
That George Wallace.
Yeah, George Wallace. George Wallace, governor of Alabama. You know, he was hell bent on not his prestigious University of Alabama. But think of the sentiment that you got down federal troops down there telling them good white folks that no, you're not gonna mess with these black folks while they go to this school. And think about what happened. No, hear me out. I'm being a little facetious in my segue, but what happened after that? That Southern strategy kicked in because there was a lot of political capital Kennedy used because Milhouse came in and capitalized off of all that. Or am I being a little far-fetched?
I get where you're going, but then what's the argument? Should we not have them enforce
I'm all
the
in the chat.
abilities? Because I get where you're going, GA. But I'm
I'm
saying, what's
just
the argument then, right? Because of what's going to come after, should we not have them enforce
no,
their abilities?
no. My first question was, did the threat merit the choice to the option or the decision to deploy those troops? I get real antsy when Joker started talking about martial law in the military on U.S. soil.
I
That,
respect that.
you know,
I don't think we had a martial law conversation though. I think that's why I said, because like I said, I'm not part of no propaganda machine, bro. I agree it didn't warrant the threat, but where the problem becomes is the lies afterwards. People starting to say, well, yeah, this has never happened before. That's bullshit. And just right quick, Dr. Lamb, no, those governors didn't agree. George Wallace tried to block the doors so a black kid couldn't go to school. The
yeah,
response to that was the response was to send federal troops.
Federal troops. Yeah.
yeah. Yeah,
I mean,
George Wallace didn't agree, and Ross Burnett didn't agree neither at the University of
Mm.
Mississippi. I don't know who the governor of Arkansas was at the time, but
these
them
are
two
not
son of bitches.
arguments.
And it
These
was
are
federal
governments that
troops that got that girl out of school.
yeah, and so that's why I say again, it's just if the media presents it factually, I won't talk about it that way. But the media is outright lying. They're outright
Yeah,
lying.
I'm from Arkansas. I'm from Arkansas, and Governor Orville Farbos requested the National Guard to come escort those people. So that governor did agree.
So he deployed. Okay, I,
57.
Yes.
Okay, he agreed.
I
Well,
know
that's
Ross
why he used JFK because I know they didn't.
but they was at for Fort Campbell. Those was federal troops too, though. And I'm just saying that that was JFK used a lot of political. He used up a lot of political capital with those three events.
But the precedent has already been set because, like I said, me watching it, I'm feeling like the governor has to ask for these troops to come in. But a precedent has already been set where the president can override that shit.
Yeah, I mean he's been doing that all along, even with
Yeah,
during the last.
human rights were being violated. In
Wait,
in the
wait, nah. I'm glad I fact checked that shit. Watch this, young deity. In the Little Rock Nine case, Arkansas Governor Orville Faubus mobilized the Arkansas National Guard to prevent those 9 kids from going to that school. Eisenhower responded by federalizing the National Guard like the motherfucking goat said.
The fuck are you
That was a
talking about,
response.
Dev?
I was under the same
Quit
impression.
playing with Taz. There ain't a nigga out here y'all want to get up here on this shit with me, nigga. Fuck out of here. He mobilized them to stop them niggas from coming to the school. And again, the government, the president has the right to say, nah, let me send in some troops then. Only saying that to say all of this Trump shit is cap. They're lying to us. They're lying to us, fam. They lying to us. Fuck who
But
the Trump
no, wait.
lying to us.
What they lying about though, Taz? That's what I'm trying to get to.
They're saying Trump set a
That he's
precedent.
overstepping his
They're
boundaries.
saying that Trump doing something new, that he's overstepping his boundaries as a president. He's not.
Oh no, I wouldn't say it's new. I'm just saying is the threat there, and I don't think the threat's there. But
No, I agree though.
That's a
Again,
okay.
I'm not.
no, you said that, and I get your point. I
Yeah,
get
that
your
part
point.
I agree with. I just wish they would have. I wish they would have handled it differently, publicly. I think you know what I'm saying. It would be easy for me to make the argument that yeah, he full of shit. If they're on TV saying yeah, they doing a little too much, we're gonna start to calm some of this shit down. It's a lot happening here in LA, but we got it. They didn't say that, bro. They said nothing is happening. It's good. They just peacefully protesting. And like I said, bro, at the same time is that smoke picture with the smoke in the background and the Mexican waving the Mexican flag, standing on top of the car with the motherfucker burning in the background. No, bro.
Yeah,
It
but
looked
Taz,
bad.
that's when we got to deal with propaganda too, because in the construct of LA, right? That's not nothing they're scared of. They've seen a lot worse. You get what I'm saying? So
No, I agree. It's
if Newsom
propaganda.
is saying it's not really a problem, he might not be lying.
Now, I agree with propaganda, but I'm saying the problem is that it's happening and you're not acknowledging that it's happening. We see the nigga doing it. So at least be honest and say, okay, but just like 3 blocks, we got it. We got them boxed in. They ain't going nowhere. We got this under control. They didn't say that. They said nothing is happening. All this shit peaceful as this is happening. That is a lie, bro.
That's disingenuous.
Well, now I'm gonna play devil's advocate. Is it really a lie when the LAPD is militarized as much as they are? Like everything we've seen has been LAPD backing them down with what is it called, paintball guns and all of that, right? If he's saying we got it, is it really a lie?
Yeah, it's a lie. I saw, man. I saw about a dozen state troopers pinned on their bridge by folks throwing rocks, and they was a little hesitant to deploy the smoke, the tear gas, and the flashbangs. So I don't know if they was caught off guard or whatever, if they had orders, but
They were standing down, bro. They have been standing down for the first couple of days. And that's what I'm saying. The Mexicans turned up a little bit. You can call it agent provocateurs, whatever you want to call it. They start turning up. And instead of the message coming out of California's leadership as, okay, this is bad, this is a problem, it was they're just protesting. No, bro, we see it. Like I say, I was going to go over there myself, bro. No, fam. I saw what was going on. Why the fuck would I go into that? But if I listen to the mainstream media and believe what they saying, it would have been cool to go. Nah, bro, there's a lot going on, fam. It was way too much. Now, again, I ain't saying it crossed that line of sending the troops because ain't no buildings burning down. You know what I'm saying? If they really was like burning down buildings and shit was really cracking, then yeah.
94. Yeah.
But ain't no buildings burning and shit like that. It's incidents. It's just too many of them to ignore and say ain't nothing happened.
Okay, so let's tell the whole story about this Arkansas shit in 57, right?
Let's do it.
You ready for it? Okay, so initially he did fucking stand against the integration, right? Hell no, those black kids ain't getting into this fucking high school. So, but did he stand his fucking ground though? Or did Governor Faubus go to the goddamn president and say, hey, they not getting in. We need to come to a compromise. And then once Eisenhower told him what the deal was about enforcing the judgment, both of them agreed, okay, we'll let him in. And then when Governor Faubus returned, because Governor Faubus went to Eisenhower, it wasn't like Eisenhower added troops in without notifying him. The governor went to talk to Eisenhower first. That's what happened. And then Governor Faubus returned to Arkansas and said, okay, go ahead and let him in.
Yeah, this is after the fact, though. The fact is that when he defied a federal court order, the way to deal with that was to send troops. Because I didn't go into the after part. I'm not even going. There's nothing to disagree with that. But the origins, though, is kind of where we stayed at. Afterwards,
I agree. I agree.
Yeah. Because, like I said, the issue I think is presenting this as if Trump can't send federal troops, as if he can't federalize the National Guard, as if he can't do all of this shit. If the governor doing shit, he can. That's it. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, once you go into it, yeah, they worked it out. Which is why the troops end up leaving.
Okay, so we still have to show where that is warranted, though. I think that was Price's initial argument.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody can show that.
No, I mean, I'm gonna stand that. I think that was premature, but I mean that's a good argument. You know, you got motherfuckers on motorcycles and they doing the flag thing. So, and the optics being shaped by the media, even though we know POTUS gets high level intel briefs, but that's debatable.
I just know Trump is full of shit, bro, and he's going to take any window he can. And so when it comes to shit like that, yes, bro, you gave him a window. So I'm more so talking in terms of like a congressional hearing about him sending them. Yeah, fam, he gonna shit on y'all. That's
Yeah.
shit about that. We'll do it.
Yeah.
But the congressional hearing not gonna result much, and I think anything illegal that if anything was done illegal, then that commander of the California National Guard could have refuted that. I mean, he's not obligated to follow unlawful orders. So, I mean, yeah.
Now that was my question, right? Can the actual military pull the plug and say, this is not constitutional, I'm not gonna send my troops in there to do it?
That shit get complex, Willie, because they can get deployed for anything. He could have said, "Hey, man, just go there and stand by the area highway, put troops on every exit, and make sure put out fires. When they burn the cars, just put the fires out." We don't know what the details, what the rules of
So you don't
engagement
have to
was.
say it's suppression. I get you.
Yeah.
Nah, bro, they walked right into that one though. They played games with that story. They should have, like I said, they should have just acknowledged there was something going on in the streets of LA. They played the
No,
game.
well, I would say criticize the hell out of the media for just being disingenuous. But like I say, that's why a lot of folks don't, you got such distrust in the reporting now. But
I'm
But we're
saying
not
where
gonna
it
act like
becomes
motherfuckers haven't been
problematic.
waving no goddamn flags in the motherfucking streets of LA before last weekend and shit.
I'm saying where it becomes problematic is when the LAPD is armed for these things. If they're telling you, stand down, we got it, it's not that serious. And where LA's history, did the Donald really have the precedence, the right to kind of violate that? And I think we all agree that no, it wasn't that serious. So that's problematic
Yeah,
when
how
we
was she
talking
the
about
No,
the
one?
Senate hearing.
I'm saying if they're defaming federal property, that is a different argument. I'm not gonna sit up here and say there's no reason to look into investigation. Hey, that's you know what I'm saying. That is stepping across the line.
No,
This
but I'm
could
saying all
drag
of
out
us
into
would
something
agree.
bigger.
Everybody else would agree that it wasn't at a point where federal troops needed to be sent.
But wait, now hold
Go
on. But
ahead.
no, I can't give you that because okay, so Dev, with that acknowledgement, then you got to understand that this started with that. That if you understand that argument, then I got to remind you because you might not have been watching this shit Friday. The California police, every unit they had the chips out there. They had
LACD.
the county was out there, and then of course the local. Right, they weren't doing shit as they were defacing the building, as they're spraying up the ICE building and whatnot. They were not protecting the federal buildings, and so this is what opens up that door of, oh, you're not gonna protect the federal building? Well, I'll come protect it. They, like I said, that I just think they left that door open strategically. They fucked up because it's not just media. They really did do that though.
that's a good point. That's a real good point because that's like a rent-free tenant in your city, and then you're a sanctuary city, and the relationship is antagonistic. So yeah, so you ain't gonna protect my shit. So okay.
And that was Friday. Then they went back and did it again Saturday. You know what I'm saying? And what they was trying to, and I can't really say they was trying to do it because I mean I guess they could put forth a better effort. But what it appears is they was trying to get inside the ICE facility where they detaining the people at. That's the building they fucking with. The building where they taking the ICE detainees to. So they outside defacing the building, throwing shit at them, throwing the tear gas back at the officers and shit.
Hey, same shit. They doing the same shit out here. And the coon, I don't call him a coon, but the black chief, they got a black police chief out here that they just appointed, and he's like if he said I'll go to jail, like basically like I'll insert myself if Trump deploys he's talking like that type of. That's why I mean like we always he's a black American and all that, man. We always feel the plights of other people. Whether if it's the layman
I thought Gavin Newsom said that shit.
Political positions to chiefs, etc. No, the black police chief out here said he'll go to jail defending them damn immigrants. I'll pull it. Matter of fact, wait, hold that thought.
Crazy, bro.
Put the video up. I pulled the video up. Yep. Hold on. Sure did. Yep.
Now I do get the argument that if they're trying to raid a federal building, like now you niggas is insurgents. Now this could be classified however we
No,
want to
well,
classify. We can make you niggas terrorists.
it's a little deeper, Willie, because it's saying that hey, you're not using any of your resources to protect federal assets. So I'm a federalize your damn guard to protect it because that's why I heard that 200 or 300 guardsmen were deployed.
Yeah, because I mean, I can go to Fridays and show you that, right? You know what I'm saying? That where this shit started. This shit started last week in front of an ICE building, and again, me sitting here talking about doing content, nigga, I'm not finna go post up in front of no ICE building and record y'all spray painting that bitch. Hold on, fam. This shit looks good for content, right? I'm saying this before it even got here. This is last Friday. But once I seen, wait, fam, they are out there spray painting a goddamn ICE building. Yeah. This shit gonna get ugly. They throwing tear gas back at the ICE officers. Yeah, I'm not going. They ain't nobody gonna respect me as no media. They gonna say I'm out there protesting. Nah, nigga, I'm cool. that was Friday, bro. That was the start of this shit. And again, at least acknowledge that part is happening. Yeah. And they didn't. Saturday starts. You know what I'm saying? Same little shit, just a little scuffles and shit in front of the ICE building. But now it starts to leak out in other neighborhoods, and ain't nobody saying this shit happening. I saw that shit happening Friday night, though, bro. No, you cannot spray paint the ICE building, bro. I don't agree with that, fam. I don't agree. I don't agree with that.
And now it's going from city to city, so yeah.
Yeah, the mayor of Spokane, Washington put Spokane under curfew last night from 8 p.m. to 7 a.m. I think.
That's crazy. Spokane.
Every major city east of the Mississippi River will be doing anti-ICE protests Saturday.
Oh
at
man,
least 50 different cities in
GQ,
every
you
single
better
state.
not let nothing happen to Sis in the Chi-Town, man.
Ain't that
She
the
was just
same
trying
day
to get
you
to
had
work.
this MAGA extravaganza?
Yes.
what Flag Day?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Well,
So
I'm quite
Atlanta, Miami, Jacksonville, Memphis, Nashville, Louisville, Kentucky, all Ohio, Cincinnati, Dayton, Indianapolis, Chicago, Pennsylvania, Pittsburgh, Philly, West Virginia, all that, Charlotte, Charleston, Birmingham, Jackson, Little Rock,
I said
all that.
man. I knew this shit was gonna be like that, though. I'm just not surprised. I mean, again, when you get to moments like this is how shit was 2 years ago, bro. When you know what I'm saying, when motherfuckers start protesting, other cities joined in. So I'm not surprised at all.
Hey, Dad, can you share my screen real quick, please?
But I think you're gonna see some niggas out there this weekend, though.
Yeah, they're gonna get dragged in. Yeah.
I think niggas gonna be out there this weekend. That's the bad part.
man, Joker's better. But they starting the June 2 celebration here in Texas, man. They about a week out. That's what they doing over here. They need to be getting yeah.
Them events that's planned for Juneteenth is going to be dependent upon these protests. I'm telling you what's going to be the bigger event.
I don't know,
Motherfuckers is
Dad.
going to spike up.
I hate that, damn.
It's already juiced the fuck up. You seen how it went, how it's going in Los Angeles. So transcend that on how it transcended from Minneapolis, Minnesota in 2020 to the rest of not just this country, but the rest of the fucking planet Earth.
No, we can't get. I hope we don't get distracted, man. Joker's been doing good.
Well, I mean, speaking of the planet Earth, I did see an article earlier about a immigration protest and uprising in Ireland.
Yep. There was another country too where they was protesting immigration. I think it was Kenya.
Ireland deporting people too?
Nah, that shit been up in Europe. In Europe, that shit been up since the summertime, and they've been wilding.
Who they deporting out of Ireland?
Africans and Arabs.
Okay.
Yeah, that's crazy. I'm just saying, we here now, man. I think the media part of it is the scariest part, though, because if the message is going out one way and we ain't doing that extra layer of research, we only getting that shit one-sided, so we getting, the propaganda only. I said, again, I was going to go. I just said, I'm not going to go.
Chaz, I was like, oh, no, Donald Trump is wilding. You can't be locking up Mexican senators. All this shit is crazy. They had me.
Yeah, in your town, Taz, I think it's gonna be at 333 Las Vegas Boulevard, between 11 a.m. and 2 p.m.
Oh no, they snatched some niggas up last night out here. Some motherfuckers out here protesting this shit.
Yeah,
they got it cracking last night. Got the festivities started, but they ain't playing. See, that's why I say, like, motherfuckers worried about the National Guard. Niggas don't see the real play, because nigga, they pulled out that National Guard shit here in Vegas. They don't need no motherfucking National Guard, nigga. They already got militarized shit.
Yeah.
They already got tank looking shit that they all, you know what I mean? Like, ain't no worries. They good.
Now that was my argument. But wait, Taz, that was my argument for Gavin Newsom. If he's saying it's not that serious, because we got tanks, we got paintball guns, we got everything we need to squash this rebellion.
Yeah, I see what's going on in Milwaukee.
I mean, I get that when the Mexican niggas waving his flag and it's nothing but smoke in the background. I saw that. But I also know LA is militarized.
But Willie, look what I'm telling you though, bro. This is what I'm telling you. This is where the rubber is gonna meet the road next weekend. Camille says y'all are just emotionally invested. Camille fights for DEI. Imagine the intersection. Camille fights for DEI, but has the audacity to say that I'm emotionally invested in how this group is being presented to the rest of the world. I can't wait, man. I don't understand. I don't understand y'all black people.
No, I mean, what group we talking about? You talking about the protesters or the?
I'm talking about every last one of these people that black folks are saying stand down for now. They ain't saying stand down for them in these conversations about fighting for benefits with them. They want to stand right next to them and fight for benefits from the federal government. That's what DEI is.
Oh.
Niggas can't wait to line up and fight the federal government for benefits with some crackers or with some illegals or with some fucking Mexicans. But now today is stand down, guys. We're not fighting with I can't wait. Oh, I can't wait.
But
Man,
that shows the power.
Yeah.
That shows that shows the actual power that we do have, because when they change their argument like that, they're just falling in line. But yeah, I'm gonna be rolled up. I'm gonna have my snacks ready.
Man, we are watching a literal disrespect for our intellect. Yeah. We are watching it because if we can watch these people they was throwing shit off the goddamn bridge into police cars, cracking their windshields and shit. Bro, you mean to tell me that ain't enough to start rounding shit up and beating motherfuckers with batons and shit?
No, but they could have put some non-lethals out, because clearly they had smoke. They had I don't know what.
They dropping, bro, motherfuckers getting 30 years, the death penalty for that type of shit. I'll pull up a case right now of some people dropping a rock from a goddamn overpass into somebody's car. People go to prison forever for that shit.
No, I get that. I get that. You don't do that off the highway or whatever, but those are professionals.
And got us.
Those are professionals. Well, I don't even want to bring us into that because I don't think the numbers were as high as with Ramon Arbery. I mean, they literally blocked I-85 in Georgia when shit went down, and I know they did block a highway in California. I guess there was I-5. I don't know, but the numbers just don't look there. Even during George Floyd, the numbers don't, much
Nah,
lower numbers.
they ain't got the numbers, but they damn sure got the violence and the issue. You know what I'm saying? But nah, it ain't as many people, but it's as many issues. I say once you start attacking police cars, burning shit up and all that shit, yeah, fam, you are literally talking about a riot. And
No,
so
I'm not.
they're making excuses.
No, I'm not making no excuses for that. But I'm just wondering why them damn state troopers ain't neutralized that. And I ain't seen no M raps. LA got M raps too.
They stood down. They were standing down.
Yeah.
That's what's scary about this shit, bro. It's like I say, just trying to understand how are people looking at it. If the local police are being told to stand down and just time in the same place where black people were immediately criminalized after the George Floyd, because I was talking about yesterday and showing where this same Gavin Newsom sent the National Guard immediately.
Yep.
He wait
Sure
when it was.
did.
There was no question about sending the National Guard. He sent them. So again, we're criminalized and they aren't. That's what makes this an issue for black people. But we don't want to deal with it because we want to go back to them being our friends in the next conversation. These the
Well, we
same
gonna see.
that ran them niggas out of LA, firebombing their houses and all type of shit. I could spend an hour doing a presentation on multiple incidents where those gang members in LA were terrorizing innocent people who weren't even in gangs. Now that whole community is flipped because of a black flight. They ran from those fucking Latinos and their terrorism. And now you sit up with them and play DEI games, calling
Hey,
yourself.
you talking about Compton? I remember seeing some stories
Unalive
about
all
that.
blacks, and they were banging on civilians. Word, niggas moved
Yeah.
communities. That's why one thing I noticed was for me, it was good that the epicenter of all this shit was in LA because of their politics, right? You weren't gonna find black people being as liberal as they might have been in another city. You get what I'm saying? Like you might see something different going forward when this shit goes to Atlanta, New York, Chicago, right? But in LA, nah, them niggas on their own. And I don't think that would have happened most other places. I think literally their local politics determined that. It was a real thing. Black people ain't fucking with that shit.
No, wait a minute, Willie. I mean, I think this is gonna be the ultimate test, though, man. Is this thing going to eclipse Juneteenth?
You're right.
Man, that shit
What you
already
mean?
eclipsed Juneteenth, man.
Is this event? I mean, we talking about. I just said Joker's here planning. They already planning to start celebrating Juneteenth this weekend, just because it falls on Thursday next
Man, I
week.
don't give a fuck about Juneteenth. I think we should
What?
actually, I think we should actually try to hide that shit.
You heard
That
him
we
say
had to
it.
go
No,
get,
no. But
that we had to
wait.
go get a bunch of niggas off the
Man, your own
plantation who
phone,
are
brother.
already free.
Wait. No. I agree
Crazy.
with that sentiment, man. I agree with that sentiment, man. But just being here around it, I didn't learn about Juneteenth until like 1997.
I'm just saying I was never a
But
fan of that
I learned about
Juneteenth shit.
Juneteenth as
no,
a baby. Juneteenth
but
and Kwanzaa. My grandma.
but think about it, Taz. Okay, in Mississippi, guess what? It's 8th of May Day. That's when the general he came through Mississippi and told the jokers in Southern Mississippi that hey,
Yeah,
y'all
And
Emancipation.
I
free.
think it was a
Yeah.
7 year difference.
Wait, y'all call it Freedom Day, right?
Right.
Yeah, what they call it, they say 8th of May Day, Freedom Day, but I'm
Yeah,
just saying, I just never heard of a damn Juneteenth until
right, because
I
that's the
was
representation for Galveston. And that,
exactly.
which is,
I'm
again,
not excited about celebrating that we had to drag a bunch of niggas off the plantation
No, Willie,
that
I get,
under
I
the
get.
Constitution were already free.
I
I
get
just
that
don't want to
sentiment,
celebrate that.
man, but that shit means so much here to motherfuckers here in Texas, man.
Oh,
You'll be
I
surprised.
get it.
the historical implications of it is bigger than that, though, because they didn't know they were free. They had to.
Exactly.
They had to be physically free. They
If
didn't
them
know.
motherfuckers was trying to run, Taz, they would have knew they was free. They only had to get 2 states over if they was trying to run. But I'm not gonna
Bro,
put that on my people.
you know how isolated motherfuckers in Galveston, Texas was?
Nah, I get it. I get it. And that's why I say I'm an asshole for viewing it that way from my privileged position that
No, I
stood
get
on
it.
their shoulders.
I had that same sentiment though. I was like, damn. I mean, I don't even know how to feel about that. But I mean, that means a lot here, man. And I just want to see if Joker's gonna be distracted by this.
It just fucked me up a little bit, GA, that we're celebrating a day that we had to go drag niggas off the plantation that didn't know they were free.
But that's not even really that history. A lot of that history is that them former slave and plantation owners wasn't even there no more because they had went and fought in the Civil War. A lot of them was just still there. A lot of the black people was just still there on those plantations and didn't even know they could leave. That's the
Exactly.
like because think about it,
So they weren't slaves at
if
that
you
point.
just randomly leave, you don't know what's going on in the outside world. You can still get snatched up and thinking that you're gonna get put on another plantation. You don't know what's going on the outside world. So they needed somebody to come in and tell them that they're free.
You know, they got bits and pieces of information, but they ain't have Instagram or social media. You know,
I hate when you niggas give me a different perspective on some shit.
no, that's context of the times, bro. That's just saying, because I got a partner,
It
his
ain't
family's.
different. It's actually what happened, man. What's
Nah,
wrong
bro.
with you?
Dev, please leave me alone. It's been a
No,
good
I,
bill.
I I I get
It's
that
been a
sentiment
good
though,
bill.
man. I felt some type of way about that though, man. I'm like, damn, June.
So
I
Jihad
mean,
says it confuses me because you have people like Harriet Tubman who was able to coordinate shit across states, but the whole state of Texas didn't know they was free yet. So think about it like this: people started getting freed though in 1863. Okay, so I mean that should tell you how much time it took to go through the southern states and free people. That's why everybody's Emancipation Day is different.
Exactly.
It
You
took
hit the whole. No, go ahead, bro. My bad. My bad. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying it took time to go through and physically free those people. You almost, and like I said, I give credence to that United States Army for doing that. They physically went to these places and made sure people were free. They had to though to make sure their enemy was gone. So I just don't. I get what Willie's saying, but I think in terms of the understanding of that history, we should juxtapose it from 1863 and show it took 2 years to
Damn.
free everybody.
It
Damn, my
did.
nigga.
It
Yeah.
did. I don't know if you even remember me asking about the contraband camps. It's up there in Virginia where it started up there in the Hampton Roads area in the Roanoke Rapids area of Virginia. You know, I even got a partner. His family said history is from South Carolina, and they said that the malaria and stuff was so. The slaves had more liberty because the white masters just couldn't handle the swamps and marshes of South Carolina, so they may show up once or twice a week. And just as you start going further along that southeast coast in the Gulf Coast region, the slaves was under more control and more watch and more supervision, for lack of a better term. So yeah, it took a minute.
Yeah, I say
yeah,
being
just
from
like Brown
Harlem.
versus Board of Education. Shit, motherfucking
Being from
schools said,
Harlem.
the schools in motherfucking Kansas didn't even integrate, let alone the rest of the country. Same thing with civil rights. Did motherfucking civil rights right after Lyndon B. Johnson signed the motherfucker, was motherfuckers automatically following the goddamn law? Nah.
Being from Harlem and my daddy being from Baltimore, right? Like, I do think I kind of bang on the South, you know what I mean, in terms of history. But when it's put in terms of a different context, I'm like, all right, I can understand that.
Yeah, Willie, you gotta
No, we
understand
cool
that.
with it because we used to fight motherfuckers out in the open on the
Cause you know,
motherfucking streets.
Harriet
That's
from
all.
Baltimore. You know what I mean?
Huh?
So
Well, Harris was up and down the East Coast, wasn't she?
now, but Harriet from Baltimore. She served in a
Oh well,
plantation
okay.
in
I
Maryland.
got you.
Right.
I got
You know
you.
what I mean?
Okay.
So I always hold on to that rebellious spirit. And you know, everybody love to bang on city niggas in New York in particular. So I be looking to respond to that, and I be banging through history. But looking at that whole how the U.S. Army, because I didn't know those things, that they had to go through those different areas and let those people on the plantation know. Now you free now. Yeah, I can look at it in a different perspective. You know what I mean?
And they still didn't let that shit go. I mean,
Yeah,
that's
especially after they motherfuckers got returned their fucking land back.
exactly the whole Daughters of Confederacy and all that shit. The lost cause, the South
It
will rise again. Come on, bro.
it was even worse than fucking slavery. At least during slavery time, it wasn't pressing to be in the environment because
Nigga,
everybody
we
was
was free.
because
You talk
it
all
was
that South shit. My people ran to Harlem, nigga. We was free. We created Small's Paradise, nigga.
Oh, Willie, man, stop, man. I mean, you're not looking at the context of history, man. How the first two states to secede from the Union was the last two states to let that damn rebel flag stop flying over their
Nah,
capital.
GA, me and Dev just be beefing. Don't pay me no mind.
Okay. But yeah, I'm gonna see then. I'm gonna see if we take the bait. If we get distracted this next week, then I'll be listening.
Who got the keys? Can somebody share my screen, please?
This was a good one this evening, man. This was a good belt.
You there, Dev?
go ahead.
Appreciate it. This is the Seattle Police Chief I was just telling y'all about. Let me see.
$120,000 payload payday is your shot at a new Chevy Silverado.
Yeah, next time just put
478
that.
people
Just
have
play
been
it
arrested
from
over the
there.
last 4 days. California Governor Gavin Newsom is urging protesters to stay peaceful. He also filed an emergency federal court order to try and block National Guard troops and Marines from engaging in immigration raids in LA.
Trump is pulling a military dragnet
That was a
all
lie.
across Los Angeles, well beyond his stated intent to just go after violent and serious criminals. His agents are arresting dishwashers, gardeners, day laborers, and seamstresses.
Just outside of LA, more Marines are ready to enter the city if needed as the protests continue. And Texas deployed its National Guard to San Antonio in anticipation of protests planned for today and Saturday. Texas Governor Greg Abbott said they will arrest anyone who hurts someone or damages property.
And protests also happening in our state. Protesters in Seattle clashed with police last night as they tried to stop people from being taken to the Northwest ICE Processing Center. It happened near the federal building in downtown. Police used what looks like pepper spray and non-lethal rounds to disperse the crowd. Protesters tried to prevent ICE from detaining people awaiting immigration hearings by piling lime bikes and scooters at the entrances to prevent people from exiting the building. Those bikes have been removed, and it appears to be much quieter in the area this morning. And while the protests here weren't as destructive as those in Los Angeles, Seattle Police Chief Sean Barnes was asked how he would handle the situation if President Trump deployed the military to our city, and Barnes said he would probably go to jail.
I will do everything in my power, I want to be clear, to protect anyone in Seattle from anyone who comes to this city with the intention to hurt them or inhibit their First Amendment rights. And what that means is, at some point, I will probably go to jail and be in prison.
Barnes said he expects to be jailed because a federal judge was recently arrested in Wisconsin, and President Trump is threatening to jail Governor Newsom in California. His comments were made during a confirmation.
Wow.
Hey, peace, y'all.
Peace, peace.
Dr. Lamb.
What's up, Dr. Mo?
I want.
What's up, Miss Mo?
I wanted to. Hey, y'all. I appreciate you guys' knowledge over historical events, and I wanted to share since Q is raising money for the school, this would be a good time for you guys to put together a digital um, science tourism project. There's a lot of funding out there for revolutionary historical tourism type Civil War and Daughters of Confederate Heritage, Freedom Day, you name it. There's grants all over the place. So with you guys' knowledge, it's just a matter of putting a timeline together, running a tour, and it could help his cause.
Dr. Mo, did you ever see my email?
Man, I ain't see no email.
No.
You ask me that every time.
You know what?
No,
Send it to
hey,
me
So what you
again.
talking about, Dr. Lamb? Dr.
I'm
You
gonna
talking
go
about
look.
a physical building or some sort
No,
of portable
oh
exhibit
it
type of situation?
it could be a bus tour. It could be a walking tour. It could be digitized. It could be exhibits. It could be educational workshops. So, give you an example. I think I shared this before. You know, we just had the Gullah Festival in May, and we did 200. We applied for the 250th anniversary grant, and we did the Gullah contribution to the Revolutionary time period, which was 1775 to 1783. And we did a tour, a 2 hour tour of historical events that happened in Beaufort during that time. And we used the activities of blacksmith, indigo, and I think rice farming. Yep. And it was a 8 hour event, 2 hours of tourism, an hour for lunch, and the rest was workshops. And it was about 69,000 awarded. So what I'm saying is that if you look up, if you just look up New York 250th anniversary or tourism grants in New York or historical tourism grants or but a lot of it right now is centered around because we had our 250th year in 2026. So you'll see and it's based on your idea what can you come up with. So every state have a different stance. In Carolinas, we had to contact the committee person. So you could digitize it, being that it's a STEM school, you could do something digital and map it out where it's part of a website.
Institute.
You could do something on the ground. You could they have those 3D printers. You could create, get creative. You guys are very knowledgeable. So with True Story and
Mo,
put together for me, I'm getting ready to do something with pottery because we have an African American guy here who was really good with pottery during that time and made a lot of contribution. Yes.
Miss Mo, so you say something digital. What you talking about? Like somebody go down on the ground and do shoot video of
Yeah.
exhibits?
So so an example would be um if you lay out use ChatGPT. If you lay out historical areas, or you got to put in the dates because you don't want something to fall out the dates, right? You could do a historic accounts, landmarkers, and you could use a website and have it the QR codes, right? Let's say you want to do it for the whole state of New York, but you definitely don't want to tour the whole state, right? The QR code, the digitized one would be where you would have it on the website, and each area you could QR code it, right? So one of the ideas that True Story gave me was to say, okay, you can set up QR codes all over the city, and when you take that tour, you can have people click the QR code while the tour guide is actually sharing the information, and the tour guide is going to take them to more educational accounts of that location.
That's
I'm
not a
sorry,
bad
I said that
idea.
wrong. The QR code is gonna when they click the QR code, the website is gonna share the historical accounts of those areas. And so my walking tour has I think eight sites, right? And now being that I'm a vet, I'm using the women veteran contributions, and the women who could not enroll but took the medical roles and things of that nature. So I'm kind of spinning it a little bit. So when you look it up, I mean, you guys already have the knowledge in your head. So some of the
Oh, no,
stuff that
no,
you know, you're
but
not
wait a
gonna see.
minute.
Dr. Mo,
I'm
please
Hmm?
check your email right now.
Okay.
Check it right now.
but wait, well,
This
check the
fucking.
email and come back, Mo, because I got a question. Are you talking
I'm gonna get on
about
my
an
iPad. Go
exhibit?
ahead.
So are you talking about a set up a virtual tour on an independent website? Or are you talking about set up a virtual tour at a already museum or something?
You could do either or. You know, websites are free these days. So you could set one up that captures historical data, right? It could link to where the history is. So for example, oh, you know what? Let's use what y'all just talked about.
No, let's
Was
just
it
keep it simple.
Arkansas?
No, no. Hey man, give it to
Yeah,
me
I know
like
I'm
I'm
trying to
seven.
keep it
Give it
simple.
to me like I'm
Give it to
seven.
you like you're
Yeah.
7. All right. So you identify an area in history that happened during, let's say, 1776, right? Independence, right? You identify a historical fact that happened. You go to the website, you look up everything that you want to relate to that was significant, and you place your links. Just like if you would just, it would be a picture, you put maybe a caption, maybe you have a link, maybe you can link it to one of the museums that has more information. So every time that tour bus stop and you that tour guide speak of that location, there's going to be a QR code that's going to take that audience that gives them more details
Okay.
about that
Okay.
event.
I got so you talking about a real on ground tour. So I'm on site. I'm on the actual site and I got
Hmm.
stuff already. Okay, write-ups is like
Right.
geotags. Okay.
Yes, geotags. And or you could do it so if you're doing a let's say you wanted to do all digital, right? So we have so much content on the internet, it would be a matter of you being creative and walking that through from like a 360 type of deal, or you could use have you ever been on Canva? On Canva, you could put a slide, you could put a slideshow together that's audio,
And
that's video. Yeah, and it'll run like it'll. So, for example, right? I had this lady. She came down and did some stuff on food insecurity, but what she did with her slideshow, she had her verbal information. She spoke, then she would cue me to click, and when I would click, this video would pop up, and it would be like this whole historical content come up, and then the video would stop, and then she would speak again, and then she would cue me again, and then another, it would go, it would kind of lead
Yeah,
into it.
Canva is mean.
Yeah.
So like, let
But
me ask you this though, because you say this, you got something because of a veteran. So what about like
no,
who
no, no, no,
can
wait,
actually
no, no,
do that?
no, I didn't get it because I was a veteran. I said I was creating my tour based on veterans contributions. You
No,
can
no, no.
create
I'm
a
talking
tour.
about
Oh,
no, Dr. Mo. I'm talking about when you were saying the money you tapped into.
oh, gotcha.
So
Okay,
my
so
so
the
my question is because what I don't really ever understand about this is, so can any person just go apply for it?
any eligible organization, let me say that. So we 501c3, we applied. Any government or entity, 501c3, town or municipality, things of that nature. So what I've told some people who may not have an organization or may not be affiliated with one, but if you are cool with like an educator, partner with them. You do the tour, they bring you in, they pay you to do the tour piece of it, and then they take care of the rest. So the Gullah Festival is a 501c3, so we put the tour together separate from the festival because it couldn't be on the same day because it couldn't cross. So we did it a day before, and we brought out educators um from Morehouse and Clark Atlanta, and we had a guy who slept in. He goes around to plantations and slave houses and things of that nature. And he's the one that gave the tour. So you could be, if you don't have if you don't have a 501c3, or you're not affiliated with someone that has one, then the idea would be to either uh find out who do, or partner with an educator, like someone who's a teacher or a professor at a university, and do it that way. So like right now, Atlantic Beach, South Carolina, the black owned beach near Murder Beach, the mayor, he's getting ready to do an event in August, and somebody told him to reach out to us. So him and I are getting ready to partner and do some type of tourism grant as it relates to that historical African beach, because they've
Wait,
gotten.
wait,
Yeah.
Mo.
What?
Where's the black on beach near Murder Beach?
Atlantic City Beach.
Yeah, I did a
Yeah,
look
this is
up.
my first time hearing it too. Have you look it up?
I
Look it up.
never heard of it. I
Up on
mean,
This
so you can
is
find my
Yeah, this is my first time hearing about it. When they said it, I said, "Well, what's an Atlantic City, South Carolina?" And when I looked it up, sure enough, yep, there's a black-owned beach near Murder Beach.
so south, like towards
Uh,
Charleston, or north
uh,
towards.
hold on. It's hold on, hold up. Let's see. It is. It's known as the Black Pearl, a historical African American community founded in 1930s seaside retreat. Let me see what side of it.
Oh, it
It's
gotta be
called
south.
Yeah, it's called the town of Atlantic Beach. So it's a municipal, and it's a historic it's just been declared an historical African American community. And they got a black governor now. I mean, I'm sorry, a black mayor, and he's young. He's getting his feet wet, so he's interested in all type of ideas, and he's about to do a Gullah Geechee festival, and he's looking for funding. So I just put him on to these tourism grants, because what happened when it first came out, it was the 250th anniversary revolutionary grants. And so as that date approaches, they switch, looks like they kind of shift the funding, and I started seeing things like Daughters of Confederate uh under the 250th independence, um Freedom Day.
Wait a
It's a lot
minute.
of.
Now, how they get
Mhm.
their raggedy ass in there then?
Now, is this the
Hey,
semi-centennial? Is
yes,
it that one?
yes, yes. Look under that one. That could be one. So you'll either see that one. You'll see the 250. You'll see Independence, and you may even see some civil rights.
Yeah, yeah. I see civil rights,
Hmm.
semi-quincennial,
Hmm.
historic revitalization,
Hmm.
HBCU grant program, Save America's Treasures,
Hmm.
underrepresented community grant program, and tribal preservation,
Look,
something like
look. Also look. You could look for historical tourism, or cultural, or heritage. Those are the keyword. Those are buzzwords as well.
so these ain't being affected by like DEI and shit like that.
Well, when you
Oh
read them,
no,
no,
we.
see, no,
Being
remember,
affected by getting rid of DE,
yeah,
attacking DEI.
no,
Bruh,
don't
so
do
I
that.
guess my
Don't do
question.
that,
No,
cause
no,
Domo
no, no,
came.
no. Hey,
Nah,
don't, yeah, don't try to do
I'm
no
chilling. I'm
commercial
chilling.
around
I'm
there.
chilling. I'm chilling. I'm
No,
Oh,
chilling.
no, no.
I'm chilling.
What's your
hold
question?
Please.
up, hold on,
I'm
before
chilling.
y'all do that. Hold on, before y'all do that, cause I'm gonna let y'all have
I'm
that in a
chilling.
second. So look,
No, I'm chilling.
so the historical, cultural, and heritage idea of sharing education is different, because if you read through them, you'll see how, because they named them, is not underserved and minority and things of that nature, because they're saying historical cultural preservation, and they're putting it under the banner of
Landmark.
basically celebrating the 250 years of America being, independent and things of that nature. It just has a different light.
No,
It's
but
not.
Historical landmark, kind of.
no, but
Hmm.
wait. Hold on, Ms. Mo, because what you talking about, this area got great significance. Because we was just talking
Hmm.
about the sister whose family owned land out there post Civil War, and they was
Hmm.
trying to take her land. So
Hmm.
I'm trying to get agree. Is
Oh, that
this
was
black?
near Hilton Head.
But that's okay. So that's south of Myrtle
That was on
Beach.
the other side. No, no, no. Hilton Head is near Savannah. That's near Georgia.
Okay, that's
She,
south of Myrtle Beach.
yeah, but Murder Beach is a little further up though. It's like at least two,
It's north,
three.
but
No, it's Murder Beach is 3 hours from me, and I'm 2.5 hours from Hilton Head, so that's at least a 5 hour difference. But you're right though.
but
It's all on
they
the coast. You're all right.
yeah,
All on.
that's what I'm getting at. So I'm just
Yeah.
okay. So Myrtle Beach, you said Myrtle Beach. What's the
Yeah.
Charleston? Because
Oh,
you still
Charleston,
got
Beaufort.
no, yeah, Charleston and Beaufort. What's the
Hmm.
proximity of Charleston and Beaufort? Because it's
An hour and a
black
half. Yeah,
black folks
hour
is
and a
doing
half.
so. No, I'm talking about this Black Beach community because that's highway what 13, 17. Which one is it? 17?
17 is towards Savannah, and then 378, 601. I forgot the back road. You might
Okay,
be. It
I'm
might be
just
right.
trying to.
17 might run all the way up.
Yeah, it got to be 17. So it's Myrtle Beach down
Right.
to Charleston, and this black community is somewhere between
And
Charleston and Myrtle Beach.
Beaufort.
Okay,
Yes.
okay.
Yes. So yeah. Now that's for him, but um tourism, I wanted to share that with you all because I'm like listening to you. I mean, I know we're talking about the troops and Donald Trump and all that, but I'm listening to y'all kick the history, and I'm like, shit, this is the perfect time for you to get some tourism money and not have to be obligated to a whole programmatic deal. This is like a one-time
Yeah.
thing. You know,
Yeah.
you can
So
highlight how
Bible.
African Americans, yeah, you could highlight how African Americans contribution to STEM during that time and make it relate to it, because I know a lot of times when I say something about grants, they'll be like, well, it don't relate to this. I'm like, yes it do. Think about what you do
So
and how it.
when you talking about that corridor, you're talking about Bluffton, South Carolina, and yeah, there were a
Yep.
lot of blacks involved in building schools and stuff out there, right outside of
Yes,
Hilton Head.
school.
Yep.
But
So you just gave
what?
her another idea. School.
But
Go ahead.
it's a lot of families that still own all their land out there in that coastal area,
Nah, we
and
sold it.
Yeah.
no,
Nah, we
no,
still got
no,
We
some.
no, they
sold it.
ain't.
Not all of
I'm
it.
we
telling
st-
you,
Yeah,
nigga. I
we still got.
sold
no,
it.
no, stop, Willie. You
Yeah, we
tweaking
still
right
got
now, bro.
some.
Cause my
I ain't
battle,
talking about the whole area, but I'm talking about in terms of
Mhm.
Bluffton, South Carolina, right? Just to use that as an
You
example. Right
you know
no,
what
outside of
get
Hilton.
you know
That's
what
Hold
not
on,
gets
right
what
outside
us?
of
that's what you
Hilton
talking about.
Head. Right
Yeah, he
outside of
talking about
Hilton
the
Head is
tourist
Bluffton,
piece.
South
Yeah.
Carolina, right? Bluffton used to be an all black town, right? Right now, it's
Yeah,
literally
they
in the
took it.
Forbes magazine
It's
as one of
true.
the top places to retire.
To
Why?
visit. Yeah.
Because South Carolina has amazing tax
Yeah.
benefits, right? And also, they have a lot of doctors out there, doctors in golfing, right? Hilton Head Island got so like built upon that the island was sinking. So then they started to move over to Bluffton. Now, how it
Mm-hmm.
really played out, like 60s, 50s, all of that, Hilton Head was all white. Bluffton was the black town
Black side.
that
Mm-hmm.
serviced Hilton Head. Bluffton, where my people's from. So when you think of Michael C. Riley Elementary School, yeah, that's my I think two greats, great granddaddy. You know what I mean?
and you
Tony.
telling us all this to tell us what, bro? Because I'm gonna tell you something totally different. What you saying? That them little raggedy ass island don't nobody want. Black families still own that shit out there.
Yeah.
I think when you come out there, you'll find a very different dynamic. Like, I used to go out there every single summer, right, from New York City, right, and I love Bluffton, South Carolina. I held on to that property for about. I held on to that property for 12 years. You know what I mean? I
Where
really
exactly
didn't
is
want to
Bluffton,
sell it.
bro? Wait,
Right
how
outside
far
of
is it?
Buford.
No, no, okay. Wait, no. Let's go and put this in context since we here. How far is that from the Georgia state line, the
Oh, it's
Georgia
right.
border?
It's right there.
Not far. We talking, yeah,
Couple
30
minutes,
minutes. 30 minutes. You
if
in
that.
Okay,
Savannah?
okay. So you 30 minutes off the border. So all them people north of you, they don't still have their family's land, is what I hear you saying.
Nah, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. But I'm saying when you get down there, right? Like I could only speak for that one individual town, Bluffton. I know this for a fact, right? A lot
Right.
of the people who did own that land passed away. Unfortunately, they left that land to niggas like me in
Heirs
New York
property,
who
not
who
properly
didn't
deeded.
have that attachment to the land, so we sold it. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
No, you
Okay.
ain't know what
That's
to
the
do with it.
reality.
Yeah,
You
Yeah,
man.
you
surrendered.
seem like
Yeah.
that type of nigga, Willie. I ain't even gonna lie to
Yeah.
you.
Yeah,
You seem like the
Yep.
type
straight
of
up.
nigga.
No, I'm
I'm
just being
trying to tell you,
honest.
bro.
Seem like that type of
No,
nigga.
and we
Shut your
appreciate your
goofy ass
honesty and your
up
transparency.
He gave it
He
up.
said
with
we
your bent
appreciate it.
Kansas City brim. I'm talking
Yeah.
about real black shit, right?
Okay, okay,
So I
dude.
hold on,
You
slow
ain't
down,
grew up.
slow
You
down,
don't
Dev.
what? But
So
no,
you
you
gonna let
came in
them
this
address me? You're
conversation
not gonna
about
stop
black owned
nobody else.
communities. You
You're
ain't
not
got
gonna
the
stop
monopoly on
nobody
black
else.
owned communities, nigga. Shit.
I'm just saying,
You
me and
you
Dr.
telling
Mo
us
were
your
having a
tragedy.
conversation.
How you fucked off your goddamn piece of property, nigga. Don't nobody want to hear that shit.
Oh,
Nah, I
come on,
didn't fuck
guys.
off
Come
my
on,
piece of
man.
property.
No, wait,
I
guys.
didn't
Come
fuck
on.
off
No,
my piece
no.
of property. I took it
Wait.
somewhere else and bought a nice portion of
Ah.
land. So now I have not only my home, but two investment properties as well. So I didn't fuck off that
Oh
money.
shit.
I didn't shit on my ancestors. Nah, I got
W-
two
w- w-
investment properties
okay,
after
but see,
selling that. All
I'm
right.
really trying to get you to understand how big the footprint is, Willie. So that one little sector that you're talking about, that's about 30 minutes from the Georgia border. You still got about an hour and a half north, going all the way up
Mhm.
towards the Myrtle Beach, towards the Beaufort,
So
South
we're
Carolina.
so we're on
You
95
talking
at
Paulie's
26.
Island?
We're 26. We're 26 and 95 intersect. You gonna take 501 price. If you take
Yeah, yeah.
501 all the way through like what a, what a forest preserve is, you will run into Atlantic that Atlantic section before you get to Myrtle Beach though. But if you want to go through
501.
Myrtle Beach, go ahead and go all the way through Myrtle Beach down
Mm-hmm.
17 like you said.
Exactly.
Yeah. And
That
then you will see
GA,
Atlantic.
let's stay in
Yeah.
my region that I was talking about, right?
My
Nah,
bad.
we was talking about
No, we
Atlantic.
don't want to stay, man, because we got black folks. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand, man. You want to isolate it to
Yeah, we
that
talk
one
about
little
the black
town.
folks that still got it. Why are we talking about
No,
the black folks that
GA.
don't
Yeah,
got
No,
it?
no,
GA.
and
I'm talking about the property north of it, as you said, right? Now, what came into north of that was the University of South Carolina, right? So the Gamecocks wasn't in those areas, right? When you're talking about Paulie's Island, when you're talking about a lot of the area that was black, right? The University of South Carolina comes down, it boosts all the property prices, and a lot of us sold it. I'm just being honest with you. Like, not even me being detached from it all the way in New York. People that lived there sold it and they moved other places. A lot moved to Savannah. I'm just giving
but
you the
I mean, you
honest truth of
move,
what
that
but
happened.
how's
wait,
that
wait,
an
wait, wait,
advantage if you
wait,
don't
wait,
no longer
wait, wait.
own a property that's worth more than what it was when they
But
first
see,
acquired it?
yeah,
So,
and Willie,
Dev,
I
I
don't want
know
you.
you want to
No, no,
crash on me,
wait,
Dev.
no,
I'm with the
no, Willie,
crash.
stop.
Nah,
Come
this ain't
on,
no
Just
crash,
man.
don't
yo.
drop me. Just don't
This is
drop me.
basic real estate.
I'm down to
No,
have the
you no,
conversation.
no,
Yeah.
Go ahead.
no. Well, we trying to have a conversation, bro, but you trying to centralize it, and you really marginalizing the plight of a lot of people there. We were just talking about a sister who family owned land since the Civil War, and how that land is very attractive now because it's on coastal South Carolina. You know, they see Hilton Head. You think South Carolina, you think Hilton Head, you think luxury, and they're really
Right.
developing those little islands where slaves once were. A
Right.
lot of black people.
Here's what
Well,
I'm
no, no, no,
telling you.
no, 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 no. You're not telling
Let
me.
him
Let me
finish,
let me
No, I
Will.
can
finish.
tell
Damn.
you something, but I'm gonna wait till you're done.
Okay. Are you gonna tell me that these communities, that whole little sector, a stretch of land I'm trying to tell you about, that's historically been dedicated as a community to a Gullah people, the
I'm
people who
gonna
were
tell
former
you,
slaves?
I'm gonna tell you that my family's names are on plaques in those towns till this day, but I sold that property. I'm also
Yeah,
gonna tell you
you done
that,
sold that shit.
hold
Your
on,
family ain't there no more.
Family,
Bulldozers are
bro.
listen,
coming to get that shit, bro.
you
But
didn't, hold on, slow down. Listen to what I'm saying, right? Yes,
okay.
my family's names are still on those plaques, but I'm not the only one that sold. What I am telling you is, right, if you went into that same community in 1990, it was still all black. Nickel Pumpers was the gas station and the candy store right in the neighborhood. I'm telling you, if you go into that neighborhood in 2025, right, I used to go there every summer. It looks nothing like where I used to go every summer. And we they own most of that property right now. So I'm just saying, don't fool yourself into going out there thinking you're gonna still find that ownership. Nah, like a
Bro,
lot of us
you
moved
Okay, you
talking
on.
gave us the
crazy right
rundown
now.
on your area.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
cool.
what I'm
Give
saying.
everybody sold either.
I just sit there and try to tell you that I
Man,
actually my battle still got. He still got his parents' house in Charleston that's thriving.
In
A
2025,
in 2025, the shit is like a half
Oh
a million
yeah.
dollars now.
Yeah, we
Be
Charleston
still
is
in
a
yeah,
Chucktown.
thriving
yes,
fucking community.
because
He
We still in Chucktown.
Charleston is Charleston just is revitalizing that naval base. So they just poured a lot of money into
Right.
Charleston and all of the
and the
property
Air Force
value went up.
Base and
And
the
yeah,
Citadel. Come on
All
now, that's what I'm
around back
saying,
to
bro.
Green. Back to
No,
Green is
but
one of the main
don't
neighborhoods.
sell.
Right? You know what I'm talking about.
no, but then Mo just put me on to something. You said there's a whole black beach community. Man, I spent many times going down to Myrtle Beach, and I'm not going down here to speculate. I know people who are already down in the area, is what I'm saying. And don't be giving this. You okay? So you sold your pet family's land. I
for
don't
the
know if
bag,
this.
yeah.
Yeah, but
Yeah, I'm
it's other
saying,
people.
yeah, I'm saying though, in this town I grew up in as a child,
He
right?
said
For
that,
years.
man. We got you.
God
We got it
damn,
though.
Willie, why
We
you
got
going
it.
them tangents like this, bro?
What? I mean, you talking to us like we retarded or something, yo.
Never mind, I'm gonna go on mute since anything I say is gonna be a tangent.
No, it
We
ain't
Okay,
having a
anything you
good
said.
okay,
conversation, but I'm gonna go on
Repeated the
mute.
same thing
I'm
you've
gonna
been
go on
you know
saying the
mute.
what?
last
Nah, I'm
5 minutes.
respect the crowd. I'm gonna go on mute.
Looking at.
Okay, so I put some wording in the back for you. GA, you copy and paste it. So if you look
Put it on
into
notepad. Yeah.
you put it on notepad. Y'all doing too much. Let me see. I don't know how to do that.
No, not
Um.
you. I'm talking about
No,
the people
Oh.
that's
I
copying.
got it.
Yeah.
No, okay, yeah,
Yeah.
no,
This
keep
is the
Yeah.
going.
notepad. This is the panel notepad right here. Yeah.
My bad. Yeah, so when if you just want to roughly look up something, you just ask Chat GPT whatever you think about, right? Let's say a 3D tour, a 3D cultural tour in Brooklyn, New York as it relates to the 250th anniversary, right? And then say make sure it's designed according to the logic model, and also follow the federal regulation on budget summary and budget narrative, and also include a quantitative survey. Boom. It's going to spit you out something cool. You look at it, see if you like it. You don't like it, you want to change something, you want to add something, and it gives you a start on what to do and how to do it.
Facts. I
And
wish True
and and you could go
Historian was
from
right here, cause he
yeah,
do
true.
tours.
Yeah, true. I when I called True, I called them to say, hey, I don't want to do nothing that everybody else is already doing and highlighting because there's already museums, there's um larger cultural organizations. I need something that most people are not talking about. I need something preferably that African American has done, and then give me some positive
Now
veteran
here I would say to that,
soldiers
Dr. Mo.
that
Look,
would do.
Okay, she's
And
not
he
done,
actually
man. Damn.
and he
look,
and he actually gave me the rundown, man. I was like, whoa, I ain't never heard
I
of none of
know.
this stuff or none of these people.
Hmm.
Go ahead,
Cause look, Dr. Mo, like in Harlem right now, most of the walking tours you're gonna get are from foreigners, like motherfuckers that ain't even from America are doing the walking tours in Harlem. You know what I
Because there's
mean?
money
So
in it.
that's what I'm saying. We don't have to look outside of what's being done because we should be doing what's being done
Yeah.
right now. We could just capitalize on that market. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you create your, you want to create your own narrative
No.
of what you
Well,
want in it. And the on where they're gonna only thing they're gonna do, they're gonna fact check you on your dates because we don't know, well not we, I mean we like me, not y'all, don't know the dates and the historical facts that happen in certain dates. Sometimes African Americans automatically go to everything Civil War and later, so they confuse the events. And so the only thing they'll troubleshoot you on, they'll look at what you're identifying and they'll go check the dates out to make sure you're right. Because remember, they don't expect us to know our contributions during that time. So when you don't highlight something that they say or what their people have done, then they want to make sure that you are right on yours. And so that's why it's super important your historical facts and your QR codes to different museums where the information probably have more information. It's going to help your case. But
I
it's super
agree.
easy to do.
Yeah, I
no,
agree that
okay.
like factually we should be on point, but I'm telling you, the Mo, them folk is just traveling. They just want somebody to point
Okay,
out
she's
this
Well,
giving
to
us
them.
information on the motherfuckers that
well,
do want to do it, yo.
I'm gonna go on
right.
mute.
Well,
Thank
it's
you.
twofold. It's twofold, Willie, because think about it, right? So one of the things you're going to highlight that this tour is going to do is going to help businesses, right? Because tourism bring in money. People come for the education, but they
Hmm.
also going to spend money, right? And so that's the whole idea. How do you attract
Look,
someone from somewhere else to
right.
come and listen to a historical account? So like I just
Look,
threw in
look in the chat,
ChatGPT,
Dr. Mo.
I threw in I said, is it possible to create a digitized revolutionary tour for a STEM program in New York?
Hell
And it
yeah.
said yes. And it
Wait a
gave
minute,
me
how the hell we end up in New York? We
It
was
should
just
have
down.
gave
Wait.
you, hold on, stay. It should have gave
oh, the
you
only
two
reason I said New York
historians'
because
name.
Q.
It should have gave you two
I
historians' name because that nigga is
it,
literally doing those walking tours.
right.
In
That's
my
what I'm
hood,
saying.
he
You can
grifting.
hire
Dr.
True
Mo,
to
he
come in and
grifting
do your
from
tour.
Brooklyn, Dr. Mo.
That's not grifting. Stop saying that. It said a stem through history. It has the New York Revolution Tech Tour, a digital walk tour where students use GPS, QR codes, and AR augmented reality to explore Revolutionary War era sites in New York, combining historical education with STEM skills like coding, mapping, data analysis, and content creation.
And so,
And
depending on
so
the area
it has
you're
a
in,
tour. It has it has the tour. It uses the ArcGIS GIS map or the Google Earth. That's for the tour piece of the different sites that is selected. Learn about historical figures like Alexander Hamilton, um, and Black and Digital Soldiers, the Battle of Brooklyn sites, and then for the STEM skills, it have an app website development. The students can use no code platforms or tools like Unity, React Native, or Glide to build a simple tour app. QR code tech generate QR codes to place at physical locations to unlock information, 3D models, or sound clips. And then the digitized storytelling is has students create short videos, podcasts, or infographics tied to each stop, and then they can incorporate voiceovers or AI interactive puzzles. And then the community sharing is that you launch the website or the app. You partner with a school, a tourism board, or a library for visibility. And in real time, you do a survey to give feedback. There you go. That's your tour.
or a church. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
CGA. And then some of the funding sources in the NY is New York Department of Education. They got a grant, Verizon Digital Readiness, National Endowment of Humanities, New York State Council on the Arts, the local museum and historical society, and cultural tech partners like NYC Media Lab, Beta NYC, or New York Historical Society. And I'm sure they're not the
and
only ones.
and tourists, Dr.
Yeah,
Mo.
yeah.
Tourists come pay true
hmm
historian bum ass to walk them through Harlem and point
hmm
shit out. You know what I
Don't
mean?
call True a bum. So I wanted to make sure that while you all were capturing those historical moments, you could see how that can benefit you where you are. And then when you look up the grants, I put the language. I encourage you to put in
Ah, what's
you
it?
want to look for unutilized cultural tourism grants, or anytime you're looking for grants, put in underutilized so that you can find those grants that people are least likely using that still has funds available. Or you want to put in foundation grants. Like y'all are great writers, y'all are great presenters, y'all have a lot of facts in your heads. Man, you guys can do some great work.
Well,
Dr. Mo,
coming
we
up
got
and
a
conven-
hospital now, Dr. Mo.
I heard.
We officially own East Ohio Regional Hospital. That's
Oh,
ours.
nice.
B1.
Woo woo.
That's why I was telling you,
So
check your emails because I need you.
you could,
Because
okay,
my man,
you could do
my
some
man
tours
ain't
there.
thinking about none of your lane, Dr. Mo. All the money would be available to him. He's not even thinking about that shit. All he's thinking about is private equity. He's seeing accounts receivable and the different people that come to the hospital, and he's just running numbers. I'm like, yo, it's a whole nother land.
Yeah. And that's only because you know your experience, teaches you when you get amongst different people, you learn from them and then you share it with others. Would
You're
you say,
absolutely
Dad?
right.
yeah, we're brought up and conditioned in a society of capitalism, which translates into profit. So making the transition to uh, view or see things from a non-profit perspective
Yeah.
probably is a little difficult or may not be as easy as just okay. I'll just flip my perspective
Yeah.
and mindset. Yeah, a lot of
Well,
people just not gonna have that transition. They're gonna try to
Non-profit.
incorporate their profit uh, techniques and behavior and procedures and react to different things that they may run into, the obstacles. Well, let me use my profit defenses, or let me use my profit resources instead of,
that's
like you
true.
said, yeah, yeah.
Well, what I would say, if you don't want to come from the profit side, then you want to contract. You want to share with somebody who has the nonprofit, and then they could contract you to be the tour guide or the tour lead, or you see what I'm saying? Like I'm working on something. We want to do something on the water, um, because of a
And
lot
you
of the ways
definitely
that we
need to
see.
go back to South Carolina if you want to do something on the water
Yeah,
and you want to
yeah,
do history and you want to do
yeah,
tours. And that
yeah.
that 17 corridor that we was talking about.
Yes, we already put it together because it's gonna cost us 25,000 to rent that boat. To bring 200 people out on the water. So,
Where? Low
we
country?
No, you taking bids? Because I might be able to do it for 23.99.
He said
you got
20.
a boat. You got a boat that's gonna do 200.
What, 200
Wait,
Yeah,
you
people?
talking low country, South Carolina?
yeah, yeah. Low country. Yeah,
No, I ain't got one of them. Never mind.
yeah. You
That's the
see, you only
Dan
got to.
Hilton Head corridor.
Yeah, we gonna do something savvy. I can Oh, and we gonna do this passport, right? So, when anytime we do something, we gotta go above and beyond because we can't just do it like everybody else because they're gonna troubleshoot it. So we doing this passport where we took the founder of the organization. So wherever they stop, we're gonna the passport have passport pages, but it's customized. So we created our own, and then the pages is gonna they're gonna stamp. We're gonna customize the stamp. So every location they go to, and we're gonna have some door prizes, that kind of thing. Every location they go to, they're gonna have to get. We gonna kind of like scavenger hunt the city,
That's
different
dope.
restaurants
Tourists will
that
like that
support.
shit.
Yeah. So why they're not outside of the tour, there's gonna be a little extra going on. So when they're not with us, yeah.
Right.
Well, you got a lot of little private islands out there too, and stuff like you even got the scene where they shot the movie. I think Harriet Tubman movie was shot
Mm-hmm.
down there. So,
Paulie's
hmm,
Island.
I didn't even know
Mm-hmm.
Harriet Tubman had a movie.
yeah, it's
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tubman. That was shot down there in that little that area Mo talking about
Who
now.
was my girl that played Harriet
It
Tubman? She
had to
played
been
a few
it had to been
roles.
ass. If I don't remember a Harriet Tubman movie, that shit had to been trash.
What?
Nah,
I
that shit
Tomo,
was
that
alright.
don't
was like
know.
2020,
No.
man.
Yeah,
You
that
Yeah,
in
was
Kansas, see
lately.
you slipping. You in Kansas.
I told you detach from your people, bro.
No,
Nah, it
no,
was a
no.
lot going on. It
So
was a lot going on
Nah,
there.
let me
hold
answer
on, but
this
ain't
in the
nobody saying
chat.
whether or not it was a good movie.
Oh, it was good
Good.
as hell,
It was
bro. It was good.
good.
Define
Yo,
it.
it was.
Go ahead
It's
and
pretty
define
good.
it.
Yeah.
I mean, it was
I
good to
wouldn't
me.
say it was.
What's her name? What's her name though?
I
That
wouldn't
played
say it
it.
was super
Go ahead and call her name
historical,
out.
but it was a
Let
good
me
movie.
It was an African
yeah.
lady.
Let me do an educational moment. Okay, boy, whew, our black people. Okay, nonprofits paying contractors is not a solid loophole to get paid. As a matter of fact, if you look up that 250th grant, you will see what it will tell you. They're basically telling you, hey, you can hire a historical consultant from out of state. We're not gonna be mad. As a matter of fact, we don't want you hiring somebody who don't know what they doing. We want you to hire a consultant. You can
Yeah.
have matter of fact, the federal grant categories is personnel, fringe benefits, contractual services, equipment, supplies, and indirect costs. Like, don't do that to yourself. As a matter of fact, you volunteers can get participation costs, so you can have a fee in there for volunteers, right? To pay them to come and participate. Like, oh man, I'm
Now you
See,
see
okay.
what I
Dr.
said
Mo, if
about.
people
I
from
gotta
those
do a power.
areas, they don't know
This
about
is
this.
not no. It's not that they don't know. You're just not tuned in. There's videos on YouTube. You can look up federal budgets on YouTube, and there'll be a whole hour or 2 hour video that will share with you exactly how a budget
okay.
should go, and it's authorized and allowable cost. It's just boring to you all, and so you all don't tap in, and y'all call it loopholes
No,
and gray areas, and
no, well,
it's a what?
Miss Mo, please. I really hate to interrupt you when you going on a run. But
Damn,
just
I'm sorry.
no. But please let me just add a little context to what's going on in that area. You got another type of gentrification going on. This is you talking about a remote rural area that it has been
Yeah.
what they call them community the Gullah communities. They've been sanctioned by the
Yes,
state as historical
yes,
districts and all that,
yep,
but you got
yep.
corporations and you got people coming in here with capital. So when she says non-profit, because we don't have a lot of capital, that's a way to get a lot of capital
Yep,
behind
that's
you
GA,
to
true.
combat
GA,
what's
you know who
going
I
on.
sold my
Come
property
on,
to?
Willie.
And
No,
you know what?
I don't care why
Chill
you
out,
sold
bro.
your property, bro. You sold it and got the bag,
No,
but
I didn't
I'm
say
trying.
why. I was trying to add to the
And
conversation.
you
You know who I sold
No,
it
this
to?
not the
I
Go,
conversation
sold it
though.
to the
go.
city. The
and you
city
know
bought
what?
it and
They
made
a
it
Oh
part of
my
historic.
God, that's
they
even
are a
worse.
part of it. They are part of it. That's it, Willie. I'm trying to put this in the context, man. The city is not protecting these areas that they sanction as protected communities. So, and you
And
got
you
go ahead, Mo. Go ahead. I'm gonna be
no, I
quiet
was
because I'm
gonna
getting
say
excited. No, I'm getting excited. I'm gonna drink some
you'll
water.
be. I know. And you have when our folks when our folks transition to pass on, we
Mhm.
don't we don't have our paperwork in order. So your heirs properties, You got like I'm dealing with folks now. They still have heirs properties from their great grandparents. They just living in the house. Somebody take over, that person die instead of properly leaving the property over. And what happens is you get the fighting, and then you look again, the state that took it. Nobody want. Like I got a guy right now. He said, "Hey, my property is in my daddy's name. My daddy died. My mama don't want to do the paperwork. I'm living in the house." I said, "Guess what? If you don't go to the probate, it's gonna get taken. So y'all better
Yeah.
figure it out." So but in the same sense though, I gotta admit, a lot of our folks, they don't know what they don't know. And so that's why it's important, if you're gonna get involved with community work, that you always have a workshop that deals with heirs property and properly and probate,
Yeah.
because you will who is holding the property, and they don't have the proper,
Now, Dr. Mo, when you talk about the stuff we have
not
to
that
deal,
family.
when you talk about the stuff we have to deal with, right? One of the reasons why we don't own a lot of that property anymore isn't because of dudes like me that sold it. No, they changed the zoning laws, right? So now where your family's homestead was, that's commercial
Right.
property now. So your property
Hold
tax
up.
goes
That's
from
important.
1,500 to 7,000 a year. You get what I'm saying? And they literally, it's kind of a force. Like
No, no,
those
no, no,
people
no.
that
It's not a
own those.
pause, Willie. Wait, Willie.
Mm-mm.
Please stop right there. Please stop right there, bro. And just let me
Mhm.
go and do this shameless plug, because that's why we need to stop worrying about. Well, I'm not gonna say stop worrying about, but we get so hyper focused on national politics that we don't pay attention to local politics, because those zoning laws and decisions happen at city
At a
council
local level. I
meetings.
agree with that.
That's
I agree with
yes.
that.
And if you don't get involved in the beginning, matter of fact, give an example of the friend. She just moved from New York. She moved from New York, and she was doing veteran homes in New York. So she come here. She just purchased 31 acres in Eastover, but the acres she purchased was not zoned for her to do housing, the veteran housing. So she got it in the newspaper right now, trying to get them to change the zoning for it, so she can go ahead and do what she needs to do. But that zoning is big in our community. We don't really pay attention until after it's too late, and the county council getting ready to say yes.
Yep.
You,
Yep.
you got to go to the meetings, man. You can't count on them to do stuff in your best
Gotta go to
interest.
the meetings. Yes. Yes. On the meetings, on our minutes. So when you look up Richland County Council meetings, it will be the zoning stuff. They always knock it out in the beginning of the meeting, right?
Exactly.
Or they'll announce the planning meetings for zoning, and they'll have a planning council of about 6 to 12 people, and they'll come and they'll talk about them. And if you're not there to plead your case, they're gonna go ahead with whatever the committee came up with. They're gonna approve it according to them. But if, like, I remember January, we rolled up deep. It was about 25, 30 of us, and they was getting ready. I mean, even though we didn't win, because the county council saw the economic advantage of it, so she went on and let them change it. But the zoning committee, we changed their hearts, and they denied it. They didn't approve it. They sent the recommendation to disapprove, but the county council, she overturned it. It was for the nuclear plant. So we couldn't win on that one. They had
So
us
Well,
beat.
part of
Dodger, y'all
so
send our
part of
ass home.
the
That's what we.
language in terms of the response that you were responding to in the chat by Jihad
Oh,
was one of the examples I was talking about from a profit mindset. He was
yeah,
thinking that you were doing something illegal behind
yeah.
under the table. The word loophole, uh, benefiting
Great
without
area.
the government knowing. Yeah, that's the you know.
No, well, a nonprofit
Something
can't be
illegal?
no, it
No,
can't be outside the
No, he was
government
saying
norm.
how to
no. He was saying the
the
paying
funds.
contractors. Yeah, paying contractors sound like it was a loophole, and I said it wasn't, because the federal government authorized you to pay contractors. As a
Everybody
matter of
pays
fact,
contractor. What are we
yeah,
talking about?
right.
Yeah, but
As a
he's
matter
only
of
looking at it
fact,
from a corporate profit
yeah,
mindset. Price. That's what I
But
was saying.
but that's what I'm getting at, Deb.
Toys.
Corporations do subcontractors. They sub shit
mm-hmm,
out.
So
That's
mm-hmm,
so so when she's basically giving the foundations for nonprofit structure and the steps to acquire some of these grants and qualify for some of these grants, he wasn't taking that into account, that the grant is for pain.
Of course I was.
Yeah. No,
Of
not
course
I
I
you.
wasn't
was.
talking about you,
Not
Will.
you.
On my
She didn't
Stop
say
fucking
you,
trying to
soul.
butt
Willie.
into every goddamn
My
motherfucking
fault. My
sentence,
fault.
nigga.
My fault. I'm just used to you begging on me, Dev. My fault.
Okay,
Domo,
well,
the reason why you didn't get a comment on the person that starred in the Harriet Tubman movie was because it was Janelle Monáe, and black people disowned her in 2020.
She
oh,
ain't
and
play
there was
Harriet.
Janelle
Nah,
Monáe.
she ain't
Yeah,
play
she won.
Harriet.
Yeah, she did.
Yeah.
She won popular.
No, it was the other broad. No, it was another chick. Nah, she ain't play
Her,
Harriet.
Go ahead and fight me on that, Will, but go ahead.
no, let's not diverge from that because my whole point is we cannot be turning our, I don't want to say turning our nose up, but let's not shy away from grants because that's a access to capital. We got to start getting
Mm-hmm.
into capital.
The buzzword
Mm-hmm.
handout comes into play at some point,
It's not a
Price.
handout.
Oh
Yeah.
God,
It's
And
damn.
that's
not a
been
Okay.
demonized.
handout.
Yeah, that's been
Yes.
Yeah, I know
demonized.
I wasn't
Yeah.
crazy. Cynthia Ervio. That's who
Yeah,
played.
I was finna say, yeah, that wasn't Janelle
Yeah.
Monáe that played
Yeah,
You
well,
know
Harriet.
it wasn't no
we talking about
motherfucking
two different
Janelle
movies there.
Monáe.
No,
The movie
Janelle
I'm talking
Monáe
about
was
is
in the movie.
Harriet.
She was in the
Yeah.
movie, but she didn't
That's
play
the
Harriet
movie
Tubman. Yeah.
Harriet we talking about. Janelle Monáe did not play Harriet Tubman.
No,
No.
Janelle Monáe was in the movie though.
She was
She
in it.
was in the
Yeah, I
movie.
agree. I remember
Yeah.
her part.
But the African lady played Harriet Tubman. That
Cynthia
remember they
Ervio.
had a big
Yeah.
uproar. They had
Yeah.
the FBA was talking shit about that it was African lady that played it.
Yeah.
Nah, GQ, she played it well.
Okay.
I ain't gonna
No,
lie. I
I'm not
was in the
saying she
moment.
did. I like the movie personally. But I'm saying the FBA talked shit for a little while about it.
Yeah.
About being an
Nigga, you know
African
you
lady,
ain't gotta explain that
not
to
being
me,
a
nigga.
foundational Black American woman.
Nigga, you ain't
I
gotta
I I
explain that to me.
I love it, man. We talking about
Yeah, they
capital, and
always
then we
bring
worried
out a
about who played Harriet Tubman in the movie. Got it.
Okay, yeah, we all for entertainment now. Back to financial
I got
literacy.
it,
Come on,
man.
now, dear. We ain't gonna act like you wasn't the one who brought that shit back up.
I did.
Yeah.
No, but the
Nah,
financial
but there's
literacy
a lot
part
of
of it,
history
yeah.
down there.
That 17 Price, that's the highway where when you're driving on it, you literally can look to the right and left, and it's number water.
Yeah, it's like Lakeshore Drive almost. Beautiful
My
damn boy.
my uncle Tony Hooks, right, from Bluffton, he was one of the main guitarists for Sly and the Family Stones. So he kind of got a rep out there, you know what I mean? And Michael C. Riley is who the school's named after in Bluffton. You know what I mean?
Well,
So
rest in peace to Sly Stone.
Yeah.
So, hey,
It's
Dev,
and it's gonna be a
what's the
good
name of the one in
time.
Virginia? What's the name of that highway? What the
That's
Chesapeake?
one.
That's one, ain't it?
Yeah, they go all the
And
way up to Maine.
Yeah. That's That's what the Chesapeake Bay Bridge on, right?
mhm.
is it?
Uh,
I thought it was 17.
No,
17
I
oh.
think that's 13.
13.
I thought it was
Yeah,
one.
yeah. I
I
ain't been
thought it
on
was
the.
one too, because when you get off the bridge and then you still on the highway and
Yeah,
you
that's
right
Route
on the
One.
side of the lake.
Yeah, I had to double
Yeah.
check it. I'm not looking at a
Yeah,
map
it's
right now.
beautiful as hell down through there
Hate
too.
that fucking bridge, man.
When you talking
I
about
don't
the
like
one that
that bridge
you
was
run through
that.
the tunnel, you running through the tunnel that goes under the ocean up in
Yeah,
around
it's
Norfolk.
two tunnels. It's two tunnels and two
It's
bridges.
2 tunnels and 2 bridges. Yeah.
Oh no, okay, now y'all got to be north of Virginia then. Y'all north of Eastern Shore then. If y'all
Chesapeake
talking.
Bay. But yeah,
Okay.
because when you on the bridge, it looked like you finna go off into the water like the bridge end. Then you go into another tunnel. Then you come up, you're on the bridge again, another tunnel.
Yeah. There's like 3 miles of it that's not even on soil.
Right.
It's all stanchions, literally out the water. That's why I'm thinking it's
Okay.
13.
Crazy, bro.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's been a
Damn.
couple decades since I've been over there like that, man.
But my
You know.
point was like
Now
when you
see,
come off of
Dev,
that bridge, it's a highway that you're on. That's like when you come off the bridge and you could take that highway straight up into New
to
York.
95.
Well, to 95 to New
Right.
Jersey somewhere right. Yeah,
Yeah, that's not one though.
See,
that's
now
13.
Dev,
Yeah.
Dev,
Oh,
you'll be quick to talk about all the gentrification in New York, right? But it's a lot of gentrification in the South too.
We was trying to talk about it, Willie, but you want to just talk
Yeah,
about
you messed it up.
Harlem.
Boomtown.
Yeah.
One of
You
the town.
gonna
They
do
got a
that to me,
whole stretch
Dr.
of
Mo?
highway that
I messed up.
So
Word, Dr.
yeah,
Mo.
because I was gonna, yeah, a little bit, just a little
I
bit.
still
I
love
was
you.
gonna tell you that. So this is the time that we actually have to merge nonprofit community, nonprofit, academia, and government. And so that's why I like the question that Dev had on the other day for the stream. Which one makes the best decision? Because right now they're forcing you to work together. So the big grants that they had out for revitalization for your communities, if you weren't partnered with the municipality and academia, then you most likely did not get it. So they just
I
pushed
need
out
you,
some
Dr. Mo.
big grants. They just pushed out some huge grants for some like here in Columbia, well in South Carolina, West Columbia, they got one of the EPA Brownsville grants that they just pushed out for you to revitalize infrastructure into your communities. Remember when American Rescue money came out?
Yeah.
That was some big money that came through the state down to the communities, but some of the communities did what they wanted to do with it. And, people probably wasn't involved with government to see what they were doing. But right now, if you look up, uh, well, let's say this, they said they was try to get rid of the EPA, but actually, when me and Dev looked it up, what they did was they just refocused the grant money. So all that money that we were talking about, that we was trying to go after for thriving communities, they actually
Shrink
pushed
it.
that junk under Brown. No, they didn't shrink it. Me and Dev looked it up. They pushed it under the Brownsfield grants and just awarded them May 16th through what was it, Dev? May 16th through the end of May.
Yeah.
They pushed out all of that funding
23rd.
under, yeah, beachfront had to do with communities that were near water. A lot of it was near water. um they
That
pushed out big
explains
funding.
a lot. I was just about to say
Yeah.
they were using. I
Mhm.
didn't know if it was a cultural tourism grant or was it something to do with, because they're using it for the boat tours now. They're getting grants.
Yes, boats.
Hmm.
Yep.
Yep,
Then we just talk about
And
a
that's
boat.
big in Savannah. Yeah.
yeah, they doing it on lakefront in Chicago on the
Yeah.
lakefront and the river. They doing the boat tours and they getting grants for.
Yeah. Yeah, they using historical education
Yeah,
to bring that in.
architectural.
Right. Yep.
The
And you know
architectural
how
history. Yeah,
I'm gonna tell you how you know which grant and who's doing what. If you see heritage in it, that's white folk. If you see
Heritage.
culture in, yeah, if you see culture in it, that black folk.
oh
Yeah.
shit.
Nah, that makes
No,
sense.
you're
Yeah,
not dictating the combo, Jihad. We
Makes
got
sense.
yeah,
But think about that, Mo. So
yeah,
you got about 200 miles of coastline that you can sit there and just ride the coastline from
yes,
Charleston all the way down to maybe Florida with
yes,
nothing but
and that
history.
yes, and we're looking into. We're working on. Well, I had to find a different funding source because we already used the one of them. So Carolina put out a tourism called Undiscovered Tourism.
Mhm.
So that's why I'm looking at water because I see a lot of land tourism, but I don't see many going up that coast. And they always leave us out. They leave our people out of that history piece of it. So when I called down there, and of course I had to expose my hand a little bit. And then when I told her what I wanted to do, she said, "Well, how much do you need?" I wasn't ready. I wasn't
Dr.
ready
Mo,
because
let me ask you this, Dr.
I
Mo.
wasn't
I
ready for
always
it
have an answer
because
for that. You know
no,
you
Let
gotta have
let me
that
how
ask you
much?
this, Dr. Mo.
I
If
know, huh?
you have like a black man who owns pen, independently operated hospital, right?
Hmm.
In particular, East Ohio Regional Medical, right? Owns that
Hmm.
hospital. As a black man, is there grant money? Is there federal money he should be chasing? Because he's
Man,
not thinking
research
about
and
that.
development. Research. Hey, GQ, you better. GA, you better tell them.
No,
Research
his
and
man's already know that. Yeah.
development.
If he owned the
Medical.
hospital, I believe he
What?
know how to get to the bag. Goddamn it, he know.
That's
Yeah,
not
he know
always
how to get to
true.
the bag, GQ. But
No, I'm
so
saying as
But
far
that.
as grants, I think he probably know if
Oh.
he owned a hospital. He know.
nah, he
Yeah,
Nope.
the
don't,
word
GQ. So
No.
let
Not
me put you on,
necessarily on
GQ.
research.
So GQ, my man just signed the
Medical.
papers to own that hospital last night, right? Like everything's official, you know what I mean, as of today.
Okay.
He's looking strictly at accounts receivable
Okay.
and, you
Okay.
know, shit that hospital already had going on. So I
Okay.
brought that up. I was like, yo, I got my
Where's it
homegirl,
located?
Ohio.
Where's it? Ohio.
He said
It's
East
East.
Ohio.
It you could literally Google it. East
Chillicothe,
Ohio
east of
Regional
Akron.
Medical.
Is it Northeast?
I just know the
How
name. East
close?
Ohio
How?
Nah, it's
Regional
gonna be
Medical.
What's the
south of
closest?
80.
What's
Price.
Yeah? What's the
Damn.
closest university?
Cleveland. If it's east, it's probably
What's
close to what? Cleveland, right?
Yeah,
What's the
but it's gonna be
closest?
south of
I
Cleveland,
I
Yeah.
cause
I don't know,
that's
Dr.
Mayo. That's
Mo,
Mayo
but
Clinic
that's a
area.
good question for me to ask him.
Ooh.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know, Dr. Mo,
The
but that's a
closer he
good
gets,
question
the
to ask
closer
him.
you get to Cleveland, that's gonna be Mayo Clinic district. So there's a reason why he said regional.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe south of there, but a little further east.
Yeah. Yeah. Chillicothe. It's you get into like the Appalachian area. It's gonna be a lot of mountainy area. It's not gonna be flat.
Definitely mountain.
But
Yeah, it's
we
not
own it
flat.
though. That's ours. And so, Dr. Mo, when I was
Oh
congratulating my
yeah.
homie on it, when we was talking about it, I was like, yo, have you looked at any grant money, at any, federal money for you as a black man? Because you can't find many black niggas that own an independently run hospital. He was like, nah, I ain't looking at that shit, blah, blah, blah. I was like, nah, I got somebody for you.
Yeah, he need
So
to be looking.
answer
He.
my email, Dr. Mo. I
Yeah, he
need
got.
you.
Okay, I'm gonna do it this
He
time.
definitely supposed to
He.
get all the grant money.
How close? Yeah. How close is he to what's the closest university or college?
I just
I'm gonna
know
find
the
out for you
exact
right now,
name of the
cause
hospital.
he ain't
I
gonna
don't
look
I
it
don't
up.
know nothing about
He ain't
He
Ohio.
gonna look
could text
at
his
there.
man while he on the fucking panel, but he wouldn't do that.
There
I'm just
see.
saying I don't know nothing about Ohio, but the hospital
Okay.
is East Ohio Regional
I got
Hospital
it.
or Regional
The
Medical,
reason I
whatever.
asked because if he partners with the public health department in the hospital to do it and create the career pathway for the students, he can go after workforce development grants. Um, he could go, that's outside of the norm, the medical research or
Yeah, his
medical
biggest
in
part of the
general.
pie is gonna be
That's why I
research all the
need
way
you,
around.
Yeah,
Dr.
So.
Mo.
Hell yeah,
yeah,
research and
I
yeah,
development.
need you,
but one of
Dr.
the
Mo.
yeah one of the
Man,
funding
go drink some
opportunities.
water. God
Mm.
damn.
So if you follow the narrative of the administration, right, and why they want to revamp accreditation or education or HBCUs, things of that nature, it's a matter of uh delivery, right? What's the success rates? If you create the career path, so one of the things the VA does is they got the career path in Columbia is the career path for MUSC, the medical students at USC, right? So when they graduate, they go if their choice, but they could go right into the VA hospital, do they 5 to 10 years, get all them little loans paid off, and they work experience, and then go open up their private practices. So I said that in reference to the black hospital because that's an opportunity and it opens up not just the research side, but it also opened up the educational side. It could open up the STEM side for new development. It could open up, oh man, he has
I
but
need you,
partnering with the
Dr. Mo.
university and bringing in that community engagement and giving those kids that internship and letting that funding source pay for it is huge
Right.
opportunity for him.
Wait. Ms. Mo, you said that real fast. So a teaching
Oh,
hospital or a
Cause
no,
he said
listen.
the
hospital?
name
No,
backwards. Cause what I'm looking at is Ohio East, and if it's Ohio East, that is Ohio State, which is Columbus.
it's
Makes sense.
Will.
Yeah, it
GA
might be
is
Ohio East
so
Regional Medical. I don't know.
All
I
right.
don't know
so
Ohio like
There
that.
you go, Dr.
like
Mo. The
right.
biggest college in the fucking Midwest.
Right. So
You
like
said what?
GQ does the GQ organization he's affiliated with helps with reentry, right? Now, if you want to take it, if they want to elevate it, what you do is, so let's think about the hospital in terms of the hospital, right? So you take you get you a find you a community organization that has a good little track record, right? And you partner them with the university, the either biology department, or it could be public health. It could be, let me see, it's probably biology, psychology, because mental health piece, right? Um, any of those two areas, and
And
then
link them with
you
the
create
hospital.
the career. Yes, the hospital would be the training ground, the what they call clinicals, right? Or and on the job training, job shadowing, right? But it would be like on an internship. So you create the program where you're giving a soft skill to the community worker, which can get continuous education, because the college, you want them to accredit that organization and continuous education in their program that they built. And that would be then they would do intern into the hospital. And if it's a university that has a master's or a PhD program
And
where
there's
those
funding
kids,
for these
right,
programs.
where these kids
Right.
have to have clinicals, then you make that hospital area where they do their clinicals. So on a small scale, let me tell you how we worked it here. So we work with the U Challenge here near Fort Jackson, GA, you know where that's at, right? Off of Leesburg Road. So when those kids graduate from that at-risk program, they go into like a job training program if they want. So what we did, we have a clinic. My homeboy has an opioid clinic, and it's a primary care. So we had CNA instructor train them on being a CNA. They took their test, and when they passed it, we let them do 40 hours in the clinic, right? So they gave them job skills. So when they went back, when they finished their training and they went back to their hometowns, they were able to get jobs because they were
Qualify
credentialed.
for certain things. Yeah.
Yes. So with his hospital is, if preferably, I always advocate for my HBCU. But if there's no HBCUs in the area, then a tech school or a regular college or university, black professor preferably, and partner with a nonprofit in the community. So that's all community engagement. Because if you follow the administrative narrative, it's all going to be on merit based, workforce development, job training. And so what lands you the grant is that you have government, academia, and community, which would be the nonprofit, all in one. So those
Uh,
would be partnering agreements between the three,
say
and
that
you
again.
create a
Government.
career path for the student.
Say that
Government,
again.
government,
Government
academic institution, and community engagement, which would be your
outreach.
nonprofit and your
So
outreach. Yeah,
government,
yeah,
education, and the
yeah, yes. And
That,
you're
that was
going
a
to
lot. That's
Hmm?
that's a lot.
no, let me show you. Well, let me break it down in a
Mm-mm,
Nah, that makes
small,
sense.
mm-mm.
That's what I needed to
because
know.
look, let me tell you, hold on, let me make it simple, right? Your academy and your nonprofit, if the nonprofit don't already have a program, right? Then your professor is going to help them create a program. And it doesn't have to be nothing extent. It could be 8 weeks. We only do 8 weeks, which is real easy. 1 hour, 3 times a week, 8 weeks done. And then they bridging in. So let's take CNA because that's really easy, right? You get a CNA license in 3 months, right? Let's say CNA.
Wait,
I got
wait, Miss Mo. Wait. You didn't hear
what?
what he said? Willie, tell her
What?
again. What?
What would they
Bro
say?
said he's about accounts receivable. Number one, so he needs to be functional.
Yeah,
Well,
but
no,
what
I
I'm,
don't. That's not what I'm saying because I'm
hmm,
saying everything that Dr. Mo
huh?
talks about, he's not even looking at. So those were things that I was
Well,
throwing
you say
at
he
him.
just got it yesterday, right?
Right.
Yeah, I was looking
And
at
you
the
said
article
he
you
would.
posted about the hospital. This is the second time they closed twice before. So they weren't
Right.
able to
Well,
pay the. They weren't
So
able to
they've
pay
been
the
closed for
employees.
about a month, and he just took it over. Right.
That's what's up. So what does he do? Is he doctor?
Nigga, private equity.
Private equity? Oh, okay.
This
So is
my
he gonna
this
keep the
my
hospital
man that I
running?
came up in finance with. Like when I always talk about Bronx Science, like we went to the same high school. You know what I mean?
Okay.
This is my right hand man.
Okay.
Couldn't even text him and find out where the hospital was located. But that's all
Yeah,
right.
just ask him. Just ask him. Is it ferry?
We figured it out. Yeah. It's Harper's Ferry.
so so really what the hospital
Martin
need to do,
Ferry, not
only
Harper
thing the
Ferry.
guy
Martin
need to
Ferry.
do, only thing you're doing is your partner. He's actually been the location where the student can get hands-on training. The academia is providing the student, and the organization is doing the program because you need all three, right? The nobody's crossing paths, but you're supporting one another. So the person that does the work, the case management piece of it is the fact that you allowing the student to have somewhere to be employed once they graduate. That's what we missing. We missing that link between corporate America and the academic institution. Kids are
And see,
graduating, but they don't have nowhere to
what
go.
I
Well,
what
in
I'm saying
particularly
is,
our
Dr. Mo,
HBCU kids, a lot of them are graduating. They don't
Dr.
have nowhere to
Mo,
go.
he's not looking at none of that shit. All he's looking at is the accounts receivable on paper right now, right? And
Right.
potentially selling it in 5 years, right? Increasing
Oh
the F to
man.
Now,
dot. It,
Okay.
now
increasing
how
the
he
F
makes
to dot,
money.
right?
Now, how he's gonna make money, because that's what he's gonna be concerned. Okay, how they help me? I know how what it's gonna do for the nonprofit, and I know what it's gonna do for the students, but what about us? Well, if you could create that link for the students, that pathway, then that's when you go after those research grants, write in internships, and you pay those students to be a part of that, to job shadow, right?
Right.
No.
That helps your staff and your student. What's up? What you gonna say?
Miss Mo, please do not give your
That
pearls to
makes sense.
swine. And I no, I say that and I'm gonna say this respectfully because 5 years is not a long enough horizon to even
Well,
n-
GA, he
To
can't
sell a
speak.
no
hospital? You don't think you
no
could
Will
sell a
really can't
hospital
speak.
in 5 years?
Will really can't speak for that
If
man
you
like that.
buy a hospital that's been closed for pennies on the dollar, you don't think you could sell it in 5 years?
bro,
Sell.
Medically, no, it wouldn't, Will.
no,
Crazy.
Willie, because no, it ain't that we're crazy, man. Okay, maybe I'm perceiving it the wrong way, and just fix me, bro. And I'm trying to be respectful here. But
All
you
right.
said we have a hospital, but bro got this, and he picked this thing up, he closed the deal, and he's looking at flipping this thing in 5 years.
Right.
In 5 years, that's anybody that enters this program.
He probably ain't even told Will no shit like that.
Wait. Well, I'm
Nah,
just
he
going
did,
by
GQ.
what okay, I'm going by what I heard, GQ. So anybody that would enter the program in the fall of 2025,
Yeah,
by
it ain't gonna
20,
work.
yeah, by 2030. I mean, what are we talking about, man? Is this something
2020.
communal?
So you
But
think those programs end if it's sold? Like when
Man,
businesses are
no, no,
sold,
no,
hold
no,
on,
What
no,
did he
no,
say?
because
hold on. When
Does it
businesses
end?
are sold, they usually try to keep it business as usual, right? The people involved, the doctors, the students, whatever, they don't even know it's been sold half the time, right? Right. So I'm just saying that's his
So
plan, but
you're
in the
saying he just gonna
meantime,
upstand? You saying he just gonna upstand the hospital and then sell it to someone else who wants to be, have a hospital?
that's the plan. Bought it for 30, trying to sell it for 100 plus.
Sell.
Hmm.
maybe
No,
possibly.
no vested interest in
So he
operations
might
or
want to keep
whatever.
it for he might want to keep
So
it
Dr. Mo,
for the
my
for
thing
the
was
job.
in the meantime, I already told him off top, right? Zayak's got to get in that hospital, be able to touch every machine, and them kids play with everything. He was like, man, like,
why are you trying to attach Zax to something with such a short-term commitment?
because
Commercial
Yeah,
while
the
I
commercial
have
kids,
access
the
to it,
kids in the ninth
because
grade ain't gonna get a chance to go there.
Don't
Because
nitpick.
while I
Yeah.
have access to it, I want to offer it to my people,
But
right?
what about the freshman in high school, the girl in the 8th grade that wants to be a doctor, and by the time she graduate, he gonna be out of there,
If we
and then
do
the
it right,
laws gonna be
if we do
changed.
it
Yeah.
right,
They
those
got a
programs
plug
will
right
still
now.
be
Shit.
there. If we do it
How they
right, those
gonna
programs will still be there.
no, bro? Because once you sell
Mm-mm.
it,
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's subject.
once you sell it, it's
Yeah, it's
subject to
subject to the
whatever.
new owner. Yep, they can shut it down.
Because here's the deal. One of the things he broke down for me, like even to get the opportunity to buy it, you have to enter an agreement with Ohio State, right? To if they want to take it over, they got first choice to buy it from you,
Why they
right?
ain't buy it
So
now?
Hmm?
That's a,
Come on, man.
who knows?
I'm
Who
I'm going
knows?
on. You got it, bro.
I
I'm just trying to
mean,
be
I mean,
respectful, bro.
so now I understand the question. As a private equity guy, why they're not buying it right now? Because it's not profitable right now. It's closed right now, right? So now a nigga seen an opportunity to buy a closed hospital and make it profitable again.
Who
If
was
he
the
can
previous
make it,
owner?
skating rink.
if a nigga can make it profitable again, right?
What's
That
the name
motherfucker
of
Then
finna
yeah,
turn.
that? What
That
it's
club?
pay
motherfucker
to
finna
buy
be a
over.
hotel, Freeman.
In
I think you gotta go to
5 years,
Cayuga. What's it?
mi-
Cayuga County? One of them.
no, that's. I
That's
think
where
that's
it's
where.
at in Cayuga County.
I'm
I
not
don't know.
sure. I'm just talking
I don't
on. I
know,
know
but
where
that.
They
Perry
should
is
have
though.
made it a hub.
Yeah. Who makes a hospital profitable in 5 years without?
Better be government. Better be VA.
Private equity.
Better be dialysis.
Private equity, right?
VA.
So what was broke down for me was that a lot of these hospitals have accounts receivable that they're not getting paid on. So what you do is sell the debt to somebody else, right? They buy
Bro,
the they buy the debt
Boy,
off you. They just to use square numbers. They buy the debt off you for 50 cents a dollar. If they can make 60 cents, they make a profit, right?
Boy.
So
even
there's
out the
money there to
problem,
be
how
made.
much can profit off the one debt. Go
I
come
do
on,
know
Will.
this.
make
So
money
in
off
them five
somebody's debt.
motherfucking years, I'm gonna make sure I plug Q and them babies could be in a hospital touching anything they want.
I got you. Well,
Just
that's up to
give us
Q.
a rundown on we make money off of somebody's debts.
So it closed. It
You said
closed
what?
in March. It
Right,
When
closed
it
March 22nd, 2025.
right.
So he was able to pick it up.
What
Yeah,
was the reason? GQ. What is the reason?
kind of like what we were saying. The money wasn't coming in.
Underfunding. Yeah.
They serve a large
Got, gotta get.
community. It's kind of like a poor side community.
So if they got $10 million
Yeah, they
worth
have to
of
get
debt
creative.
owed to them, right? If you could get 6 million of that,
They wasn't able to pay the employees and shit.
right?
They end
Yeah,
up
they got to
closing.
get creative.
Come on, Will. Do you hear how you sound right now, bro? And so I mean, this is not about bringing an asset to the community, marginalized, impoverished, whatever community.
Well, if they can get
This
it, if they can get it open and get it back up and running, because it's definitely a detriment from this article I'm reading. A lot of people was
Thank
depending
you,
on it. It's
Q.
gonna have to go. It's gonna have to go
Thank you, GQ.
a long way out the way to get to the next nearest hospital. They're gonna have to do a lot of traveling and shit. So if they can get it open and back up and
Do
running,
you
it's
see
definitely
anything but
a help.
opportunity, GQ? As much as you be in the market?
opportunity. No, okay, yeah. Let's talk about this from a market perspective because we
Talk
damn sure
about it.
ain't talking about medicine or asset to the community. So let's really talk about this. So you have a horse that runs a lot of races and don't bring in the prize.
Uh-oh. Put him down.
What is
But the
that?
You
community
What
gotta
does
needs
he
feed
mean?
him.
the
Yeah,
community
you
needs
gotta
the
shelter him. You
community
gotta
needs the horse though.
pay for his shots.
Yeah, the people need the horse and they love the horse, but the people
Mm.
just don't get a horse what the horse needs to
To
thrive.
sustain himself, yeah.
This is
Yeah.
when you need niggas like me. This is when you need private equity. We'll show you how to
And,
make this shit make some money.
No, you
For
just
high.
kept him from
Okay,
being buried. Yeah.
you gotta get creative. You gotta get creative.
Oh man, see, I do
And
not like that term.
you gotta be able to tap into
AOGA is
the right lane.
crazy, my nigga, that you shooting this shit down.
Mismanagement is a motherfucker, GA. We know that, bro. We
Yeah.
know people mismanage.
No,
Thank
no,
you.
no. It is not so much mismanagement, man. When a joker say, come on now, we
No,
know
that's
how cost
exactly what
account.
it was,
No,
though.
no, no, no. It's not mismanagement, man. The bottom line is that hospitals do the cost accounting thing because they just attribute everything, everybody's salary, the CNA, the RN, the motherfucking
No, I'm
doctor.
telling you
Somebody probably
$100%.
No,
GA
I'm
probably
one.
telling you
was stealing.
100%. He didn't have $30 million to buy a hospital.
Somebody probably was
What
stealing.
what made it happen? How he was able to get the funding to buy the hospital was they could see the mismanagement. They could see the
Okay.
opportunity, right? If you can make 60% of what's owed, right? That'll be a profit. You'll be up. And this hospital
Okay.
in the area it's in, it's a lot of accounts receivable.
Okay, so am I the only one that has a problem with private equity guys talking about getting creative to make a profit?
How is
Probably are.
$60 profit from a $10 million debt?
You know
You
how many
might
No,
be.
private
no, no,
I
equity
no, no,
mean,
no,
places
no,
you
no,
and
no,
you and
no,
Dev might
no,
have a problem with a nigga
no, no, no,
making
no.
a
do you
profit
know how many
off of a
private equity
failed
firms
hospital in
own
our community.
hospitals have had to take over hospitals?
No, no, I didn't hear what you just said, GQ. It's not saying having a problem taking over a failed hospital. Are you taking over the hospital to collect on the debt that's due to the hospital or to serve the community? I
What's
damn
your
sure
It's
have
a
a pro.
priority?
business plan.
No. See, that's
So
what I'm
I
saying. I
keep it
Profit. Yeah.
really
100%, right?
That
Keep
he
it
gave you your answer
100%.
price. Profit.
This
He
my
gave you your
right
Profit,
answer.
hand
and it's
man,
always
right?
profit.
I
That's every hospital in America.
thank you.
no, ain't nobody saying that,
So when the
Ain't
GQ. But
white
I
nobody
man
ever
runs
run
a
a
no,
hospital
hospital
for
where
profit,
motherfuckers
no.
take
it's
care
not a
of
Okay,
problem. But when a
wait. So
nigga do
wait.
it, we gonna shoot it down.
No, I'm just saying, I
No,
don't care if
no,
you
what?
white, green, blue, or purple. Anytime a private equity motherfucker gets creative with the profit, I have a problem. I don't care what color you are.
And I think
So
that's
you
what
get them
keeps niggas
kids in
broke.
there telling them that they're gonna have this
And
and
if
that.
I'm the only one that feels like that, so be it.
Yeah, you
I'm
gonna get
saying
them
I think
kids in
that's
there
what keeps
telling them
niggas
they're
broke.
gonna have this and that.
But
You
to
put
that
the program.
argument that the boule is the only niggas that really make shit happen, this is the shit we talk about. We talk about having
Well,
black
no,
hospitals,
no,
right?
no, 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 no. Hold on, no. You have that's a profit center. That's not a hospital, bro. Stop it.
That's most
Stop
of
it.
them, Jim.
And no.
That's
Stop
the
it,
problem with
GQ.
healthcare.
So you're
Hey,
saying
That's the problem with
medical
GQ.
isn't a
healthcare. They
profit center?
No.
overregulate
You
them.
about to be collateral damage, GQ. Get out
I
the
So
feel
you're
way.
you.
saying
Collateral.
medical
I
isn't a
feel you
profit
say,
center?
but that's the
Stop
problem.
it. Stop it.
No, I feel
This
your
is
No.
pain
crazy.
because that's the problem with the
Y'all done
healthcare
got
system.
price all started now. It's
Go
gonna be
back and
hard to
crash
get him
it out. But Dr. Mo,
back
on
in
We
the
some
go
real
on
run.
shit,
mute.
he's
I'm
not
going on
even
mute.
looking at federal.
Right.
I need you, Dr.
Man, y'all
Mo.
We'll
crazy
call you
as
when we
fuck.
Now
need
we
you,
can
No.
go back
Dr.
to
No.
the
No.
Banner.
Stop
Yeah,
question.
it.
I'm not.
So no, because you're gonna sit there and say it's okay for the
Bah
boule.
humbug.
No, it ain't no bar humbug. How the hell you gonna say a private equity nigga ain't boule? That's probably the worst of the boule.
Oh, I ain't saying the motherfucker want boule now.
No, I'm talking to the other nigga that's standing up for this. I told you to get out the way, fam. I got the
My
gauge out.
problem, my problem though is, what are you doing? Right? Like, niggas want to criticize the boule,
No,
but
no, no.
apparently the boule has secured a
No, wait,
hospital,
hold
right?
on, Willie. You don't even know who the fuck I
Hold,
am, man. I'm doing what I can. Don't do that.
I
I'm
know
talking
that.
about your idea. I'm doing what I can. So
You're
don't.
doing what you can, but you're
Mm-hmm.
hating on what we can do.
No, I'm
We doing something
criticizing.
different
So
over here.
stop asking him what he doing then. If you
Yeah,
know
no,
he,
no, no,
he
no,
ain't
no, no,
got
no,
nothing to
no,
do.
no.
I'm saying we
Deb,
should all
I'm
support
good.
each other,
No, I'm
right?
not supporting that fuckery.
Right. I know. Because it's bigger than whatever you're able to do.
Yeah,
And I understand that
yeah.
about the black. I,
It's bigger than me. It's much bigger than me. I
I
don't
know
have money
that.
to
It's
just.
bigger than
I don't
me.
have money. I don't have money to just go suck out a community that don't have it and then flip
GA,
it
this
and
nigga
abandon.
just told me
No,
be ready to quit your
no.
job in 6 months. It's bigger
Okay,
than
we'll
me.
quit it.
I get
We'll
that.
go and sell you. We'll go and sell your soul, nigga. Go ahead.
But what did he tell
How
you to
am I
do in
selling
5
my
years though?
soul if I'm dealing with A black nigga who I grew up with. We grew up together from high school. This is
I
my
don't care.
man. I
I'm
know it's
going by
hard.
the no. I'm going by the sentiment because you're not talking about bringing value to the community. You talking about debt that's owed to an entity.
Niggas
Now,
is
do we?
talking about
No,
some
no, no,
niggas
no.
is
Do we?
talking about
No,
creating
no,
a
no.
conglomerate. What I'm saying is niggas is talk like how my man on it, he trying to take this format and do it 10 times over, right?
What is he?
So if he
What is it?
accomplishes that, are you saying he's not doing for the community? In
No,
5 years when he's ready to sell it, be ready to buy it.
no.
If
Wait a
you have an
minute.
issue with it,
Who's gonna buy who's gonna buy the hospital? Will it the
the
community? Are the
city's
people
gonna
in
buy it.
the city's gonna buy? Are the
Yeah,
people are
in
gonna
order
get
to
the
even be able
service?
to purchase the hospital, right, you had to sign a contract with the city.
No, 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 no.
No
So
what?
everybody,
That's a fact.
wait, no. Everybody say I'm hating hard. So you mentioned a city in an area that I'm not really sure in Ohio, but I'm seeing this shit play out in rural communities in the South, where hospitals are closing and people have to go further and further for medical aid. And then you have somebody that comes in like a knight in
This is one
shining
of those
fucking
hospitals.
knight like a knight in fucking shining armor, and all they're focusing on the debt. If I can
When
just
you
flip the
talk
debt.
about
No, no, no,
hospitals
no, no,
in
no, no,
black
no, 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 no,
communities
bro.
that
This
are closing, this is one of those hospitals. GQ just told you this hospital been
okay.
closed since March, right?
I understand that because
Somebody
it
can
could
do
not
something
pay
with
its
it.
employees.
Most of the ones in them rural communities, ain't nobody swooping in and pick them up. They just staying closed.
Okay. This is no
I
different than a
lost my
damn
mind,
food.
GQ.
Wait a minute.
Nigga
Wait a
called me and
minute.
told me that shit. I hopped right on the live. I was like,
No,
yo,
no, 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 Willie.
I was like, yo,
Don't.
Q, let me up.
Willie.
I was like,
Okay.
yo, Q, I
Willie.
got a
Wait a minute.
spot for the kids to go.
Let's stick to the
That's
conversation,
all
bro.
that mattered to
No,
me.
no, no, no,
I
no,
got a
no. Let's
spot for the kids to go.
wait, bro. Let's keep it in perspective. So
I'm just
I'm
saying
a
I can
tone.
guarantee that.
No. I'm gonna tone it down, but let's really talk about what we talking about. All right.
Let's talk about it. I'm saying I guarantee I have a spot where the Zayax babies go and fuck with some next level shit. I have a hospital that I know for a fact I can get my nigga green light to bring them babies in there and learn some shit. Now,
And
if
for
it
the
gets
next
sold
five
in five,
years,
now I get it. I get
wait.
it.
Is
If it gets sold in
wait,
5 years,
no. In the next 5 years, over the next 5 years, let me say it like this. I want to be respectful of the brother and his ambition. Over the next 5 years, are the people in their community going to get a hospital, or is that just going to be a fucking debt collection center?
if the house, so the people who had a hospital, it closed, right? You do
Understood.
understand, right? And G
Yes.
told you. So they did have a hospital, it closed. We're
Mm-hmm.
trying to get this reopened, right? Through
Mm-hmm.
project management, we're trying to up the EBITDA. We're trying to up the price per whatever the fuck, and then sell it back to the city.
Sell.
You saying there's something wrong with that?
I'm not saying anything is wrong with that, bro, but I'm just saying where are the priorities? Because it sounds like in 5 years, I want to get this thing, I want to collect some capital or collect some debt, sell this thing to the city, and then
And
abandon
then
the
buy
people.
another one in another community where it's
Okay, but
black
what about
people.
no. What about the black people in the community where this hospital is at? Did the quality of life improve for them?
I would say, yeah, if they get in the hospital back open, shit that was closed. And
I
they
would
have
Come on,
argue that if
GQ.
right,
Okay,
what
thank
is
so
you.
it
what so
really?
If
what
it
you
was
think it
Let
was
Will
closed
let
in the
Will
and they
answer.
gonna
neighborhood
have
and it's reopened,
hold
how
on,
is
Will.
that not a benefit?
Hold on, Will, because
He could
you
Wait a
turn it
minute.
into a community.
Wait a
hold on.
minute. Just because it
Yeah,
open
so what
makes
you thinking that it's gonna be just a bullshit hospital? Like it ain't gonna help people? I mean, what's your
yeah, GQ. Okay, so how many hospitals? What if something happened to you? God forbid, bro, in the city. What hospital you don't want to go to?
You
okay,
went
so
through
that's
that
what you
with your
said.
sister, GQ.
Don't take me to this
Oh,
hospital.
I get what you're
Not
saying. So you think this
oh
hospital gonna be
shit.
great?
Come on, GQ.
You think
I'm
this
just keeping
hospital
it
gonna
real,
be
bro. I
No,
great?
keep
GQ
telling you to
actually
get up.
And I
knows.
respect that.
GQ
Nah, you
GQ can
think this
tell you.
hospital is gonna be
No,
great in
GQ
Atlanta?
GQ
So
can tell
now,
you that dynamic has been in Chicago for a hot second. That it don't
Come
only
Hell yeah.
on,
apply.
Don't nobody.
GQ, be
My
honest with me,
neighborhood
bro. Come
hospital,
on.
Roseland. Don't nobody want to go to fucking Roseland
Why?
because it's a fucked up hospital. People they just ain't doing right up
He
there.
gonna describe to you what fucked up mean.
No, we don't we ain't even got to get into that because I tried to GQ know he's my dude, man. That's why I'm really engaging him like I'm engaging him. But
Right. No, GA. I'm trying to figure out why. Yeah, that's. I mean, same here, bro. But that's why I'm trying to see like what's the downside of having a hospital reopen that all these people needed,
yo,
and now
GA,
they don't
you
have to
know
go
how
as
excited I
far.
was to bring that back to the
no,
family
Let him
unit.
go.
no,
Let him go back and
wait.
forth.
I got
Will we
By
20
their
good,
fucking
man?
bottom
babies
line
to go.
only being by their bottom line only being how much they could profit off of it, that the quality of health care will be poor. Is that what you know? That's your premise.
Exactly. That's my
Okay.
problem. And Willie, there's no
What
disrespect to you or your man's. No, because it is a great thing.
I
Let
get
me
the
get this
argument.
out. No, let me get this out. But I just when I hear what the focus is or the priorities are, I mean, see, GQ, I've been to the shop, man. I know what time it is up there, bro.
Oh yeah.
So that's
Five,
that's
yeah,
that's
5 years ain't a
that's
long time. We just
yeah.
came out from pandemic.
What
5 years.
what about changing it, Willie? What about instead of doing it in a hospital, what about him making it out of a community living center or uh um uh yeah, community living or veteran transition facility or
So, Dr. Mo,
uh
this is why I was
it
saying I need you, right? But understand all of this shit is above anything I've been doing, right? He secured $30 million in funding, right? So all this shit is bigger than me. I'll be happy to get my six-figure project management job,
I,
you know what I mean, and hold my man down.
I
But
think
I'm
he
just
should
saying we
convert it.
have an opportunity here.
I would
So
convert it.
yeah, so so yeah, if we don't
Hold
support
on.
it,
Dr. Moore saying something.
yeah, he might just
No,
sell it for nothing.
I was saying I would come. This could be a not. I mean, if he just wants to go back to the hospital direction, but I would look into. I would convert it, and the only reason I say that is because one of the areas that are keeping their funding is areas for homeless, transitional housing, community independent living. Like part of our VA here, the hospital, part of it is a community living facility and it's connected to the hospital.
Dr. Mo, I promise you, one of the first things that I asked him when he talked about, damn, I gotta talk to these fucking newspapers and shit, and I don't want to do none of that shit. The first thing I asked him was, have you looked at any government funding and any of the money being a black man doing this that you could potentially secure, right? This the private equity, nigga. He like, nah, I ain't looking at none of that shit. First thing out my mouth, Dr. Mo, I got somebody you need to connect with, right? Dig what
I
I'm
share
saying?
I share with him the ideas, but I think he should if the hospital didn't survive, then 9 out of 10, the programmatic piece gonna take longer than 5 years to get it back where it needs to go. So I would look at changing the perspective. And the
So we
facility is there, the opportunity is there. I would convert it.
so we
I would
talked
look.
about it, Dr. Mo, but this the reality, right? This
Mhm.
hospital, right, has so much in accounts receivable, right, that they can't recoup. That if they could even sell the debt, right, it could be extremely profitable. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, see, I got a different perspective. So, are you trying to be something for the community, or are you just looking for
Every time
the?
you ask him that, he don't say
Oh
nothing
no,
about
Nah.
helping the
I'm
community.
a keep it 100. I'm gonna keep it a whole bang, right?
What the hell is
My
this
niggas
guy
trying to
doing?
come up. I keep it a whole bang, right? Like if we can do something good for the community, niggas
If
will. But nigga trying to make a profit. I ain't denying
come
that.
on, man. If okay, hey
you
Willie, hey
heard him,
man,
Price.
Yeah, that's
If
hey,
different.
no, I'm not gonna talk no
that's
more about it.
That's
I'm
where
not
crazy
we
gonna.
man,
come in
work,
at.
Hey,
man.
no,
That's
no,
where
because
we come in at.
Look, everybody,
That's
I'm
why I
already
ran
look.
to the joint.
You
Like,
done
yo,
already blew
Q.
your top.
Well, no, it's just
Yeah, he
I'm
That's
blew it.
already
why I ran to the
the
joint.
chat
Like,
But
yo,
I'm
the
Q,
saying, at
chat.
least he
I got
telling
a
us up
place.
front before 5 years
He
get
did.
here. I can
He
see
But
he
did.
was
Willie, no,
leading
no,
us
no.
on.
Let me say
He
this though,
said he's
man.
out by 2030. He out of there.
All I want to say is
Hopefully.
I've been
And
y'all
on
already
to the
called
next
me.
hospital. Is that
Wait a minute, but
problematic?
Willie, let me apologize to you, bro.
So now, if
No, the
he
chat.
reopens,
Let him
all
get
God
it
right,
out,
damn.
Will.
so
He talking to you, bro.
hold
He
on.
talking. No,
If
you
he
hold on. You let.
reopens,
I hate
hold
when this
on. If he
nigga get like
reopens
this,
a
man.
I
He
know,
public
just
right?
runs
You
the
hospital,
can't.
fuck
right?
You can't stop
on
him.
this damn
Throw the
tangent.
stop
Then I'm
sticks
gonna get
in, Will, before he
Will.
forget. Let him
Yeah,
go. Go ahead,
What?
Price.
look. I wish you and your man the best. I'm not gonna speak no more
What you
on the
stop me for?
hospital.
What? What's happening right now?
He talking
God
to
damn.
you.
No,
But
go ahead,
that's a
Will.
good
No, no, no.
conversation
You know
though,
what?
GA.
No, no,
No,
no, no,
just get
no,
it out.
no,
Just get it
no.
out, Price. He gonna let you go. Go ahead.
I ain't hear
I'm just
my
saying.
fault.
I'm saying I wish y'all the best. Focus on the community, bro. I wish I hope y'all focus on the community that you're about to go in. The
I
chat
can't hear
say I'm
nothing.
hating. Okay, never mind. Fuck it. Go
Yo,
ahead. Go ahead.
Damn, you ain't
Run
even let
your
him get it
race.
out, Will. That's
No.
crazy work, bro.
he
Well, you
said
You
know
I
what?
couldn't
flooding the
hear
goddamn
nothing. My
combo.
fault.
You like literally took over the fucking combo to tell us about this goddamn news, and he trying to give you some at least some outro.
Right, I couldn't hear him. That's all I was
Okay,
saying.
because you kept talking.
It's all good, Deb. Y'all go ahead, man. I don't even want to. I don't even want to. I don't want to go no more with that, man.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, man, we need better regulation on these hospitals, GA, like you say, though, bro. Because motherfuckers,
No,
we
GQ
do
gone with
have
that
a lot of
bullshit,
we do have a
man.
lot of
No,
equity.
no, 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 no,
We do have a
no,
lot of
no.
equity firms that's buying up these hospitals and shit, man.
I,
Half these
I,
True.
hospitals
I,
ain't
I
worth
get all that. I
a
get
lot
all
of these
that.
hospitals ain't worth
Nah,
shit.
Nikki, you're not a doctor.
And if my
Mm-mm.
man don't do it, GQ, a cracker gonna do it.
Yeah.
Cracker.
Yeah, yeah, that's right. So
Right.
yeah, yeah. Let's just deepen the blow and let one of us fuck us and abandon us.
I
I know,
Eh,
cause I tried to get it off and the motherfucker couldn't hear me. So yeah, let me just go and be me. Super troll.
Gotta be optimistic, GA.
No, fuck that. I'm through with it. Y'all say we with the bullshit. We like the fuckery. We like to be lied to.
That
That's
shit
all I get
crazy.
from
I'm
y'all over
super
here.
optimistic, man.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, they're gonna string you up, Will, if you try to drag the kids of the institute into this operation right here.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they
that ain't gonna
already talking
work.
about fucking you up.
That ain't gonna work.
String me up for what? What are you talking about?
uh, yeah, man.
Yeah, I wish you would say, yeah, we collected 60% of the debt and we helped the
What
babies.
are you talking about, Dev? String me
And
up for what?
the mortality rate increased in the motherfucking the
Oh Lord.
motherfucking community.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That's real
Oh
talk though,
man,
man. Because it does happen.
that's not good. Y'all fired. y'all, been,
Hey,
y'all, y'all
No,
messed up my tourism.
my
It
bad, Mo,
sure
but I'm
did.
just
We
saying.
got bamboozled.
Yeah, they got
Hmm.
us there.
led astray, run amok.
Y'all ran
Got us
them up.
thinking we're gonna have a
Well,
goddamn
Yeah.
Willie, it's
sector.
your fault.
Hmm.
hey,
Well,
GQ, and then they gonna blame the boule later.
yeah.
They
Well,
gonna
I
act
mean,
like we ain't try to bring niggas in.
hey,
That's what they gonna do.
hey, Miss Mo, close your ears,
Uh
and then
oh,
my only,
close it.
yeah, close your ears, Miss Mo, because my only alibi gonna be if I don't fuck him, the white man gonna fuck him. So why not let me fuck him?
Oh, that's
God.
Yeah, your boy
bad.
said that. I told you close your ears, Miss Mo.
I know. I heard Willie say it already though.
Mm-mm.
Oh, that's bad. That's
Dr.
bad.
Mo, that was one of the first things I hit him with. Like, yo, have you looked at any of the government money? And
Uh-uh. We ain't talking about it no more. We just passed the
She
torch.
don't want her. She don't want. She out of there, man.
Y'all messed it up. You messed
He
it up,
bring
Willie.
I
You
messed it
messed it
up,
up.
Dr. Mo.
Willie, they offer you in the chat. You
All
must
right,
be not
Dr. Mo,
paying
I'm going on
attention.
mute, man. That
Boy,
shit break my
they is
heart when you
This
frying
say
is
you,
that.
boy.
this this another example of this
Really?
profitable
Nope.
mindset.
Dr. Mo, I don't give
I
a
ain't.
fuck what
Dr.
Dad be
Lamb.
talking about. When you say it, it break my heart. I'm going on mute, Dr. Mo.
I ain't say nothing. What I say? Shit, I
You
don't
know
even
I
know what
love
I
you,
said.
sis. I'm fucking with you.
I don't even know. But I do want y'all to put something together though for the kids, the tour, so yeah, we get some money. Q already nonprofit. He already got a couple years on his belt. He's already connected with academia.
That was
GA,
the
you could
first thing I
you
said.
down in the you go down to Mississippi, Jackson. You know the professors down there.
Well, I got totally crazy connects in the SIP.
Yeah,
It's unbelievable. But I
put
mean,
them
niggas
on.
don't want to hear about that shit. They don't even like us Bammers.
They don't want to put
That's
y'all
not
on.
true.
No, they don't want to put us on. They don't fuck with us.
They want
Nigga,
to be
I'm a
like us.
Bama, nigga.
They want to be
Y'all
like
hate
us,
New
GA.
York. I'm a Bama now.
GQ, you know, I'm just talking my shit, man. I'm being sarcastic, man. I'm
They
like,
want to be
man,
like us, GA.
I'm like, fuck them motherfuckers. You know with me,
Q,
GA. I mean GQ. Mm-mm.
You know I'm
Q.
with you.
That'd
Hey,
be a good spin for your guys.
Yeah.
Yep. While it's hot, it's interesting to see though how it's unfolds. And I say, oh, that's how they put the money back in their pockets. You know, I always say they can put it, they can make it appealing for them, but we'll find a way to fly under them colors too. We always do.
That's how you get the funding, though. You got to show them where the money's coming from. And once they believe you, they'll drop a bag.
But no, when you show good, now you have to have good quality service. You know, you got to be doing the right thing. You know, I don't get caught up doing the wrong thing. I'm actually interested in doing the work. So it's something we're
Longer
just
than
trying to figure.
longer than 5 years.
no,
Yes.
I mean, okay, but that is a real question though, man, because I mean, we've been witnessing food deserts, and there are people that's
Yeah.
trying to do something with food deserts,
Yep.
but states have been, I mean,
And
region.
there's something called healthcare
Hold on,
deserts.
Willie. Hold on, Willie. Say the
God damn,
GA.
that's what I'm
I'm
saying.
trying to hear
States. That's what I'm saying. This nigga like, hey man, unblock me so you can hear what the fuck I'm saying, man. Before I
He
get
said
violent,
unblock
man.
him.
We
I
gonna
try
do
to get,
that if we
you know,
can
I don't
also.
want to get violent with you, Willie, man. It's not that serious. But damn, when I be
Oh
talking, man, I
man.
hate to be interrupted when I'm on the damn thought. The
Oh,
only
go
thing I'm
ahead,
saying
Sammy.
is there's a real initiative in states where these regional hospitals are being closed. All that talk when you hear Medicaid being cut and all that type of shit, that's regional hospitals closes. So now people have to
Yep.
travel further for medical care. I know that shit don't
Yes.
bother for you because you're a big city guy, suburban. You got your damn
Now they call that
urgent.
healthcare deserts.
Yeah.
They call it
Yeah.
healthcare deserts, just like food deserts.
Okay, but so I just hate to see blackface come in and get on and present a solution for healthcare deserts. And they just really there to collect the damn debts that's owed. When that shit, the fix is already in on that because they don't even pay full debts with the subsidized and fucked up insurance industry we got going on.
This shit is out of control.
So you rather a white man do it?
See, and see
That's
that
a
shit is
fact.
Nah,
what's
GA,
triggering.
I ain't
We
mean
make
it.
No,
Right.
no,
we make
Nah,
no,
an
you
GA,
argument.
I ain't being
triggering me
ignorant in
with that
saying
one
that.
right there. So
My
if I
point
don't
is,
do it,
GA,
then the white man, well, let
somebody's
me
gonna
do it.
do it.
Okay,
Oh.
fair
Somebody's
play.
gonna do it. Was my
No,
only point.
no, I'm gonna give you that, man. Go on, fuck your people, man. At least we getting fucked by a friend.
Fuck your people.
Now, GA, now finish
Nah,
your
my
comment
plan ain't
because
to
I
fuck
missed
my
it.
people.
I
My
don't want to repeat that, Miss Mo, while you up here. I do not
No,
want to
not
be
that
talking like
part.
that. No.
No, 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 not that part. I'm talking about
Now, my plan is to bring black kids to that facility, right? And have them fucking with shit that'll put them
Ooh.
on that course to be doctors and invest in STEM.
What are they gonna learn along the way, bro?
he ain't gonna be not in five
Medical
years.
shit. What do you
He gonna try to reopen.
and
Don't sound
understand
like he
5
gonna
years
have
will
any
be the
plans for
goal for the
operations
prophet.
at all.
It ain't even no guarantee it's
He
gonna
said
get
it was
sold
out
in
of
5
his
years.
league though, so I'm not even sure how much conversation we can actually have with Will. That's why I said text him to see is you talking about the one in Ferry. If we
No,
got the one in Ferry,
no.
we got all the history of what happened at that particular location
But are you
prior to him.
involved? I'm
Well,
involved
if
in
he's
this
talking
shit.
about getting out, if he's talking about getting out in 5 years, I would say the likelihood is probably going to be no. Who
Yeah.
wants to get involved in the business if we're not going to have any primary ownership in 2030?
When you
But
say the likelihood is no, right? What are you talking about? I asked, what are
because
you involved in?
no, because 5 years is just enough time to make an initiative to get
Yep.
some debt or get a return on some debt. That's not enough time to make a commitment for a fucking hospital.
Not no
Dr.
hospital.
Lamb, this is
And
that
one thing you
profitable
don't understand
mindset that I
about
was
private
talking about
equity,
earlier.
right? You take
Yeah.
that profit, you invest in something else, right?
What about
So
the people?
could
What
this
about the
possibly listen? Could this possibly be an opportunity
How does
for us
that
to
benefit the community?
redevelop? Could this be
How,
an
how,
opportunity? I'm
how did this
trying to
benefit
answer
the
that.
community?
I'm trying to answer that with a question, right? Could this
No,
be
you
an
cannot answer it with
opportunity?
a question.
I bet I can. So I'll answer it with a statement. This could be an opportunity, right, for us to redevelop multiple shit in multiple areas. But I get the feeling like because niggas aren't in a close approximation of some shit, they want to shoot it down. I bought this shit back excited, offering black children an opportunity to be able to run around a hospital and do what they want and learn some shit.
man?
If we
Stop
don't
blaming
get
the kids.
nothing else,
Stop. No,
if
no,
we
no.
don't
Stop.
get
I,
nothing
I
else
could
from
take
it,
the motherfucking kids to the damn local hospital and let them run around and touch shit and EKGs. Stop it.
okay, I didn't know you was doing that. So when can the Zayas kids pull up? I didn't know you was doing that.
Oh shit!
He already
If
working
you
with the
doing
Zion's
that,
kids. You late,
if you
Willie.
doing that,
He ain't
then
got to go
maybe
that
everything I
far.
was
Man, he got
excited
to go
about.
all the way to Ohio. Gee.
You
Come down
laughing
here
at
to
that
Texas.
shit, GQ.
He
This why
said
I
he
don't
land
Yeah.
his
fuck with you,
plane, though. That's
GQ.
why I ain't giving too much
I'm
Yeah.
sorry,
goddamn
Dr.
room.
Lamb.
My
I be
bad. My
sick of
bad. My
GQ.
bad.
I
I'm sorry,
No.
Dr. Lamb.
Yo.
come
Damn.
up here. Oh God.
Yo,
How you
GQ and on some
expect us
G
to be
shit,
excited if this ain't even your lane, Will?
because I'm bringing an
5
opportunity.
minutes to
But we're
the
not gonna give you
execution
no
hour is
goddamn.
over.
We're not gonna bake you a cake because you brought us an opportunity,
I
though.
wasn't asking for that. I knew the last thing that would happen with your motherfucking ass was baking a cake. So I ain't even expect a pat on the back from you.
I'm gonna give you a kick in the ass. So I'm gonna bring the accountants over there and show them how to just
My
suck the
thing
blood
was
out
I
of the
wanted to
motherfucking
talk to
computer. I'm gonna
Dr.
show the
Mo.
yeah. I'm gonna bring the accounting students over there, and that's what we gonna send over there to you. Let them
Because
see how
my
to
thing
suck the
again,
blood out of
Dr.
turnip.
Mo, he's not looking at any of the
I'm running.
entitlements
I'm
that I
running.
know you're
I'm
so
out.
skilled in. Don't do that, Dr. Mo. Listen to what
Oh
I'm saying.
yes, I'm gone. You
Word,
got
that's
GA acting up.
Man, god damn. CA said he gonna take him to
You
the
done,
community hospital to touch on some EKGs and shit.
you
Yeah,
done messed my
hey,
batter up.
oh,
I can't believe my
yeah.
batter lost
And then
all
you
his
tried to
battery
drag.
tonight.
Yeah, I did, and my bad, Miss Mo. I should not have done
the
that.
question becomes make it happen though, right? If
No,
you're
yeah.
opposing some shit, because I'm telling you, right?
I'm gonna
My
let
man
the
getting this shit off the ground is a green light for whatever I'm invested in. And I'm
I'm
invested
opposing
in
your initial
and I'm
approach, man. Go
invested
back
in
to the
what my
drawing
man is trying
board.
to do with this stem. So if you're saying you could do better,
No, nigga,
when?
you was
When
not on
can the kids
STEM.
pull up to
No. You're not talking
no,
about
no,
STEM.
no.
You're doing
No, no,
accounting.
no.
The kids can come tomorrow. Send them here tomorrow. Sponsor the motherfucking kids tomorrow, and I would take them down to the county emergency room, and we'll touch all kind of shit. We might even patch up a couple damn bullet wounds.
I hear you.
For real.
But I ain't gonna wait for that.
Yeah,
We
no,
got some shit cracking.
no. I told you to put some goddamn skin in the game, nigga. You want to be facetious? You talking with one that
I
will
got skin in
execute.
the game. I told you I'm
No, no,
working
no,
on
no,
something.
no. You working on a hospital to damn collect some debt on some damn people that's already marginalized. Fuck you, Willie.
With your penny pinching ass.
Yeah.
You know what?
In the
Trying to squeeze
background.
blood out of
You
turnip.
know what?
No,
Put it in
no,
perspective.
no. I was trying to be decent with it,
One thing
bro.
I
So
understand now
no, so
is,
now you're gonna have
right,
to prove
you gotta show
me
goofy niggas
wrong.
before you
Yeah,
tell them.
I'll
I
be
was
that goofy
excited.
nigga.
That's where I fucked up. You right.
Yeah, now I'm
Now you
pissing
right.
on your joy.
You
I'm
right.
pissing on your joy
I'ma
because you
come
want to
back
just
after
go,
I show niggas something.
yeah, come show
Right.
me.
Right.
Come back and show me. I'm talking shit now. It's up with you, nigga, with that bullshit.
You gotta give him credit though. At
Ayo,
least
GQ,
he
this
laid it
shit
out before you
crazy,
even
my
got
nigga.
started.
Yeah. And then your only excuse if I don't fuck the people, the white man gonna fuck the
Ayo,
people.
AOG,
Is
The
that
people
is
gonna
AOGA,
get
that
fucked either way. That's some
yeah.
AOGA,
crazy work.
Say,
AOGA,
Willie.
do this. Go Google how many black people own independent hospitals. Google that
No,
real quick.
Willie, come back and shut me the fuck up and write a goddamn 5-figure check to Zayex. That's how you gonna fucking shut me up.
Oh man.
And
Shit
I'm gonna leave it.
crazy,
I'm gonna
GQ.
leave it. No, I'm gonna leave it at that, bro. No, GQ didn't say that. GA said that. Don't
I
be
know
putting that
that.
on, bro.
I ain't
No.
paying you no mind. I'm
Yeah, I
talking to
know.
my comrade.
Yeah, go talk
But
to your
damn,
comrade.
GQ shit crazy, my nigga.
It is.
I
That's why
was
you gonna.
excited. First
Mm-hmm.
thing I thought about was everything we work on, right? Understand this ain't even my deal. This just my right hand man for years. He like, yo, we almost there. I'm about to bring you in. Fuck all that. That's dope. But look, I got these kids in the Zayax Institute. They need to come be able to learn everything about these labs. That nigga's like, yo, yeah, we already got the equipment. The equipment's in the building. We bought the whole building. The equipment, everything. I was excited to bring that back to the community. But
My
goddamn, if
bad.
you niggas didn't shoot that shit down. So
My
I'm gonna go
bad.
back to minding my business. We gonna sell this shit in a couple years and I'm gonna mind my business.
Okay, my bad. I'm gonna
Cause you
leave,
shot
bro.
me down.
No,
I was
I
excited.
no, I ain't shoot you down,
We
but I
talk
did shoot
about
a.
this shit,
No,
right?
no, no.
We talk about
No,
not
no, no.
leaving black
Wait, wait, wait,
hospitals,
wait,
right?
wait.
Hold on,
I
GA.
didn't.
Is this not some shit we talk about, GA? Not
No, I
having
didn't
black
shoot you
hospitals.
down. I ain't shoot you down, but I did shoot 100 to the damn calls.
Yep. I say you.
Yeah,
And I
that's
ain't
what's
even
up.
that
I'm gonna
type.
double it when I get paid. I'm
I
fucked up right now. I'm gonna double
okay,
it when I get paid.
okay. Oh, but you
What's the
fucked
point?
up right now. No, I'm just
Yep.
Not
saying.
Wall Street Will.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See,
You
AOG.
ain't
no,
Hey,
because
changed your
you
name for
no,
hey,
real.
hold
no,
on, hold on.
no,
Watch
no,
this.
no, no,
Watch
no,
this.
no, 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 no,
Watch
no,
this.
no, no,
Watch
because
this.
no,
AOGA. You know I've been
no,
short the market, nigga. I'm fucked
no,
up.
no, no.
Fuck
Well,
is
if
you
you
talking
no,
about, GA?
no, but you the expert. You the expert on
AOGA,
the
how long
market.
we been talking? I've been short since
No,
April, nigga. I'm fucked up. Fuck is you
no, don't
talking
come with
about?
that motherfucking Harlem shuffle, man. Go get you some chicken noodle soup. You asked me what I'm doing. I shot a motherfucking 100 to the calls. Now
All
I'm
right, I'm
calling
gonna
you
show
out,
up.
nigga.
That was already discussed. I'm gonna show up. But in the
Okay,
meantime,
okay.
no, I got a brick and
Fair
mortar
point, fair
building
point,
and
fair
I'm
point,
trying to
bro.
set up for
No, no,
them
no.
babies to be able to pop out.
You
That's
might be
right.
late, but you're gonna be
So
straight,
I'm gonna
Will.
drop the buck.
No,
You
no,
could
no,
put me on record for
no,
that.
no, 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 no. You just said
I
you're
ain't
gonna
got it
drop
right
two.
now. I'm fucked up.
No, no, you just said you're gonna drop two, and I appreciate your honesty and humility, bro. And that's not even my type. So let's. Hey, I apologize for saying that.
Yeah, cause you crashed out, my nigga. Like
No, I
I
ain't
was
crashed out.
excited.
I ain't crashed out. I had the 12 gauge, and
This
I
my
had buckshot
motherfucking
in
right
there.
hand man. I know for a fact this nigga solid, right?
Okay,
So I
well,
was
and
excited to bring that shit
okay,
back to the community. But
well,
now you made me feel like I should have minded my motherfucking business. I should have kept that shit to
okay,
myself.
Ain't
go back
nothing
and
wrong with that.
go back and evaluate your plan and check your mans. Because in 5 years, if you don't come with the damn 5-figure check to the institution, I got the memory like an elephant, nigga.
This is crazy, GQ.
GA on your heels, brother, about this hospital, man.
It's no
About
house.
what?
It's no hospital. Hey man,
About
just recheck.
what?
Recheck the approach, bro. Is you gonna help their community, or is you just trying to damn get what you can out of motherfucking entity?
The question is we gonna help the community? The question is, if you got 5 years, what I could bring to the table, what you gonna do? But
Okay, okay. Do you want to start the clock to? Do you want to start the clock to motherfucking night? I'll write that shit down. No, maybe write it down.
Shit.
See, this
start
this
at the
this is
last
how
night.
Bama.
That's when
No,
the
no.
papers were signed. Start the
Okay, well
clock at
this,
last night.
but this how Bama's get down. I just heard about it today, so we're gonna start it today.
Yeah,
Poor
we don't
June.
fuck around.
We don't fuck around. We don't. Hey, my daddy said the only thing I own in this world is my word. So let's start tallying up right now, and we'll meet in 5 years. Now, you want to face off with a nigga like me like that? Nah, is it crazy, or do you want to face off like that? Now this is
Nah, it's
accountability right
crazy,
here.
GA, because it was never about a face-off.
No, this
It
mano
was
y
never
mano.
about a
You
flex, a
asked
stunt.
me. No, no,
Hold
no,
on,
no, no,
hold
no.
on.
You
It
no,
was
it
never
had to
about
be
a
because you
flex, a
said no.
stunt,
You
or
asked
a
me what the
face-off.
fuck I'm doing. You asked me what the fuck I'm doing. So let's
Because
see
you
what
were
we doing.
crashing on everything I
Six.
said.
No, 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 no,
That's
no,
the
no.
only reason.
60 months from now, bro, it's memorialized. Do you accept or not?
Except what? Except what? That I'll get them babies in that hospital in them 5 years? Yeah, I accept that challenge.
No, what we doing? Okay, well that could be one. What else you gonna do? I already told you send babies down here tomorrow. I'll take them to the emergency room.
You know what? You know what? On some G shit, fuck everything that I thought I was gonna be doing. Right? You convinced me, mind my motherfucking business. So we can
So
leave
you
it there.
punking
You
out.
won.
You,
You won. You
no,
won.
no, I don't want. I don't want to win.
Good.
I want.
You won.
I I want to push you to. I want to push you to level up.
No, you won. You shot
You
me down.
actually. No, 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 no. That's not what I want to do, Willie. Because you my man's. I like your charisma.
I'm just saying that's
That's
what
not.
you did.
Not
You shot me down. So now I'm
okay.
falling all the
Well,
way back. You won. I yield.
Trying to
Yield.
push you to be the Wolf of Wall Street that you're supposed to be.
Come on, my
look.
nigga. Like,
No, where if you really yield, say
and this the
uncle.
thing, GA.
No,
Like,
no, say uncle.
when I
That's
first
no,
started in the business,
no,
right? Hold on,
down south. We
GA.
say uncle.
Let me know when you finish. Yo, GA, this the same nigga, right, that got me into finance, right? We went to Bronx High School of Science together. This is my right hand man, right? I left that game because I had babies. Nigga ain't had no babies, right? So I got with these big accounting firms, you know what I mean? And I got a nice check. He chased that long money, and he been chasing like the nigga been. It ain't been an easy road to get to this win, you know. But my nigga made it happen, and I'm proud of him. And it's a real thing. You'll see the Ohio articles about the niggas and shit. You know what I mean? Like the fucking newspapers is already hitting them up about interviews and shit like that. Like, but that ain't what it was about for me because it was never about a flex. I was excited to be able to really offer something to what we all push, stemming these babies. But you done shot that shit the fuck down, GA. I apologize for even being excited.
Whatever.
So
Yeah,
now GQ, I'm gonna take my ass back to Wall Street and worry about EBITDA, and we selling everything, nigga. Fuck it.
Go sell everything. The bottom coming in tonight. Go sell everything. The bottom coming in tonight. You punking out too quick, Willie. I'm not sold on that, bro.
Now you made that clear. I should have came later
No,
after
no,
the
you.
kids, after I got the kids to the hospital and all that. That's when I should have let it be known. But I was excited. That's my
Oh,
fault.
so you gonna let GA fuck up what you want to do for the kids?
That's what niggas do.
Okay.
That's what niggas do. So this is a learning lesson.
So now, now I'm the bad guy.
That motherfucking truth
Hey,
called
yo,
that
GQ,
motherfucker.
chill out, man.
Yeah, because
Hey, that
see
That's
motherfucking
what
truth
niggas
called
do,
that
GQ.
hospital Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Medical.
Yeah, see, Willie, I was about to apologize again. I was about to make another
God
attempt to
damn.
apologize to you again before you said that fuck shit, man. You, tr-
FDLG Medical.
yeah, mhm.
Truth, you ain't shit, boy.
Yeah,
God.
you tried that old Yankee bullshit on me, man, and all this shit is being
You got the Dr.
memorialized.
Umar
Nah, that's some
Hospital,
real
bro.
shit, man.
Oh no, come on now, GQ, that's wrong. Well, who said that?
Truth said
That's
that
the
shit,
chat.
bro.
See,
Man, y'all sick.
no, I ain't even do that. I didn't even do that. I just didn't like the
God
priorities.
You
damn.
know what was my main thing, GA? Niggas talk
No,
about black people ain't doing this, black people ain't doing that. I was excited to tell you, yeah, niggas is making some shit happen. You know what I mean? But
Willie,
eh,
wait, bro.
But
No,
I feel
seriously.
you. I feel you, Will.
Got breaking
GA
news.
about humbugged your shit, bro. But hey, that brother, I
No,
hope he get the hospital up and running.
Willie,
You
what
know
are
we got
you?
breaking news,
And if he
right?
really want to make some money off the hospital, he need to get it up and running well and have it as a prestigious hospital so he can really capitalize on it.
I'm
Where
just saying, but JQ.
where it's saving lives and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Y'all know Israel just
Put a
attacked
trauma
Iran,
center in
right?
that motherfucker.
I
Man, we don't
saw
get
that.
why we care about that, man. Ain't you supposed
I
to be
did
raising the
see
army?
that, Blue.
Why don't you get the motherfucking Marines out your city, Blue?
You don't think
How
that's
about
the
that?
issue?
Oh my
I'm in
god.
No,
Phoenix, bro. I'm in
nigga, you can't.
Phoenix.
Hey, Blue.
Your
Hey,
city
yo,
under
Blue,
siege right
GA
now.
crashing out on everybody.
Let us
Blue,
finish
don't pay that
the
shit no
hospital
mind.
topic. We get on that later, Blue.
Don't pay that shit no mind.
Yeah, Blue,
GA
you supposed to be
crashing out
raising
on
the army
everybody,
and shit
Blue.
anyway.
Oh, okay. Okay. See, let me go and do some fuck Bama shit. If GA is crashing out, put some ones in the chat so I can apologize to Willie for offending his Jack and Jill ass. Put some
You
ones
ain't
in the chat, y'all. Put some ones in the chat.
Ayo, Ayo, GQ. Ayo, GA. I
quit
just went
critiquing
to
this shit, GA, like you supposed to, man. That's all.
Ayo, GA. I just went to a motherfucking Jack and Jill event 2 Saturdays ago, right? Charlotte now has decreased the infant mortality rate in the black community for the first time in 10 years. That's what
But you
that
couldn't stop.
Jill circle is
Yeah.
doing.
But
Why
y'all
you
couldn't
think
stop
that
it.
is? You
No, but
think
y'all
that's
couldn't.
because of the Roe versus
No,
Wade?
be quiet, Blue.
Nah, I'm
This
saying
some.
that's
No,
because
no. Blue,
black
wait,
so
hold
we
on,
know
Willie.
we
Hold
know
on.
through documented research, right, that black doctors keep black people alive.
Hold on.
You know what I mean, keep it short,
Hold on.
right?
Okay,
So
but
now
see,
when you
see,
talking about Jack and Jill group,
God
you're
damn,
talking
this
about a
nigga
lot
is
of
in rare
black
form
doctors,
tonight.
you talking about a lot of black dentists, all those things. And yeah, they were very proud to announce that officially in Charlotte, the infant mortality is down for the first time in 10 years.
Okay, and you attribute that to the Boulay Jack and Jill in Charlotte.
I mean, I will say this though.
No, blue. This some Boulay nigga shit, man. You
So,
a street nigga.
so,
You're a
so,
street nigga,
now
man.
I answer it absolutely because those are
Okay,
the doctors that are involved.
but
So if you
wait,
don't attribute
no,
it to them, who do
no.
you
See,
attribute it to?
no brevity, nigga, brevity. You
Who do
need to
you
learn some
attribute it
brevity.
to?
No, but okay. What I'm getting at is why y'all couldn't stop him from gentrifying J.C. Smith. This y'all so motherfucking strong and powerful around that motherfucker.
I wouldn't say J.C. Smith is gentrified.
Man, don't make me
Like,
do a
yo,
damn. Don't
understand
make
what
me
I'm
come back
saying?
and put it. No. Don't make me. Don't come
Nah,
on, Willie. Don't do
I
that.
challenge you to do that. Go find the numbers, right? John C. Smith is on Betty's Ford Road. One thing you know, right? Don't fall asleep with a Betty's Ford Road, right? That shit in the middle of the hood. You get what I'm
Is it
saying?
still?
So,
Is it still the hood with four Starbucks and dog
yes,
trails and shit over there now?
yes,
Is it still the hood?
yes. Where John
Okay,
C.
see
Smith is, yes.
now
You don't
now I
want to
gotta come.
fall
so
asleep at a
so
bitch house who live
I just want to
nowhere
make
near
sure
John
I'm
Street.
clear on the argument. So the hospital has is majority black doctors and nurses.
Nah, he ain't even
No,
got all that.
no,
He ain't even got all that locked in yet.
no. It's a bunch of black accountants, Blue. They going in and they going in to get their bread.
It's black private equity. Black private equity is
But
about to
how
bring
did
this
they
hospital
drop
back
the
to life.
numbers though? Because the problem with the numbers and the mortality rate, the main problem is just the care in general. They
Oh
just don't
wait,
be
you talking
giving a
about the
fuck.
mortality rates? Nah, you ain't talking about the hospital in Ohio. I got you.
No,
I don't.
but Tyler rates were for Charlotte, and he was talking about. We was talking about what the Boule did. There was a Boule battle,
So
Blue.
so
That's why I
no.
say, man.
My answer to Blue is I don't know how they decreased those rates, but I don't think they lied to me when they said that the mortality rates in Charlotte are down for the first time in 10 years.
I mean,
I
if they
challenge
decreased
anybody who
it,
think
then
all this shit is goofy. Go ahead and Google it. I would love for somebody to say that I presented misinformation, so I could go back to them niggas in the Boule corner and
and to
tell
be
them, yo,
fair,
y'all in
But
Babylon.
when I ask
wait.
how they did it, I don't mean like what did they do it because I know it had to be care. I
No,
just
no,
mean like what did
Blue.
they instill to it in order to hold people to that standard.
Good question, Blue. What the fuck did the Boule do, Willie,
I
in
think it was a
Charlotte too?
long-term initiative of black doctors in Charlotte, right? So
But what they got to do with the Boule?
who do you think the Boule is?
No, no, no. What
Nope, nope,
initiatives
nope,
did
nope,
they?
nope, 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 nope.
What
Who do you think the
initiatives did
Boule
they?
is?
What?
We
Nope,
talking
nope.
about the Divine Nine. We talking about the AKAs. We talking about
No,
the
no,
Qs,
no.
right?
Oh, so if you gonna say because a nigga was a Q dog and he was running there doing prostate exams that reduced the infant mortality rate? You talking with a
What are you
informed
talking about,
Bama?
my brother?
I'm
What?
asking you what initiatives did the Boule do? Did they sponsor or did they
I
just collect
answered
debt?
that. I
No,
answered
you
that.
didn't. No, you
Yes.
didn't. You just said you
So
just
let me
said
answer again. You
a
ready?
bunch of black doctors got together and had some goddamn tea and crumpets, and mortality rates went down. That's what you said.
Okay. That's what you heard. Okay. But what
So
I
what
I mean,
actually said,
initiatives?
I think that is a big thing because I think that's probably one of the places we got to start at when we talk about places is the care for the women that's giving birth. I think we definitely got a big issue with that.
so the one thing
And
we know, Blue, the one thing we
one
know,
thing,
Blue, is that when
let
black
me land
women,
here though
hold
before you
on,
say
Blue,
it though. Cause
go ahead.
what if I yeah? Cause if I land here, you might have something else to jump off to trampoline off of. And the reason why I say that is because, especially with them passing, overturning the Roe versus Wade, a lot of the same care that's given to women in order to, and this is the problem I had with Kamala. I don't think she did a good enough job of explaining this. A lot of the same care that's given to women in order to care for the baby is the same shit that's given to women in order to get rid of a baby. And so it's a fine line, bro. You know what I'm saying with the care. And you talking about we already had a lack of care. You know what I'm saying? They don't like to give black women a medicine on time if they even want to give them the medicine at all, and then a lot of you know what I mean. So a lot of the times when they come in, they treat them like addicts. You know what I'm
So
saying? And
Blue,
like
let
they
me answer
supposed
you
to
on
be able to
some
get
G
through that
shit, right?
pain. Yeah.
Blue,
Y'all niggas be so
I don't
goddamn
know
long
what
winded. That was a good
initiative,
point, Blue. That was a
I don't
very
know
good
what
point.
initiative those doctors, right, put forward. But what I do know is they were extremely excited to be able to say we brought infant mortality down for the
But
first
see,
time in 10 years,
okay,
right? Now, what I'm
Blue.
saying is
Do you see what happened?
this is a
You
group of black doctors, black dentists, black physicians, right? So if they say that I'm not gonna say they're lying. They may be. If somebody in the chat can say no, Charlotte's infant mortality rate hasn't come down in the last 10 years, you'll give me
No,
everything I need to
no,
go
no,
back to the boule and tell them niggas y'all lied to me.
no. Ain't nobody's disputing that, but we saying what did they do? And that's what Blue said.
I would say by fostering black doctors, when we look at studies, we know for a fact that when black doctors care for black patients, there's a higher life expectancy rate, right?
No,
Whether
no,
it's,
no, no. Well, okay, what initiative did they do to make
I
black
already told
doctors
you 10
more?
times, I'm going to say it
No,
one more
you, no,
time.
you,
I don't
no,
know.
you didn't.
I did.
Because see,
I said I don't
okay,
know.
okay, but see, then you just totally overlook what Blue said was okay. Would it be the political aspect of Roe versus Wade being repealed in your state? See,
I
Blue,
didn't
you
overlook that.
And I'm
I
gonna
didn't
say this
overlook
too,
that.
because when you gotta keep in mind, right? When they giving birth, it's rare that you gonna actually see the doctor, the person. That's why I asked you about the nurses, because the people that's in charge of most of the care of the woman when while she giving birth is the nurses for real. Like you gonna see the doctor rarely, every now and then probably when you give birth. You know what I'm saying? Like, but for the most part, you seeing the nurses a lot of the times,
man,
like
y'all
when
be
you in
so
the
Blue, what
actual
I'm
goddamn
telling
hospital.
long
you
winded,
is,
man.
Blue,
Y'all be making good points, but y'all be too motherfucking brevity. I want y'all to look
Blue,
that
I'm
word
telling
up,
you I'm
man.
in finance.
After the
I don't
night,
know
look
what's
that word up.
happening in healthcare, right?
But
But I
you
do
speaking
know,
on it. You
I do
speaking on
know in
it.
this group, let me finish. I do know in this group of black doctors, that was something they were very proud of, right? These are black doctors I have personal relationships with, right? I don't think they're lying. So when they
As
tell
so
me they
as of
brought that
when,
infant
as
mortality rate down, I believe them when they say that.
and they saying
If
for
you're
the
asking
first
me how they got it accomplished, I don't know.
will. Are they
What?
saying for the first? This is the first year in X amount of years.
In
What?
10 years.
So they saying this year, the first year in 10 years,
Right.
and that's in North Carolina.
In Charlotte.
No, it's Charlotte, North Carolina.
And we
Let's go on
celebrated
zero.
them niggas for that.
Okay, so
Look,
let me read this to you. Okay, this is WCNC. What's that? Charlotte News. Okay, black infants die at alarming rate, tripling that of white infants in North Carolina. Black infants in North Carolina die at 3 times the rate of white infants. A new report shows. This is
God damn, GQ.
March 6, 2025. Black infants are dying at 3 times the rate of white infants, according to a new report from the North Carolina Child Fatality Task Force. The
Right.
report reveals that North Carolina now has the 10th highest infant mortality rate in the nation, with
Mm.
racial disparities worsening over the past year. American Indian children also face disproportionately high mortality rates compared to other groups. Health officials, including Secretary Dr. Devaduda Singhvia, have emphasized their commitment to improving care for mothers and babies in light of the
Wait a
report.
minute, GQ. What was that
Right.
dude's name? Wait.
It was an
Who
Indian
said?
name. We don't need to be
Oh,
doing
Devaduda,
this. That
no.
was an
GQ said
Indian.
it. No, GQ.
Secretary, Secretary Dr. Devduda Sangvi.
Damn.
That's an Indian if you know.
Okay.
That's the
See.
motherfucking. That's the Indian. You know that. That's the red dot. That's
Okay.
it.
Right.
So GQ, I just want you to know after reading all that, you're gonna be over here with that nigga GA. Now it's gonna be that nigga GA and that nigga GQ. Is some haters. I just
Man, I'm just
But
reading the
GQ
information,
though,
man. That
even in
brother
everything
Chaz
that was
put it. I
stated,
think that
right?
was Chaz that dropped the link for me, bro.
Look, GQ, even in
oh that
everything that was
oh
stated, right? It was
well he
never
always that
stated
nigga
that
Taz.
it was never stated that the rate of black infant mortality hasn't decreased, right? Yes, we know. We're dying way more than white folk. We know that.
No, that's no. This is the issue. They're saying that these babies, these infants, brother, 10th highest infant mortality rate in the nation, North Carolina. Babies dying at 3 times the black infants are dying at 3 times the rate of white infants.
But to be fair though,
And this is according to the
GQ.
North Carolina Child Fatality Task Force.
But
yes, we're
GQ,
agreeing it's
that don't mean that
problematic.
he wrong though. That I'm about to say, to be fair,
I
that
never
don't make
said
his
that he was
argument
right
wrong.
or wrong.
Yeah, yeah. Okay,
I'm
okay,
just
okay,
reading the information, brother. This is
okay,
March
okay.
because he said
Because
they said
look,
they
Blue,
had it
this the
down.
real shit. When GQ read that shit, it makes me understand more why they felt like this was such a big deal.
An
You get what I'm
accomplishment,
saying?
yeah.
Right.
Because
And
it is a big
the
deal.
thing.
You
Now
understand what I'm saying?
this is as of March 2025, and what this states is
We still die more than crackers. Yeah, we know
Wait a
that.
minute. No, no, nigga. You is not gonna move from that. Please finish GQ.
Yeah.
Stop that bullshit,
But
nigga.
okay, so the report reveals that. Okay, hold on now, because if you saying over the last year, this is what concerns me. The report reveals that North Carolina now has the 10th highest infant mortality rate in the nation, with racial disparities worsening over the past year.
Right.
And you just said I believe them. I don't know how they did it. What the fuck did they do?
They
No,
did
I'm
But
saying
nothing
all of
because
that's a
but
fact.
I
racial
will say
None of
this
disparities have
though,
that.
right?
worsened
None of
over
that
the
says
past
they
year.
haven't decreased the infant mortality rate.
I'm gonna tell
None
you
of
where
that
we could
says they
make the
haven't
argument
decreased
at,
it.
right?
Okay, well, give us a number to
Remember,
quantify. No, no,
oh,
no, 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 no. Give us a number to quantify their improvement.
Oh, I don't
Yeah,
know the
because this
specific
is
number, my
crazy.
nigga.
Or
no,
even
no.
bring up
I
the
was
This what
drinking
I'm
March.
shrimp
saying.
cocktail. I was doing the electric slide. I don't know the exact number.
But they don't
Hold
be
on,
That
bringing
was
that
a
shit to
big
the
deal.
people. Then
What I'm
hold
saying
on.
is,
it ain't
hold
no
on,
big
hold
deal.
on,
10 out of
GA.
50. They
Hold
they
on,
the
GA.
10th. They the 10th
What I'm
highest
saying
highest out
is
of 50.
that was a big deal to black doctors in Charlotte. Like that, they were
And this is
promoting
now
for
this
the
coming
first
straight
time
out of
in 10
Charlotte.
years. That number is decreasing.
Yeah, he
Okay.
said in Charlotte, right?
And this is Charlotte that I'm
Yeah.
reading. Yeah.
The Queen City.
This Charlotte
But
that I'm
but
reading.
but this is the thing though, right? This is why that can't, like, both things can all still be true,
Right.
even if
No, don't
be,
do that, Blue. Don't
no,
do that, Blue.
because you got to think the Roe versus Wade does not help us. It hurts us and it helps them. So
How?
yeah,
Wait a minute,
because
Blue. See, now
be,
Why
you're a
would you
walking
say that, Blue?
contradiction.
That
You're a
makes no
walking
sense.
contradiction with that
because
bullshit you just
the
regurgitated.
because when they switched the Roe versus Wade, this is what I'm trying to tell you. The shit that the same drugs, bro, that they use for abortions is the same drugs that they use to keep the baby healthy and to keep the baby alive. So now doctors won't give you
What
either.
the fuck did you just say?
Oh man.
Said the same drugs for abortion is the healthy drug.
No, it's a thin line, bro. They
Come
use the
on,
same
bro.
drugs, bro. They use the same, literally, they
It's
use the
okay.
same.
My
Yeah,
argument is
you
this.
should be able to name one drug then that does that.
GQ, my argument is this. After you've read
I
everything you
give it
read,
to you.
right? I
Yeah.
understand why they were highlighting the fact that they've made some progress in that area.
Well, like I
And
said,
that
Will, I wasn't trying to prove or disprove what you said. I was
now
just reading the I was just
I
reading the
know.
article for March, bro.
My
Now
bad. My bad.
I mean this is concerning. So they should. I mean, if they able to get them down, they definitely should feel better, about it because this is crazy. Especially
Exactly.
when you look at these numbers, bro. Because it's like, okay, 6.9 death, 6. The overall infant mortality rate in North Carolina rose slightly to 6.9 deaths per 1,000 births.
Hold on, so bear with me, man. I want to try to say this shit right.
So this
It's
article actually,
the
I'm not
name of
gonna
the
lie to you.
drug is
I wasn't trying
metho.
to prove or disprove it. But this article actually saying that it's increasing, bro.
Yeah. No, I think though that could be no. It said that the gap is increasing. It said that the
That
gap
mean
is increasing.
that means it's
So
increasing.
it could
So
no.
while
Hold
things
on. Hold
may
on.
be
This.
getting better for
Hold on.
black
Hold on. Hold
people,
on. It could
they
be
may be
getting better
getting
for
better for
black
white
people,
people as
but
well.
if white people can't have abortions, it of course it got way better for them because remember they still have abortions in one of the highest rates. You got to keep that in mind.
They don't, brother.
No, I'm not keeping it in mind, Blue, because what are we
That's
celebrating?
false. That's false,
Stop
bro.
it. Yeah,
Bro,
that's crazy.
they
Come
is
on,
Now, you
still
man.
one of the
specifically,
top in
Blue, you
abortion, bro.
specifically, they have more abortions they have more abortions because there's more of them. But when you say raped, like you just said,
No. I said they're still one of the top. I didn't say they was number one. They still top, bro. They
they are number
still
one
at the
because there's
top.
more of them. They have the most
Yeah, but
abortions.
but but
Listen,
but
listen,
by
Blue, they have
rate.
the most abortions out of any people in America.
Yeah, I know
White
that.
women have the most abortions. That's
Yeah, but
because there's more
that's by
white
the
people.
numbers.
Now, when you talk about percentages, black women have by percentage have more abortions. That's what.
Yeah, by percent. Yeah, because of the and that took time to even happen. That happened recently, but the name of the drug
Well, that's
is
by design.
trexate. Nah, I ain't want to butcher it. That's why I ain't say it.
That's
It's
not what they
methotrexate.
give you to keep you healthy.
A
Put it
drug
in the chat.
commonly
Put it in the
used
YouTube chat so they can
for
look it up, man.
medical abortions
Yeah.
I know exactly what
in
you're talking about. I will
combination
give
with
you that to keep you healthy.
misoprostol.
Mhm.
Is also used to treat certain medical conditions unrelated to abortion, such as rheumatoid
No,
arthritis,
okay,
cancers,
Blue,
and
man, no,
ectopic
man, just
pregnancies.
give us the bottom line. What does the drug do, man? Come on, man. Brevity, Brevity.
Mhm.
It shrinks
Stop
the
with the
baby there.
bullshit,
It
man.
can't. This is what I'm saying. The drug can work on both ends. That's what I'm
To do
telling you.
what? It
But
can
it
work to
doesn't
do
work.
what?
It doesn't work anything towards keeping you healthy during the pregnancy.
Yeah, because this is what I'm saying. The same, whatever the same drugs they
Mhm.
would give you if you was
Yeah.
having complications, they're not gonna give you now because that same drug is can be used for an abortion.
What?
All it means is you getting less care, bro, than what it was before. That's what it equals. That's the point. We already got less care than
Are
everybody
y'all
else.
buying it on the
Roe
panel?
versus Wade means you getting even less care than what you was getting before. That's what it means.
No,
Are y'all buying that
man.
on the
I
panel?
want to know, did
I'm
anybody
definitely
find
not
out
buying that shit.
whether the infant mortality
So
rate
why? Hold
in
on, hold on, hold
children
on,
has dropped?
Because the
hold
drug
on.
the
Let's
drug that he talking
Did
about.
anybody find that?
hold on. If it's on the, why would the why would the rate be rising with Roe versus Wade being passed for us then?
See, Blue, man, you always come up here to muddy the motherfucking waters, man. That's why I said, man, come back when you can get the motherfucking Marines out your goddamn city.
No,
Get the
so
motherfucking National
hold on.
Guards out your city.
Roe
No,
versus Wade is
no,
supposed
because
to
BA
do
is on some
what for
bullshit.
us?
no, GA is on
BA
Wait,
y'all
is on
motherfuckers'
some
wait.
head,
bullshit
man. Y'all
If
tonight.
we're
niggas like
having,
to talk this dumb shit, and this it
hold on. No. Let me break it down.
break
If
it
we're
down.
having babies at a low rate based off of abortion, Roe versus Wade overturns the right for you to be able to freely get abortions, correct?
So what's the status in North Carolina with Roe versus Wade?
You
Let's
know.
I be
see.
trying to tell you niggas get out the way. I be trying to tell y'all get the fuck out the way. And let's just keep it simple. Y'all don't want to keep it simple. Y'all don't want to be brief. You just want to come up here and regurgitate some shit that don't mean nothing.
Yeah, they're
It's
not
legal
able
the
to
first
repeat it
12
right.
weeks.
They
Hold on.
heard some shit that sound good
So
to
I
them,
ain't
but
gonna
they're
do
not
that
able
to
to
my nigga
repeat it.
Blue,
I don't know
right?
why.
But the reality is when we're talking about decreasing infant mortality rates, we talking about bras that are trying to have those babies. Right? That makes sense?
No. You done went from broads trying to have babies. You was just big up in motherfucking black doctors, black dentists, black nurses, and you could not tell me what the fuck they done to reduce the mortality rate. Then bro just introduced an article that said your region is motherfucking number 10 out of 50 with the biggest gap in damn mortality rate. It's still a gap between black babies and motherfucking white babies. And then you right here talking about tooting your motherfucking horn, and you ain't told us shit, Willie.
So you want to agree that if there is this gap and all these problems, if those numbers are decreasing, that's not something we should highlight and be
No, we
excited
shouldn't
about?
highlight. No,
I mean,
because
we
you
should
don't even
if
know.
they
No,
are, we
no,
should,
no,
but
no,
you
no,
have to
no,
show that.
no.
You have to
It,
show
it,
that.
it ain't no should because we don't even know what the motherfucking cause is. So
Yeah.
what the fuck are we
Come on.
celebrating?
Hey, you know what? I got to step in on that, man.
You don't
You
know
don't know
what the
what the cause
cause of
is?
infant mortality,
You don't know what
like
the
you don't,
cause is?
right,
No, I
Mike?
don't. I don't
Thank
know
you,
what the
Mike.
cause is, Mike. Come on in, Mike.
You
I
will have
want
to
you to,
show that. You will have to show
yeah.
that, though.
It's
Come on in,
studies.
Mike.
I
Go
already
ahead,
told
Mike.
y'all it's the care, bro. They don't care. They don't want to
No,
get black women to
Hey,
care.
it's not even. I'm
They
gonna
don't
go
pay them
further than that.
attention. They
I'm
don't
gonna
give
go
them the
further than that.
Hold up,
All right,
Go
Lucas.
ahead.
I
Mike
want to hear
did
what
come
Mike
in, man.
said.
He been up here for a minute. Go ahead, Mike.
I'll go further than that, man. I'll go further than that. I mean, the numbers speak for themselves. Now, men lie, women lie, but numbers don't lie. Okay, but we're at war, man. If you can't see that, man, something wrong with you.
Talk that war shit, Mike.
yeah, talk that war shit. I can talk that war
No,
shit, Mike.
it's real.
Okay, we at war.
We know
Oh,
that
it's
black
real.
doctors keep black people alive. We know that.
It's absolutely real. I
No, no,
totally
no,
agree.
no. It's Mike's turn, Willie. You had your turn to explain what they were doing
All right,
different,
let
and
Mike
you
cook.
did not do that.
No,
Please go, Mike.
No,
no,
Mike
I don't.
absolutely right. It's a
I'm done with
motherfucking
it.
war.
I'm listening to you. I've been listening to you guys all night, pretty much, because
Good.
I'm on
It's
vacation
war.
right now. So
Okay,
You got
I don't
time
have a lot
tonight.
else to do. What's up?
Where you
Go
at,
ahead.
Go ahead,
Mike?
elaborate, Mike, because it is a war.
Hold
I
up,
want you to go
GQ.
ahead.
Where you at, Mike?
What do you mean? Where am I at?
You said you're on vacation.
Oh no, my
no,
vacations.
just
I
time
don't.
off.
Come on,
Time
man.
off.
Let's
Staycation.
just
All
go ahead
right,
with
I
the
got you.
combo, Mike. You
Yeah,
good,
go
man?
ahead,
Go ahead.
Mike. Go ahead.
No,
Tell us.
my point is, you gotta, man. I don't know, brother. For me, I just look at the situation a lot differently because it's very important that you know your enemy. You don't know who you're dealing with, then of course you won't be able to understand what those statistics mean. You know,
Okay, tell us. Tell
you
us.
don't know your enemy. See, I've got a different perspective because as you guys know, I was on them damn submarines for 20 something years. So I didn't just frequent encounters with racism and white supremacy. I lived around that shit. I lived in it, in the belly, and then the field I'm in. That was even a worse experience than that for me, as far as racism and the mindset of white supremacy is when I went to the commercial nuclear field,
Right.
and dealt with that. Y'all don't, man. Come on, bro.
No, no, no,
Same shit black
If you don't
doctors are dealing
understand
with.
what's going on at this stage of
Same
the
shit
game,
black doctors are dealing with, Mike. I
no,
get
no.
it.
Wait. Please let me reset this. Mike, Willie said, and it was a dichotomy of celebrating the boule. Let's not even go down that tangent, but celebrating the boule in Charlotte, North Carolina, because they were celebrating the decline in infant mortality rates. GQ brought up a article that showed where the gap is still increasing,
that doesn't happen. That's not happening with the black community.
Right.
and I'm not doing this to be petty, Willie, but I asked you several times what initiatives did the black boule, the doctors, dentists, nurses, and whoever
And I told
healthcare
you several times
professionals,
I'm not a doctor. I'm a
and
private
you
equity guy.
said,
I
I
don't know
got
what
that.
the doctors
I
are
got
doing.
that. And you
But
said
I
you don't
trust them when
know.
they
No, no,
say
no.
they've had
But
this
that's
impact.
Okay, but that's what I'm saying. You saying they had this impact, but you can point to no initiatives, and then bro came up with a doggone article that says, "Hey man, this ain't good." Then bro brought up a thing that said, "Hey man, this may be because of the Roe versus Wade thing," or "Hey man, this is maybe because of this."
What is the boule anyway? What is the definition of that?
The boule
You,
is niggas like me and you,
Mike,
Mike.
you niggas
Up
that
and in.
read, you.
Me, me.
I mean,
What do you
Yeah,
like
mean? Me? I'm the black boule.
yeah,
that
because we
read
don't
and
have
make six figures.
hey, hold on,
Yes, you,
wait,
Mike.
and don't get yeah, don't get offended because
Yo,
we
what
don't have a
what's
lot
the
of black
name of the
men.
hospital?
No, stop, Blue. We don't have a lot of black men that have rode around on motherfucking submarines. We don't have a lot of black men that have been maybe second officers, executive officers, or nuclear officers
Bottom line
on.
is, man, what I'm trying to tell you, I mean, I know what the black boule is. I'm just
Okay,
asking you
well,
to get
you
the
asked the
definition of
question, so if you
it.
was
At the end
being
of the day, no.
facetious,
What I'm saying
Hey,
is,
Mike. Hey, Mike. You just don't know you ain't
hold
black
on.
boule.
You're looking at gatekeepers, people who set in positions next to the feet of white supremacy, and they protect those institutions. They're black people that do that, right? That's not my definition. That's not the definition of who I am. But
Right.
I would say that if you ask the question about what the black boule is doing in regards to this statistic, then they're doing exactly what they're defined to do. They're standing by and watching the shit happen. Okay. So
Well, I mean,
what else? What else do you expect? You can take them out.
wait.
You can take them out of the equation. What I'm
No,
talking about is
Hold on,
what
let him
I'm saying
cook.
is
Mike, but stop.
Let
there's
him
time
cook,
to hold them.
GA.
There's time to hold them accountable. But we're not talking about them in particular right now. We're talking about a system that's in place where you have individuals that are operating out of the mindsets of white supremacy and oppression of black and the oppression and annihilation of black people on this planet.
But Mike,
That's what's going on.
hold up.
Let him
That is
cook,
not.
GA.
No, he was not cooking. That's that. No, Willie, we're not gonna get beyond what we were talking about.
We're
And
not getting beyond it though, GA.
I would say
no,
if you don't understand that, hold on, bro.
Let him
I would
make
say
the
if you don't
point,
yeah,
understand,
GA.
no.
GA,
I would
me and
say
you
if you
been
don't
going at it
understand
for
what
the
I just
last
said,
hour. Let him make the point.
I would say if you don't understand what I just said, and you have no reference to the validity of what I just said, you the black boule.
Well,
He's
call me.
definitely not the black.
Yeah, well, yeah. Call me the
Oh
black
man, that's
boule.
not fair, man. We
I
just
No,
know
said
no,
if
no,
you
you
listen
black
no,
to
boy.
no, no,
GK
no, no,
Michael
no,
off the
no,
boule,
no, 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 no,
he's not
no,
the boule. He's not.
no. I'm that nigga. How about that?
Yeah,
Be the
but
boule.
you're not that.
We
But you're
got too
not
many
that
of them.
nigga.
We got too
No,
many
no,
of
no,
them.
no, 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 no.
We need
And
something
it's
different.
fine, Mike. No, so
ALGQ.
no. Clearly, you just clearly ignored what I said. What we was talking about with the whole idea of the black boule. It was boule on boule was the conversation, and it was talking about what the doctors so-called achieved in Charlotte. Nobody could give me an initiative or a claim of what they achieved, and then a claim was made, and then somebody brought forth an article March 2025 that proved different.
Yeah.
It
No
didn't
problem
well, I
prove
being that
mean, I
different.
nigga.
can give you the initiative, bro. I can give you the initiative if you want the initiative. I'll give
It
you
didn't
use
prove
ChatGPT. It
different.
comes
No,
up.
no, no. I don't want to
I mean,
talk to
it comes up.
multiple. Wait. I don't want to talk to multiple people at one time. Please get in line. Let me talk to the submariner, the nuclear physicist, to make sure that we're on
I'm
point
not
right
a
now.
physicist, man. I keep telling you guys that. I'm not a
Okay,
physicist.
the nuclear
Go ahead,
engineer,
Mike.
There you go.
whatever you do, bro, with
Let
Engineering.
Mike
respectfully.
make his point. Go
Engineering.
ahead, Mike.
So I don't want to go into a whole holistic system of white supremacy. I want to talk about what was going
GA,
on
let
right
Mike
there in
make his
Charlotte.
point.
Mike made his point, and I'm going back and clarifying my point because there seems to be a problem with GA. Put some ones in the chat as GA is tweaking tonight.
Well, I would just say this, man. I mean, I don't. For me, coming on to argue and make a point, that's not my intent. I'd rather look truth in the face, you know. And if you look at a statistic like that, and you're still worried about, you know, the little arguing points, and not at the fact that our children we're being murdered. We're actually being murdered by these institutions. That's what's happening. And not understand that there is a system in place that's been in place for centuries that has that same approach to our existence on this planet. If that does not concern you and direct your attention to the bigger question and the bigger issue, then you fucked up, in my opinion.
But that's not what we're talking about.
That is what we talking about.
I don't give a damn what you talk. I mean, I would say, I mean, here
that's exactly what we're talking about.
When I heard that, when I heard GQ read that statistic, now, I mean, in the back of your mind, you know, if you're a father, if you're a black father, then you understand.
Yeah, that's
you understand. You've been through the process. You understand how they treat our people in these hospitals.
Yeah,
you understand that. You've seen it before.
Yeah, that's
happening all the time. So, but when you hear the numbers like that, numbers don't lie, man.
That's more than the line.
That number don't lie. That's more than just.
It really lets you know, bro, you've been blessed.
No, hold on, no.
It really lets you know, bro, you've been blessed.
Stop.
That's more than just neglecting care. That's more than that. That's more than
systematic.
No.
Yeah, it's strategic.
Systematic.
That is an offensive attack on the procreation of our people and the existence of our people. That's what you're reading, man. When you read
are you?
And then if they make it through that, then they trying to suspend them from school and send them to juvenile hall.
Just prove that we've made progress in that area.
But that's what I'm saying. Wait, no. It's not no hey fellas. Hold the fuck up. Because see, now we muddy in the waters when we get to talking and running damn stop signs. If you was triggered by what GQ read, he read something refuting what Willie said to say, hey, we're getting better. You got triggered by something. No. See, but you don't care.
Refuted what I said.
But that doesn't matter though, GA. When we get to the meat and potatoes of the situation, we're coming upon information that's saying the percentage of how many black babies are, you know, are not making it compared to white babies.
God damn! Wait, no! I'm not moving off this goddamn square, man. Because no, stop, please, GQ, stop, bro. Because
wouldn't you rather go into that instead of talking about what Willie said?
No, because I don't want to. No,
Willie was wrong.
No, I don't want to argue, and I'm not trying to prove Willie was wrong. Willie said something. And you said something that counter what Willie said, and now we're trying to put something to say I'm the bad guy because I was like, well, Willie, what did the doctors do? What initiatives that we do? Because the whole idea that we celebrate these things because now we're making progress on something. So how can we replicate this in other places? I didn't get there from what he said.
But see, that's why
to me, it's not progress, though,
damn, bro, please stop.
Nothing he said
it's not real progress.
What I said.
It's not real progress.
What he read illustrated the problem, right? So now, after he read that, I understand even more.
You definitely would have to bring a source saying that if something is decreasing outside of. I talked to my doctor friends, and
I got you.
You know, you have to say
you gave me nothing. You just said I trust it. They said it. They gave me the number. I trust it. GQ brought an article. He brought forth an article saying this is what the real ground zero looks like. Brew brought up a comment and said, hey man, perhaps this could be because of what recent policy has been in the last 12, 18 months.
But the reality is none of those things said that the infant mortality rate hasn't decreased in the last 10 years. None of those things said that.
No, it did.
They just illustrated what we know is the problem.
Bro, he read something that said the gap is getting worse.
Over the past year that it worsened.
Yeah, but it could.
Reveals that North Carolina now has the 10th highest infant mortality rate in the nation, with racial disparities worsening over the past year.
Yeah, I agree with that, but that's why. But that's where I said I get what it's saying, but the opening where I get where Willie is saying is that that could be because of an increase in their birth.
It could, it would, it should. But what Willie would have to do is show us a source saying that infant mortality has decreased. This is in March. Now, this is what we in June. So he had to show us something in June, April, May, saying that it decreased. Because I just read that in March, it increased over the past year. So that already
Exactly.
negates what Willie's saying about the decrease in infant mortality, because this is the fucking the North Carolina. This is what specifically the North Carolina Child Fatality Task Force. So fuck what Willie talking about. Now I wanted to get back to what Michael was talking about. Why is these goddamn babies? And we got to understand that this is an issue, bro, with the hospitals, because we know
It has
what's
decreased.
so ironic about this is because it makes me think about when I read that during slavery, white infants infant mortality was damn near at 50%. They were losing half in the 16 and 1700s. White folks was losing half their babies. One out of two was not making it. But black women were having
dropping babies like no tomorrow.
Having 9 out of 10 of their babies, right? So white people specifically start wondering how is these black people having all these babies and our babies is dying like this? So they start watching the slaves during birth, and what was happening was they noticing that the slave women, the maid, the elder women, they were boiling water, they was boiling towels, they was washing their hands, they was doing all this shit because they knew about microorganisms, they knew about bacteria would kill the mother or the baby. And this is how the white folks learned how to have babies and stop having a 1 out of 50% of they losing 50% of their babies. Now this is in the 16 and 1700s. Now you fast forward to 2025 and you telling me that 3 out of the disproportionate for black babies and white babies is 3 times the rate of white infants? This shit is crazy.
That's murder.
Exactly. What is going on? What's different? What?
Like that's what I asked you. I mean, that's what's pissing me off, bro.
It's
like,
what
Mike
is saying. It's murder.
Us being dependent on their system to give birth to our fucking babies.
After you hear that statistic, and
it's murder.
How do you ask what's going on after you hear that statistic?
No, it's not. How do I ask? Wait a minute. I know what it is. Wait a minute. How am I the motherfucking villain when I sat there and called Cap to say how is things getting better when they're not?
I did find something that did show. This is a little bit older.
Blue, before you go to the next show.
Now let Blue cook real quick. I don't even have
Will, shut your ass up, nigga. I ain't gotta ask you for shit.
He won't Blue to cook because he's
damn. I'm doing something else.
Ass.
Obviously, I got other shit going on other than your topic, yo. Just chill out.
Dev. I apologize, Dev.
I mean, but please don't.
Hold on, Craig. We got somebody in the back.
I know Dev
Hold
gonna crash on me. I apologize, Dev.
Cash Kid Even.
Yes, sir. What's happening?
What's up with it?
It's all good, guys. I'm just I'm listening to y'all chop it up. So
do your cam work?
So that's what you interrupted us for.
Can you shut the fuck up, man? Damn. I'm trying to give you a chance to get in on the topic, but you just hell bent on fucking interrupting. Cash Kid Even. Does your cam work? Camera?
Yeah, my cam.
All right.
Yeah, man. Do I need to be on camera?
No, you gotta be on camera, bro. We just verifying the hot topic.
Understand, bro.
Got a lot of stuff going on. Appreciate it. I'm gonna bring Will back up.
You seen him? Did
I
you
might
see
Yeah,
be
him?
he
wrong.
good. He good. He good.
Okay.
Where you from, family?
Where you what you represent, Cash Kid? What's the area you from?
Hey guys, by the way, I'm from East Africa, Tanzania, so I'm an outsider
Okay.
on this.
Tanzania.
Okay.
I'm
Okay.
Cool.
Peace.
Yeah,
Peace.
Okay.
really. That's what's
Welcome,
up.
welcome to
shout
the
out to
panel,
you.
brother.
Welcome, fam.
Yeah,
Welcome,
brother on
brother.
the continent.
Yeah, man. So I'm an outsider on this. So whatever I say, just take it with a grain
No,
of
you
salt.
good, bro.
Nah,
No,
you
yeah, you ain't
good.
no
You
outsider. You
good,
good.
man.
No,
You
you good.
family.
You ain't no outsider. You cool, bro. You in good. You in good shape.
This
But
ain't
like
an
It's
I
it's
advo
said, man,
space. You
it's
family.
actually the same situation going on globally, but it's in a it's a different issue. I think in East Africa, y'all got to deal with Bill Gates, but
Blue, read those Charlotte numbers that you found.
yeah, I did want to. So what they did say though, yeah. So yes, the infant. So this is why I was saying both could be true, right? So they were saying yes, infant mortality has decreased overall in North Carolina, but the decrease has been less significant for Black infants compared to white infants.
Wow,
While the
say that again.
overall
so
Please
it's
say that
null and
the
void.
again. Say
the
say say that
decrease
again.
has been less significant for Black infants compared to white infants.
And that's
That's
fucked
why
up.
I said both could be true. That's why I was saying both could be true. They could be
So
getting a
GA,
tick
when you
up.
read what you
We could
read,
be
I
getting
was
a
never
tick down,
disagreeing
but
with
it's
that.
just still not gonna be enough to change the overall what's going on.
Right.
And
If you
and the
talking about the
overall what's
gap
going
between
on.
us and white people, that's different from have we been making progress in this area.
Yeah, the only way you could change that is gonna be is you're gonna have to have birth in Black states where it's more Black nurses and Black doctors, or you're gonna have to have a doula.
No, okay.
Otherwise, like we can't really it's not really a way to affect it because the people that's caring these ain't most of the places that's doing this is in places where we ain't the majority. So the majority of the nurses and the majority of the doctors is gonna be other people than Black. So
So one of the
they're
things,
not gonna care.
so people blue, one of the things Charlotte highlights, like this city specifically, is their involvement in the atrium healthcare system. Right. So you have black people in that established system, and they highlight the fact that their involvement has led to the decrease in infant mortality rates. I want to celebrate them for that. Now, if I'm wrong,
Okay.
I'll accept that if niggas give me the
Okay.
data.
No, well, here's
I
the
gave it
thing.
to you, brother.
He gave you got the data, and y'all. Hey, all I'm saying is it has to be a more intensive approach to this. What are you doing? I get the whole sentiment about okay, Black doctors, Black nurses, Black doulas, Black midwives, Black whoever that brings
No,
something to it. But
no,
what are
the
don't interrupt
care,
me, bro.
GA. No, you missing it. It's the
That's the
care.
argument.
The
No,
difference is the
no.
care.
Okay,
They're
The
not
okay,
giving
argument
okay.
you
is
the
that
women
black
their
doctors
medicine when
care
they
Okay,
for
need it.
black
They're
patients
not
better.
getting, bro. They don't
No,
care about your when you.
The
no, no,
argument is
because
that black
no.
doctors care for black patients better. There's a
Okay,
ton
what?
of research
Okay,
behind that.
no, not a ton of research because I asked y'all for that. And then when I started to refute that, that's when y'all come on and want to interrupt me. What are the best practices? What have we learned? We can't just sit there and say, oh, they had a black doctor, they had a black nurse. That is not how this shit works, man. What are best practices?
So what
What are
I
you
can
talking
do,
about?
GA,
Black,
what I
It would
can
have
do,
to be the
GA,
care, though. It would have to
I
be. It
can
would have to
put
be the care.
you, I can put you on the line at some point with
Willie,
one or two of
I
these
asked,
Boulay doctors.
bro. I asked you several times on what did they do to bring these numbers
And I
down. You could
said I
not tell
don't know
me.
because I'm not a doctor.
Hey,
Said that.
you know what I would say to all this, man? I would say this. Uh, a mind is a terrible thing to waste. That's what I would say. Okay.
Okay.
And the reason I'm saying
Cut the
that is
shit, Mike.
because if you don't know your enemy by now, you ain't been paying attention.
Right.
I mean,
Oh,
you really have not been paying attention.
I don't even know what you
Okay.
mean by that, bro. If
Well,
it's
shit.
something towards me, be more direct so I
Well, I
can
mean, man,
respond
you're
accordingly.
sitting up here in La La Land, and you got 400 years of history that testifies to what the mindset and approach is behind this statistic, and you still don't recognize it.
Wait a minute. How can you be a warrior and a nigga that rode around on a submarine and not know about best practices? I know you
This is
heard me
what I
say
would
this
say to
shit.
you. Okay,
No, no,
okay,
no. Here's what I'm going to say to you.
go ahead.
No, where are you at with that,
That's not
bro?
the
I'm
argument,
saying
GA.
no.
What
There
I
is the
what
argument because I asked you what are they
You're
doing?
asking a
To,
bunch of niggas
you
who aren't doctors medical practices.
here's the
I
but
thing:
can't.
when it comes down to it, you don't have to be a doctor to understand the system that you
Thank
function in.
you.
I would say
Thank
this is what I would say. I would say it'd be very interesting to look at because usually the death and exploitation of black people not only has to do with hatred, there's always some financial gain behind it. And so I would take a look and see the relation. What do they do with the fetus? What do they do with the stem cells of these children that are murdered in the womb? What do they do with that? And I would
May I ask
guarantee,
a question, bro?
I would almost guarantee if you dig deep enough, you'll find that there's billions of
you.
dollars
So
being made off
research.
of it.
Well,
You'll
what
see,
the
find
hell
well,
over
did
see,
we
another
get
thing.
here from a question
May
asking
I ask a
about best
question?
what I'm trying to
practices?
tell you is that we can talk about we get better care with our doctors, but I think and that's a true statement, but I think it's deeper than that, bro. I think that just like I said before, black
They're
people are
killing
being
us.
murdered in the womb in these
Right.
hospitals.
Right.
And it's being done not only just white supremacy and racism and hatred, but it's also being done for financial gain. And
Mike,
the
you
amount
would
of
But see,
financial
this
agree.
the
gain, if you
this.
dig into
Wait,
this
And
deep
okay.
Mike,
enough,
you would agree if
Michael,
we can do anything, putting a black doctor in that operating room, in that delivery room, right,
Y'all
would
niggas
be
is really tweaking right now with this bullshit. No, it's not necessarily bullshit, but how the hell am I being
no, you
antagonized? No. How am I being antagonized? Because I'm asking for solutions and best practices for survival, and you
because
niggas
you're
are coming out of
asking
here.
a
hey, I'm
question
gonna
to
go ahead and
niggas
say it,
that's
man. I
not
normally
doctors.
No.
you being antagonized because even your caricature on your damn screen there has got a
Chill
great
out,
Mhm.
beard.
Mike. Chill
It's
out,
got a
Mike.
great beard. It's got a great beard on it. So
No,
you know
come
what that
on with
tells
it,
me?
Mike.
Hold on. You know what that tells me? You've been around
Mhm.
long enough to know better. And if you don't know better by now, that means you ain't been paying attention, brother.
But
No,
see,
but
this
see,
the thing. I
but no,
mean,
no, no,
I
no,
know
no,
what you're
no,
saying,
no,
bro.
I thought we was
no,
talking, man. What happened?
no,
What he's
no, no,
asking for,
no. I'm asking
he's
for
asking
Guys,
for
best.
what type of what type of things, practices are they're using that's different now than before. He's asking a very simple question. But with a lot of black people, ignorant is bliss. We already know this. They're not gonna answer your question,
No,
bro. You know, so
no.
I mean, we already know
You
this.
have to do the research on it.
No,
You have to
Oh,
do
but
the
no.
see, I
research on
get
it.
a
Okay, so let me ask you
Because
this.
God damn.
my
Let me
answer
ask you
was
this.
no one on this panel right now is in the medical field. What I'm saying
you
is
don't have to be in
I
the medical
trust
field, bro.
I'm
No,
saying I trust black people in that field. So
but
if they're
Willie,
telling me
You
that's
don't
what you
have to
said.
be, you don't have to
Willie,
be,
no, Mike, fuck that,
you don't
man. I'm
have
not
to
even
be,
listening to you no more. Willie, you
well, fuck
said,
you too then, nigga.
yeah, fuck you, nigga.
Shit,
chill
man,
Willie,
out,
you
Mike.
you
said
know, I mean,
you no no
Mike,
you know
chill,
how I get
Mike.
down.
no
You know
Chill,
how I
and
get
Mike.
you
down.
no and you're about to find out how I get down.
Yeah,
But
fuck you.
yeah, whatever. Willie, you said I don't know, but I trust them. Blue introduced a suggestion. GQ brought in data, and then now Mike came in and said, "Hey, he brought in a holistic view." I'm saying, what are the best practices to say what's going on? It don't have to go into some whole segue into a conspiracy that they're trying to kill us. They don't want us to
Conspiracy.
survive. They don't
You
want
sound like
what?
a house nigga.
Well,
See, but
whatever.
you're trying to
When I
Whatever.
insert the
use AI,
argument, right?
AI
No,
said
no,
When
no,
you
no,
prenatal
no,
care,
ask me
bro.
what
no,
are the best
It
no,
said
practices,
prenatal
no,
care.
when you
It
no,
ask
said
me what
no.
are
prenatal
the
care.
best practices, right? My answer is going to be having a black doctor, right?
But okay, but
I think that's pretty well documented. That
no, yeah,
if
yeah,
we're
yeah.
looking on a fund, hold on, GA, you
God,
asked me a question.
No, I didn't ask you a question. I was trying to bring it
All right,
back
good.
into context because Blue actually brought in the best thing, and he was like, "Hey, is this type of medication? Is this type of treatment? Is this type of things to go on?" You just say, "Oh man, it's black doctors and
But
they know
again,
how
I
to take
said
care of."
nobody here has a medical degree, and Blue agreed with what
No, but
I
what
was
what I'm
putting
saying
on the
is,
Yo,
table.
GA, yo, GA, no cap. But that's literally what it says, though. Black doctors is like the thing that's needed to help black
no,
babies.
no, well,
That was the
Q.
answer. You don't want to
No,
accept that.
no, it's not that is the answer. You said that these guys have the lower mortality rate. That's where we started at. And I said, well, what did they do? You said, I don't know. I trust them. And then GQ read something said, hey man, the gap is getting bigger. And then my question was, what is the difference between a white birth and a black birth?
So
The
stop right
white
there,
doctor,
right?
the black doctor.
So stop right there. The gap getting bigger, right, doesn't nullify what these doctors are proud of, right? The gap can still be getting bigger and we can still be decreasing the infant mortality rate, right? So what we know is, right, when a black patient goes to a black doctor, he has a higher level of survival. There have been numerous studies done on this, GA. If you're not caught up, I could drop some links,
It's
right?
not what it's
But
not
hold
what
on.
is
If we're talking on a fundamental level, right? Me not even knowing the drugs and none of this shit Blue brought up. One thing we do know, right, on a layman's level is having a black doctor for a black person increases the
Hey,
lifespan.
bro, you can say the
Would
same
you
thing about a
disagree with
black
that?
teacher, bro. You can say the same thing
no
about a
wait
black
no
teacher
no
in
no no
education.
let's
They
no
say
let's
black teachers are better for black children than white teachers. That's already been proven too. We can use the
what
same argument.
All right. So yeah, I wouldn't
okay but no
disagree
no
with that.
no
What's
no
your
no
point?
no 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 in
Hold on, GA.
2025. God damn.
I wouldn't disagree with that. What's your point? I do think black
No, I'm
teachers
just
are better
saying
for
that
black
that's a
babies.
pretty
No,
that's pretty. See, that's the whole reason why we had separate but equal because we already knew that, bro. They knew that 100 years ago that black people are better for black people. They already know that. That's a pretty consistent understanding. I think what my man is getting at is what type of practices, best practices, because just because you're a teacher don't mean you use best practices in the classroom. I mean,
So I
thank
you
you.
answered
definitely
that
could be
more
you
than
could
once,
be
my nigga.
better.
Like,
Don't get me
listen what I'm
wrong, you could be
saying.
better overall for
I
black
answered
kids
that more
than
than
white
once,
teachers.
right?
No,
I'm
you
a
didn't.
However,
dumb, listen,
You
I'm
did
a
not.
dumb black nigga that got into finance that was lucky enough to be around these doctors.
Come on, Willie. You
I
don't.
can't tell you the prescriptions they're giving. I can't tell you the medical practices, right? But
Willie.
there are certain things that we should be able to understand on a
yeah.
fundamental level as
No, that's
black
true.
men. That's the
No,
conversation I was
no.
trying to have.
That is not the
That's the
conversation that
conversation
we.
Mike was trying
No,
to have.
no, that's not the conversation we need to be having in 2025. That is not the conversation. Hey,
Well,
just send your. No, just send your kid to a black doctor and it's gonna be okay. No,
yeah,
you
you know
said
what,
these.
man? Hey, check it out, bro.
That's not
You so lost. You lost in the sauce, brother. You don't know
Well,
what's happening. I'll put it
call
like
me
this.
lost, and
Well,
you
you lost,
cannot
man.
tell me that
You
cannot be
lost.
how you was that cannot be how you get down in your
GA,
field,
watch
Mike.
Oh,
this,
without a
GA.
doubt. Without a
GA,
doubt,
watch
that's how I
this.
get out.
So
I
if
mean,
your
you know what?
argument is
A lot of times people think that you go. I said I was on vacation. Actually, I got to go to work in the morning, but I am on vacation. I am on vacation. You know why I'm on vacation? Because normally I'm going to work and I'm working on my second PhD. So I'm on
Okay.
vacation, really. Why do you think I do that, bro? Why do you think I do that? You think I do that because I want to put myself through that type of shit? I do that because I know I'm at war.
so we can take care of our own.
I know I'm at war, and I know I'm at war because I understand my enemy. I understand
No.
that the system of white supremacy and racism in this country is out to destroy our people.
Listen,
And you ain't got to be Einstein to understand that. All you got to do is open your eyes. All you have to do is open your eyes, take your head out of your anal cavity, and you understand that we are at war.
Wait a minute.
Yo, pause, Mike.
Wait a minute.
Yo,
No, no,
Mike,
no,
hold on.
no, no. But that's
Mike,
what I'm
you gotta
saying.
I'm not
pause
saying
that,
you in
Mike.
general. I'm not even
No,
saying you
no, no, no.
specifically. I'm
Stop,
saying
stop. God
any black
damn.
man that's walking the planet right now, as we speak, with the things that are going on in the world right now, and the things that have happened on this planet in the last 500 years, if you don't understand that our people are at war with a system that wants to annihilate us, then you missing the whole picture, man. You're missing
Mike,
everything.
wait a minute.
It
Wait,
is a
no, no,
general
Hold
no,
on,
no,
yo,
understanding.
no,
but
no,
G,
no.
yo,
Please,
G,
hold
look,
on, Q,
can I just read that? Let
Q.
me just read
Wait,
the
wait, no,
statistic, bro.
Q. No, let me.
Hold up, Q
Please
is
give
in the
me 10
building. Let
seconds,
Q
bro.
go.
You're right. Go ahead, bro.
I just was going to read the statistic. The study team, including researchers at Harvard University, George Mason University, examined 1.8 million hospital births in the state of Florida between 1992 and 2015 and found when black newborns are cared for by black physicians as opposed to white physicians, their in-hospital death rate is a
And I'm a
third
dumb
lower.
nigga and I knew that.
Come
And
on,
I'm a
man.
dumb
I mean,
nigga.
nobody.
I
These
mean, you can
effects
And
make the
I knew
same
that.
manifest more
argument about
strongly.
education. It's the same thing across the board, bro. It's the same
These
thing across the
effects
board.
manifest more strongly in more complicated cases and when hospitals deliver more black newborns. The size of this
Yeah.
mortality rate reduction would correspond to the preventing and in the in-hospital deaths of about 1,400 newborns nationally per year.
Yeah.
Now,
That's just the
Okay.
statistic.
Okay, but hold on. Okay, that's a statistic, but that's nothing that we've been discussing tonight. So let me go back to
That
you,
is
Mike,
what we've
because
been discussing.
no,
You
it's
asked me
not,
for
Blue.
what was the practices that
No,
decreased
Willie,
Okay,
the
let
rate.
him
please,
tell us
The
God
what
damn.
we was talking
practices
about,
had
Will.
black doctors.
No, Willie, I asked you and you did not respond. You just said, I trust them.
It was having black doctors, right?
And
I
I
gave you
told
that
you,
first.
Will.
You
I
wouldn't
told you,
accept that.
Will. I said just
No, no,
vote for
no,
me.
no, no.
Join. I said
God
vote for me.
damn.
Join it.
No, let me get back to Mike. Let me go to Mike real quick because you're in a field that you deal with causation and correlation. We didn't get nothing to about we at war. Nothing I said that we weren't at war, bro. I don't know how the fuck you got all the way over on that far end of the tangent when we were just getting down to what we were talking
Because
about.
he
you don't
understands
need
that.
to. I understand you
No,
don't get me.
no,
Because he
I would just
no,
say that
understands that.
no. Yeah,
33%.
okay. You don't get me, and I don't get you, bro.
Okay,
And
y'all
Are
got
you
y'all
respectfully,
point out.
denying that we're
no,
at
no,
Let
no,
war?
no,
Hold
no,
on,
no,
let
no,
Mike.
Price
no,
get his
no,
two
no.
point
Hold
Hold
on,
out
on.
Mike.
then, since y'all got y'all point out. Go ahead, Price.
There
Everybody
go
get to speak
Dez.
their point, and all I'm getting at is
Yeah,
what are the best
Will got his
practices
point out. Mike got his
because
point out. But every time Price open up, y'all want to fucking tell him he wrong. So
yeah.
You
let him
right,
get his
Dez.
fucking point out.
You
So
right, Dez.
all I'm saying is more to that with that. What about proper diet? What about nutrition? What about the multinatal vitamins? What about doctors talking about they're not confident the black patients? Nobody elaborated on any of that they did different to bring down the mortality rate, even though it's still a gap in the area that we were talking about, Willie.
You
Okay,
know,
can
The
I
Because the
go?
GQ reference.
argument, because hold on, he said Willie. Because the argument would be that without all of that, right? The fundamental problem is black doctors aren't taking care of black babies, and we have that.
Yeah,
See rates.
it said the statistics right there. It's right there. The difference
Literally,
is
just
when they
we
have
at
black
that level
physicians.
alone.
When they have black physicians, you have a 33% increase
because you
Yeah.
know what, GA
in
is really.
infant survival. That's
Remember
not.
GA when I was saying about white people don't
Now
have
you shot me down for that.
you remember GA when I was saying white people don't have the ability for empathy. That's the reason why a black baby crying does not signal an alarm for a white
Right.
doctor.
Not the
No,
same way.
Hey, I'm gonna
It's
take
not
it
the
further
same.
than that,
Fuck
Q.
all
I'm gonna
that.
No.
take it
They
further than
no,
that.
breaking
no,
the
no.
bones of
Wait.
black
Well, hold
babies in the
on.
hospital.
And actually,
God
let me,
A
damn.
hold on,
bitch went to
let me
Everybody
jail
lay
got a
for
one
problem
more
with
part
breaking the
on.
GA. Why can't
bones of
GA
black babies.
respond to everybody?
Hold on,
You're
real
gonna have to
quick. It's
force
I'm
it
one
just
just
more
like
saying
they
a
level
forcing
woman
it.
to it
went to
though,
jail for breaking
and
the
it's not
bones of
just.
black babies.
But look though, it's not even just that too. It's especially for places where it's a lot of black babies born. So you got a higher chance. Like let's say your baby is an anomaly in the hospital, then probably you know what I'm saying. It's a pretty good chance they're gonna treat your baby with care. But in places where it's a lot of black babies being born, and it ain't a lot
Easy to
of
throw
black
them in the
doctors
garbage.
or a lot of fucking nurses, yeah, they
It's
tired of looking
easy
at
to throw
niggas
them in the
after a while.
garbage.
Yeah,
Right.
very. They
I'm
tired
gonna
of
put it.
hearing you talk about you in pain, and they
I'm gonna
tired of
put it.
hearing the baby cry.
I'm gonna go deeper than
So the
that, man.
point
I
is,
think
GA,
it's
the
even more
answer is
intentional than that.
literally that simple. So when I highlight these black doctors who are proud that they've decreased this rate, whether the gap between us and white people has
But they didn't.
expanded or
But they
not,
didn't, Willie.
that's
But they
not what's
didn't,
being
Willie. That's the
highlighted. What's
problem.
being
You niggas is
highlighted is
tweaking, man. That's what
they've
I'm
They
getting
never
made
at.
did,
This is
progress.
Willie.
fucking
They never
crazy.
did, Willie. They never did, brother. That's what you got to understand. They didn't. In Charlotte, Carolina, it has increased over the past year, and you specifically said in Charlotte, Carolina. Now, what Q Butter just posted was a doctor in Minnesota, and it does say that that the babies do better under black doctors, which we understand. But to your point of what you said, it's not right, bro, because it specifically said it has increased over the past year. The
Well, wait,
infant
it said the
mortality rate
gap has increased.
and the disparity,
Hold on,
in
yeah.
Go
black
ahead and
infants.
handle that for me,
Hold,
Blue.
hold on, that's a different argument though. Saying that the gap between, like, that's just like, let's say we talking about the
No,
web
Blue,
gap.
you
Hold
on
on,
this
let Blue
debating
handle
Hold,
that
religious
hold
for
on, hold
me.
debate,
on,
bro.
hold
You're
on.
not paying attention to what I'm saying.
No. I
This is
listened to you
crazy,
read
man.
the article. When you read the
I
article,
read the
this
article and it
is
specifically
so. Let's
said
take.
that
Hold
it
on.
increased
It
over
said
the
the
past
gap.
year.
It said the gap between white people
Us
and
and white
black
people.
people.
Right.
If you
It
compare,
doesn't
so
say
that's
that
what I
our
said.
infant
That
mortality
could
rate
change,
isn't
bro.
decreasing.
We could go
Right.
down a little bit and they go up a lot, bro, in
Right.
the
No,
increase.
no,
So
no. But
that
you
it
don't
don't
know why.
It's
necessarily
Stop
literally
mean.
that
that simple.
But you
bullshit.
can't.
God
You
damn.
assuming some
Thank
shit
you,
though.
Blue.
You
No,
assuming some
it's
No,
shit, Blue.
not.
no,
That's
that's
what
what
the
I'm
article
saying. We
said.
can't
No,
assume.
that's an assumption. That's an assumption.
The article, no, the
The
article
article
is
Nah,
does not
strictly
say
GQ.
that. It
based.
doesn't say
The
that.
It
It
The
strictly
is.
article
said that the
says that,
gap
GQ.
grew, bro, between black and it was based on the gap between black and white people.
A
That's
comparison.
like if you
Yes.
said that's just like if you said that the gap between black and white people grew exponentially, but you could also say that black people grew economically this year more than they ever grew in any other year.
Man, we don't need
Those
no
two
extra
things could be
examples.
true.
Blue, just pass the mic, man. Say what you're gonna
And
say and
those
let it go,
black
bro.
doctors never
Yo,
compared
GA on one. That's
themselves
what I
or
mean.
their accomplishments to what was going on in
No.
the white
There,
community.
But
The
but
only
but if
thing
the
he
gap has
highlighted
increased
was
and North
Y'all gonna
Carolina
let
a
still
GA talk.
leads
decrease.
in
what
mortality,
are
what are we celebrating?
what are they attributing it to? And what I'm getting at
I
is
mean,
if the
what are we
gap is
celebrating,
getting
bro? If they're leading state with mortality and the gap has increased, what is there to celebrate?
The blueprint
A
is that
decrease.
that black people caring
Less
for
of our
black
babies are
people
dying.
will decrease the black
oh, come on.
infant
Right. So
mortality rate.
nobody's disputing the gap. But what we're saying is we are seeing less of our babies die. I don't know about you, but for me, that is something I can celebrate. That is
That could
something I
just
can
be
respect.
there are fewer abortions. Because my goodness, you know how many abortions
No,
there
bro,
were
it
for
could have
years
been
and
Oh,
fewer.
years?
Hold on. It could
You
have
know
been
how many
fewer
abortions
C
there were for
sections.
years and
Hold
years
on,
and years and
they're not.
years?
This ain't including abortions though. They talking about when they talk about
Parents
the
that want to
child
have the baby.
mortality rate. Yeah, this is strictly talking about people who are trying to give birth. So
But what
Right.
about all them
abortions
years
aside,
with all those abortions?
the abortions are irrelevant,
The
bro.
abortions
We
have
talking about
nothing to do
people
with
who
the
no.
want to
Y'all
have
cared
conversation.
babies.
about
The
babies though.
We
Y'all care
not
conversation
about
is
talking
babies.
about
parents
them.
that wanted to have that
We
baby,
talking about people who
those
want to have
babies were
babies.
dying. That's the
We don't want
argument.
to talk
It's
about
not about
abortions, bro.
abortion. The parents that wanted to have those babies were dying. It's about
And
Well,
then
now
those
they don't have a
parents.
choice,
Don't have a
right?
choice.
In
What are
some
you
states,
talking
they
about?
don't have
bro,
a
did
choice,
you
right?
not, bro? And the rates is going higher because they're getting less care. That's the point, and that was the point I was making,
No.
bro.
Yeah,
No,
yeah, yeah. It's two different
I
groups that y'all talking about though. Just to listen, it's two different groups, not the abortion
please
group.
please put
Yeah,
yeah, nobody talking with
But
nah,
Right.
nobody
and that's
Our
the
talking about
thing.
you
argument
ain't
is
abortion.
abortion yet,
abortion
right?
has.
We don't want to
So
talk about
hold
the
on,
abortion
Q.
group.
ALQ butter. It all started with Me going to an event and these
You
black
don't want to
doctors
know.
at this
All
event
right, stay
were
on the top.
proud of the fact that they could say
You
they
ain't got a
brought the
motherfucker to go
infant
back to the
mortality
motherfucking
rate
2
down
hours
in
for
Charlotte.
nigga.
So the
They do.
point of me recapping that is
Stay on
it
the
was
goddamn
never
topic.
about abortion. It was never about that.
No,
It's
we're
about
not
the
talking
parents
about
that want to
abortion,
have
Willie.
their babies.
But Willie, when I asked you, I said, what did they do different? You
And
said,
I
I
Take
told
don't
you
care.
I am
know.
a dumb nigga from Harlem.
My
I
bad. You
don't
couldn't get it.
know.
You couldn't get a
I
word
don't
in
know
on the
what's
topic.
going on
Just
in
come back during a
medicine.
comma period.
And you said, I don't know. I trust them because they're black. And then GQ brought up an article that said, hey, man, there's the gap is still increasing in the area
Correct.
that we were discussing is like the 10th worst in the nation.
Correct.
So we
But
don't
So
okay,
know.
now,
but
so
when you
now,
ask what they did different, do we understand what the problem is?
and watch this. So now, because that gap is widening, are we not to be proud of these doctors that have decreased the amount of deaths in black babies?
No, because
That should be
no,
because because look, y'all brought in
Yeah, yes,
abortion,
Can you
man.
show us
Don't
y'all
where
say
that
brought
where
in
that.
that
white
happened? Like
Come
babies,
on, GA. You
y'all
can't
brought
Willie,
say
in
no.
can you
everything
show us
else.
where that happened in Carolina? Just one
man,
time.
we can't be this goddamn shallow in 2025 because I'm
Y'all
saying
brought in
is
abortions. Y'all brought in a
no,
comparison to white
no,
No, we're not
don't,
babies.
talking
don't,
about
But the
abortion.
don't,
point
don't,
was in
no,
our
no,
communities,
no, no,
infant
no, Willie,
mortality
wait,
was
wait,
going
One
down.
Willie,
hospital,
god
man.
damn, man, that's why you know what, this shit is
You're not
futile
able.
right
You're
now.
not able to hold a conversation.
Yeah,
Is
we,
that what?
All
we
right,
Is that
not.
can
what the
y'all let
problem is?
Can y'all let GA make this make the arc make this step, make his lay his
Go ahead,
premise?
Jay.
Because I'm really I'm going back, Willie, and you already said,
Don't
hey
ask
man,
no questions, DA. Just lay it all out.
no, I'm just saying. Hey, what transpired was I said, what did they do to get the mortality rate to come down? I don't know. I'm not a doctor. They didn't say, but I trust them. GQ brought out an article to say, hey, no, man, this shit ain't all peaches and cream.
Right.
So Blue
Right.
introduced an ideal that said maybe this is a policy thing.
Right. Right.
No,
So
that was my answer from the very beginning,
Just
right?
let him finish. Let
Because
him finish. Let him finish. Let him finish.
all right, my fault.
so all I'm saying is it's 2025. We cannot just say, I'm not against, hey, I'm gonna fuck with you because you black, but I need to know what's the best practices because clearly we don't know the best practices if the gap is still widening between black and white babies. Why we not
Stop,
able to make that correlation? I don't know, but it got to
stop
be
right there.
something there.
Stop right
But
there,
let
right?
me say something. Let me ask something real quick.
One thing we
Now, now,
hold on. One thing we do know is, right? Going to a black doctor is a best
Are you gonna
practice
say
for
something
black
brand new?
people,
You already.
right?
Everybody already
So
said that.
This is
so you
crazy,
just so
we
you
man.
just
already we already
gonna
established
so you only
that,
gonna
man.
cut me off, right,
I mean,
Dev?
I'm sorry.
there's
Go
no
ahead.
need for you to repeat that
We give
and
him
I
cut
a
think
people
chance.
off.
though.
Why won't you just let him
I
finish? You
think
saying
the.
the same
Everybody's
shit
been
you just
repeating
saying.
shit.
I
You
think
didn't
though the
stop
part
nobody else from
that's
repeating nothing.
missing.
GA said
Hold on,
that
hold
shit
on,
about 10 times.
hold on,
Did
Willie,
you land
Willie,
your plane, GA?
This nigga's
Willie.
bugging,
Wait.
man.
He also
Dev do that
said
shit
what
all
the
the
fuck
Can I
you
give
time.
you
said
something
about
new?
the goddamn stats was incorrect, nigga. And you ain't never acknowledged that.
All right,
Can I
watch
give
Bitch,
y'all
this. What
something
was
new?
incorrect? Hold on, watch this. What was incorrect?
God,
What was
The
man,
incorrect,
black
Dev?
babies,
man,
the mortality
Oh,
rate of
everybody chill
black
out.
babies in
Everybody chill
Carolina
out.
has decreased.
Dev, what was incorrect?
the immortality rate.
What
On
was
black
it?
babies
So
in
you're
North
saying
Carolina.
so you're saying it isn't on the decrease, right? Because then I'm gonna call
it's
my nigga Blue in, right, to give you the facts. My
but
argument
GQ
was
read the
Call
never.
somebody
article.
in to give somebody.
My
Man, come on,
argument was
Will, with that
never that the
bullshit.
This
gap
proves niggas
between
don't listen.
us.
Or maybe in specific, your ass just chose not to
My
listen.
argument was never that the
I
gap
don't give a
between
fuck what your
us
argument
and
is.
white
There's
people.
other people on
We
the
know.
panel.
We know that.
Damn, you gotta
We
fucking
know
listen
that.
sometime.
No.
Hey,
Let's have
can
the
I add something new?
conversation.
Can I add something new instead of
Hold
we
on,
just
hold on,
repeating the
hold on.
same old
You
fight?
ain't
Let
trying to
us
have no
button this
fucking
up.
conversation, nigga. You just want to
Let me
fucking
button
talk.
this up with Dev, bro, and you got the floor,
No,
right?
you ain't gotta button it up with me.
It's other people on the
No,
panel.
wait, but come on, guys. I
No,
mean,
I'm saying you shut shit down, Dev. So let's have the conversation,
I ain't shutting shit
right?
down. You gotta let other
no.
people
Yeah, I
talk.
bet you is
If you
going
don't
right
want to
now.
listen, just say, "Hey,
You
I don't
just
feel
gonna
like
scream and
listening,"
holler?
and then just go off to the corner. That's all you
Because you
gotta
just
do.
lied, though.
But nigga,
You
you
just
just
made a false
fucking lied.
statement.
Other people on the panel had repeated what I just said. You ain't chose to listen to them.
And that was what? I'm having a
And
conversation
that's
with
my
you.
point. You're making my motherfucking point. An
I
hour
understood
later.
that the
Yo, come
point
on, y'all.
was
This shit corny.
that the
That-
I
gap
lost my
I'm
between
going
shit.
on mute.
black
Fuck this shit.
pregnancies,
I don't
I
know what's going
understood.
on.
I understood the point was the
I
gap
don't understand none of
between
the points.
successful black pregnancies and successful white pregnancies has widened, right? So, Dev, have you ever thought about the fact that everybody might be in an uptick? So while there has been a decrease,
But you just said everybody was in a downtick, bro. That's the point. Now you just gonna
no,
introduce that everybody's on the uptick. You just said
no,
that your doctor
don't do
friend
that,
told you
GQ.
that it was on the downtick. Will, come on, bro. That's why you
GQ,
might just have to relax, man.
hold on, GQ. What I
You
said
said
was,
that, brother. You said
GQ,
that. Bro.
I'm going to tell you exactly what I said. I said they were proud to say
All
that
right.
for the first time in
That it was a
10 years,
decrease in mortality in black
right,
babies.
And we've been
in
saying that
black
for the
babies,
last. We've been saying that
Okay.
over
strictly
and
in
over for
black
a long
babies.
time.
Okay,
Now,
and you
Blue,
have
give them the
shown
numbers, Blue.
absolutely nothing to prove that, brother. You
So,
didn't
Blue,
read
give them.
anything to prove that.
Blue got it.
I read to you where in March of this year, the organization that takes the tally on that has already debunked that, brother.
No, they
They say
didn't. They
yes,
didn't
they
say
did.
that black. They didn't say that black infant mortality was going up.
Hold
They
on, wait.
said
That's the
They
part.
they
did,
said the
bro. They
Yeah,
said it was
spread.
yeah.
an
No,
increase.
no,
They said the
no.
spread
North
between black
Carolina
people
child
and white people.
No,
fatality
hold
test.
on, hold on. It is a big difference between talking about a gap growing and then talking about one particular people
Which I
and
want to
what
be
they've
clear.
done
I was only talking about black
by
babies. Go
themselves.
ahead,
That's a
Blue.
difference. That's a difference.
But see,
But
this
you
is
would
the
have to
thing.
show
I mean,
where
prove
that
it to
you
We've
have to
me.
show that.
increased in our like
Okay,
You
we've
we
we
understand
increased
that,
in
bro.
understand
money,
we understand
but the gap
statistics,
has grown.
we understand
We understand. I
mathematics,
told you the
but
same
you
point
would
has been
have
made
to
in
show
education. The
you would
same
have to
point is made
show
in
where
education, bro. That's already been proven.
you would have to show where it
That black
decreased.
patients
You
receive
just
better
only
care from
have to
black
show where it
doctors. I mean,
decreased.
that's
So
common
then what are
sense,
we
bro.
arguing, bro?
I mean, that's already been proven. You can say the same thing
No,
about education.
So then what
That's
are we
why they
arguing?
separated education. That's why they put black kids in black schools because they knew black teachers were better for black kids. They already figured that out,
That's
bro.
not the
I
argument,
agree
brother.
with
That's
that
not the
point when you
that's
argument.
made it
That's
the
not the
first
They already
time.
wait.
figured that out.
That is
You
not the
definitely
argument,
understand
bro.
that, but
I
that's not the
agree with
argument.
that point when you made it the
You
first time.
definitely
So what
understand
are
that,
we
but
arguing?
that's not the argument.
No, what we're arguing was that we're saying a rate. One time we start off celebrating uh, a milestone that something was on the decline, but further investigation said that the rates of change are not lining
It
up.
That's
increased.
not what that article said. That
Do I
article
need to
talks
read it
about a
Oh,
again, brother?
spread. That article talks about comparing us
Yo, find a
to
parking
white
spot.
births.
Find a spot.
That doesn't talk about what we're doing individually. That article did not dispute that the black infant mortality rate went down. Find me
no, it's
one line.
no,
It's
Find me one
specifically.
line.
it's not doing that. But the rate of change is not
BA.
comparable, bro. Come
This
on,
shit
man.
is crazy, bro. Because
Y'all,
it specifically said it gives you the numbers, bro. It said black infants are dying at 3 times the rate of white.
Thank you. Thank you. See, that's
Comparing
why integration
to
happened.
white
That's why
Bro, that's
integration
people.
not
happened.
the same.
Although we
Hold
had
on, hold on.
separation,
I'm saying before that
they had
article
to
was written,
integrate.
we was dying at 10 times the rate.
Like,
So
Now
we
bro,
had to
what?
integrate.
you
At what
do
point?
Now
know.
At
what?
what point? Now
Hold on.
show that.
Wait.
Now you will have to show that.
Hold on. Before we
Now
You
do
that's
know,
that,
you
bullshit.
get the
hold
point I'm
on.
making, GQ.
Hold,
Stop the
hold
bullshit.
on.
Bro, you can't do that though.
I'm
bro.
saying my
Wait,
argument was never a
that's
comparison
yeah.
to what's
That's
going on in
not.
the white community.
Hold on. We gotta know how to read stats, bro. When a stat said it is comparing a gap,
Thank
that
you.
don't mean that our numbers from 2024
Haven't gone
is
down.
higher than they are in 2025. That just means that the distance between white people and us has grown. We could have
Well,
had
so
lower. That doesn't mean that the numbers could have been, let's say the numbers was 20,000 in 2024 and now they're 15,000 or 18,000 in 2025.
But the
That don't
gap
hey,
mean
still
bro,
that the
increased.
gap
but see that
between
point you trying to
black
make,
people and white people didn't grow from 2
but
to
that
3
point you
times.
trying to make, it don't make
Those two
sense.
things can, bro,
No, but
stop,
that point
bro.
you trying to make, I'm gonna
Stop.
tell you why it don't make sense.
Stop.
That's why you had
Stop,
integration,
bro.
because
The
they
Hold
compared
on,
the
argument
Blue.
white
Let him
schools to
go,
the
Blue.
black
Hold
schools.
on, Blue. I'll hear what he gonna say. Go ahead, yo.
You gotta compete. You gotta compete, bro. When they compared the white schools to the black schools, they found the white schools was way out competing the black schools. That's why we had to integrate. You
That's the
can't just
third
be by
time you
yourself.
said schools, and Dev didn't interrupt you once. Salute Dev, right? But
Okay,
here's the
now
thing. Here's
education.
the
You don't
thing I'm
think
trying to
education?
stress to you. Hold on. It's not about a comparison, right? What these doctors were proud of was the effect they had on their community. It's not about a comparison. You niggas be so caught up in this competition that I don't even feel like y'all actually believe y'all can win if you can't celebrate this, right?
Well,
I would love to
Willie,
celebrate it, and I would just love for you to just show it, point to
I ain't talking about you,
anything.
no,
GQ. Leave me the fuck
no, no,
alone,
no, no,
GQ.
no, 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 no.
You
But
know
let me
you
let me
my
say this,
motherfucking man.
Willie,
Man, but I
Willie.
ain't fuck it, man. I'm gonna stay out of this shit.
Hold on, GQ. Let me make this point because then my man Mike brought up he brought up a greater point that said we are at war. So
What's that?
if we're not uh proceeding or regressing at a rate better than our opposition, how are we faring in the war? What kind of matrices are we putting before ourselves?
Okay.
We're building it,
Because three
right?
times is three times, no
I
matter
think
what.
we're building. Come
Yeah.
on, man.
Hold
Yeah.
on.
Okay,
Yes, we're
But I
okay.
don't want
building.
to
No, no,
hold
no, no,
on.
no, 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 no,
I
no,
don't
no,
want to
no,
spin on that
please.
though, man.
No. Ain't
We on
nobody
the
trying to
wrong
spin.
part of the
I want him to
convo.
answer that, Blue.
No,
I'm
because
not
this,
saying that Willie right, bro. I'm just saying the article don't disprove what Willie's saying. It's not a
wait a minute.
direct argument against what he's
Wait a
saying,
minute.
bro. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying
Okay,
he's right. I'm just
nobody's
saying
refuting
the
that.
argument doesn't say he's wrong.
Three
Nobody's
times the
refuting
rate
that, bro. Please,
is
for the fifth, sixth, seventh, or however many times that I'm
problematic.
I'm saying
a lost nigga, that's not what nobody's saying. We ask for the best practices because that's how you scale. When you identify best practices, you improve on those and you refine those, and then that's how you scale and get better.
So
and
But
with the
we
that's what
don't
threat
even know
and
that.
that's
and
the
with the
part where
threat
I'm telling
and with the
you
threat of Dev
it's
dropping
not rocket
my
science.
fault.
For Chinese people, right, in basketball, for them to scale up their basketball league, they had to go get who?
Wait, say that again, Q. Well, you
For
talking about
them
the
to
7 foot tall dude, Chun Li,
AI.
whatever
the Chinese league, who are they recruiting to make their league better?
AI.
No,
And I
they
don't mean
whoever.
artificial intelligence. I meant Allen
I don't
Iverson.
know, Q. Go
He
ahead and
played
make your
in
point,
China.
bro. I
Black
don't know.
talent. Black talent.
I was talking about Allen
Boy,
Iverson.
They bigger
okay.
niggas.
Stephon
You know what I'm saying?
Marbury.
So I'm just saying, like, I think in this extent, like, yo, the reality, but this
J.R. Smith.
specific conversation is black talent. The issue is
Aren't
we
we
need black
competing?
doctors
Aren't we
who are going to be
competing though?
specifically focused on labor and delivery. We need midwives to address so if they're not going to be in the labor room. We need doctors. We need nurses in that space. That increases black babies.
Or
And
our
how
insurance
dare nigga
company should
challenge
cover a
me for
doula.
celebrating them?
Like and I'll raise the question: if you're in a place where you can't get like the correct type of black health care that you need, I think your insurance company should be able to cover a doula.
But no,
This whole
Like
conversation is
they don't
about
want
you
wait.
to
challenging me
because the
or
most of
celebrating them.
the problem is that like GA, you miss it. It's not rocket science. The problem is they don't give a fuck.
I
That's the
would
Period.
say,
problem.
it's even further than that. It's more sinister than that. I mean, we're talking about scaling up the medical practice, but that's not the goal of the medical practice under the system of white supremacy and racism when it deals with black babies, when it deals with black people.
Fighting
The
that.
goal is not to sustain our lives. That's what I'm getting at. That's not the goal. That's not that, you go and you say,
No, that's
okay,
a fact.
this organization has a mission, right? And I'm saying that when you look at a statistic where we have 3 times the mortality rate, I'm saying that is a mission. That is a goal that they're achieving. That's what the system is designed to do.
They've made a
What I'm saying.
small
Wait,
progress.
okay.
And
No,
it's
no,
not
no,
about
no.
improving. If anything, it's not about scaling up the medical, because the medical field, when it comes to black people in this country, is doing exactly what it's designed to do.
They do.
It's not trying to scale itself up or have best practices you're talking about. Their best practice is to make sure that as many infant mortalities that do occur, that those do not improve for black people.
Okay. Well, let me respond to that, Mike. No. Let me respond to that. And I'm gonna respond to Mike and Blue in concert because they do acknowledge a thing such as a midwife, and I'm ignorant on the difference between a midwife and a doula. But what I'm getting at is that we talk about the system. We have to negate and mitigate the system. So if a doula is going to be the best option for our people, then we need to adopt that practice as a best practice for black childbirth. Do y'all
It may
understand what
not
I'm?
be in every
No,
situation.
come on, bro.
The only
Don't
disagreement
cut
I
me off with
have
that, bro.
is that we
No,
have to
don't have no
mitigate
fucking
this system.
disagreement. Let me get the thought out. I just said mitigate. I just
Right.
said that, bro. And I'm trying to build on this fucking thought that we talk about a midwife and a doula. I'm trying to make a correlation here. So
Yeah.
if we don't know about this and we don't know about the benefits of this and we don't know about the best practices of what a doula brings, and then I'm not going to even get into the whole dynamics of the trust and the relations and all that as opposed to the system on why I go there because I can mitigate the system because childbirth is natural. I can choose to do a doula and never even go into the insurance system at all. So what are we talking about there? But I'll
What?
be that fuck nigga.
Hold on, GA. What are you talking about? You're talking about
I'm
mitigating the system.
Nah,
You're not gonna go. You're
you
not gonna
gotta
go to a hospital to have your child.
hold on.
no,
No.
no, no, no. If I
A
enlist
doula
a mid,
costs money.
stop. So does a midwife. Ain't nobody
Yeah,
said
I
nothing
mean
about free.
it's the same word, but
So
I'm
where are
saying
you
Oh,
mitigating
that's
the
why I
Nah,
system?
it's not the
said
same. It's not the same
the
word.
insurance. I mean, but this what I'm
God
saying though.
damn, man.
This
But
is
I'm the
why.
crazy motherfucker. I'm the
ho-
motherfucker that's off the
ho- ho-
reservation
Hold
and
on,
don't have a
hold on.
fucking clue.
Regardless of it, this is why I'm saying that it should be covered by the insurance, bro. That ain't like most of the people that's going through this. Well, it really ain't even just poor people. That's what they compare. They compare
But
people that
hold
was
on, Blue.
educated to
And wait.
non-educated white people. They
Not, not,
compare rich black
no.
women to not to poor white women. It was still the
See,
same outcome.
this what I be
They
talking about brevity. Not one time did I say, I said mitigate the system, not bypass the system.
So what you're saying is I don't disagree with what you're saying there just now. Uh, what I had an issue with is that when you heard the raw numbers, the statistics, you act like you had no idea why those statistics exist. And for me, that was very offensive. I mean, because I'm like, man, I mean, where you been? Where you been?
Mike, I didn't convey that not one time. I said, what were the variables that changed those statistics? I think I clearly iterated that every time I asked.
And I answered
What
you
were the
10
variables that
times.
changed those
Have a
statistics?
black doctor.
I mean, and, you know, and I would say if you know anything, and I'm not, you know, I'm not trying to be insulting or anything like that, but you know, when you have any type of practice, any type of evolution that you deal with, there's going to be a certain margin of error with the outcomes. The outcomes are going to have a certain natural margin of error that you can expect to see. But when you look at a 33% difference, right, that's intentional, bro. There's no margin of error that's natural that's 33% wide or 33% big. So when you look at the 33% in infant mortality that we discussed earlier, that's by intent. That's not something that just something that naturally occurs. That's through intentional action.
But don't y'all understand that that's already known that black businesses.
I think someone's talking. I think.
Yeah, he is, but he's very muffled and
you can't.
robotic.
Whoever's talking, you can't hear you. So that's what I would say. You know, I mean, and you look at that. You look at that. Just the raw numbers. The brother, you know, GQ brought those numbers out, and one of the telling statistics that he talked about is, you know, what we experienced, you know, in the 1600s in regards to, I don't know the exact time that he referenced, but in regards to our mortality rates to what they are now. You know, it's just, and I think for us not to be able to understand, you know, what the statistics are saying from just a pure mathematical standpoint is a problem, because you don't have a 33% difference.
No, wait.
Hold on. Let me just say that, because it was under more extreme conditions. We were literally slaves.
Dirt huts.
Okay, starving. I mean, you know, getting fed the bottom of the bottom, and they were losing their babies and their wives. The white women, not only the babies were dying, the women were dying directly after giving birth in the 16 and 1700s, because they didn't even have enough sense to clean their hands, to wash their hands, to wash the towels. And the slaves were having a much better success rate at giving birth, you know, even living in squalor, you know, because they knew to boil water, to wash their hands, to boil towels, and to keep the bacteria away from the child and the mother. So the white man literally had to watch, because they took notice to that. They watching the slaves so they could do better with having their damn babies.
You know what? That speaks to the lie.
We're so dependent on, you know, on the hospitals and the medical industry to give birth. Now we're losing our babies at a 3-time higher rate. That's fucking crazy.
That's crazy to me.
That's by design.
Yeah, it's definitely
no. But please let me caveat off of GQ, and then for Mike, you're a scientist, bro. And you know it's always causation and correlations, and there are variables. It's the variable that makes the difference on how I adjust and move forward. That's been my whole premise the entire time. What is being doing? What did they do different to bring these mortality rates down? Nobody had an answer for me.
No, and it still haven't.
To bring the mortality rates down.
You keep missing the answer. They gave a fuck.
You see how you talking about that document though? You see, y'all talking about that era? You see the document how they're talking about eugenics though?
Yeah, eugenics document, definitely.
That was 1917. And the suggestions they made out of that is what we're dealing with. So when you're looking at how people deal with their children, that eugenic education is part of it. The understanding that we have a medical system, that was an acclamation. There wasn't that medical system at that period. In 1900, it was y'all go over there, you over here. Yeah, we got a hospital, but the hospitals it wasn't what we think of it today. And so
go ahead, bro. I'm sorry.
And don't forget, your eugenics are now geneticists.
But
No. Wait. Y'all cannot just run past what GQ just said. You had people living in substandard living conditions and they had a higher mortality rate. They found best practice. They will boil
because
water
they
for,
cared.
okay,
No, but you
let
also
him finish.
those statistics that he's stating though, you got to quantify it to where you're at. But you can take Chicago, you could take New York at the same time, and it was going to be in reverse. You know what I mean?
Q, we
Like,
talking about motherfuckers on dirt roads and cotton fields
No,
nah,
we talking
and
about
dirt
mowing
roads we talking
plantations.
about,
We
but
shacks.
talking
you
about
also talking about white folks in dirt roads and cotton fields.
yeah,
Like,
we talking about
you got to pull up
plantations.
the numbers because
But
again, the document I pulled up that has the numbers. That's what they were measuring. Who's giving birth? That's why they let Margaret Sanger back in the country.
but
That
Q, all I'm
document,
saying is
Yeah, that was later on in the flick though, Q. That
that,
was
Q,
no, that's 1923 when they let her back in.
yeah.
That
23.
document
He
was
was talking.
In the time I'm talking about, it was the
Yeah,
16,
Yeah.
the
1700s.
1670.
He was
There's no data you're gonna provide that's gonna be able to be sourced like that. That's gonna be
okay.
hidden.
it's
See,
not going to show statistics as
Right.
far as numbers on that, but what you're going to see, and this is just coming from historical research, y'all.
Can't hear you, man. Can't
Can
hear
you hear
you.
me now?
Yeah, I can hear you
Yeah,
a little
we hear
better.
Okay.
you. Go ahead,
Okay.
go
What
ahead.
what what you're gonna see is kind of the opposite of what GQ is arguing. When you factor in the malnutrition, the abuse, the trauma, the stress that we went through, our infant mortality rate was extremely higher than that of whites. Then you have to add in that when you're saying this, you're going beyond. When you say infant mortality, it's beyond just giving birth. This encompasses the entire first year of life.
Right.
So now you got the baby being malnutrition, lack of attention, and other various things that could have led to our rates being higher than theirs. You get what I'm trying to say by that?
When is that? And
So
what time
let's
period you talking about?
there's during slavery. You just pick a time, pick a place, and it would depend on variations, no doubt. What kind of owner you was, kind
Well,
of
that's different from what GQ is
task
saying.
what kind of task you was given. So let's say you got a field hand, and you in the deep south, and you got one of them assholes as owner and overseer. You could give birth and literally get told get up on your fucking feet and go to work right now, right after birth. But then you might have had some that had a little bit more humane practices to them, and that varies in the situations. But
Yeah, I
overall,
mean,
most historians are going to say that our infant mortality rate was extremely high during that time.
that's
We were
direct
having
opposite of what GQ
we
said.
were doing better than them motherfuckers at that time though.
GQ,
That's
you
direct
gotta
opposite.
add in that they not going through the stress that we going through. So theirs is kind of up. Now, if
But
you
see, they
talk
were
to
just some
poor,
nasty motherfuckers. That's all it was. They didn't understand
Well,
microorganisms and bacteria and shit. We were already up in the game on that.
but see, but wait a minute, wait. But see, here's my major pushback because it's 2025 now, and I'm for the last 12, 18 months I learned about the concept of a doula, which is synonymous with a midwife. And if I'm wrong, just beat me up, charge it to my head, not my heart. But all I'm getting at is these people are going to be more compassionate. They're going to be more informed on what a pregnant mother needs, and that's how those best practices can get socialized. And then we had the whole idea of the whole insurance and it's being accepted by an insurance concept. That's a policy that we can push for or we can advocate for as a people. But don't just say because she's black and she know how to deliver babies and that's gonna make it better. We got to be able to articulate this stuff. We got to be able to adopt this, and we got to be able to scale this. And we
Right
talking
there
about
on the
moving
screen.
forward.
Yeah.
Why
That is,
not
but
though? That
but
is
that is the statement.
articulated, right?
That is the look. You
Because
see right
she's
here.
black,
But
she's
look,
better
GA,
for
this
me.
is the urban health today. Black people live longer in areas where black doctors with more black doctors.
Period. The
Like that
end.
is the statement. That is the scientific statement. Is that's
Yeah, the
Okay.
CDC says the same
You
thing.
gotta
The
really
only
No, no,
thing
no,
that
no,
they could
no.
find, the only difference after everything that they did that they could find was because they were black, bro. And that
because
was
of
just
who
Okay,
they
based
are.
off of
okay,
healthcare.
okay.
There's
No,
no other
no, no,
difference.
no,
There's no
no. For all y'all,
scientific reason to it or nothing.
let me revert back. Quantify that for me. just like y'all always say, source up, source that for me,
It's on
put
the
that
screen,
in.
DA.
It's on the
No,
screen.
no, not it's on this. When I say source, put that in some type of matrix for me.
What the fuck
The
is
researchers analyzed 1,618 counties with at least one black primary care physician. In one of three studies, 2009, 2014, 2019, the team initially looked at 3,000 pieces of data, but had to exclude about half because these countries did not have a single black primary care physician. The researchers found that in these patients, life expectancy increased by 1 month for every 10% increase in black PCPs. Furthermore, the study also found that every 10% increase in primary care physicians was associated with 1.2% lower disparity in mortality rates between black and white individuals.
Wow.
Living in a county where black doctors work and thrive may be a marker for living in a community that better supports black lives. Dr. John Snyder, one of the study's lead authors, said.
What
Hey,
else?
fair point, bro. I'm
Hey,
gonna stand
GA,
down.
GA, I
Yeah, you
get
should have
what you're
stood
trying
down a
to
long
ask,
time
bro.
ago.
I think you're looking for the methodology. What made this different? What was the methods being implemented?
Give it a
Yeah,
fuck.
And
that
I
that
would,
that's
I
that's
would,
all I'm asking, bro.
right
It's
to that.
simple. Give them a fuck.
I would ask that we just be mindful of the psychology of our own people in that.
No, no
So
sentiment.
in that, can I just finish and maybe this will help you.
Speak up a little
Um,
bit, bro.
maybe it's the fact that you got brothers and sisters actually attending the doctor's visits because there's a trust of that black doctor or black nurse being there, opposed to not going at all.
No,
You
no,
get where I'm going? That might be the hidden sauce to why we see that better care.
no. Hey,
Fuck
fair
no.
point. No, I'm gonna
Hell
stand
no.
You
down.
get what I'm trying. You get what I'm trying to
No,
say.
Well, I
Because
would argue
I don't. I
Vyasa
don't
that
mean.
I think Vyasa, and I think black people need to be very clear when I'm stating that white people do not have the ability to display or illustrate or have or possess empathy for black people.
Come
So if
on,
you're
man.
caught in a setting where your life is at danger, be mindful that you may not have that individual. Not saying every one of them, but history has shown us that a large percentage of them do not display that
Come on now.
consistently.
Yeah, I mean,
no,
I would even
no.
go
So when you're
further than
talking
that.
about policy
But
and best practice, the best practice is simply going to a black doctor. Period.
No, no. What Willie, what to that point is okay. If we're going to talk about infant mortality, then enlist a doula over a midwife, over a
Oh no, both.
pediatric. What is it? Pediatrician, obstetrician. I don't know what those doctors are called, but whatever Cliff Huxtable was. So I'm gonna stand down off of that source that Q
okay.
and Viles are just I'll stand down,
Hey,
man.
can I say something real quick to you, bro? I'm
Go
gonna
ahead.
say, I'm gonna say that I'm disappointed, and it doesn't really matter, but I'm just saying.
Go ahead. Go
I'm
ahead and
disappointed in the
speak your mind,
mentality.
bro.
I'm disappointed in the mentality that it took that for you to get even to a point where you're standing down on the fact that you want to pontificate what the forcing function is behind these disparities in medical statistics. You want to pontificate. Here's the thing: when you look at, okay, for instance, say you go and you want to buy a new house, right? What they're going to do is they're going to pull up your credit history. What do they pull up your credit history for? They pull that up because they know based on your history, they can determine how you're going to pay off that loan. They can determine pretty accurately how you're going to take care of business and paying off that obligation, right? And I don't understand how that's done in every single other area. Same thing when you go to medical field, they look at your medical history to figure out some of them give you a diagnosis of and a prognosis of what's going on with you, right? So if you look at the history to see that, why is it that we fail to look at the history of this country to understand the approach that this system has towards our people? Why do we miss that constantly? Why do we fail to look at if you just look at the history of this nation, then it should be obvious when you see statistical variations of 33% 3 times the infant mortality rate that you don't understand what's going on.
That is, it's amazing that you say that. Well first, were you done?
I'm done.
Not by
No,
accident.
no, because it's amazing that you say that because I just closed on a house and I went through the process.
Okay, it's not even
And,
about the
no, no,
house.
okay, no,
It's not
I'm
about
just
the house.
no, because I'm just responding to your analogy that for you to infer that I don't get it because I'm more than qualified and have more than the assets and resources, but I still went through or ordained. I just want to share that because that's not what I came across with, bro. My thing was at this day and
That
age,
doesn't
it
make sense
has
what you just did, bro. I'm not. I
whatever.
wasn't. It wasn't about. I was giving an
You,
example, an analogy.
well,
You said
okay,
correlation.
and I'm responding to your analogy because maybe I'm still sensitive to the process I just went through. So I'm responding to you. To say that I'm numb or ignorant to what we face is nah. I'm looking for ways for us to get better. And all I heard was people say, just go to a black doctor. And that cannot be it in my mind.
But it could be just as simple as that.
And it could be. And maybe I'm wrong.
But
But
most
with
black
That's
just
people
all
in
it is.
America don't have black
That's
doctors.
all it take a lot
Thank
of
you,
times,
GA.
bro.
I mean GQ. Thank you.
But
What?
most
It
black
could
people
be
don't have
just as
black
simple
doctors.
as that.
no, no, and they don't, especially with the way that healthcare is being reshaped or reformed in this day and age. No, they don't have that option.
That's a
So,
fact. That's a fact.
so
But
when you
But
go
but
into
you wanna be, just like the statistics show that Q just showed with this one right here and the other one, it's showing how much better we do under a black primary care or just having a black doctor around. Because it's of course like just like education as the other brother kept trying to bring up, you gotta have somebody who gives a fuck, bro. If they don't give a fuck, then they put your ass out on the street and tell you, goddamn it, you got 60 days left. Q Butter, no, I just went through that. He came pick me up from the hospital. Q said that the hospital was bogus. I'm standing on the street. I'm waiting on the motherfucker. I'm waiting on the motherfucker. I'm waiting on the motherfucking Uber. Right. The guy come up. He say, "Man, do you want to buy this?" He tried to sell me some air fresheners. I say, "Bro, I'm not driving. I'm waiting on the Uber." He say, "Man, do you got a couple dollars?" I get a brother a couple dollars. He on the motherfucking bicycle. He nodding and everything. You can tell he was a dope fan. The brother say, "Man, what you doing over here, man? What borough you from?" I said, "I'm from the borough of Chicago." He said, "Oh, you from Chicago? What you doing over here?" I say, "My sister is in this hospital." The man immediately hollered, "Q, no, I ain't lying because I told her." He said, "Get her out of there. Get her out
Okay.
of there." I said, "What you mean?" He said, "Man, get her out of that hospital. Just take her anywhere, right?" So this hospital is in Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn. It's called fucking, no, matter of fact, it's in Bushwick. It's called
Woodhall.
yeah, no,
What
White Cough.
all?
White
Oh,
Cough.
White
White
Cough. Yeah,
Cough.
White Cough. Yeah, yeah,
White
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 Cough.
Cough,
cough.
right?
Okay.
You picked me up from the hospital, right? So boom, they put my sister in hospice. That hospital, they put my sister in hospice. They told me she had 60 days to live, brother. When I tell you, my sister friends because she been in New York over 20 years, she got friends. Some of them work in the medical industry. They went to work. They got her transferred to Long Island,
Bunch of black women.
North. What's the name of it?
North Shore.
North North Shore Hospital, bro. They got my sister transferred. My sister, she stayed in hospice for a week. Then she gave the hospice back. She denied the hospice because as long as she was in hospice, she could not. Her insurance wouldn't let her seek any other treatment. So she had to get out of hospice. Her friends got her to North Shore Hospital, bro. When I tell you, my sister, bro, they got her moved up in the transplant list. They gave her a transplant. Last Tuesday she just got the staples took out her stomach from a liver transplant, bro. She back walking, everything. My sister couldn't even. She hadn't even walked since September of last year. But that
Bunch of black
hospital,
women.
yeah,
black women, one hospital put her out, bro. One hospital told her she had 60 days to live. It was over with. Wasn't nothing else they could do.
Yeah,
And then
you
we
know,
get her to this other hospital, and here she is. She's straight, bro.
they're killing us in these hospitals. They're murking black people in these hospitals, man.
Oh,
That's basically
Mike, I don't,
So there wasn't no black doctors in that Bushwick hospital.
probably one.
So what?
I'm not saying that it wasn't,
So
but it
was it
just
black
showed you
doctors
the
at North
difference.
Shore Hospital?
It just show you the difference, and that goes back to the conversation we was having earlier. Dev, when you asked me about, when you was talking about the hospitals here in Chicago, like how Roseland is.
No, let's not go back to that.
No, but it just
Yeah.
goes to show the differences in the medical. Because one hospital, I mean, for them just to put you out and say, okay, you're in hospital, you only got 6, and then and just the change of a hospital could make that much difference.
Yeah.
Okay, but so let me just throw this out here. Let me bring it back into context of what we're talking about. We was talking about infant mortality and doulas, midwives, and pediatricians, so to say.
No.
So, gee,
Yeah, but
what?
we ain't got away from that.
No, let's not get away from it because it's very relevant what I'm about to say. In the Mississippi Delta, GQ, how many doulas do you think are in the Mississippi Delta or
A
in
lot.
southern Mississippi?
It's a lot. It's a lot.
So I'm ignorant to it. Then you say it's a lot. I don't think it is a lot because I know it's not a whole lot of facilities up there, but I know childbirth goes on in these areas.
That's right.
So where are our people more amped to go? Are the doulas busy up there or not?
I think the overarching message of the discussion really is identifying that there is intentional anti-black racism in the medical industry. That's one of the things you can pull from that. And so if you're a black man or your family's black and you go into these hospitals, you need to be aware of that. Like the last time I went into the hospital, the first thing I did is make sure that I filled out that paperwork that said if I died in that hospital, they don't get my organs. That's the first thing I did. And so, because I understand that there's a correlation, as you would say, between the death rate and the mortality rate of not only infants, but other black people that go into hospitals and the money they make off of our organs, whether it be, the melanin that we have on our skin, our liver, heart, whatever it may be. There's money being made off of death. And so that's my belief. Then there's statistics out there that talk about it all the time. A lot of people say that there's a correlation between the murder of young black people and the amount of money that these hospitals make off of their organs when they pronounce them, dead. So my point is that when you go into these hospitals, you have to understand, you have to be really critical of what they're doing, because there is a trend and a history of anti-black racism in the medical field. That's what I take from this.
That's a damn, Mike. You threw me a curve with that one. Because wait, are you retired military?
Yeah. Why?
No, I'm just saying. If you don't mind me asking, I should have said
Sure.
if you don't mind prefacing it. But yeah, I mean, okay. I'm just trying to get where your sentiment at. But
No, ask the question. Go ahead. Hey man, I'm not gonna say what you got to say, brother.
no. I'm just saying that's damn, you making me a little more cynical with that because yeah, you make a valid point with the organs and all that, but so I think retired military gets pretty decent health care if you got like the TRICARE and VA and all that. I really do.
Okay, so what's your point?
But now you got me thinking that with that whole organ harvesting thing that it's still a money game even after you gone.
No, come on, bro. I mean, here's the thing: capitalism is that I call it predatory capitalism or capitalism without a heart, right? So, racism, the system of white supremacy and racism, anti-black racism, it's only a justification for the economic system. That's what it is. I mean, but it's the foundations of the country. Period. I mean, you got to look at the history. I mean, you got to think about it. They say, okay, we're inferior. That's why we were enslaved for centuries in this country. But I mean, brother already made a statistic that just based on our cleanliness, we were able to have babies at, multiple times the rate that Caucasian slavers were able to have it. Why? Because we came from a developed country. We came from developed cultures, developed nations that understood the importance of sanitary conditions. That's where we came from. They enslaved human beings that were doctors, that were builders. I mean, you look at it, the infrastructure of the United States was built through slave labor. A lot of the monuments, the buildings in Washington, D.C. and the nation capital was built by black people that were under enslavement. So we were a people not underdeveloped, but we came from developed nations for that particular time, and we're able to bring those talents and those trades, those skills to the United States and help build this country through slavery, through slave labor. So it wasn't that we were behind in culture. We were actually ahead in culture, just based on cleanliness and sanitary conditions that we lived under. And that got transferred, like the brother was talking about, and helping them increase their birth rates, and their children. So the bottom line is we were not advanced in the dehumanization of other people for monetary gain. And so this whole thing of capitalism, this predatory capitalism that exists, has always had its fangs inserted in the lives of black people, where it sucked the blood it sucked our blood in order to prosper. And when that's why I said that predatory capitalism is the foundation. However, the justification for the treatment and the oppression of black people through centuries of enslavement was what allowed them, and that whole paradigm of black inferiority, white supremacy, is what allowed them to do that and justifiably do it. It's the same thing that's happening now. When we go into these hospitals, they're like the brother just mentioned. One hospital had a culture of killing black people. You go in there, even the guys who were strung out on drugs were sober enough to know, don't go to that hospital.
Yep.
Because they understand there's still a culture of profiting from black death, black suffering, and black oppression. The whole country's built on it, bro.
Wait a minute, don't shift points, because you shifted into another point now when you did that.
No, I'm not shifting points. You want to get into all the arguing and all that. I'm not trying to.
I don't want to argue, brother.
What I'm getting into is the stating the fact that we're dealing with a system of white supremacy and anti-black racism in this country, and it pervades every aspect of society. And so when we go into these hospitals, for one, we have to be really cognizant of what these physicians are saying. We cannot give them the benefit of the doubt because of the nature of the beast. The history.
Okay, so everybody keeps running past the whole thing that I'm talking about, the downsizing of regional healthcare. Nobody entertains that, and I have no problem being the outlier this evening. I'm loving this shit because it's giving me great insight. So we cannot sit here and be so critical in 2025 and not just look at when our damn elders and ancestors showed up to a damn hospital emergency room and they were sent home to die without treatment. And to hear that same sentiment going on today for people that I think just on the merit of a lifestyle that they live, and they still have the same sentiment. They don't trust the medical system. Is kind of enlightening to me.
Well, you'd be a
So,
fool to. I think you'd be a fool to. If you
well,
go into, that's why I said when I go into a hospital, if I now I haven't had to be checked in at a hospital for, I mean, probably once in my lifetime I actually went into a hospital for about a week. But the first thing I did when I got in there, and I was in bad shape, I was, I had an event that I needed to go in and have an operation. But when I did that, the first thing I did was make sure that that paperwork was filled out. I didn't let anybody touch me until the paperwork was filled out to say that, if I was to die in that hospital, they don't get to sell my organs.
But I just want to add that Black people got many reasons not to trust the medical field. I mean, look at the Tuskegee experiment. I mean, we got plenty of reasons not to trust. So I don't think the word trust should be used in the conversation.
I agree.
Because you know what I'm saying? Because look at the Tuskegee experiment, you know what I'm saying? And look at the video, like my dad fought in the Vietnam War, and then they denied that some of those chemicals that was used in the war was harmful to soldiers. And he was saying he fought for many years trying to get the government to acknowledge that some of the chemical warfare they used in that war was harmful to the soldiers, because the government was denying it for years and years and years and years. So we got plenty of reasons not to trust the medical, and we have to go in questioning. We have to go in questioning and asking a bunch of questions. So I
okay.
definitely agree with that.
Okay, well, let me just go on out here and be the asshole again. We done went all the way back to the Vietnam War and say, let's not trust this, but we have not yet established an independent system of healthcare for Black
That's
people.
true. That's true, and that's the problem. Yeah, that's
It's
the
a
problem.
huge problem for me, but but criticize me for wanting to have solutions on how to scale this and move beyond and mitigate problems. I'm
That's
here
not
for
a.
that shit.
That should never be. I mean, I don't think there's any. I'm definitely not criticizing you for that. My criticism towards you, not
Mike,
personal,
it's
not
okay,
personal.
Mike. I mean, it's okay. It's not personal, bro.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
not
What I'm
personal.
saying is my
Yeah,
my my criticism towards you was not your when the things you talked about, the solutions with the midwives and things like that. I don't
yeah.
have any problem with that. My
It's my
problem
weak
was
ass articulation skills, man. I went to public schools in the South, so it's all good, bro. We're beyond that. But I do want us to get to a point where we not talk about we don't identify what happened to our ancestors, and we don't think about ways to go beyond that.
well. I
That's
mean, how you gonna know where you're going or where you're at if you don't know where you're from? I mean,
But
you sound
also,
stupid, man. I mean, I'm not. Excuse my language. Basically, this is it. I mean, that's what gets me too, man. I mean, we don't want to look in the mirror. We don't want to look in the mirror. You look at the European Jew, they'll tell you 10 times, before, 5 minutes after you meet them about the history of the Holocaust. They will, you can't ever tell them to get over it. You understand? You can't ever tell them to get over their history. You can't ever tell them to not celebrate or forget about their history.
wait,
I
wait,
mean,
wait, wait, wait,
they looked
wait.
at in the face. They looked at in the face as a motivation to understand and move on, however they use it. But anyway, they don't forget about the history. We
Wait,
want
wait,
to look
wait.
back. We want to forget about. We don't want to look in the mirror because we don't want. Here's the deal. We don't want to look in the mirror. This is my belief. Okay, we don't want to look in the mirror of the history of this nation and use that history, that's historical facts, to understand modern day phenomenon, because we don't want to accept the fact that we're at war.
Wait,
Because when
wait,
you
wait,
accept
wait,
the
wait,
hold on,
wait.
when you accept the fact that you're at war, then you understand you need to get prepared. You understand that
Hey,
you need to be in a mindset where your head's not in the sand constantly, but you're constantly thinking about the fact that you're on a battlefield that's trying to claim your very existence. And if you're not moving in your day-to-day life with that mentality, strategically positioning yourself to navigate this system and either bring it down or improve it so that our people can survive and thrive within it, then you know you messing up.
And been in war since we stepped off the motherfucking slave ship.
Okay, but wait a minute, Mike, at GQ. So what about the next time when they start talking about remember the Holocaust and we start saying fuck your Holocaust?
Right.
Oh
You
no, are
can't
we
say
ready
that.
to do that?
You
No,
can't say
because
that,
I
bro.
am.
They
no,
not gonna
no,
let
no,
you say
wait,
that.
wait, wait,
They not
wait.
gonna,
No,
this government is not gonna let you say that, bro.
what the hell
I'm
is
telling you that
they?
right there.
Stop, man, you
They
is
gonna set you
tweaking.
up.
No,
They gonna set you
no,
up.
no, no.
They
I'm
love Israel.
nobody. What the fuck are they gonna do to me? I am a nobody. I'm a peon. Just ask Willie. Wall Street Willie will tell you I am nobody. So if we're gonna get on that matching that energy and we at war, why
Hey, but
not say
check this out, GA. Let me read this, and then I'm gonna mute up, bro. I'm done.
no, I'm about to shut the fuck up, man.
I'm
I done
I
about to
wouldn't
said
shut the
say
fuck
you
way
a
up.
too much
nobody
But let,
tonight.
either.
but
Don't
let
put
us
that
but
on my name.
let us just talk about this medical
You
industry and
comrade.
how. Let's just talk about it real quick, right? Newborn babies at a Virginia hospital have been suffering mysterious injuries. A nurse now faces abuse charges. Okay, and this is how it go. More than let me see. Police last week arrested a former nurse at the Virginia hospital, Erin Elizabeth Ann Stratman, and charged her with maliciously wounding and felony child abuse in a November 2024 incident involving another newborn. Investigators are now looking into a total of 7 potential abuse charges at the hospital, 3 in 2024 and 4 in 2023, including Noah's son, said Shannon Taylor, the Commonwealth Attorney for Horatio County.
That
So
bitch was breaking the bones of black
breaking the
babies.
bones of black babies. This white woman, okay, and Aaron Elizabeth Ann Sturman, okay, she walking around this motherfucking maternity ward,
Breaking
breaking
them
the
babies'
bones of the
bones.
black baby. Seven
So
that
when a
they
nigga said that the
seven that
best
they
practice
charged
is
her
going
with.
to a
They
black
gave the
doctor,
bitch. They gave the bitch. They gave the bitch a bond. This is
They
and
gave
they,
her a bond.
yeah, they
They
gave the
gave her
bitch
a
a bond.
bond. See, that
You
tells
know
you
what I'm
everything you
saying?
need to know
she
right there.
home now.
You
They
know,
gave her a bond.
they gave
They
the
gave
bitch
her
a
a
bond.
bond. That tells
This
you
is what
everything
they.
you need to
This is
know.
what they. This is type of shit we talking about. We talking about these medical industry and how we supposed to trust them, and you know, and when you talk about the difference between a white nurse and a black nurse, a white doctor and a black doctor, and when Q Butter talk about the empathy of a white doctor to have on a black person, you understand what I'm saying? This bitch literally walking around maternity room breaking bones on the black babies. You know what I'm saying? So we got to
But
deal with this type of shit.
no, why we not cooking this shit? Why we not dealing with this type of shit? Why?
Yeah, this is what
Because
we. This is what
we
we
got
speaking about.
Don't
because we
talk
got
about it until a moment like this. Nobody want to talk about it until the end. Nobody cares about the daily news.
Right.
No, I've been caring about it. That's how I was able to go back and
No,
go back and pull it up. You know what I'm saying?
I can pull it up. I'm saying when it happens every fucking day.
It happens every fucking day.
But we only hear
That's
about
why
it.
you got a 3-to-1 immortality rate with black babies to white babies in Carolina. Okay, this is the war that Michael talking about. This is the shit that we dealing with, bro. It's not by happenstance or circumstance or
I want
this.
to raise the stakes a little bit though, fam. That's the
Shit is
content.
real, bro.
That was content Taz was doing. Niggas called it feminist. Niggas called it female content. Niggas didn't respect it. So I don't respect this now.
I
You know
never
what I'm
did.
saying? The same community you talking about, I can tell you that community emphatically don't give a fuck.
That's right.
I was challenged for doing that content. I was challenged for talking about women dying, having a baby.
Challenged by who?
By the black community.
No,
I
wait,
don't know none
Taz.
of them people. I don't know none of them people.
Bro, that's what I'm saying. But when you say we got to talk about
Because niggas
never
only want to
challenged you on
talk
no.
about
I never had
abortions when
challenged
we
you on no
had this
shit like that.
conversation, bro.
Right.
When this conversation come up,
It
just like the
start
other
getting
nigga did,
weird.
he start talking about want to talk about abortion. Like,
Abortions,
bro,
gaps,
that ain't
this,
what we
that, and the
talking about.
third.
I would
No.
not challenge you on no shit like that, bro.
Them motherfucking white bitches, them white doctors do not have our best
the
interests in
majority
mind.
of the space, bro. And when I say that, I mean just you have a bunch of black people here. You have a bunch of black men here. There's a reason why these conversations ain't the topic. Niggas don't give a fuck. They don't. I'm speaking in absolutes, bro. I'm telling you, niggas don't give a fuck.
No, you can't say that, Taz. All night I've been the motherfucking weird nigga. No, I'd have been the weird nigga tonight, man. I'm trying to figure it out, and motherfuckers done. I've been everything, and I don't have no problem. I don't have no problem with it,
Yeah,
bro.
but you've been banging on black doctors though. That was what the whole conversation was about.
No,
What you say, Taz?
no, Willie. I'm banging on anybody ain't getting it done.
I'm
Go
saying
ahead, Taz.
the levels of fuckery that's needed to float YouTube platforms. The topic is too serious, fam. On some real shit. It's just a serious topic that the platform will never be able to handle. It's too real, and a lot
That's
of
where I fucked up.
it centers around women. That's a problem for the space it is.
But I think that's the larger portion of black YouTube is like black manosphere relationship weirdo Negro shit.
No, but wait. So wait.
Don't y'all say that because the black conscious community? I'll give them that one. That's
They
where I got
care
introduced
about
to
that
this shit at.
topic.
Like they care about this. I met so many. I know so many doulas. My wife is a doula. She's in school for midwifery. Like this is a big thing in the black.
That's that outside of here, because what we're talking about is why the media, why more people don't know it, why these aren't discussions.
Because the masses don't
want to have
care.
it. Outside of here, you can find it. It's real on the streets because people done lost babies. People know how real it is.
But
how we gonna get
Taz?
Go ahead, fam.
Serious question. So we can't have serious conversations here. I just feel like I'm asking the same question I asked a couple days ago. So we don't have serious conversations here.
What's the question?
You saying on this channel?
Just, when I say here, I'm talking about because I really don't be in social media like that, man. I hang out in limited spaces, but I can't have serious discussion.
GA, you know we have serious conversations over
I would
here. What's
say
the question?
yes, but social media, no. Social media is about joking, roasting, playing games, fam. Social media, you start getting too serious, the numbers gonna go down, fam. You know that.
I'm done.
Motherfucker won't even like your post. You get to talking about mortality rates and shit. You know what I'm saying? You have to get like because I think it's two ways to look at it. Like you have a baby and you telling the world you lost your baby, people gonna be sympathetic to that. But if you're just talking blindly about the subject matter, it's not the same response to it, fam. I'm saying on social media. We're not talking about off social media. I'm saying on social media.
No, I get what you're saying, but right here, this is like a megaphone, and we're supposed to be able to get this up to a larger audience. In my mind.
Good luck.
Okay.
Get started. Start your platform up. I'll be there. I want to see how it works to get this shit off the ground because I tried it, fam. It don't work. Our people don't want it. I'd have been better off talking about white bitches.
Well, you know, there's also the other side of it is how we go about the content.
Production.
Because I even got my card. A lady pulled my card with that one. That's why I ain't crash out this last week. She was like, so the only way, and then she sent me a video, like 3 people. She's like, these people are lit, and they on my timeline. They don't do no negative stuff. Why you gotta? I'm saying you gotta, and I'm like, damn. I'm like, all right, like just make better content. Like, oh shit. Yo, bro, I'm telling, I can send you the picture. She sent me. I'm like, fuck about this lady, and I want to hit her with what's she doing in the black community, but that had nothing to do with the fact that her content was aligned with the shit I was saying. It was just better done. She filmed it better. The edits was cool. The way it was organized. You know what I mean? I was like, I gotta set my content up.
No, this reality social media, Q. I think GA done got a boast of it tonight. He was the asshole tonight. So
no, but I think this is really important.
It's very important, man. But
in terms of content though, because there's only so many people who embody the message, and we can't expect people to take the message serious. So we have to do what somebody would, not to say like that, but somebody would do to sell cigarettes and Pepsi and McDonald's. That's how you got to give the information. There's reasons why these people spend millions of dollars on stupid ass jingles and shit like that to get people to buy their products. And then we sitting here like, why we gotta make a jingle for them to respect Black history? No, we need to be up there tap dancing, singing, making jingles and shit, commercials and shit, all the same shit, because that's how people take motherfucking information. The marketers they ain't spending millions of dollars for no reason on marketing.
No, okay, that's a fair point, bro. That's a fair point, and most of y'all do well at that. But we
about jingles and shit, but that's a far cry from what we was just talking about. We talking about getting people information about mortality rates.
But how you get the people the information is still an embodiment of the message. There's how we communicate the conversation. Right now, I'm editing the website. Now, everything I'm thinking about right now is literally about communication. Like that's really on you. You know what I mean? Especially in this era, the ability to communicate effectively. There's so many tools that make you do that right. And then how you go about delivering your message, there's multiple ways of doing it. Like you can have AI. You can just make 1,000 AI videos promoting fucking Black mortality issues and like I might there's tons of ways of doing it. So it's just always a matter of saying like how can I do it versus they're the reasons why I can't do it.
No.
To that Q butter, we got to remember this part. There's multiple reasons as to why they're on social media. And the overall majority of them, they're using it as a form of escapism. To escape the stress, to escape poverty, to escape, if Marley was here, low self-esteem issues. So in that, to try to feed them something serious, you're defeating the purpose of them even being on here. You got to be mindful of that. It's
I wouldn't say
and that's the
everybody doing it though.
double-sided sword of this platform. It could be used for entertainment, but it's also used for education, and then that's where those two blur and becomes, some wet paint. So it's not necessarily the delivery; it's the intent of the viewer. If they don't have
But
any desire to be
that takes
serious at the moment, then go
if
ahead.
if a businessman thinks that way in marketing, your business is doomed to fail. You have to say, I'm going to make you buy my product. This is why they sell data. I want to know what the way you think, because I'm trying to get you to buy my shit. I'm trying to make sure I'm trying to put salt in that horse's mouth to make sure this motherfucker buy what I'm selling.
So you got to be able to take a certain amount of fuck yous, and you a fuck nigga, and fuck you, and fuck you too, and fuck you back.
I'm saying expensive content because it's really important that we get the message out. But I know how disheartening it could be to somebody, putting out quality content and getting 50 views, 80 views. And then it'll be easy to say, like, the community doesn't want it. The people don't want to hear it. And it's like, nah, we got to find ways to get them to receive it.
But we got some strong.
That's part of just making the message is one part, delivering it is another part, and now getting it to the people is another. That's not all three in the same category. That's three different departments.
But Q, we got some strong opinions and views, and we do have selective hearing at certain times. So all I'm saying is, hey, proceed with caution when you come up here.
Nah, Taz, I know, bro. Like, and it's not just you. I heard that from too, and I gotta tell myself that it's like, yo, how you stay? Why you think I was gonna crash out? I'm like, yo, bro, I'm on YouTube asking y'all to help donate. I'm trying to figure out how to edit videos, do the website, and I'm watching them, and I'm like, nah, Q, don't think like that. Think the other way. Like, you got people reaching out to you, you got good people that's linking with you. Don't do it the opposite way, because you start, you know what I mean? Like, you just gotta, keep your eye on the ball. But if not, shit turns into a crash out.
But it's just, we kind of avoid the gender war issues over here and shit. But when Summer says that she doesn't think that people care too much about Black women's issues, I'm saying she's right though, fam. Like, it's just the reality. Like, when it comes to a conversation about mortality rates and shit like that, like, bro, people ain't trying to hear that shit. And like I get putting the onus back on the content creator, but I've watched 2 different content creators successfully talk about it, but you got to come with negative smoke, and they're successful with it. I'm saying that there's no positive way to do it from a respectful position. It's got to be, it's a woman's issue. The women can give their message better than men, and a lot of times they choose to give it negatively.
That was the time when I think the algorithm and the association, I think the content, especially with the multiple platforms and AI now, you know what I mean? You can have a whole you can create a whole female personality and have her deliver the message if you want. Like, you know what I'm saying? The game is different now. Next 3 months in AI, we ain't gonna know who the fuck is real. Taz might have a whole AI just for responding niggas on YouTube. Like, look, if niggas say any of these type of shit, just listen to my last 6 years of commentary and you figure out what the fuck I would say.
I think more women are aware of it. I think what to do about it is the issue. And I don't think
That's
I
not the
don't
issue.
think
It's increasing amount of black people in motherfucking medical fields.
no, well, yeah, but I mean that's on one level, but you got to be in a place where the numbers actually matter, and and then not only that, and if you ain't in a place where the numbers matter, that's why I was saying like it's got to be a part of like your healthcare. Having a midwife or a doula should be covered in the insurance that they get, because if not, like you can't have it twofold. You don't give a fuck about me when I come into the hospital, but yet I got insurance that's paying you to give a fuck about me, and I
But I
can't
mean,
use
Blue,
it to
you want
pay
to invest
somebody
the
to
Blue.
give a fuck.
Think about it right now, Blue. Right now, look at what the future, look what the past is gonna say. We fought for y'all to have this position, black folks, and all this shit, so you can have a nuclear engineer, super historians, computer scientists, fucking military experts, and all the hood legends to be on a panel with you, and you can't figure out a way. You right now with AI and the internet cannot create a way to help increase the amount of black people and doulas and resources for women giving birth. If you can't do that, we are retarded. Just want to be clear. That's how the
wait a
world
minute.
sees us.
But wait a minute.
There's a
Didn't we
bunch
have
of
a
men on this
male?
panel. This is how
Nah,
when Mike said go to
healthcare
war, bro, this is our
costs
future.
money.
Then we gotta. So does the school.
Yeah.
So does that we figure it out. We gotta figure it out.
I
If
mean, so
not, what are we
we
saying?
could do it. I mean, like that's what I'm saying. But that goes back to Willie's point. His hospital made a change.
It's not.
I
It's not
mean,
talking about his hospital saying this goes to mathematics. Like y'all didn't hear Mike when he said force and function, but yeah, we got to think about how we organizing the equation and the variables within it to get what we want. And that's just the reality. In the we don't have the money. Okay, every money. Move past that part. We need more doulas. And what areas would we need more doulas in? And how can we create programs? Because I'm actually in this same conversation. Like I said, my wife is a doula, and she done delivered, I don't know, maybe 300-400 babies, and she's in school to be a midwife. There's a big difference in the two. A midwife is like a nurse, or almost like a labor and delivery nurse. The doula is like
but
in
see,
between.
that's the thing, and which I agree. But in the system of capitalism, if we gonna put more work on her, we got to make sure she's taken care of financially also, and you
We're not
get
just talking about her. We
insurance.
talking about. I'm just saying you.
Like we're paying for insurance.
How are you gonna get that? Like, where are we doing that at? Like, where are we gonna get? Like, what are we gonna do for that? What state you in?
In every state, you paying for insurance.
No,
I'm in
I'm just
Arizona.
saying, what state you
I'm in
want to
Arizona
focus
right
on?
now.
You in Arizona, you near Taz right there. You know what I'm saying? You want to focus on birthing in Arizona, black women in Arizona. Start right there.
But wait a minute. We have a discussion tonight that got a little contentious at times with all men.
You said,
Nah, but
yeah.
I'm just saying, like, this gets past all of the other shit. Like, we're still men. I don't get past that part of being a dude. You know what I'm saying? And this is our future. I don't like I don't want to get genderist, but I'm very gender biased in terms of the future. I'm a male. The future, but it doesn't belong. We have to carve it out. Whether we at war or not, we have the future to live at. We have a legacy to carve out. War or not, anybody around is still the future that wants to have a legacy. It's going to look back at what the hell the men did. And it's like, why didn't y'all protect the babies? Why didn't y'all build something for the babies? Why didn't y'all protect the women who make the babies? Y'all niggas got AI, engineers, investors, computers, and y'all telling me y'all couldn't figure it out. Y'all was waiting for Democrats. Y'all sound like a bunch of bitches. That niggas deserve to be put back in slavery. Where Trump at?
Oh god damn.
Yeah, that's why it's easier for me to just become a coon. Cause I like that shit sound good, but like I tell you fuck you before I let niggas play me again. Before I throw my energy behind the black community and let a nigga gaslight me, I tell you fuck these niggas.
Don't do it, Taz. We need you, brother.
No, but I think we creating programs. Think about what we got. Just look at what we have on the planet right now, Taz. But you sitting next to a nuclear engineer, not sitting hypothetical. I'm just saying, like, somebody in Africa is not going to understand that. Looking at us right now, they're going to be like, why? I don't understand. The Black America, this dude said he got a hospital, a nuclear engineer, a computer scientist, and a historian. What's the problem?
But now, what's the problem with what?
We can create a website right now centered on promoting information on black birth mortality. We can create conferences, seminars, programs, certificate programs, linking doctors and information. We can do Zooms so that way parents who are having babies, I can get very serious with this particular conversation. This is part of my agenda. Like, this is the conversation. If we're really talking about white supremacy and all that shit, I showed you they've been planning on how to deal with black births for a while. On paper, 1917. We don't got no documents since 1917 talking about how we deal with black births. Fuck a content. What are we doing in real world to create a system to make sure we increase the amount of black babies we're having over these next 5 years?
I mean, I would say if that's the case, it would start with a black tax.
That wasn't my content. So you say
I know I'm not saying the content. I'm just pushing the threshold.
Yeah, to push it forward, we would have to start with a black tax. We got to make sure that if regardless of where they at, I mean, you in places that spaced out, we got to be able to have the people comfortable, taken care of, and able to at least go back with something. You know what I mean? I ain't saying that that the person doing it gotta be doing it for profit, but they gotta be able. They can't be worried about their light bill while they taking care of you and your baby.
So you're saying that you want to focus on the insurance components. That's why I said pick a state, pick an agency, because each state got an agency or how they do the billing for the agency, and see if there's any politicians that's behind it or with it or associated with it. Let's look at black politicians who are pushing for the funding of doulas and increasing of insurance funding for doulas. Because the insurance companies are going to be like, all right, whatever, we're making money.
Yeah, I would. I mean, well,
it's a new frontier in that
yeah,
conversation.
I guess because I would say the South, but I guess the best place to start at is where we ain't the majority in the healthcare. Yeah, that's where I guess that would be probably the best place where that should be added on though. But it's like, how do you how is the healthcare system regulated though? Is it? Well, I think it is state by state though. Yeah, it is state.
That goes back to looking at the equation backwards. So the way you're looking at the equation, the variable is if, then, or buts, right? So in order to have this work, you need that. And so you started with that before the if. The if is really you need doctors. And you need an ability to increase doctors. So what I hear is you need access to hospitals and professors. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, how we look at it, where are we putting these people at? There might be somebody already looking to have a program, and you an investor, Blue. You might be that one that sets something up. Like, look, I already know how to handle this, and throw some crypto in there. Boom, it's popping. I'm just defying the conversation. You know what I'm saying?
I think that's where I think it's tough, and I think it kind of balances out, because that's just like I said, when I was in Alabama, the doctor who gave birth to two of my first three children was black. It was a black dude. He only reason why he didn't give birth to the third one is because he was, you know what I'm saying, he had retired by the time I had my third baby. So it just, to me, it kind of depend on where you at, whether or not you would kind of be in need of a doula or a midwife. I do think that, because I think I don't think the hospital is completely off the table. I just think it's situations where we do need to have an alternative based on the
Man,
rates
these
and the
statistics,
healthcare.
man, it's I mean, shit. From the
I mean,
statistics we looking at, we damn near might have to just go that route, man. It seemed like we was
yeah,
doing better that way, you know.
yeah,
Yeah, like Q Butter said, and then for us, you know, black men to take the torch on this topic, on this matter, you know, that's a hell of a gambit too, bro. That's like, you know, that's really what we supposed to be at with this shit, man. Like he said, who protecting the babies? Who protecting them, the mamas and shit? You know what I'm saying? That's supposed to be us.
yeah,
You
The
know,
conversation shifted, Taz, a little bit. It ain't 5 years ago. It definitely ain't 5 years ago.
I know it's 2025 where women say don't have babies at all and all this type shit. I mean, this shit where
That's
this shit.
but they steady
that's
getting
one
pregnant.
it's
audience
bad,
though,
bro.
Taz. I'm telling you. I
But they
told you that from
steady
the
having
beginning
them,
though, Taz.
Chris.
You got introduced to the wrong side of the conscious community, bro.
No,
I know the sun, moon, and star people be funny.
I'm not even talking about YouTube, but I'm talking about an app I got on that I knew nothing about. And we just went to talk to black people. TikTok. It's a whole different crowd, whole different algorithm, same conversation, but worse.
But they
And
steady having them though, Taz. They talk
Not
all the
even
shit you want to
But
talk.
you
They
still
still
you can
fucking
find
it.
the doula
still having
conversations. You
I
can
agree.
find the black loved ones.
I agree to an extent, but when it comes to like what we're talking about now in terms of the mortality rates, that's not good. When that comes up, it's in a don't give birth to them conversation. Like I'm just saying, brother, it's worse than it ever was before because there wasn't a TikTok. That like, bro, you can't even some women you can't even have a conversation with because you're a male. It's not like I say, we're not dealing with the fact of what sells on social media. You can't just make no bunch of AI videos and think that shit gonna work as some actual propaganda, bro. Niggas ain't
I
built
mean, if one baby is birthed from your video, it was worth it.
Yeah, well,
I mean,
shit.
like
I mean, hell, I should get a whole lot of credit then. As many motherfuckers I put together on this motherfucker.
yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like that's can't you know what I'm saying? Can't change the world, but if you get good 4 or 5 motherfuckers, that mean a lot.
Yeah.
I was putting black couples together before Kendra did Kevin Samuels, nigga. Just wasn't a dating show. You know what I'm saying? Just my chat room, we kicking it. You look up, motherfucker pregnant by a motherfucker. Like shit. You know what
I
I'm
mean,
saying?
I think though we trying to. I think though the goal, and I'll just say, I think the goal though is to win at least this. If we understanding this as a war, is to win one battle at a time. And so it's like, okay, so how do we tackle this battle? This is one battle and in my opinion, this is something that's kind of in our hands. You know what I mean? Like we can, if it's one thing that we can do is provide better care. Like we can do that.
Like as far as like a hospital.
No, as far as
No,
like
nah,
you were
just
saying,
amongst each other.
information, you know, seminars, certificate programs for doulas, and just being more informative is on the subject. You know what I'm
Some
saying?
situations are going to
Shining
require a
more
hospital.
light on it as you were already doing. You know, you was already doing that.
That's what made me want to do the 501c3 shit.
We don't
Because you're not just doing it no more like for content. Now you can like do it and make money from it. It's a non-profit, but you do it
right.
Doing it in real life.
You know what I'm saying, but it's just I didn't want to put my name on that paperwork and be that part of it. But it's almost better to because you feel somewhat accomplished from the work you do as opposed to it is were you just putting your message out on YouTube? Okay, so if I put it on some flyers and pass it out, that makes it different for you. All right, bet.
Not for that person, because you're still gonna have the vice versa. It's a
It's really for the
combination.
funding.
It's not even to say the funding, because you still have you'll make put out flyers and have 10 people show out, and you be like, man, listen, I'm gonna go do a fucking YouTube show. I could do this shit on YouTube for free.
Well, no, I mean as far as the 501c, that's more so for the funding is legit. You know what I'm saying? People, and it allows you to be able to, you know what I mean, to donate to people, and it not necessarily cost you.
Well, I mean, if we're talking about an actual issue, that should be, the solution should be the conversation. And then whatever's centered around making sure the solution can sustain itself, that's what it is. If it needs a nonprofit, it could be a partnership, it could just be an initiative, a bunch of different things it could be, and so it's just really how you want to shape it up.
And do the YouTube videos on top of it.
Yep.
Would it be easier for us to convince the nurses that we have to be doulas?
No, that would be backwards.
Or the workers midwives.
They're already nurses.
Yeah, they would be the
midwives. Well, not everywhere, but I mean in places
they would be a labor
where
and delivery nurse. But that's just not. That's like one of the toughest. That one, and it's like they up there and tough.
Well, no, but this what I mean though, and because what if they in places though where they can't really make as much of an impact?
You got Zoom. I would say start with Zoom. That's like, what I'm saying, go with what we have. I always try to do the go. What do I have on deck and move forward? Some people, it'd be funny when I told the people they be really shooting for the stars and moving backwards. I'm like, how do you plan for the stars?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like, how do you plan like that? I start with, I got a hammer, some screws, and some leftover plywood. This is what I got.
Wait, cute. Did you just say he had a baby on Zoom?
You can have support advocacy on Zoom. So they have doula advocacy on Zoom. Just having somebody there that's going to be able to hold the doctor accountable. You can have your birth on Zoom. My wife has done that.
I never even thought of that.
Yep. It's like, cause the advocacy component, just that alone changes the data.
Mm-hmm.
And that when I heard, I was like, I had these conversations. Taz don't remember. I've been had this conversation with Taz and them a minute ago. And so I understand what Taz is saying because I said this to the ladies. I'm like, yo, I'm with it. Let's do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, a lot of times if they alone in there,
that makes even more sense.
It do make a big difference.
Since they don't want nobody in the fucking room, in the labor room. Or they only want one person can come in there. You know what I'm saying?
That's why you supposed to be on it when you in there.
We got all these different restrictions since COVID. It makes sense to have a Zoom.
The insurance component is an issue, or the insurance component is a challenge. But the real statement is you want to make sure that the women who are doing this and the people who are doing this are compensated. That's the statement. That's a
malpractice.
That's a great.
They should.
That's a great story.
They should love it.
They will.
Insurance should love
they
it.
Definitely will. That's. I'm telling my wife. I'm like, yo, this is not a. It's who you're saying the story to. Black women, black women got money. They'll support.
Mm-hmm.
They do support. That's a big conversation.
No, well, okay, that's something worth advocating for then, right? No.
Yeah, hell yeah. That's our future.
No, I don't know why we tweaking then.
How people see ourselves in the future, I think sometimes creates the space for the tweaking. Because like Taz said, like people are just like, throw the baby away. They don't even care about it. Why have a black baby?
Don't have no baby.
I'd rather talk to a bear.
Hey
Yeah,
man,
but
okay,
that shit sound good on TikTok and YouTube when they in them spaces and shit. But they steady getting pregnant, steady have more and more babies. It ain't nothing to it.
seems
Yeah, but that
GQ.
message, they passing that message around, though. I guess
We having less babies.
the issue is that message getting around.
I don't know where y'all at, but I'm seeing more and more pregnant. I see so many thick bellies walking around this
Bro,
motherfucker.
Still about
we
30,
have
about 30
we
young
having
ladies.
like 2-3 max.
I'm
Still
on
about 30 young
the
ladies
south
here
side of
last night.
Chicago, brother. They having babies like a motherfucker.
But I mean,
Wait, but
concentrate on that.
If we
Like, I mean,
having babies like
Hey,
that, how are we still
these winters are
13% of the
cold up here, brother.
population?
These winters are very cold up here. And by the
Bro,
time the spring hit, I see, man, I
we've
can
been
see
at 50 million
five
since
fat
we
brothers
came out of
walking around this
slavery, bro.
motherfucker right now.
no. Okay, so we just gonna
We
ignore the
we
fact.
we literally been at the same numbers
6 block,
damn near since we came out of slavery.
6 block radius.
Okay,
We can't be
so
having that many more babies.
okay, wait. Who was lying then? Was they not fucking back in the 1600s and outpacing?
Man,
Yeah,
I couldn't hear what you
but
were
Yeah,
saying,
they
Taz.
well outpacing.
They fucking
yeah,
now.
Ooh, but that was
My
the business
grandma and
though.
grandpa had
They fucking
17
now.
kids, bro. And
Yeah,
they
That was the
and my
business.
no,
they
no.
ain't
grandpa
trying to
brother
have any
married my
babies now
grandma's
with the
sister and they
with the
had
child
17.
support laws and all that shit, niggas. But I'm telling you, bro, what I'm seeing.
Nah, but y'all understand it's not just that. Eugenic education,
We not
you do
having as
not
many
have
babies,
a
bro.
lot of babies. In eugenic education, you're not supposed to have a bunch of children. You have what you is that you have 2 to 3. White people was already having that challenge in the 20s. They look, well, I'm smart, I'm going to school, I'm educated, I'm not
Which was
having
the
that many
real
babies.
purpose. That was the
Black
real
people was not
purpose of
in
the
school
gender
like that
wars.
and
Yeah.
educated, and in that once we took on a part of that, more educated you are, less babies you want to make.
The less babies you're gonna have. You're gonna be
Okay,
busy with your
okay.
career.
So
That's not
You
that's
have
not
your
everybody.
baby once you're settled and established.
What's the ratio in 2025? What's the ratio 2025
1 point for who? Which group?
2 max. Max
for
2.
black?
A boy
We
and a
probably
Black
girl.
had
people are
like
still at
2.
black people I think
Yep.
is at 2 or 1 point
2,
some
maybe 3.
1.9. White
We
people is at
down, bro.
0.8, which I don't even know how do you get to below 0.
Yeah, I
Lower.
never understood how to get less than 1. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yet they
0.7.
numbers keep going up. So they add people.
Man, no,
They be adding people every day.
but that's that math. So that's what I'm saying. What are we talking about?
Because it's based off the death rate. So you have to make more babies than being, that's
Yeah,
dying.
then folks dying. So what? White people is white people dying faster than black people, or what? What
They're
are
not
we talking
making as
about?
many babies. The biggest challenge in black people, besides the mortality rate, is abortions. And we black folks make up, we abort.
Yeah, we're a little disproportionate there. We're a little disproportionate there.
Because now it's promoted on some Margaret Sanger shit, is what I'm telling you. You got sisters having whole panels, nigga, on TikTok about it, nigga. It ain't just one person saying it now. This whole conversations and discussions telling young ladies to do that shit, bro. Like TikTok is a crazy, crazy place, bro. And it
You saw the
really,
video when the lady got punched in the face by the chick in New York, right?
Look on that bed.
Yeah, it's wild out here, bro. And messaging wise is just what I think about, because again, I think that the importance of the media can't be overlooked in any of these situations. So I just think we losing media wise. We don't even have a message we can like disseminate to the people that we all gonna respect.
I mean, I think first is really coming down to, I don't know, for me, and I'm gonna restate it again. I know it might be redundant or the reiteration, but this shit right here was stated in a shit. Education, a eugenic education of the public of prospective marriages. Like, I think we need to be aware of what the fuck we got walking around in our heads.
What year was this?
1917. Before the public school system, when we did this was when everybody talk about, I can make an argument that the Black America that everybody loves in the 50s is the great product of the eugenic education. Those nice, everybody had the china closets, and grandma and grandpa's house was organized well, and they were married, and they had that very American life. That was education by design. I didn't make this shit up. This is Carnegie Institute spent a lot of money, and one of their shits was like, look, we need to educate the whole fucking country on eugenic education. And the idea that birthing needs to be regulated, because that was not a perspective that Black people have. And most of the world does not have that perspective that somebody should be regulating the amount of babies you should have.
Yeah, that coincide with cutting the motherfucking immigrants off from coming here too, though.
Yep.
The immigration that cut them off is 1924.
Yep. And the sterilization that came after this one. This is not. I know I keep bringing this down. This is. I think they spent $300,000 in 1917 on this document. Like, yeah, not no. There was mad doctors involved to come up with this 10-point plan of what they should do with Black folks, and not just Black folks, but that's what they try to throw the class shit in there. But I don't give a fuck anybody else shit. This is Black folks.
The Negro problem.
The nigger problem. The Negro problem. Because they wrote that one. I think the Negro problem was right before this, or right at the same time as this shit.
Yeah, the book. Yeah, the era is pretty much over. But me and Wale was talking about that the other day, that there was a continuation of that thought process, even though they changed the language into like Jim Crow, is what the era is called. But the Negro problem is still was being addressed.
I think we mislabel it. You know, it's funny. So in creating the curriculum, that because I explicitly call the eugenic era, and I think we should be very deep, like, explicit with that every time we talk to white folks, because they try to bury that shit, and that is a nail in the coffin that's very deep, and they can't get past the Nazis. They can't get past sterilizations. They can't get past this forced moving of Black people. The migration patterns that were based off of the usage of eugenic laws. The Jim Crow is the culture. The eugenics is the science. Whether it was pseudo or not, that's it's
wait a minute, bro. When you juxtapose that with 2025 with some shit you was just talking about, Steve Bannon, it sounded like he was over there in Paris.
He's kicking the same. When they say they've been two people, yeah, I was there. I might sound like I was joking, but no, it's you got Zionists and you got anti-Zionists.
Okay, but listen to the play. All I'm saying is that nigga was in. From what I thought I heard, he was engaging in popularism, and we're here to learn from you and blah 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 blah. And it's 2025, and it's the same play, just a different flavor.
Yeah, but the play, I don't know. They fight. Personally, I think like they really are bickering between white on whites. It's not no cap. Like, it's a real white on white conversation. So I think the bickering is mad and mature, and I think that's where we're at. I think that's where nature's at. I know it might sound pseudo, but I just think it's really immature, and I think just think that's where we're at in humanity. The maturity level of the world is caught up with colonization, imperialization. Imperialism is like, yeah, we over it. Like y'all are mad retarded. Like, why y'all still do the dumb shit y'all do? It don't really make no sense. America has enough resources to feed the entire planet. Everybody can be good.
But that's all I'm getting at. I mean, it's to me, it's still the same thing. I mean, it's still the same play globally, and so Joker still what a popularism is taking a different stance. They trying to make old ideas popular again, is what I'm getting at.
But their old ideas was dumb and pseudo.
Dumb? Yeah, shit. You get no argument here, but I'm just saying that's what's playing out. But motherfuckers are feeding into that.
It's only pseudo when the majority agrees that it's pseudo. The
No, I mean
moment
it,
that
Nah,
they
that
it's
say
don't
it's
make
not.
a
it pseudo.
fact, it is what it is.
Nah, it don't make it
Yeah,
pseudo.
it does.
No, it don't.
Yeah, it does. When did that shit? When was it pseudo? When did racism become pseudo? Scientific racism.
Not racism. It's the
No,
philosophies that's under.
The
popularism.
scientific racism. No, but I'm saying these things don't become pseudo until they decide it's pseudo.
But
No, the
Otherwise,
science
you're the
itself is.
pseudo for disagreeing with it.
No, the
that's the
science. Well, you know what? He's
Slow down.
not. I could agree with him on that. In
no.
that
I
era, that's
can't.
what it was.
You
But
just flipping flopping.
no,
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 in
but
that
but
era,
see,
from
Stick with
you
one
know,
point at a time. Go ahead.
I think what
okay,
he, if you think about it, in that era, that's what happened. That's
but
how it went,
okay,
and it wasn't
but
until it took science to beat it up. But that voice of reason within science had a lot of pressure against the bigger group that was with the pseudoscience shit.
wait a minute, Q. But see, but listen to some of the fuck shit that you see that's happening out in the media headlines. Why can't the black folks work on our farms? Or
mm.
I'm glad we're back on a merit-based system. What the hell does that mean? A merit-based system?
Yeah,
That's the
You know what
Jim
I'm
Crow
saying?
culture, like the Jim Crow culture
But
side.
that's
I
popular
get,
culture though, bro.
yeah,
That's what I'm
but
getting at.
we represent the scientific side. Like I want to be clear, $300,000 in 1917 on how to research on how to deal. Look at the label of this shit. How to deal with the defective germplasm. That's what Marcus Garvey had no clue. This is what he was being called. A defective fucking germplasm. Preliminary report of the Committee of the Eugenics Section of the American Breeders Association to study and to report the best practical means for cutting off the defective germplasm in the human population. $300,000. The Carnegie Institute. Carnegie, the one that everybody reads his books. That institute paid for it. He also funded Harbor Bay. Like scientifically, we're not even caught up to this in 2025. We don't have 25,000 samples of white people's DNA to be able to cross-reference their shit. They had collected
Nope.
100,000 different black people shit.
More than that now.
No, for this study, they collected
Oh
either
yeah.
100,000 people or 100,000 black people, one of them two, but a lot of motherfuckers.
That's to me,
1917.
that was the issue with the genome mapping. It's like that because remember, that's what I was saying with the eugenicists. They only moved over to becoming geneticists. It's still the same thing. So globally, everybody is studying our DNA sequences and how it works. We ain't studying nobody else shit. Like independently on our own.
Shit, we even studied
That's a
colony.
that's a fucking deep like that shit ain't it, bro.
That's the steel guy. Ain't that the steel guy?
Yeah, we didn't
Carnegie
have like
Steel.
our best
Yeah.
scientists. Yeah, they about our best
Yeah.
scientists wasn't ready for. We wasn't even having that conversation. Booker T.
Nope.
Washington and George Washington Carver had no clue that this is what white folks was doing on
He
the
was
other side of
splitting
the Atlantic.
peanuts.
Marcus Garvey was standing on milk crates in Harlem talking about let's get some boats. White folks is like, yeah, we're gonna figure out y'all niggas DNA and we're gonna come up with a system to make y'all systemize.
Oh,
And then came out with
system.
the propaganda, the minstrel.
Mhm.
System.
But that's why you know it's something to it because they drop something on a regular basis that hit us and it fuck us up for a minute, but it just seemed like we just bounced back. I think it might be pseudo, but it is something to me to the melanin argument.
Oh no, no, Blue, don't do that, man. Don't do that, man. When we sit
What
here
you
and talk about
what you think it
no,
is?
no. Okay, bro, just sat there and said they set up a scheme about eugenics. They set up we talked about a scheme of popularism. And we talked about systems.
No, I mean, like, what do you think it is to where like they can drop some shit on us and fuck us up for a time, or for maybe like a generation, and then we bounce back? It don't
No,
just completely wipe us out.
well,
Because a
I'm not gonna
lot of
say
shit like then wiped out a lot of people. Like it's a lot of
okay.
people on island. Like the Taino people don't exist
I
from
really
like the common cold.
okay. We got to look at this word brevity. First of all, the first to your first question, systems. They've been very successful at implementing systems, and we just keep running past that part right there. Systems,
Q, how
algorithm.
actually does the menstrual tie into the eugenics? How is that related?
What like this? Remember how you're saying the content and the imagery?
Uh-huh.
That's all that relates to the sentiment of the culture, but in the media is science.
Okay.
You know what I mean? And the effects of it were understood, that we're gonna portray you this way. And when you add the eugenic education, eugenic education is tied to white people seeing Africans as inferior and them being the superior group. So for black people to be educated as that, they're going to see white culture as a superior group versus black culture. And so
You might as well give them that the modern day idea of the IQ test comes out of eugenics.
It does. Yep.
Yeah, but I want God.
Right, but just since we already, I'm listening while I work, but since we already there, you might as well do it.
How bogus the test is.
No, but okay, but man, we gotta start rejecting some of this bullshit. I'm getting more and more excited about Brother Rob and the damn propaganda campaign.
Yeah, propaganda is highly needed, GA.
Yeah, but this isn't the prop. This is just history. Like
It's
you can just look at the
propaganda. Come
dates.
on, dude,
When you
that's
look at
propaganda.
what the minstrel.
The minstrel was propaganda. Yes,
Oh
yes,
no, I
yes,
don't
bro.
disagree with that. No. The minstrel was definitely propaganda. I wasn't making sure we saying that yet. But eugenics education is yes, propaganda. So that's the connection right there. The minstrel falls in alignment with eugenic education of the public. That's one of the points it said eugenic education of the public. So anything that shows white superiority is in alignment. So Superman, all of that's in alignment with white superiority.
I got
Yeah,
The
it.
white
exactly.
superhero, white superiority. That's eugenic education. You know what I'm saying? Like the black superhero, that doesn't really align with eugenic education. That's not yeah, we'll give you one and he got to die. Yeah, you got cancer? Perfect. Yeah, we got a great role for you.
Look how they forced the white Tarzan into Africa.
Mm.
The
Niggas
beast.
is to do the whole jungle.
Made a
Lord of
movie
the
out of it and everything, just in case the TV show didn't work.
Lord of the Jungle.
Yes. So that's like, and that's why I don't let that one go.
Georgia.
That's not a card that white people expect black people to ever discuss.
Y'all remember
So,
Georgia?
so propaganda, GQ. If you didn't get that,
No, I got him on the first time. I read the mail when he first sent it.
a lot of people like to throw up Sigmund Freud, but he had a nephew named Edward Bernays.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard about the nephew.
He the mastermind.
Yeah.
This had euthanasia. Y'all know when you euthanize a dog and shit, right? Or animal. Yeah, that was a recommendation. That's where the Nazis got the recommendation from this document. The American Breeders Association, like they were huge. Like their office was, they turned into the Cancer Institute, the CDC. All of these people, the labor and statistics, all these dudes were birthed out of these little American Breeders Association, the Breeders this and that one, Americans Eugenic Society of Data. There's a whole bunch of these organizations that turned into the later what becomes the CDC and all these other organizations that's here now.
Yeah, everybody on this platform remember me showing the Nazi headquarters on Broadway in New York City in the 1920s. That ain't no German shit. They wouldn't just teaching motherfuckers how to salute.
So this is talking about getting we gotta be on our plan and shit. Well, look, the sterilization of the adult male by vasectomy is a simple, practical method of preventing procreation by him without otherwise interfering with his sexual functions. While that is not certainly permanent in that respect, castration only is sure. The sterilization of the adult female by either scalatotope, whatever the hell that is, ovarian, something, and hysterectomy, or all of these three is never wholly free from danger to life or the disturbance of other bodily or mental functions. Modern surgery and hospital care have greatly reduced these dangers, but they still exist. The sterilization of adults by any of those processes does not appear greatly to modify the previous sex characteristics and habits in females. Sexual passion is sometimes increased. The male more often, sometimes what mitigated. There is little probability that sexual immortality will be encouraged or increased as a result of sterilization. Like they go in, this shit is disgusting, bro. It's disgusting.
Really
These white folks is different.
Motherfuckers are diabolical.
All right, yeah, let's cut their balls off. Why don't we just cut off all the balls? If you can't read, if your IQ score is this low,
castrate them.
You're an idiot. And then the argument of idiocy comes in. That's why I don't like using these words. I'm like, yeah, the word idiot. That's just that's idiot and retard go together. Y'all know that, right?
Yeah.
Didn't they charge Henry Ford for idiocy or some shit like that?
But I think though, when we look at the foundation of that, and we kind of feel like we kind of question why Black people would be skeptical towards healthcare in any way. I think that kind of takes the pseudo element out of it. I think we got pretty good damn reason to feel skeptical about anything they plan on giving us, serving us, doing to us, or any of that, going under any of that.
But we don't question when it's time to get drunk though. We'll take them drugs, but we don't want to go to the doctor and take them drugs.
Nah.
So you gotta make up your mind.
I'm gonna join in the phone.
Good point, Dale.
I think I think the difference is though, I think everybody it could buy the bottle of cognac or the bottle of 1800. Like, but I think I can go in and get something that could be a difference. You coming in and telling me I need something that I don't need is something different.
Meanwhile, I got an email say, have you or a loved one been diagnosed with uterine, ovarian, or endometrial cancer after using hair relaxer?
You get
you
that
may
too.
be entitled to compensation.
Yeah, I think Truth's been giving us the foundation for Black women putting chemicals in their hair since 1917, at least, or even before then.
Okay, we talking about eugenics right now, but did you hear what I just said, Dev?
Oh yeah, I think one of them companies is under a class action lawsuit. At least I put
because who use hair relaxers? White folks don't use hair relaxers.
That's what I'm saying.
Have you or a loved one been diagnosed with uterine,
Hold on, that's not
Ovarian.
true. They do.
Brother. Come on, Blue. God damn.
Hmm?
Have
What's
you
the name brand then? Since they
can
do.
you stand down for 1 second, brother? Have you or a loved one been diagnosed with uterine, ovarian, or endometrial cancer after using hair relaxer? You may
That
be
all is reproductive.
entitled to compensation. Free case review. This is at the top of my email list, bro.
Yeah, that's all reproductive shit though. That's
This
that
just
is
came in at
attacking.
1:31 a.m.
Yeah.
Gynecological cancer lawsuit and settlement.
Yeah, they already rules on that case, right?
Yeah.
Mm.
Damn.
They already tell you what number to call to get your money.
African Pride gonna be up next. Watch. That shit's the fucking clan. You read them fucking ingredients and that shit.
Fallopian tube cancer, ovarian cancer. Come on, man. This
No
shit,
baby. All equal, no babies.
shit is by design.
Yeah.
It's the eugenics. Hair relaxer. Ain't that a bitch? I didn't. Now I knew about the talcum powder shit, but I never knew about the hair relaxer. You know that's targeted.
Yeah.
Because you were trying to say that white folks use hair relaxer, but I'm sure it's at a very minute degree.
Yeah. Probably not as much. I think they used to use it to curl their shit. It might be different. I don't know. But I thought they used it to make their shit curl up.
Well, I know it's used to make your hair straight, and we know they hair straight already, brother. So I don't.
Yeah, I think that's why we used it.
Yeah, I don't know no reason for them to use the shit. I
Yeah,
never. When I look at a box of perm, I never see a white person on that motherfucker.
That's why I was asking what's the name of the brand that they use, since you said they do. And you can't even Google that shit. What do white people use when they want to relax their hair? That shit gonna come up 0 results. Do you mean black folks? Come on, bro.
Well,
we asking you the name brand, Nikki. Damn shit.
It said that they don't have a specific type.
Nikki said
That's what I'm saying. But we can't say that for black women, though, don't we? Don't all black women got their favorite fucking hair relaxer brand?
Hold on, bro. Calm down. It just hold on. It says they don't have a specific type, as perms are hair modification process, not a racial classification. Anyone with straight hair can get a perm to create curls or waves. The type of perm chosen depends on the individual preference, desired curl pattern, and hair type. That's what I was saying. It depends on your hair type, bro. What it does to it. They use it for different
I get
different
it, brother. Like
reasons.
I said, I'm sure it's at a very minute degree compared to black women using
No,
it.
it's commonly used amongst hairdressers, bro. They
Even on
use it to curl their
Hey,
hair.
bro, I wish I could just show you this. Even on this email, right, when it's saying, "Have you or a loved one use this perm?" Right, it's showing a black woman on this motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? It's not a white woman. It's specifically got a black woman right here with her hand in her head, like she putting the perm in her head. And then I click on the email and go further in it, and it's another black woman with her head in the bowl getting the perm. And this is all on the lawsuit with email. So it's 2 different black women they got on here showing. So even the lawyers know who the fuck they talking when they saying this. Super lawyers, American Association for Justice. BBB accredited business.
You said it's called. What's the name of it?
What's the name of what?
You said it was one and only.
Huh?
Nah, he talking to somebody in the chat.
Oh.
The name brand. I'm trying to get back to the propaganda aspect of it in terms of what we perceive as good, correct, the right
Smart,
way to do it. Yeah.
smart, intelligent, and who's supposed to be the dummy? Bogus ass IQ test.
What was your question, Dale? I know it's something regarding propaganda, but I didn't get to hear it all, bro.
No, no, that was the basis of it. I mean, Western culture, specifically in America, is there one single behavior that Black people do that's not related or traced back to white people?
Sickle cell.
Okay, that happens, but something that we do on our own.
No.
I think we'd be hard pressed to find that now.
No.
To find it now in modern day because of how cultural practices are shared in globalism in the time we in.
Season our food.
They play Lil Jon in the elevator now at the Hilton. And shit.
Put season on our
That
food.
shit is over with.
So,
Yeah. If
Nah,
that, not
they
even
put
that no
season on their
more.
food, bro.
They seasoning the fuck out they shit down.
Yeah.
You ain't even got that.
Yep, now.
This shit is American culture now, bro. It's over.
Yeah, they learn everything from us any fucking way. Then call us stupid.
Yeah.
After we teach them their fucking thing.
I mean, now it's the play credit though, because they'll give you the glory for it. They ain't gonna give you the financial shit behind it though. And that's the thing.
What
Control.
white food I be eating, Nikki?
Nikki be clowning, man. That motherfucker, that rough.
I know you don't be eating that Raising Cane's, bro. Don't tell me you eating Cane's.
Boy,
Do you know? I thought that was when I first seen that sign. The way it looked, I thought that was like some place to go to like entertainment, like
Oh
a lot of
yeah,
sport, like an amusement park. Yeah, I didn't even know it was a restaurant.
That shit
And I was
horrible.
so pissed off because the motherfucker said chicken fingers. I'm like, damn, it's not even real fucking chicken.
It's a finger.
And I'm like, what is the hype? Like, why are you like beating down the door or running a red light to get to this goddamn spot? They're good. They're good.
They
I'm
be
like,
having a long ass line.
yeah, man.
Yeah,
there was no
they don't
reason for
cook
me to
their
go in
tenders
there.
long enough for me.
Aaron
Yeah.
say he
And then
with that spot.
yeah, you got
I don't eat chicken tenders at all. So I can't judge.
but I can't even do the chicken sandwich from Chick-fil-A. Like since the pandemic, it's
Yeah.
hard for me to eat a lot of the chicken places, bro. I don't know where they getting their shit from. The same spot Applebee's getting their shit from now or something.
Yeah,
That
I
shit
don't do
horrible,
Chick-fil-A
bro.
either.
Everybody, that shit make
Filet.
me sick now.
Filet.
Chick-fil-A got a bomb ass Cobb salad. I ain't gonna bullshit you.
I might try it down.
That
That's something I
motherfucking
might
Cobb salad
try.
be hitting different, boy.
But see, if I get over the chicken with the Cobb salad, I can just start eating the lettuce and shit. But
Franchise.
But I'm
you
gonna tell you
dead with that chicken sandwich.
the best spicy chicken sandwich is sad to say it's a hamburger joint. Wendy's got the best spicy chicken sandwich. Promise you.
Yeah, I remember Wendy's used to always have the best one. I ain't gonna lie.
I was like,
I'm
how the
scared
fuck
of
the
that
burger
shit now,
joint got
though.
the better? Even when they had that bullshit Popeyes chicken sandwich, it wasn't fucking with that Wendy's spicy chicken sandwich.
Yeah. That Wendy's one was
I remember
always
when
busting.
Wendy's used to advertise that they use beef. and nobody motherfucker caught on to that shit.
Yeah, like we use real beef. I don't know what
Yeah.
motherfuckers do.
Never froze it. That was letting you know
They would let you know.
the whole
Everybody else
getting
using
down.
soybean like a motherfucker. We got 100% beef over this motherfucker.
Yeah. That's why Wendy's burgers do be busted. Them must be soft in the mud too. Everybody else tastes like Play-Doh shit.
This
Yeah,
is
that white bitch with that red hair got a bomb on the chicken sandwich. That motherfucking spicy chicken better than all the chicken restaurants. But yeah.
GQ gonna open up a Bass Reef Buffalo Wings shop.
Man, we're gonna have to have some fish at Bass Reeves. You know, it's gonna be a fish.
buffalo. Yeah, the word
Nigga
buffalo
fine
and the
talking
word
about.
wing. Yeah.
And you talking about bass? What you talking about? You're talking about fish, right? We talking about Bass Reeves. We're gonna have some perch and some catfish. That
Oh yeah. I like that. I fuck with the perk. I like the croakers too.
Viasa, you know Bass was a sharpshooter, right?
What you say, GQ? I was doing something.
I said, you know Bass was a sharpshooter, right?
A sharpshooter?
Yeah.
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 If you're referring to his aim, yeah.
Hell yeah. Exactly what I'm referring to.
We had a couple of them down here. I can't think of all the names right now. I'm multitasking. But yeah, there was a couple of marksmen down here at the time.
Just show.
Oh shit.
See, niggas like Bass, they represent the opposite of the minstrel show. They represent black excellence. Shoot a motherfucking ass from a half a mile away type shit.
God damn. Half a mile.
Half a mile.
That was a good shot.
That was a good shot, ain't it? I'm gonna put a young God on top of that child, black baby immortality rate. I'm gonna put young deity on top of that.
No, I ain't fucking with y'all no more, GQ. Motherfuckers gonna
No,
call me every day. Hey,
you
y'all got it. Y'all got it,
he a
man.
bloodhound. When you put him on the topic, that nigga gonna get every
Mhm.
book, read every book about it, and he gonna get some information about this shit for real.
No, I ain't even fuck with y'all niggas no more, man. Y'all got it. GA, call me hater one. I'm hater one.
You love that shit, GA. We ain't gonna even give you that shit. Man.
Mm-hmm.
We ain't gonna even give you hater one. Nigga. You still hater number 7, nigga. You got a long way to go to be number 1.
Okay, I like 7. I like 7. I can handle that. I like 7.
You ain't gonna give you number 1 yet.
Well, I'm gonna keep shooting then. I'm gonna keep shooting.
You can't pass truth. You know he like number 2 right now.
Damn, hey, he number 2, so I got work to do then. Okay.
Damn, he a strong 5'4" around.
God damn. Okay. Okay. Okay, I got work to do this week.
So like Dr. Lamb said, the components to mess that those programs were the education, the government, and the community, right?
Kind of the history. I thought.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Heritage and culture.
Like Heritage Foundation is
the white folks.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, heritage was white folks and culture was black folks.
It's the black.
So black folks are not able to isolate and separate without zero government intervention.
Shit, damn. You know what, man? I've been trying to push the last couple times I came up here, man. I don't know, bro. I don't know. I don't even know.
Yeah, I'm gonna go. I was quiet because I was thinking, but I'm gonna go with I don't know either.
Yeah, hey man, I'm gonna
answer right now for that.
Last couple times I done got shot the fuck down, man.
I talked for 60 seconds to come up with oh shit, I don't know either.
I don't know, man.
He don't know. I sure the fuck don't know. This shit was a slippery slope.
Hey.
Yeah, those questions, some of them questions are, socialism questions, liberal questions, progressive, conservative.
Mm-hmm.
They'll be able to let you know what you really see.
Yeah, man. I think I was a socialist something the last time.
Nah, man. They ain't even got my label.
That was just that's what came out of the test.
No. I want something different. Yeah.
I think me and you was in the same boat too, nigga.
Yeah, man. We came out socialist something. I don't even remember what that was. I'm like, man, I don't even know what the fuck that mean. But
You won't be interviewed by Dateline. That's what you was.
Like that dude got hostile. We was interviewing him, and he just said, "Fuck it, interview over." So, nah, man, it's just time for a change, bro. I'm hey, what the old folks used to say? I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired. And hey, man, I'm gonna leave it alone.
Yeah, I can see them motherfuckers shutting down the interview on us for real. Like, no, we interview on rap this shit.
Yeah.
Motherfuckers start pulling the wires, wrapping them up.
So we gonna fuck them up. Now, how about this right here? That's a fucked up question. You need to change that to this. Here go the real question. Why you asking that question?
I can see the motherfucker doing the little circle with his finger and shit. Like, hey.
Yeah. Man, I worked real hard on that. Fuck you. Well, fuck you. You ain't work hard enough.
Wrap this shit up real quick, man.
Yeah. You won't fight about it?
The producer cussing the motherfucker. I thought you said these was the niggas. No, these ain't the niggas.
No, these the real niggas.
No, them ain't the niggas you supposed to been interviewing, motherfucker. We told you 103rd, not 104th.
Hey, told you fuck with them niggas off Damon.
Niggas off Damon. You got the wrong niggas over there.
Yeah.
Fuck these motherfuckers.
Fuck you, TQ. Oh man, this was good this evening, man. There was some good stuff, man. Good stuff.
Yeah, man, it really was. We definitely it's definitely provoking, man. Like, Q Butter made an excellent point, man. That's a some the shit is serious, and it's a whole we gotta feel. We gotta step up to the plate, man. Try to get more active on this, man. We can't be losing like that, losing lives, losing babies.
We gotta fight for this shit, bro.
From some simple as carelessness, really carelessness, man. The people don't give a damn about you, man. And we're not speaking on the whole industry, but the industry as a whole.
Well, where I'm from, I'm gonna say the whole industry. Fuck that.
You heard me say we're speaking on the whole industry, but the industry as a whole. You know what I'm saying? It's so it's got to be a better way. Got to be some answers to this. 3-1 is unacceptable. It's unacceptable, man. And
no, man.
So that of course, you're gonna have those that say, and they might not be wrong. It's on us. It's on the the black community and the way they move and what they doing, and you know what I'm saying. But that could be the one. The 1-to-1 ratio, or even if you want to go as far as a 2-to-1. But when you get to the 3-to-1, it's got to be something more diabolical at play.
The 3-to-1, that's a 30%, 33%, 66% win to their favor, man. And we talking about the gap increasing.
Yeah.
Hey,
something ain't right.
No. That's what I'm at with it. What them niggas doing? So I can call them out.
Wish that I could save everyone, but I'm a dreamer.
I'm a cynical dreamer. I don't know. I don't even know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, man.
What the nigga got going on over here? Hey, what's happening, John Gloup? What's up with a player?
Oh man. What's good, John? You up late, man. You got something to say, man. Go on, say it, man.
Get up early, go to bed late.
Yeah, get it off your chest, man.
I got nothing to say, man. I'm just
I ain't no killer, but don't push me, nigga.
Oh man, I figured y'all be talking about this immigration. These Latinos,
immigration,
their muscle, huh?
Ain't no immigration over here, man. They ain't got nothing to do with us.
Yeah, we've been talking about it. Talking about how a nigga need to stay away from it.
Exactly.
They flexing their muscle like a motherfucker.
It missing.
Motherfucker flex, man.
Look,
the way they Mexican flag, goddamn it, all the way back to Mexico. and niggas need to stand down.
Wait, so you in Chocolate City, John?
Yeah.
So what's going on in Chocolate City then?
Man, we just got over World Pride, DC.
What the hell is that?
World Pride.
You can imagine. Use your imagination.
LBGTQIA.
LBGTQ plus. They just.
Okay.
World.
There's always something going on. Now they got that Trump parade and some shit coming out.
They got a Trump parade coming?
Yeah, I think it's coming this week.
Yeah, man.
And how much that parade costs too?
Cost us
No idea, sis.
45 million.
But
you don't even want to know.
okay, that.
You don't even want to know.
It's a tourist town. A lot of tourists come in, pack up the hotels, stuff like that, restaurants.
It's gonna make them a lot of money. Make the city a lot of money.
That's my thing. So y'all think a lot of folk gonna come to the parade?
Hell yeah.
I mean, DC's a small town. You know what I'm saying? And,
Man, there's a lot of folks gonna come. We talking about
Plus, they having the World Cup here this weekend. I
million
think.
motherfuckers gonna go to that motherfucker for the Trump parade. They love Donald Trump.
Yeah, they having some World Cup events too, so it'll be pretty lively here this weekend.
Made DC some money. Okay.
Yeah. I need to be down there, goddamn, selling some trinkets.
It's the best city, I think, man. For black people, it's the best city, I think.
Go to come down there and sell me some of them glow sticks.
Wait a minute. Hey, John, serious talk. No shade, man. Do y'all do a Juneteenth type celebration over there in DC?
Shit, I think it's a city holiday, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
Well, I know it's a federal holiday, but I'm just saying, what's the sentiment over there as far as a Juneteenth
parade?
Yeah, they may do like a local, but I'm not sure. Don't let me even say, because I'm not sure.
Shit, they were celebrating for a whole week, almost 2 weeks.
Okay, see, yeah, I stand corrected. See, that's why I didn't know. You
live
in
DC too?
Yeah, I'm in DMV.
Okay.
Oh,
So
okay. She DMV. Okay.
Oh, okay, DMV. Okay.
Well, shit,
Okay.
that's what's up. That's what's up.
Yeah.
I think DC is the best area for black people, in my opinion. What you think, Demi?
What'd you say?
I think DC is like the best area for black people in the country, if you ask me.
Yeah, if acid and mushrooms are legal, yeah, hell yeah.
Oh, okay. True story to fit in down there then.
Well, my daughter down there in DC, man. She been down there about 6 years now.
Wait a minute. They still dropping acid in over there, man? Peace pipe.
It's legal. It's legal, honey.
Yeah, all that shit be
Wait. Acid is legal.
Legal?
Yes, LSD is legal, baby. And mushrooms.
Damn.
And marijuana.
Yeah.
Yeah, we know about the marijuana and the mushroom.
We know about the marijuana and the mushroom, but you said acid. I didn't even think motherfuckers still did acid.
Like, weed is not even probable cause anymore to search your car. You can have fucking AK in your car. They just smoked a joint. Police pull you over for running a red light. You can't search your car because you smell weed. It's more than just being legal. Like, that's just very lax here.
Okay, Chocolate City.
I would go down there to move down to DC. My daughter been down there for a minute, man. But they be still too much in DC, man.
Man, they still in everywhere, GQ. But you got that, and the cost of living high as a motherfucker over there, man.
They be breaking that shit all got.
Hell yeah.
They stay breaking that shit around that motherfucker. That's
awesome shit, yeah.
Who's from Southeast?
They know I ain't bullshit. I rented a car, went to visit my daughter. And goddamn it, they broke in the goddamn rent-a-car and stole the shit out the rent-a-car, man. Stole some goddamn keys out that motherfucker that went to about, I had a set of keys in that motherfucker, but my fault because I left them in the armrest to about 7 different cars. I had to call the locksmith and pay for all the keys for all the motherfucking cars. I was sick.
Yeah,
they still a goddamn keys. They could, what the fuck they gonna do with them?
Look, and the cars ain't even there.
The car's in Chicago. I had to come all the way back and get all the goddamn keys made for the motherfucker. I just left them in the armrest all willy-nilly. Like, I ain't carry all these keys around, just leave them in the armrest.
Someone in the chat said if crack was legal, y'all be doing that too. Shit, I think they need to bring that shit back.
Shit. Man, Mary was smoking
they
crack.
trying to make it legal.
Hey, the mayor was getting high on crack, and they reelected his ass 3-4 more times after they found out he was smoking crack.
Hey, motherfucker, at least some motherfucker might be able to work off that crack. Doing some energy or something. Shit, it's better than pinheads. All the videos I post on my stream, man, motherfucker lay it out all on Martin Luther King every day.
Wait a minute, so
You know,
what?
The opioid.
got zombied out, man. Like shit, like crack would be better.
Yeah, that heroin fucking motherfucker, that fentanyl, man. And then now the heroin
Yeah,
addict.
DC got that it's called green. It's flowers, but it's green crack. They call it green crack.
Oh, you talking about that Keith? That not Keith. What it's called? That K2. The K2.
No, not the K2. This is like a strain of flower.
Then they
Yeah,
got
it's called
nipples,
green crack.
The dippers, you know, like these motherfuckers. Crack would be better than motherfuckers running around here on dippers, you know.
Yeah, and
anyway,
fentanyl and shit, taking everybody out.
Oh man.
The heroin addicts don't want it unless it got fentanyl in it. Now they tell you straight out. I told them, motherfucker, I say, man, don't y'all need to quit. You need to quit fucking with that shit, bro. That shit got fentanyl in it. That nigga told me I don't want it unless it got fentanyl in it.
Yeah, they have a good cut, man. It's all about
the cut, man. That shit kill your dumb ass.
You know, they know how to cut it. They can do it.
Yeah, you rolling the dice every time, brother. That's a roll of the dice. Somebody know how to cut it. When they say the amount of size of your fingernail can kill you, and you talking about how to cut it.
That's what they want.
Yeah,
that's what they want.
Yeah, they say that. I'll tell you, the man told. I'm calling myself giving him some advice. Man, leave that shit alone, bro. Man, they got that fentanyl out here. It's killing people, man. You don't need to be fucked with that. Man, the nigga looked me straight in my. He said, if it ain't got the fentanyl in it, I don't want it. Told me just like that. All I could do was walk it off.
I mean, fentanyl is a medicine. I hear they treat you. They actually treat the people with that shit in the hospital. So
yeah, they do. But damn, bro,
controlled environment.
Yeah, I mean, you can get addicted to it. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, it's more man-made instead of natural. That's what I observe.
Exactly what.
That's what I said. Like cocaine, at least the base of cocaine is natural, right? Cocaine is coca. You know,
John is a strong cocaine advocate.
No, I've never used cocaine a day in my life. I'm just saying, like, what would seem to make sense to me though is shit. You want something that's closer than natural than.
My granddaddy cracked a joke yesterday. He told me we were talking about Coca-Cola, and he said, "Man, that Coke they got nasty as hell since they took the cocaine out of it. I don't want to know."
Oh yeah, they put the original Coca-Cola had cocaine in it. Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
but my granddaddy, since they took the cocaine out of it, I don't want to know. Well, he just, he was being funny,
but cocaine in and of itself may not be, the coca leaf may not be addictive. It could be the transformation into cocaine. It probably is what makes it addictive, I would imagine.
Well, they control it because they don't want us to really elevate on it, because we can really go in different realms if we, know how to use it properly. But they control it because they don't want us to elevate in a certain way. Because the Egyptians used that as the cocaine, the poppy seed. The Greeks, they all used it as both recreational and medicine, baby, and to ascension, and for your ascension.
Uh-oh.
But I don't want to talk about that. God damn. God damn.
What's wrong?
Everybody went silent, but I'm just saying, it's just
when we get silent, that means we just thinking about what you said. That's all.
Bad. That's a good sign then.
I'm trying to figure out what in the world I missed. I walked away and came back and heard Egyptian cocaine and poppy seeds.
You missed a whole lot.
I'm just a female.
I'm just a female. Damn.
Don't do.
Hey, sis. I like females. How you doing?
Don't do us like that, sis. Don't do that to us.
What do you mean?
Say I'm just a female. Ideas are equal.
Yeah.
I don't. So I ain't gonna lie to you.
I'm sorry.
I don't think you're equal, baby.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be equal if I had the same strength as you, but we don't. We would never have the same
No,
strength as you guys. We would
no,
never.
we on the internet now. If you believe in that Egyptian Kush, stand
Oh
on
no
it.
no 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 no.
That did that Egyptian Kush. Never mind.
I'm rocking with you, GA. I got what you did.
Mm.
So what did y'all think about that immigration?
I don't know, man. I really don't. I want to see the damage report. I want to see who was there, who got arrested, and what they was mad about. So yeah, I'm in waiting to see mode on that.
You know what's interesting? Years ago, I worked at the World Bank, and I developed this. I worked there to develop this website, and it was remittance prices. Remittance prices are the money that's sent back across out of the
No,
country.
no, talk about that. I'm very familiar with remittances
And so
and
the
how much.
website is actually still up if anyone's interested. It's the World Bank website.
Mhm.
So anyway, if you go look at the website, one of the things you find interesting is that it's very cheap to send money to say Mexico or India, right? And I mean very very cheap. Probably just
Wait, John. It's very cheap, or
yeah.
are they making? Or is that a damn industry for the banks? Or this?
Just listen. Don't put your conspiracy hat on before you hear everything.
Okay, I'm listening. I'm listening.
It's
Fair
very
point.
cheap.
Fair
It's
point.
very cheap to send money to Mexico and India and places like that. Probably just as cheap as it would be if you had to send money domestically via the same services. Walmart is usually the cheapest service provider there.
No,
So,
okay. That would be my question. Is it cheaper to send money to from U.S. to Mexico than it would be from a DC to South Carolina?
well, I mean, we have Zelle and stuff like that, which is
Yes.
free. But back in the day when people used to have to wire, shit cost
Mhm.
money. I imagine some people probably still do wire money. The unbanked, the people that don't have Zelle.
Mostly, like you said, though, mostly out the country, like the Mexicans
Right.
wiring money to Mexico, shit like
Right.
that.
And so what you end up having is a strong dependence on that money flowing into your country. Hence Mexico, right? Hence India, to a lesser extent, Africa, right? These people come here, they work, they send money back to support their family. In many cases, to build properties. You hear that a lot in Africa and stuff like that.
Mhm.
They have to send money back. They have to get it back some way, right? And if you're in an African country like Ghana, where you get taxed if you wire it in, then one of the ways you want to send it back is by plane. Somebody's going back or whatever. So anyway, Donald Trump is talking about taxing the remittances to Mexico. I think 3-5%, whatever. And you listen to it ain't a lot relatively. Shit, they're paying basically nothing now to send money out of the country. Right?
They already pay a fee, bro. Don't do that. They already
Well,
pay a
look
fee
at the
to
website
send.
for yourself. I mean, it's a very nominal fee, right? That probably
What?
if you were to send money back into America from say Mexico, it's probably a larger fee than if you were to send money vice versa. And so these countries, for you can't deny this, they depend on it, right? I think it represents 4% of their GDP or something. Money coming in from the United States. Primarily is going to be from where? California and New York. Those are two largest states, probably with the largest Mexican populations or immigrant population.
Hey, no.
Chicago got a lot too.
Wait. Give
There's
me
more states than that.
give me the website because it's. I mean, PayPal was trying to get in on it, but What website you got that's saying this the
It's
dominant website?
it's the website that I developed. Remittance prices, prices.worldbank.org. You can take a look at it. There's like a charts. You can like select.
Well, you know they're using crypto to transfer the money now anyway, so everything on the blockchain. They only got they bypassing all that other shit.
There's still a lot of cash.
No, it's a lot of cash across
Oh,
them
definitely
borders.
a lot of cash. There's tractor
Yeah.
trailers full of cash going to Mexico damn near once a week due to the cartels. Goddamn it. Tractor trailer truck full of cash going to that motherfucker.
So, there's got to be money going back and forth.
Shit. Talk about cash. Shit, the motherfucker got both. They weigh the money. That's how they count it. They don't even count it. They just put it on the scale and see how much it weighs. That's how much cash going back to that motherfucker.
And so I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of that rioting and shit is predicated on that. You know, I once had a guy work for me. He was Colombian. He worked at Trader Joe's during the day. He would come work for me doing little odd jobs. I'm a landlord. And one day he just up and had to leave, go back to Colombia, showed me a video. There was people outside his house in Colombia with guns. And apparently he wasn't kicking back enough money to Colombia, you know, and shit, they like, bring your ass back here. I guess he owed him some money for getting him here. I had a cleaning lady kind of had the same thing. She'd be bringing in women, letting them stay with her. I hear they keep their passport. I'm not sure. But they have an influx of labor that's it's almost like a Trojan horse of sort. It's going to be very difficult for the United States to just wash their hands of them because we become very dependent on their labor, just the same.
And they know that. That's why they say, "Si se puede." They say, "Si se puede." That means, yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Obama slogan. Yeah. You know, they really believe in themselves. They do have a lot of confidence in their ability there, for sure.
Yeah, they say what they call it, Cisa Preve.
Cisa
Puede. Yeah, si se puede. Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Oh shit! This shit is out of control.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I wish I had more time. Y'all trying to make this into an all-nighter with these remittances. I'm trying to see what the point was about them and the remittances.
Got a country to the south of us that depends on money going south. Trump is talking about taxing that money. That's enough to make people want to riot. Shit. They got families on top of families that depend on that shit.
I would say that's in the Caribbean and in some of the countries on the continent too.
But to the point that the Mexican governor spoke out about these tariffs on the remittance prices. He struck a chord by even mentioning taxing it, which shows.
Wait.
I'm sorry.
Remittance. There was talk about remittances being
he
tariffs.
talked about taxing it like 3%, 5%. Right.
Okay. Yeah, but they do assess a fee. All the banks that process those do some type of fee with that.
Yeah, but there's no tax, and I think Walmart is a very, very low fee. That shit might be 99 cents, if anything. You know, it's real low. You can look on the chart and see.
It's a little bit lower. I mean, it's a little bit more than that, but it is cheap.
Right. And
Demi, you see what I just put in the chat? Mexico te quiere de vuelta. The vuelta. You see that?
It's in a chat on YouTube.
Yeah. Can you see?
Okay. Let me see. Okay.
Mexico take say that for me. Can you say that for me? Demi? Can y'all hear me? Mexico te quiere del. That means
Yeah.
Mexico. That means Mexico wants you back. So that's what I tell them.
I'm unable to see the chat.
It's all good. It
But
just says.
You ever heard of La Raza?
La Raza.
Yeah.
La Raza, is it a
Mm.
gang? La Raza,
You know,
RAZA.
I think they have some groups named after it.
Mm-hmm.
It means the race in Spanish. The race, La Raza.
Mexico te quiere del Vuelta. Everybody start learning that. Mexico te quiere del Vuelta. I mean, Mexico wants you back. They miss you. They looking for you. They need you.
But it's not all Mexican. That's the thing. It's not all Mexicans. That's mostly Central America. You know, the dollar bill runs in Central America, and like in El Salvador, it's nothing but American dollar. Nothing but American dollar.
Does anyone remember, like in Living Color, the TV show?
Yeah.
You remember the reputation of the Jamaicans? Remember they used to make fun of the Jamaicans?
Having 1,000 jobs and shit.
Yeah. And I think the Mexicans are front running for all the other groups because their reputation is so good. Yeah, we talk about Mexicans, but it ain't just Mexicans, but their reputation is so good. They're such good workers. Like they outwork damn near everybody. You know, in certain fields.
They are. I'm gonna tell you what they are in my experience. I'm here in Chicago with a gang of Mexicans, right? And yeah, you know, you hear that all the time. Oh man, the Mexicans do it for cheaper. The Mexicans do it.
I ain't said they were cheaper. I just
well,
said
well, that's what we hear around here. I'm saying, and we hear, you know, that they work hard. They do all the work, you know. But they are the kings of. You pay attention to this. If you ever have to deal, if anybody ever has to deal with a Mexican, right, or as far as some work is concerned, they are the kings of the bait and switch. Okay, so they'll give you a price and start working on your shit, and then they'll switch up on your ass halfway through the job. This is fucked up. This what you need. This what you need, and then it end up being back to the original price that the nigga you took it to told you in the beginning. But they could.
I don't even think like that hasn't been my experience. My experience, they just hire right at the gate. They call it like charging white man prices here, at least here in DC area. You know,
yeah.
The Mexicans, they so dominate shit. They set the price.
Well,
you know?
here they try to lowball because they try to beat out the niggas who trying to do the same work. You know what I'm saying? So they lowball, and then they once they get their hooks in you, that's when they turn up on your ass.
Yeah, we don't have that problem here. Like,
so they just charge you a high price out the gate there, huh?
Because they pretty much dominate everything and shit. Like you can't do without them. Like
in chocolate,
no black. Like I don't see much of black competition, and I'm a landlord.
Chocolate City.
Yeah, I don't see any black competition.
Well, I guess you all. I don't know. I guess you all have more professional jobs.
Yeah, you know, maybe they're not that professional, but they can still get a halfway professional job.
Yeah.
So they're not going to do like hands-on type work. So they pretty much ceded all the, you know, construction type work to for the most part, not all. They some.
Oh yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, that's problematic. That's a lot of money they leaving on the table.
Like I said, I only know of 2 black guys that do work. You know, I'm sure there are more, but you know, I've been doing this 20-something years here, and I only have 2. You know, one does floors and one does like custom stuff. So not like in the basic construction type stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't ask for nothing. They don't ask for anything. They just want to work. They're not worrying about no insurance or how that like we will be particular in what we want out of a job, but they don't ask for like nothing. They just want to work and that's it.
It's not a bad way to go about it.
Yeah, well.
I think they're gonna have to back down off of that deporting. If the Mexicans flex their hand, they're gonna have to. I think the companies will put pressure on Trump to slow it down because they're so tied to the Mexican labor. That's why I say they're like the Trojan horse. They can be illegal in this country. You can't really pull them out because you need them so badly.
I don't think we do.
I mean, I don't think so, but I think in the situation we're in,
I don't think we need them.
They are the effective stop.
What we need to do is stop mass incarcerating niggas and let them go to work.
Even if you let them all out, like you got to teach them skills that the Mexicans have. Like the Mexicans have skills. Like you got to tip your hat to them. Like,
niggas got skills. Where they learn this shit from?
I'm saying like the Mexicans had like brickwork skills, because most of their houses are built with brick. I'm telling you, bro. Like yo.
It's amazing you say that, brother. In Chocolate City, man. God,
that's what I'm saying. Like this is what I've experienced. Like, bro, my waterproof guy who do my foundations. He's Spanish guy. I said, "What the fuck you learn how to do this shit from?" He said, "Shit, everything is brick in my country. All the foundations in most houses, if you got a foundation, well, you have to have a foundation. But if you definitely have like a basement in this area, you use it's brick. It's some kind of stone to keep the water out. These motherfuckers grew up busting bricks.
Yeah, it's brick and concrete. Brick and concrete.
I got a Jewish guy that used to work for me. He's moved on up the ladder now. Used to do work for me. And he said, man, come here. I've only worked with brick. Because outside of the country, America just has a lot of wood. That's why a lot of our houses are wood. Your door frames, your walls and shit are wood or drywall. Outside of the country, this shit, their walls are fucking stone. You can't run through them like you could here. And so working with stone is much more difficult. To frame a door in stone, that shit is not forgiving like wood is. So when he came here and he like, yo, all this shit wood, this is easy. It's easy as hell to frame wood versus stone. I got a lot more tolerance. So they come here with an advantage, having worked in our foundational skills, construction, building a fucking house from the ground up. Like when we have a plumbing leak, nigga, we call somebody in America. Those people ain't nobody to call. You got to figure this shit out. Maybe you call a nigga next door.
See, yeah, we got away from that over the years. I mean,
these people, like, they've grown up in a country where there is nobody to call except for someone in their neighborhood. So they're learning these things from the ground up. And here they're coming here, and they can go to the hardware store and do plumbing, and they got all the parts that make it easy for them to do.
Yeah, you're talking about necessity. And we were right there, in the 60s, and we migrated from the south and came to the north, and we was doing all those things, building the houses from ground up, doing the plumbing, roofing, had all those skills. We did get away from that.
When I first moved here, bro,
we had vocational schools teaching it.
When I first moved here, bro, like I don't think the vocational schools can do it. I think what it was, because I had some black guys when I first moved here, 2 older black guys. They're probably 90 years old now.
Yeah.
One was a plumber and one worked with like boilers and shit. Right. Now, today you can't really just walk onto a job and learn boilers. You gotta go through all this bullshit, apprenticeship, this, that, and the other, right?
Yeah.
Try to get into the union and shit, because who got boilers? I mean, big ass companies, they're gonna hire a company or government agency. But back then, the government used to basically have apprentices where you could come on the job making money and learn how to do boiler work. That was one of the older black men. Another older black man did plumbing. He learned how to do plumbing in the government. Nowadays, the government contracts that shit out, which means that they contract out to companies that are trying to compress their labor costs, which means they do a lot of subcontracting and, you know, hiring, you know, the cheapest labor possible. And so that, along with the immigration, almost makes it a situation where the blacks can't get in. They almost can't get in, bro. I'm just being, at least here, it's almost a done deal, in my opinion. You know, like anything I want done, I could call one Hispanic man. Even if he can't fucking do it, he'll find somebody he knows how to do it. They have a network like that. The blacks can't compete with that. Americans can't compete with that, bro. White man can't compete with that shit. You know what I mean? That's the Trojan horse of it all.
Yeah, exactly. Because I can go to Home Depot, ask, you know, they all hang out in front of the Home Depot, and you need 2 guys to help you move. You know, pay them $100, and they be working real hard. You know, and shit, that you don't have to hire a moving company. You can just get 2 essays, and, and just you know.
The last time I went to try to hire some, I went to Oxon Hill in Maryland. You probably know where that is. That shit was organized. Like, people will naturally organize labor. A strong hand will organize labor. You understand? Like, if I'm out here offering up my services for $8 an hour, I'm fresh off the boat from Mexico, and I go to Home Depot, I say, I'm working for $8 an hour, and everybody else is offering 12, 15. The strong man gonna come to the boy to the man that's offering $8. So you gotta raise your wage. And that's what you will see in Home Depot parking lots. The motherfuckers namely charging uniform wages now. Guarantee you. Go try to hire some. Try to lowball them and see what happens. Like, they're not charging cheap ass wages.
Told you, bait and switch.
It's not a bait and switch. Like, it's economics 101, bro.
Well, the bait and switch is the fact that people think people think that you're going to go get the cheap labor from them.
No, you're complicating it, because once you get there, you bouncing into economics 101. There's no one else out there competing with them. No white men, no black men. They got it all to themselves. And so, of course, the price is going to go up. Supply and demand. Supply of labor.
I guarantee you know 3 or 4 niggas that'll go do the same shit.
Well, go out there and lower the wages then. Go out there and compete with them, but they're not out there. And the fact that no Americans out there competing in the price has to go up. Supply and demand.
Right.
So
they don't have
Very
to
accessible.
They don't have to stand at the Home Depot.
But if that's where people are going to buy building supplies, is, as she says, very accessible. Shit, that's where you likely to catch a job.
No, accessible. They're very accessible, flexible, accessible, all that.
You hanging out in front of a carryout as opposed to Home Depot. Which one you think gonna get a quicker job? The man in front of Home Depot. It's supply and demand. Like, you overcomplicate things.
I ain't overcomplicating it. I don't harm it.
You missed the supply and demand aspect.
I know for a fact that there's black men that could do everything them motherfuckers do.
Go out there and do it.
I hire them to do it.
No,
I never seen a group of black men hanging in front of a Home Depot.
No, they're not gonna hang out in front of Home Depot.
Okay, but that's where the jobs are. So if you're not gonna go where the jobs are, then you expect the job to come to you.
No, the
It
job
don't work like that.
No, the jobs everywhere. All you gotta do is just call.
Yeah, a lot of jobs at Home Depot.
You got a couple of them in your phone. You just never call it, tell them to come.
But the easiest place to catch work is where somebody's going to buy the raw materials for labor. It's the easiest place. You see somebody going to buy concrete. Hey, man, you need some help laying that concrete, pouring that concrete, right? You buying flowers. You need some help planting those flowers. But if a man going to buy a cheeseburger, shit, all you do is ask him for some money. That's the way that works.
Yeah, the contractors, they go over there and say, who knows how to do concrete? Who knows how to do brickwork? And shit. Oh, I do. It's just like so flexible.
That's what they go find labor. If you looking for work, go up, walk up and down the aisle, just stand in front of the plumbing supplies, and somebody will come up, yo, you do plumbing? I need some plumbers. Promise.
I don't gotta do none of that shit. I pick up
But
my
you know,
phone.
for the people that do or don't have a job,
I just pick up my phone and call them, bro.
Try it as an example.
I
you'll see how much
I know
labor they
brothers
get.
that do plumbing, do lay concrete. I know brothers do roofing. I know brothers that do landscaping. I know brothers that do every motherfucking thing you could think of. I know some niggas that'll go do it. If I know niggas that clean up dog shit out your yard if you need the dog shit cleaned up out your yard.
Brother, they should go down and compete with it. They shouldn't give the Hispanics 100% of the market at Home Depot. We should have some brothers down there at Home Depot. Like, I don't think this immigration would even have happened had it been like the brothers that you see hanging out on the street corners every day have been in front of Home Depot competing with the Mexicans. I believe that the average American, black or white or whatever, would rather hire someone that they know speaks fluent English than having to go filter through a bunch of foreigners trying to find the one that speaks halfway decent English. I've done it before. I've hired Hispanics.
There's so many different resources. I mean, for you
It's a strain to have to go hire those people.
Niggas.
But you know, it's a strain to go hire somebody that doesn't speak English, just like calling a 1-800.
Some motherfuckers get away with that shit, you know, to a certain extent because they're immigrants and they don't speak English. But if you have a bunch of niggas hanging out in front of the Home Depot, them motherfuckers will get a loitering charge. They're gonna get tickets.
That's true too.
Every fucking thing.
In these cities,
you're not gonna be able to hang out in front of Home
DC. In DC,
if
you
you're
can't
a black
get a loitering charge.
American.
In DC,
Black American hanging out in front of Depot.
So what you're saying is, if I may get this right, that the government will allow the blacks to hang in front of a carryout, but not a Home Depot, while letting the Hispanics hang out in front of Home Depot.
They get arrested for hanging out in front of them carryouts. They get
not here in DC. Not here in DC. Like you can hang out. I take pictures I take video every day of young black men. They pull up chairs, foldable chairs, and sit in front of the carryout all day long. Nobody, no police come to arrest them. Police half a block away, just watch them all day.
They can't do that shit.
So they could go there at home. They could go there, at least in DC, they can go to Home Depot and pull up their chairs and say, "Yeah, I'm willing to work." Right? They don't even do it. Right? So like, go out there and do it. You know, don't give the corner. As I said, like if you was selling dope, that's the equivalent of giving the corner away.
They don't even let you hang out. I know mechanics that used to hang in AutoZone parking lots and do work. Blacks, they stopped them from doing that shit. And all they was doing out there trying to catch work. They stopped them from hanging out in front of the AutoZones and advanced auto parts and shit. They out there looking for work. Niggas. Not no Mexicans, none of that shit. Black Americans.
Like I said, man, you know, like that's what
it's always the nigga rule for everything, John.
I mean, if that's the case, then man, I don't know what the solution is. Then if there's different rules for blacks versus whites, then I mean blacks versus Hispanic, then you count up against the 8-ball. We count up against the 8-ball. But if that's not the case, and blacks can go out there and peel mangoes and tamales like the Hispanics or whatever hell they can sell, then I would suggest them get out there on the streets. Because the Hispanics, man, at least here in DC, man, ain't no rules. You can sell anything you want to on the street, including
damn right. Damn right. They all in the restaurants too in DC. They all in the restaurants and the hotels. I mean, I'm like, damn.
Listen, I'm a landlord here in DC, right? I'm gonna tell you something. It's damn near impossible for a black person to get a mid-tier and above restaurant job. Damn near impossible. Damn near fucking impossible.
A mid-tier or above restaurant job?
Right. They can get on with like Chili's, Applebee's, you know, shit like that. Right. Some, you know, $14 appetizer type shit.
I'm in Chicago where the number one business that black folks own is a restaurant. Shit. We got 3 million black-owned restaurants in Chicago.
But most black people don't. If they're going to own a restaurant, they got to be able to work in one first, right, to learn how it works. And if you want to work in restaurant and learn how to work a restaurant, you got to work in one. Yeah. And that business is more or less me. That more. I'm just in here in Chocolate City. I'm just in here in Chocolate City, and there are a lot of black-owned restaurants here. But what I'm saying is that for the people that want to work and maybe they can't get a job at black-owned restaurants, they're typically small. It's very, very difficult for a black to get a front or back of the house job, other than being a hostess or something like that.
Right.
Yeah, that's
I mean, it's crazy. But y'all got a lot of Ethiopian. Y'all got DC's a melting pot. I mean, it's like you got Ethiopian restaurant, you got Africans, you got it's crazy. You got the Chinatown. Chinatown. It's crazy in DC. It really is.
People like to say it's a melting pot. I like the term salad better. You can pick out what you don't like, add a little bit more what you do like. And if you want to be around all Ethiopians, you can do that and never be around many other people. That's it. Like I live in the ghetto. Every week sometimes I don't see a white person other than like a police officer, a firefighter. Seriously, I don't see a white person.
Yeah, like the black hole. Yeah. That's only niggas. Yeah, you don't see no white people. You don't see no Chinese. It's only niggas.
Yeah, only people
That's a beautiful thing.
Only thing I see non-black are like the people that's working, like the people at Popeye. I don't eat Popeyes, but the people that work at Popeyes, the people that work in the corner stores, that own all the shit. Those are the foreigners. By and large, all the people that live here.
Y'all got a lot of Arabs in DC.
Nah, not that many. No. They're probably out in Virginia. I have a tenant actually in my basement. He's an Arab, but he's Egyptian, I think. But yeah, I think they're mostly in Virginia because they have money. So if you have money, you're gonna probably be in Virginia. You can get a big house and shit.
Oh. Lot of Arab-owned stores and shit there.
Nah, not here. Our convenience stores are mostly owned by Indian. I wouldn't say Pakistan. I forget where they're from. India, Nepalese, or somewhere. Koreans and surprisingly, Ethiopians. This is a corner store right around the corner from me. I think a Korean used to own it, and he sold it to Ethiopian. The Washington Post actually did a profile on the guy. He had this whole fucking family working in that motherfucker. And this has been an interest in mine because in my hometown, I'm from a small town in Alabama. We don't have corner stores the way that they do up here. And I've always been amazed. Like, and I think I've showed you guys pictures. I've shown them on my stream about how in Brooklyn, I live in Brooklyn part-time. And I saw a little boy, 12 years old, running a corner store in the middle of the night, right around the corner from where Cuba, the school is. And I said, damn. And I did a little talking. These stores make $30,000 a month. That's a lot of money to pull out of the ghetto, man. That's a lot of money to pull out of the ghetto, man. These dope dealers ain't pulling that kind of money out of the ghetto. Without wearing a bulletproof vest and shit and hiding out. Can't let anybody know where you live. They doing it right out in the open.
That's a fact.
And then here, we don't have the Arab corner stores. The Ethiopians are getting in on the game. They own a lot of corner stores around here. And, it's a family affair. And, I think, as I said here in D.C., a lot of the blacks want to, wear a suit and tie to work. They don't want to put a broom in their hand and work at a fucking corner store, even if they own that motherfucker with their family. And so that's $30,000 every corner that you leave to somebody else to take and back to their community, like the Mexicans are doing here in America.
A month,
yeah. And you think about it. I have a guy that comes on my stream. He's Korean. Koreans know their business, the hair, the corner stores, shit like that. And he says, man, like I could teach black people. And he is affinity for black people, for whatever it's worth. And so he says, man, I could teach black people like the pathways out of poverty. And he says, but black people want to, they just want, and I'm trying to use his words, but I'm going to paraphrase. He says, they just want a life without all their stressors. You know what I'm saying? Like, shit, I'm one of the few landlords I know in the ghetto. Most of these people rent from companies. Maybe they're homeowner, they're not renting the basements out of their houses, nothing, right? And if they do rent, they're going through a property management company, getting fucked over, like my next door neighbor. And so, there's just a void there. And I'd like to say, man, if blacks could just go back to the Chitlin Circle and concentrate themselves, there would be you'd be amazed at the low-hanging fruit that you'd be so easy to pick, and you'd be comfortable. Nigga, I live in the ghetto. I was on stream one night, motherfucker was shooting. And I ain't like it, but fuck it. You get out of the way, then you come back on the stream. Yeah, okay, that doesn't happen in white neighborhoods per se, but it didn't make me leave. I ain't thinking about moving. And to be more explicit, when I talk about the low-hanging fruit, there's no more dope on the street. We talked about cocaine and shit like that. Niggas buying fentanyl from pharmaceutical companies here. Demi, she's here in DC. Right there at 15th in Pennsylvania, the Sacklers have a museum. You know who the Sacklers are, right? We all know who the Sacklers are, right? No one knows who the Sacklers are?
No.
Say it again, the what?
Motherfucker gotta be y'all gotta be all this shit y'all talking, y'all don't know who the fucking Sacklers are?
What are you saying? The Sacklers?
The Sacklers. Sackler.
No. What's a Sackler?
Well, if you Google the Sackler family, they're the people that came up with Percocet, oxycodone. And they were sued and they admitted to they fraudulently got a country hooked on this opioid that they created. I think they're out of North Carolina. But their name is on the front of the Smithsonian Museum right downtown. So there are no dope men around anymore. The government, the pharmaceuticals have taken the dope man out of the equation. Weed is legal. That's mostly been taken up by corporate. Cocaine, you can't trust it, which benefits pharmaceuticals. So all the things that used to accrue to the dope man, like food stamps, shit, they got to go somewhere. And the landlord typically is the only nigga with money, other than the corner store people. And on the goes, you find these low-hanging fruit. It's going to exist whether you like it or not. The great economy, right? The blacks are more or less ceded to the Koreans, the Ethiopians, the Arabs. And as I said, it's $30,000 on this corner, 30 on that corner, and just like a dope man. What's the dope man have to do? He got to take the corners. And the blacks' corners have been taken. And they won't get anywhere without taking back the corners, in my opinion.
Yeah, I believe that there's no such thing as drug wars. If there's an illusion with the drug war, the fight on drug wars, because I feel like they just use the black people to make it look like they're fighting the war on drugs, which really, you know what I'm saying? It's really truly not a war on drugs that they're fighting. It's all an illusion.
Well, if you're willing to take it, somebody's going to sell it to you. That's what it is. And so it's up to who's going to sell it to you. You want to smoke cigarettes? Cool. Somebody's going to sell them to you. Might as well sell them to yourself. At least get some of the money out of it. Maybe you can use it more productively than someone else that takes it back to their community. Again, like all these blacks that smoke hookahs and blunt wraps and shit. One of my tenants works at one of the stores, and he tells me that they live out in white suburbs. How hard is it to open up a fucking blunt wrap store? It's got to be fucking easy. Right?
Yeah, smoke shop and shit like that.
That big, right? But they're all majority owned by other people in our community. Like, that's simple, low hanging fruit. But the blacks won't wear suit and ties. It seems to me. You get what you get.
They vacuum cleaning all the money out the hood, sending their kids to college, be doctors and engineers.
I mean, we need cleaners. Shit, you know how much money I spent on Airbnb cleaners? Well, I used to. People that do maintenance, motherfuckers just do basic handyman shit. There's a limit to be made out there in that. I had a young nigga call my stream the other day. He got hit by a car. He got lucky, man. 40 car was going 40 miles an hour, hit him square on. All he did was broke a finger. And so he's getting $100,000. He said, yo, I want to rent a room, John God. I said, cool. I said, what you gonna do with all that money you go back to come to? He comes, I think he gets to settlement July 1st. He said, I'm going to school. He's 32 years old. I said, oh yeah, what you going to learn? He said, I can't remember what he's going to major in. But he's about to take that $100,000 where he survived the fucking car crash, where he should have been more fucked up than he was. And he's going to turn around and give it to the educational industrial complex. So they could put some bullshit in his head and tell him, go out and make a living with what we just taught you. Well, $100,000, man, you can you can move mountains with $100,000 with the right ideas and the right execution. Yeah. But he want to go learn something. Hey, you got to learn by doing sometimes. And at 32, man, you about to throw it all away, give it to the universities. That's the problem right there. Blacks think they're going to educate themselves out of this shit, man. But all they're doing is learning shit without the ability to do any damn thing. What's up, Prime? Every now and then I pop up. I listen to y'all more.
No, I mean, yeah, my grandmother told me education, it answers, a lot of stuff, but it's not the answer. That's what she always used to say.
It's not the answer.
Even though she went through, you know what I'm saying?
It's not the answer when you don't have foundational shit. You know, man, I grew up cleaning up for white people. Ironing their fucking curtains and, sheets and shit like the tablecloths. Yeah, I'm still in the hood, yeah. And, the Hispanics come here and do the same shit, and they make livings out of it. I seen them wrap their cars with their cleaning logos and shit. One day they pull up in a regular car, the next day they pull up in front of my house with a wrap on their brand new car. They did all that.
You're right. Oh my gosh, you're right, because you can advertise, you can make money by advertising your car. Just use the emblem of the company, and you can make straight cash for that, just for driving around with the emblem on your car. Yeah.
And you know what blew my mind? And again, I'm a software developer, so sometimes I see parallels and patterns. Around the same time I started hiring all these Airbnb cleaners, the cleaners of hotels start to protest here in DC, lobbying or advocating for more money. And I'm saying to myself, like, why the fuck you work for a hotel? Why not just quit and go clean for yourself? It's a very low barrier to entry. But here, most of these black people working for the hotels, and the hotel clearly trying to cut their costs by, implementing robots, shortening their cleaning times and things like that. And here the black people on a different paradigm of like playing field. They're fighting for more hours at work when they could clearly go out and compete with the Hispanics doing the same fucking shit, cleaning up. You clean hotel rooms. It's an easy transition to clean houses, right? You come to me, hey, Mr. John God, I spent 12 years cleaning up hotels for the Hilton. I'd love to be your cleaner. Okay, sounds good. That's your resume. But here they were fighting for jobs. The Hispanics weren't even in the fray. They just got their head down doing cleaning jobs with their customers in their business. You gotta see what playing field you're on now. Right? To work for somebody now, like there's so many regulations and this and that. Companies are very discriminating about who they hire. Whereas the Hispanics, they just go straight at the customer. That's the key, I think.
Yeah, it is. It's an injustice to us, though. It's an injustice to us.
Well, it wouldn't be if we figured out, like, I'll give you another very good example of where I think blacks just have not adjusted. I would say Americans, but since I'm talking to black people, I'll say blacks if that's okay. Here in my city, I've talked about this quite a bit because I see the patterns. In the news, they reported that Uber Eats drivers, Hispanics, make about $1,100 a week delivering food on a scooter. If you ride a scooter in DC, it's largely unregulated. You can ride all up on the fucking sidewalks. Nobody do shit 9 times out of 10. You can park illegally. The cameras aren't going to give you tickets, so on and so forth. and you get the better orders because the software is going to send you mostly downtown. They're not going to tell you, hey, go on the highway, go 15 miles, 10 miles away. The blacks, the Americans, blacks in this case, we're talking about blacks, by and large, when they do Uber Eats, they deliver by car. Well, what does that mean? The software sends them the worst orders, sends them the orders where they got to go far out, sends the best orders to the scooter guy where he can do 2 or 3 orders at a time. Or, 2 or 3 orders at the same time that the guy in the car could do one. The guy in the car pulls up, he got to try to find parking, park his car, hope he didn't get a ticket on the way there, and then come up, deliver your food. Uber Eats guy on the scooter, in and out. Then you see the Hispanics, they ride shot 2 to a scooter. Both of them are on the app at the same fucking time. They sit down in front of Chick-fil-A and shit, get 2 orders. And they drop both of them off at the same time. That's economies of scale. That's economics again, one-on-one. Wherein the blacks are at a disadvantage because they're riding around in cars, burning gas and shit. Whereas the Uber Eats guys on the scooters, they're burning gas, so they use gas scooters. But it's much more economical riding around in the city on a scooter downtown than it would be in a car. We all know these things. It's all evident to anybody. But the blacks had not adjusted yet. See, I got to lower myself and get on the scooter if I want to compete with these Uber Eats drivers. You don't see it yet. So we're getting the results that we're getting.
Yeah. Yeah.
Someone said nobody on the scooter is getting more deliveries than him. It's just no way you can deliver as much as a scooter downtown. Like I get like they profiled a motherfucker who couldn't even speak English. He showed it on the screen here in DC, making $1,100 a week doing DoorDash, Uber Eats. And you got blacks out here, they give them free bikes here in DC. Nigga, get on a bike and start making money. Like, why you can't figure this shit out? Like, it ain't that difficult.
But don't you think that we're, as a people, we're tired in a way, and we're just tired in a way, as far as, I mean, I don't know. It just, I don't know.
I think it is.
Because it's competition. It's basic competition with the Hispanics, really.
Well, but I think blacks more or less compete with white people. And again, like, I don't think we can compete with white people, honestly. Not on their playing field. When we get them on our playing field, we whoop their ass. But we go on their playing field, we lose. I'll give you an example. There's not one white person, there probably ain't a white person in all of DC that would be willing and able to do what I do. Not one. Not fucking one. They will be willing and able. Nigga, I walk around the ghetto all day, right? No security. I collect money, rent from niggas. No, nobody touches me. I blend right in. Not one fucking white person in all of DC would be willing to do that. And could do it without somebody probably trying it and live in the area. It's just the same. It's it. Like, it's low-hanging fruit. But to try to go and create a restaurant in a white neighborhood where you got to live up to white standards and white customer service standards and your music volume got to be low to their standards and shit like that, it just doesn't work.
Yeah, it's got to sell your soul. It's like selling your soul in a certain degree.
I don't know where you live in Virginia, but my lady friend lives out in Virginia.
Northern Virginia.
And so my lady friend lives in Springfield. You probably know that.
Oh, okay. She's closer to me, yeah.
So this black restaurant had opened up a restaurant. I forget the name of it. I think it's Springfield. Damn, it's one of them. You would know the name of it. I can't remember the name. But they were in a shopping center. And one night we were coming home and I heard the music a block away to where she lives. And I said to her, I said, that motherfucker won't be open long. Sure enough, it's closed now. Why? Because he's trying to open up a black restaurant operating in a black fashion. There's nothing wrong with that in a white neighborhood. They're not accustomed to fucking music going all night long. Just not accustomed to it. If he did that shit in my neighborhood, I live in Brooklyn. My kids sleep through that shit when the Caribbean boom boom all night long during the summer.
Right.
But if you do that shit in Springfield, Virginia, all the neighbors are going to be complaining. Now you're going to be out of business. Why did you even go there and you want to behave like that? I'm not saying things wrong how you behave. I'm saying you went to the wrong place behaving like that. Time and place. And if he had spent the money that he spent going out there away from most of the blacks, most of the blacks live on this side where I live of the DMV, right? Instead of Springfield, he wouldn't have gotten closed down because of noise complaints. Maybe he would have closed down because of just the business, but the noise complaints would not have been a problem. Okay? It would have been a problem. You ever heard of Players Lounge here in DC?
Yeah, I have. Yes.
It's just right around the corner from me. I just left that motherfucker. I was just right around the corner. I wasn't there, but I was right around the corner. There was a car parked up on the sidewalk. Huh? Did you hear that? A customer pulled his fucking car up on the side in DC, right? And they were out there taking pictures and shit. It ain't bothering me. I don't give a fuck, right? Some Martin Luther King Avenue, like it's a commercial corridor. But imagine you done this shit in Springfield, Virginia, or Arlington. Like the car would have been towed, the restaurant would have been shut down, right? It'd been,
right.
It'd been over. So those are the kind of things I think that blacks miss out on, to be honest with you. Plus, it's just easier dealing with your own people, even if the niggas are terrible.
Yeah, it's yeah, because in those white neighborhoods, everything's shut down by 8 or 9 o'clock. Everything's shut down. You know what I'm saying?
Man, I come home sometimes. I be walking around the neighborhood, niggas be booming their music and shit. You can't do that shit. You move to a white neighborhood, you come home one day, you got your music down. As soon as you hit your neighborhood, you turning the music down, right? You got your music up, blasting in your car on the highway. As soon as you get to the neighborhood, you got to turn it down. Some of you may keep it up, but shit like that, right? I could invite 15 niggas, 20 niggas to my house tomorrow night. Nobody would say a motherfucking word. We could be out playing music loud as fuck. Nobody's gonna say shit, right? It's all fucking black people. They may do it next week, and I ain't gonna say shit, right? White neighborhoods, it throw the vibe off. They be looking at you funny the next day.
But I'm DC crime. I'm like 7 people got shot in Southeast, and I'm like, is it these young people? I mean, what is going on? Everything's legalized over there. I mean, almost everything. You can just go to the park and get it, whatever you want.
They thought that was gonna solve the problem, right? That made it worse. You know what I mean? Legalizing this shit made it worse. At least they could get on the corners and sell weed. Now they can't do that shit. Who gonna buy weed from a nigga when you go in the store? It's clean and shit. He ain't pulling it out of his ass. Out of some nasty ass sack that he been had in his house all night. You can just go to the store. It's nice, clean, air conditioned. 3 or 4 varieties, packaged nice. He can't compete with that. The street boy.
Yeah, curbside delivery. She got this shit delivered to your house, curbside. Anyway,
You know what's so crazy? The people that deliver my weed, this is fucking crazy as hell, and it really parallels with all the politics. The people that deliver my weed, they're black, but they're lesbians, women. It's a black women group, and I bet you they make more money than any of these niggas trying to sell weed. Any of these men, black men, but they're women. They're organized, and once they're legalized, then it became about being organized, right? When it was illegal, you could be disorganized. You could do whatever the fuck you want to do. Everybody making money because there's profit margin built in because of the risk. Take the risk out. Now you need to be organized. And women and other people are more organized. And so now the blacks really can't even make money off weed like that. It's very
Right.
interesting.
It is.
Mm-hmm.
It really is.
You see where all the dispensaries here,
Yeah.
even in California, they're not in the ghetto.
No, they're
They're in
not.
other parts of town.
Exactly. Exactly. So how you like the mayor in DC? Because she was on it on that parade or that gay parade. She was definitely, she was
That's,
in on it.
to be fair, you know what I'm saying? Like in this city, all she got to do is stay the fuck out the way. Don't be too opinionated. She does that very well. That's my kudos to her. Like you on a big ass ship, the federal government is powering with money. Don't fuck it up. Don't get too greedy. Don't go to prison like Mary Barry. And you go down to one of the greatest mayors ever. You don't even have to do much. This motherfucking ship is floating itself. There's money falling out of the air here. Right? Nobody's broke in this motherfucker. Ain't nobody starving. Even the broke niggas got money. Everybody got money. Even the brokest of broke ass niggas got money. So it's a very easy city to run.
Yeah, I was thinking about going back to live in DC, but it's so expensive. Oh, damn, this is like expensive and shit. And then I'm just saying, it's like, damn,
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Oh no, I'm just saying it's expensive, but they have revamped a lot of neighborhoods. They have really did an improvement.
I got a story to tell you about why it's so expensive. You know what Deanwood is, Northeast DC? It's like right up 295. Yeah. It's not a nice neighborhood, right? So one of the things they have to do to keep landlords accepting Section 8 code black people is to supersize the Section 8 vouchers. So my buddy, he's going through the Section 8 process right now, and he has a 2-bedroom house in Deanwood. The government's going to pay him $4,300 a month for the tenant. $4,300 a month. There's no way he would rent that place to you or me when the government's going to pay him that much to house a poor person.
Right, guaranteed.
It's $50,000 a year. That's why DC is so expensive right there, because the poor people are being coddled in ways that are harming the everyday working man. You couldn't pay that. Well, I ain't gonna say you couldn't pay it, but you in general could not pay that or would not pay that for their neighborhood. And yet they're going to pay that for a poor person. And his mortgage is under $1,000.
Exactly. That makes sense. Yeah, that's interesting.
That's why it's so expensive. I used to be a Section 8 landlord. And I used to want to advertise in the paper. I used to say, hey, I used to put an ad in on, put it on Washington Post when people used to read the newspaper. And I would put in the ad, Section 8 only. And they would kick the ad back, say, no, you can't say that. So people would call and I set up an appointment with them. And I say, are you working? Are you on Section 8? They come to see the place. They say, yeah, I work. I'm not on Section 8. And I knew then I couldn't rent to them, or I was not going to rent to them. I don't give a fuck how much money they made. They ain't had to guarantee you rent. So I had to waste their time. You understand?
Yeah.
And because I knew I was going to pick a Section 8 person, I wish I could just put it in the ad, Section 8 only.
No, you can put Section 8 is welcome.
But that's still not going to deter people who say, hey, I can pay the rent. I'll just pay rent. Right. Like, people don't know it, that Section 8 welcome really only means Section 8 only. And I'm paying for a small ad, right? Exactly. And so I only have so many words. I want to get the address in. And so Section 8 only was what I wanted to put in, like SEC 8 only, right? And, you can't put that in there.
You can put Section 8 welcome.
Yeah, you can't do that. But again, you're still going to get, I wanted to filter out all the people that I knew I was not going to rent to.
Yeah, that's against fair housing laws.
But in reality, it ends up wasting people's time.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You understand? But now you live in the city. Just imagine driving around Chicago trying to go see a place, and if you knew that you weren't going to get the place, you wouldn't even go.
Right.
Right. But the landlord, he knows instinctively that he's not going to rent to you. People like you if you show up, but he can't tell you that beforehand because there could be some kind of legal monitor trying to catch people in some kind of sting or something. Only renting to Section 8, so you got to accept everyone to see the place.
Yeah, one of my tenants is Section 8. I got one that's Section 8 and one that's not.
I don't fool around in Section 8 anymore.
Yeah, you got to pass some inspections and shit.
Yeah. See, Section 8 is good if you own, like, if you get a block grant. And I think that's the way it was, like, propagandized to the little man. But the big man plays by different rules, even on Section 8, bro. I used to, when I first got started in my professional career, I used to sell, like, low-income housing tax credits. You know what those are?
Yeah.
And so one of the things that was in the provisions was, like, they get guaranteed rent by allocating that unit to Section 8.
Right.
You know, so if we say 20% of the unit is going to be Section 8, then they're going to get the rent.
Mm-hmm.
The tenant move out, they still getting paid till they put another tenant in there, as long as it's a Section 8 tenant.
As long as it's Section 8. Mm-hmm.
When my tenants used to move out, I ain't get paid. I got to fix the place up, find a tenant,
right?
Do lease up. That's 3 months minimum. The big man, the big corporation, they getting paid the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
Guaranteed, right? All them inspections and shit, they fail them, whatever, they still getting paid. And so, you know, they play by different rules, you know.
That's a fact.
You do Section 8 in Chicago?
Yeah.
What's that like?
Huh?
What's that like? How long you been a Section 8 landlord?
About 6 years now, 2019.
That's a long time. That's
yeah.
a long time.
Yeah.
Man, yeah.
I got lucky, man. I got the guy who rents from me who got Section 8, he gets 100% VA disability, so he gets Section 8, and so I got a good tenant, but yeah, I mean, I know about a lot of the horror stories with the Section 8 also, though. You know?
Hey man, I would like to interview you on my channel. You know, John Gall interviews a Section 8 landlord in Chicago.
Okay.
You know, I'm a landlord myself, so it's a passion of mine, I guess. If you're doing it this long, it's got to be a passion, bro.
Yeah. I mean, shit, it's income, bro. You know, I don't have a mortgage on that house. I bought it outright, fixed it up, and just, you know what I'm saying, rented it out. And so I mean, shit, yeah, I love being a landlord.
Well, I think it's a position of power you can't get almost anywhere else. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You provide the most basic of necessities.
Oh yeah.
Motherfucker place to live, nigga.
Yeah.
Yeah. I had a nigga one time. Nigga paid his car note and told me, he said, man, I'm gonna be showing on the rent. So I ain't paying my car. I said, motherfucker, why you just don't stay in the car then?
Right. Exactly.
If the car that goddamn important, stay in it.
Hey, I wish I could get my grandfather. I'm gonna ask him, man. I don't mind doing an interview with you at all, but I wish I could get my grandfather to.
I would love that, man.
Because he had 36 properties in Chicago at one time. He only has.
Damn, I would love to interview him, bro. OG.
Yeah, he only has 2 now. Because when my grandmother passed, they kept him. And when my grandmother had breast cancer, so when she passed, he started selling he
Yeah.
started selling all his property. Plus, he's 82,
Yeah.
83 years old now.
Yeah.
But 83.
Yeah.
So he still has two, that he's held on to, and he's really talking about getting rid of them now. But
you need to get him there, huh?
Yeah, shit, I wish, but he won't. He really trying to get a bag for them motherfuckers. See, I was lucky. See, I caught mine when all the property value was dirt cheap around here. Now it's up. Shit. So a
You
lot
need
of
to promise him that
around
bag.
here.
Nigga, that's your inheritance, bro.
Yeah, a lot of this
promise
property is
that
up 100% around here. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Now I don't know. I hope I'm in the wheel somewhere. You know what I'm saying? But I'm
Man,
not.
hey, man, you know how they-
My grandfather, he old school. He real frugal, and he stand. He was a sharecropper in Mississippi before he moved to Chicago.
Oh, that motherfucker probably saved money.
At a young age, you know what I'm saying? He got a.
Let me ask you this question, bro.
He got a different kind of work ethic, and he believes in you getting out here and getting it on. You know what I'm saying? How you live, don't. He's not a giver.
Let me ask you a question, bro. I was reading an article in Chicago Tribune a while back. It was like it showed an interactive map of like the houses being built in Chicago. I think there were only two like under $1 million. These are like houses being built or something, right? And the two like 800,000.
Okay.
And I'm like, damn, like that's a lot of money. Man, you should try to keep them. They in Chicago? Did your grandfather know?
Yeah. All of them. Well,
Bro, you try to keep them in the family, bro.
When he had the 36, they was all in Chicago.
Bro, you try to keep them in the family, bro. Bro, I would love to ask him, bro, how the hell he come up on? How the hell he even manage all 36? How he came up on
working the shit out of us, working the shit out of me and my
like how did he come up on him out of Mississippi, bro? I'm from Alabama, by the way.
He came. That's why I wish, man. That'll be a hell of an interview for you. But I could tell you. So he came up here. He tells me that he bought his first job.
He bought his first what?
Job.
He bought his first job.
Yeah, when he moved to Chicago, he bought his first job. Meaning that he had to pay somebody to work. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So
that's interesting. Yeah.
So nowadays, me and him have a lot of conversations, and nowadays we call it temp service. Where the temp agency getting a part of what you. But at that time, it was somebody he knew. He had to pay them. They put him on. He was busting dishes and
like a union
working down. He's working downtown, and he, you know what I'm saying. He had to kick back to the nigga who got him the job or whatever, But so eventually he started driving for CTA, and then he started working at JCPenney. He became a manager at JCPenney, and he worked there for a number of years. But while he was working there, he had took real estate classes, and he started buying real estate.
Hey, I don't mean to interrupt you, man. I don't want you to be telling the story, but hey, would you be willing to come on and just tell me his story if he's not willing or able to do it?
Yeah. I'm gonna ask him first, though. I'm definitely gonna ask him first if he can do it for you, bro. Because I would love to hear that story, man. Yeah, he may do it, he may not, but I definitely ask.
But you could tell me the story, though, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
I mean, for the most part, for the
as
most
well as you know it,
huh? Yeah, as well as I know it. Yeah, as well as I know it.
And then we're blaming your story in because you got two, right?
Yeah.
You said 2 tenants or 2 properties?
2 properties. I got.
Yeah, man, I would love to hear the story, bro.
Well, actually, I got that rental properties. I got 2. I got a couple of vacant lots.
But did you get your inspiration from your grandfather?
Definitely.
Yeah, I want to hear that story, bro. You know my channel? Can I put in the link in the comment box?
Yeah, put it in there. Put it in there. You can put it on the live chat because then I could paste it on my phone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we can
Yeah,
do it.
you can drop that super chat to the school too when you get done with that.
Oh yeah, John, you definitely got to support Zion, bro.
I already have, bro. I already have before for sure.
Oh yeah,
and this would be a good way.
Yeah, we believe we
supporting
stand
too,
we
man.
stand firm with that.
This would be a good way of supporting it too, man. Like, I think more stories need to be told like yours, bro, because so many people want to go outside their neighborhood and shit, buy property, or don't want to buy property in your neighborhood, man. Your grandfather, shit, he probably was rich, hood rich at least, right? 36 property, damn, in Chicago.
Brother, when I tell you, honestly, bro, I'm telling you, I'm telling you, shit, he rich. Shit, probably could have,
Yeah.
because it's a lot more to that story. But
Yeah.
I mean, the short version, he opened up a lounge called Queen's Lounge. My grandmother's name is Queen. I'm named after her, and he opened up a lounge for her, right? So it was 115th Indiana, so it did very well.
Yeah.
In the meantime, while he was still, owning all these properties and acquiring properties. So yeah, and man, hey, he could tell you some stories like even when he sold liquor, right? How he counted the shots, how many shots he can get out of every fifth bottle.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? This type of frugal we talking about.
Yeah.
That's
interesting, bro.
He bought my grandmother nice cars when she wanted one, but he stayed in the old raggedy ass pickup truck. If you ever had saw him on the street,
you wouldn't even know.
You would think he didn't have a dime to his
Yeah.
name, and the man was a multimillionaire. Even
Yeah.
then, he was a multimillionaire when I was in grammar school.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Not
that's
even
crazy,
talking
bro.
about what
Out of Mississippi, no less.
Yeah, from Mississippi, from a sharecropper. You know what I'm saying?
Nigga down there be hustle, bro. Shit.
He got a saying. Me and my grandfather got a saying, right? Because he told me before a long time ago, he was telling me about how him and my grandmother used to be picking cotton and shit, and how my grandmother couldn't stand it. She hated it. You know what I'm saying? And but he used to tell me about how he used to be picking cotton, and he had to get up at the crack of dawn, and he had to have 200 pounds by sundown, and how light cotton. He used to always say cotton. He used to always say cotton is light. It don't weigh a thing. So me and him got that saying right now. If I talk to him, I'd be like, cotton is light. He gonna say it don't weigh a thing. You know what I'm saying? Or if he tell me cotton is light, I'm gonna say it don't weigh a thing. You know what I'm saying? So that just speak to the work ethic. You know what I'm
saying? Yeah, man. Those old stories need to be told, bro, more often. You know what I'm saying?
Definitely.
Yeah.
You talking about a hard worker. You talking about a hard worker, man.
Making no excuses. Nigga ain't got no gold teeth in his mouth.
It used to wake me up at 6 o'clock in the morning. I used to have to go out there, cut grass all fucking day because from property to property, we cutting grass. If somebody moves out, we patching up walls, we mudding walls, painting everything again for the next tenant. And that was his method. He used the newspaper, so that's how he always got his tenants through the newspaper.
Yeah, that's that old school.
Old school.
Yeah, man. We gotta tell this story. It'll be like a walk down memory lane.
Man. He a bad man. My grandma would say he E.F. Hutton. When he talked, everybody
listen. I mean, do y'all believe that they still got cotton stored up from what our ancestors had picked around, America, that they still have cotton stored up for what the slaveries picked and stuff like that?
I don't
know.
I don't think so.
No.
That's what they was telling. That's what I was reading the other day.
Yeah, I don't think you would just pick cotton and sell it on the open market, right? The government takes control of that shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can't just pick that shit and just say, I got some cotton for sale.
Well, they have companies that buy the cotton and shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah. I think they put this in the big ass storage facilities. You probably seen it. it's like a commodity. Ain't no difference in cotton, more or less, at its rawest nature.
Yeah.
Ain't no way they would keep it this long. It's 100+
Yeah.
years. It would have molded out within 5.
It wouldn't be worth a quarter now.
It ain't worth keeping it. It don't age like wine.
That's why I don't try to believe everything I read. You know what I'm saying?
Now, a fun, interesting fact that most don't know
Hmm.
is your paper currency is made out of cotton. Your
Right. I
$100
heard
bill,
that too.
50. Yeah,
Yeah, it got
that's
fibers in it, definitely.
yeah.
Do you know what a commodity is?
Yeah.
Like in economic terms?
Yeah.
You know, cotton is just a commodity. It ain't no different than tobacco or
Right.
to even lesser extent, not even like oil. Oil is somewhat of a commodity. There are different grades of oil.
Yeah.
It's just a commodity. It's a crop, like string beans, like green beans, collard greens.
Soy beans.
It's just, to be honest with you, it really ain't nothing special about it.
It's light than a motherfucker, though. Tell you how that sun used to be beaming down on him. It said it looked like, seemed like it's so close to him he could reach up and touch that motherfucker. They say people used to be out there in the field falling out and shit, passing out, but he never did. And he told me his brother used to get finished early all the time. He used to wonder how he used to do it. My Uncle Roy. But I have a theory. I'm not sure, but I have a theory that Uncle Roy used to put rocks and shit up in them motherfuckers. My granddaddy be like, "You mean he probably was? I never thought about that."
See, who's that in the audience? Yeah, man, we got to do the interview, man. I would love this. I mean, I think even for your grandfather, you probably play it for him. He might enjoy listening to it.
Mm-hmm.
If you no smoking one for me, I'd be all professional on that one. Let me get that one good.
Yeah, I just ask him, man. He might be up for it.
I tell you, those are the stories that need to be told, bro. Like, as I said, I would love to hear your grandfather's advice to the young man about to spend $100,000 on education. What would he say to him? Your grandfather like, boy, if I had $100,000, I'd be worth $1 billion.
Well, he the type that just do what you got to do. Do what you do. You know what I'm saying? Because he always say, "You young, you got a lot of years ahead of you." You know what I'm
Hey,
saying?
let me ask you a question. Was he educated, like college and all that shit?
No, he
Really?
went to the he went to the army. He got drafted. He went to the army. He fought in the army and shit, but he wasn't college educated.
See, that makes it
he definitely was self-educated though.
So that makes the story even better. You know what I'm saying? Because I think a lot of Black people are leaning on education, and they're not seeing the success stories of like someone like you. Like that shit almost embarrassing, nigga. Like, nigga, what the fuck you talking about? You can't make it, motherfucker, out of Mississippi. This man came to Chicago about 30 houses. What?
Yeah, and he don't have no empathy, sympathy for no motherfucker. I'm talking about if he do, I just don't know nothing about it. You know.
You see that? I'll be right back, man.
Real talk. definitely tell you to do what you do, though. Psycho to join the chat is so education is bad. No, education definitely not bad. My grandfather was a stickler about education, even though he wasn't college educated. He sent all his kids to private school, well, Catholic school to be exact, and paid for their education from motherfucking first grade all the way. My mom didn't go to college. My auntie went to college, and my uncle he didn't go to college. So out of the three, only one of them went to college. But granddaddy paid for all that shit. My aunt, she's a psychologist now. She worked for Catholic Charities. She a big wig.
Yeah, I can't wait to listen to the rest of that story because it sounds like it's something he got with them 30 bands.
Huh?
It sounds like some of them 30 bands he felt that it should be owed to him instead of bettering his life. I don't know how you can get anywhere without no education. Whether you pay for it, whether you get it on your own, somebody else give it to you, the government handed it out. Name me something that you don't need education to do.
Man, I'm a software developer, man. I never taken a class for this shit.
Mm.
I learned this shit all on my own, bro. Starting at like age 6.
So you just self-educated. That's all.
I've never taken a class. But at 6, nigga, you just hacking. You know what I'm saying? You just like make the computer do this. Oh, okay, that didn't work. Do this. I left off a semicolon. Do this. But I guess what I'm saying is, I think, when I started off programming, like it was so difficult relative to as it is now, that you really had to want to do it to pursue it. I'd be in the house all day hacking while kids outside shooting the basketball. Well, that was somewhat of an indicator there that, that this is probably what I have a strong interest in. And later on in life, when I started going on job interviews and shit, one of the questions they used to ask me was, the manager oftentimes said, what type of computer did you have when you were young? And I've seen it as like, or see it now as kind of like an indicator of how much of a software developer are you versus you just went to school and learned some shit to try to get a job. And so when I used to interview people, I could tell, and I could just tell instinctively the same way I rent to people. I could just ask them certain questions like, oh, you just book train versus you really know the innards of software. And, it's a talent, but I think it has to be driven by desire, to be honest with you. I don't think school can get you there. It may get you there, but it won't keep you there, bro. I remember one time I was moving out of one of my houses and I had a bookshelf full of books.
So everybody that went to school should be unemployed then.
Well,
based on your logic.
As I was about to say, I was moving out of one of my houses one time.
Knowledge is power.
I had a bookshelf full of books and they were all obsolete. And I mean, in a matter of a year or so. And it made me think, like, you can get into software. You got to stay in it. And that takes desire. You got to want to learn that next latest and greatest thing when you already got a job doing the current shit. And, I've seen Indians that outright refuse to learn something new. Honestly, I'll never forget that. She like, I don't want to learn anything new. I just want to keep doing what I'm doing. Like, sooner or later, you don't have a job. You just left maintaining something that will never be enhanced. You could extrapolate that to countries or to neighborhoods or to people, right? And so that's what I think.
So you got your own software developing company?
Nah, I'm a landlord. In software, I have done some consulting for people where I made money just doing it. But more or less, I was a worker. You know, I knew my role. I'm a landlord at heart. You know.
How many properties you got, John?
6.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's up?
But I split all my shits up into rooms, so I have a lot of tenants. You know, I mean, everything's a room. You know,
in all 6 properties.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I got a partner do it like that too. He got a couple of brownstones, and he do it all in rooms and have the one what they call it, like the one big the living
Unit.
Yeah, like the one big living room for everybody to go in and shit. He offered a
I don't
Wi-Fi.
get them niggas. I don't get them niggas for living room. Fuck that shit. Everything is getting paid for. Fuck that.
Yeah.
You know, I'm gonna give you some dope right here. If
Like
you really know some dope.
like a sitting room and shit like that.
Yeah, hell no. They sit, they stay. They sit, they sleep. They sit, they make a mess. Man, let me tell you, I was, you know, and I thought this through before I heard this, but this kind of validated my point of view. You might take this and run with it. I price during COVID, bro. I started pricing by the day, by the week, by the bi-weekly. I don't let anybody go a month now. I call that shit like remember normal. Nah, we ain't going back. So I price by the day, by the week.
So that's what you do now?
Yeah, think about it. People get paid by the day now. If you drive by the Uber, you get paid. You can get paid every damn fare you take.
Yeah.
You can cash out right there. DoorDash, all these other gig jobs.
Were you able to take advantage of a lot of that
Nah, I ain't fuck with it. I know you guys said COVID money.
renter, yeah, for tenants, like, you know, the money they was getting for renters and shit.
Man, I don't fuck with the government, man, bro. That shit came with a lot of strings attached, bro. I've known people to damn near lose their properties over that bullshit.
Yeah, I feel you on that.
You understand? Like, I tell them niggas, go get the money from the government and bring it to me. I ain't signing shit.
Right.
Go get it. They want you to have it so bad, they'll get it to you. And then you can bring it to me. But I don't want it from directly from them. Fuck that.
Right.
But the gold mine now, and there's a clip from the Hilton CEO that validated what I do. Hilton CEO was like, yo, we got software now where we can price a hotel room by the minute, by the second. We can price, and I used to develop software that you go to the website, hey, be like, hey, GQ, you back? You want a hamburger again? You want a milkshake with that hamburger like last time?
Yeah. And
then they'd be like, yo, Agent Freeman, you don't like pickles on your hamburger. We know what you like. So it's like personalization.
Right.
And so a hotel, you know, some of the companies spend millions of dollars on infrastructure, can price their shit down to the person by the minute, by the hour, by the second on their website. You understand? Even grocery stores are now talking about pricing their products by the day, by the time, by who walks in. I've developed software like that. So in housing, it stands to reason this shit, they need this shit just like they need food.
Yeah.
Right? So I'm gonna price my shit as I go. You know what I mean? Day by day, the prices go up and down like Wall Street, bro. Yeah, I wouldn't let anyone go month to month anymore. I would make them niggas pay every 2 weeks.
So you do it? You draw up a lease for that, or
no?
No. All right.
I don't want shit on paper, right?
You ever have any trouble with squatters?
I've had trouble with people not paying.
Fire. So if a fire break out, you just fucked, huh?
I put that. What do you mean?
Like if they not there, it ain't like, you know, it could be some electrical issue or natural disaster or anything could happen. I don't know. Shit. You got electric stove, gas stove.
Man, you know what? And here's the next key I would tell you. I rent rooms, so I prevent people.
Yeah, you got more of a hazard. You got more random people in a smaller area. So yeah.
I minimize cooking, right? Like many of my houses, there is no stove. right? Most of these
The
people don't.
motherfuckers in the rooms with hot plates and shit.
No, they ain't hell no. Most of these people order from Uber Eats and DoorDash and shit. I got microwaves. I got an air fryer.
Okay.
Ain't no stove. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no frying no chicken and going to sleep.
What's up, Brazilian?
And so it really minimizes your risk too. Seriously. No
The
stove.
risk of what?
Fires, mess, right? Like
No, the more electrical items you have at longer periods of time actually increases your risk of fire.
you ever heard of the tragedy of the commons?
Yeah.
The kitchen and the bathrooms suffer the tragedy of the commons, and that no one's going to clean up after someone else. Matter of fact, no one may even clean up after themselves. If I'm there on my last
It sounds
day,
like you need to have like a different type of clientele, bro. I mean,
no, what
I'm not no stranger to what type of operation you got. I mean, I've been around the rented room plans, since 2002, yo.
but see,
It ain't no brand new concept.
That's right. And so what I'm saying is that if I'm
So
checking,
so I've looked at the actual cost to actually keep it running, because like you need every room rented. Once you start it, you can't afford to have like one room empty for like longer than a month. Can you?
I've never had a room empty for more than a month.
Exactly. You can't
One of the
afford
things
to. You
I
must
can.
throw somebody in there. I know.
One of the things I was going to say to you is that, and this is just like more practical experience, right? Let's say if I'm on my last day of checkout and I rent a room and I go in the bathroom, I take a shit. I'm about to leave. Am I going to clean up behind myself and I'm about to walk out the door? Hell no. Fuck that. Right? So, that's in my business, at least, when people rent rooms and they share a bathroom, the bathrooms in the kitchen suffer the tragedy of something. Somebody go downstairs and they fry some chicken and they know they're checking out in the morning. They're not going to clean up. They fuck that shit. I'll be out tomorrow. Right? The landlord won't know who cooked that chicken, so I prevent them from frying chicken. Right? That's how you do
Hotel down there.
Yeah, like hotels, right?
Yeah. So back to the squatter conversation. You said you have people that didn't pay their rent.
Right, yeah.
So I mean, like, did they refuse to get out? Did they stay? Like,
yeah, I've had a couple, yeah, over the years, yeah.
How did you get them out? You don't have a lease, so.
You know what's interesting, bro? I mean, nigga get behind on paying me rent. I don't say shit. Okay, he know you behind. Fuck, I gotta say anything to him for? Right? Like, he know you behind.
So
right?
how does it go? He just stay there until he decide to leave or until he decide to pay?
Man, I would love to say, I call them taking them back to Africa. That's what I do. If it gets, that's the extreme. Take them back to Africa. Okay. That's what I call it. But along the way, man, I got, it's like going down a decision tree. Where you want to go with this? How you want to do it? Right? How you want to do it? And back in the days, again, when when we used to have keys, they got a key, right? Yeah, I got it. Now I got smart locks where I can change the code from right here while I'm sitting here talking to you. So, but I'm gonna tell you, without saying too much, I'm gonna say this. You remember the O.J. Simpson trial? I don't know if you're old enough to remember this shit. Yeah. But around the country, they passed some legislation. Around the country, almost everywhere. California legislation spreads as it relates to domestic violence. And I took that shit and I looped it a little bit as it relates to a landlord. And I used that shit for years, man, getting rid of tenants. For years, like I used the law against them, or to my favor, I should say. Mm-hmm.
Have you ever had to pay someone to leave?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I paid a white dude $200 one time.
That white motherfucker refused to get up out that motherfucker. You had to.
Nah, I ain't gonna say he refused.
How long did he stay before you finally said, "Fuck it, take this money and get the fuck out"?
Well, it's an interesting story. I'll tell you about this. I rented rooms, and he had the basement, and I only rent the basement to certain people. He's white, so I said I rent to you in the basement, and so I needed to get him out of the basement. That's why I was willing to pay him. He was going to move either way, but I just wanted to get him out quicker.
Right.
So that's why I paid him to get out, just to get him out. But he's going to move either way, though. But what had happened was, it was kind of like what you would say, like, I guess they would say January 6th, a motherfucking insurrection or something. You'll see this a lot of times when you rent rooms. It's just like people, hey, how much you paying? Oh, how much you paying? Man, fuck this nigga, man. Why we paying this nigga? He need to fix this little patch on the wall or whatever. They come up with some reason out there, and usually be some lead dog.
Mm-hmm.
And it'd be a bunch of weak niggas. He the alpha. He telling them niggas don't pay rent. Fuck that nigga. And so they all following behind him. Yeah. So either you get rid of him first or you get rid of all the other weak niggas and then take him on mano a mano. One or two. And so in this case, I got rid of all the weak niggas and took that nigga on mano a mano. He was a former professional boxer though, but he was partially blind in one eye. Okay.
Yeah, last August I had to pay a motherfucker get up out one of my joints.
Say that one more time.
I said I've had to pay a couple different people to get the fuck.
Yeah, it happens. They know they can get money out of you, so that's why.
Yeah, because it's easier than trying to go back and forth. And they keep on buying time, and they'll draw the shit out. Like so, in August of last year, I paid for someone to get out, and then 2018, there was a young lady that was renting the upstairs from me, and I paid her to get the fuck out.
Yeah, you gotta shorten the payment cycles, bro. That's the sweet spot. Honestly, it helps them. Honestly, just the same because you're helping them manage their money by making their bills more timely. Letting them go 30 days on rent is harming them and you. I'm telling you, being honest. By rent by day to day and shit, man, they prefer that shit better. I'm telling you. Right? I promise you.
Yeah,
the best advice I can ever give you right there.
I just do the month to month.
Hell no.
And my
if they don't have the rent on the first, then you ain't got shit.
Yeah,
if they got to pay every week. Then
outside of those two incidents, I really don't have no problems, man. I mean, everybody pay their shit on time. So
yeah, you got the good government money coming in too.
Yeah, well, I only got one Section 8, know that's clockwork right there.
Yeah, oh yeah.
And and the good thing, like I say, my property paid for it.
Yeah, that's even better.
So I don't have all I pay is my taxes and my insurance on these motherfuckers.
Yeah,
and the water bill, but
other
than that, I don't have to worry about the shit. And like I'm if you don't pay me, I don't rough on I'm trying to pay my mortgage and you ain't, you know what I'm saying? So
right, yeah.
But I do, I will pay a motherfucker get the fuck out though when they, I see the shit ain't going the right way here, man. Go take this money, get on about your business, cause
the beauty of I did finance for years. Yeah, that was kind of my background. That's what I actually studied. And so I learned a lot about like bonds and cash flows. And so like in the typical example, let's just say you collect $1,000 in rent every month. What if you collected $500 every 2 weeks. It's the same amount of money, right?
Yeah.
But it's collected more timely, correct? Now
Yeah.
you got 2 cash flows as opposed to 1, right?
Mm-hmm. I get where you're coming from.
If you take it to the extreme, you say if you collect the rent every day, each of those cash flows
I
is
definitely
worth.
not sitting up there trying to collect no.
I totally get it, but that's why I say if you took it to the extreme. But
Yeah.
the point being is that like 2 cash flows is greater than 1, right? And
I don't
within the same
see a
period.
motherfucker every day talking about trying to collect no motherfucker.
Yeah, no, that's what I say. That's the extreme. But 2 cash flows, say every month, is greater than 1 cash flow at the end of the month. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Makes sense. I understand where you're coming from. Hey, man, I ain't more power.
No, it don't make no sense
I
because
don't got
you
no
still getting
issue
the
with
same
it.
amount of money.
What you say? What you
You have
say,
to think
Dale?
about you have to think about discounted cash flows.
Hold on, John. What you say, Dale?
If your net amount is going to be the same, then it's not greater.
Now you don't understand discounted cash flows. You don't understand net present value versus future value.
One in the hand, beat 2 in the bush.
But
Right.
your bills is not every 2 weeks though.
That's right. So that means I collect my money before my bills even due, right? Because I'm collecting twice a month as opposed to once a month. I mean,
It makes a lot of sense if you putting that money to
basic
work.
finance. This is
You putting
basic
that money
finance.
to work to do something else. It would make more sense if you collecting that money every 2 weeks. If you putting that money to work to do something else, that's the reason. But if you just holding on to it, then it's like Dale say, it's the same thing. You still getting the same amount of money.
I'm gonna give you some dope. It's like it's a black guy. He worked on Wall Street. I can't remember his name, but you can Google it. He created this concept. What I'm talking about, I ain't gonna say he created it because the details are fuzzy. But basically, what he did was he stripped out a bond. You know what a bond is? It's like a series of payments, right? And so he says if there are 12 payments per year, I'm going to sell each individual payments. And some payments are worth more than others. Like the payment that I get first would be worth more than the payment that I get on the 12th payment. And that was basically, forget the name, monetizing each series of bond payments. And the same thing applies to rent. If you can get someone to pay you every day versus every month, that's a better deal.
Better
money, and you getting your money quicker, which means you can turn around and do something else with that money.
Yeah, but your property is also getting worn down quicker too.
Now the same person is still there, right? But it's just a matter of when he pays. It's just a matter of when he pays. If he stays there 10 years and paid his rent every day versus paid his rent once a month, you prefer every day. If he sent you a payment every day for $15 or whatever the hell it monthly divided out to be, you'd be better off with the 30 payments versus 12 payments per year. It's just finance 101 right there.
I understand the concept, especially if you're investing, if you putting the money to use. But if you're not, then it's like I said, just it's the same shit.
Well, if you ain't putting it to good use, it don't matter when you're getting paid.
Exactly. Yeah. But that'll be a headache trying to keep up. This motherfucker ain't paying his rent today. It's bad enough on a monthly cycle.
Oh, yeah.
Every day.
Every day, I need that rent now.
But I only have a handful to do every day. Like those are the Airbnbs. People coming in on the weekend, they need a day or two. Mostly Airbnb. Most of the other people are booking by the week, at least, or paying by the week, I should say. They may be staying longer, but they pay typically by the week or bi-weekly.
Yeah, they was doing that out here. They was paying people paying people thousands just to 5,000 just to leave basically.
Yeah.
You don't have nobody here gone somewhere.
Cash for keys and shit like that. They
They
usually be the bank after they done took over property.
No, I'm talking about like doing like the COVID, when people was
yeah.
paying their rent and people wasn't paying their rent. I was going to say something else. I guess that's bad. Damn. Left my mind. I was about to say it. I forgot. I just was thinking so fast and
Yeah, they was paying. During COVID, they was paying the rental assistance. They was paying the rent for them and shit. And then the banks, when they do foreclosures and shit, they give you like the people don't want to move out. Like if the landlord, the builder was foreclosed or the property was foreclosed on, and you was renting to somebody, now they don't want to get out after the bank has foreclosed or bought it, or even if it hadn't been foreclosed on, if you sold it to somebody, they will pay them cash for keys to get out and shit like that. So that's kind of where I got my concept of paying them to get out instead of going, because you go to court, you're gonna pay the court anyway. You're going back and forth. If they show up, the judge gonna keep extending it, give them 30 days, then it's 90. They depend on what kind of excuse and how much crime, how good they at at crime and shit.
Mm-hmm.
So,
hey, are you looking to buy more property, my man? GQ?
Yeah, definitely. The market has priced me out right now, but I'm kind of waiting for it to cool off a little bit. I thought it was gonna cool off a little quicker, but this motherfucker only going
might not cool off, bro.
Man,
in New York, I think OG in New York.
One thing I don't do is mortgages. So
no, I'm not in New York.
If I can't buy it straight out, I won't buy that motherfucker. If I can't own it,
ain't much.
I like to buy shells and just hook them bitches.
Oh yeah, man. I was reading. It was a house on my block. So I got a house in Brooklyn, and the motherfuckers, some Chinese bought it, and I'm like, damn, they paid that much for the house. I'm like, what? This seemed like, how could they ever make money off of it? That's what I'm thinking, right? And so then I remember reading about a couple other people, like the guy that started Alibaba or whatever. Then Steve Bannon, I don't know if you remember him. And they all, like, when they get some hot money, I think it's my term, but I may have read it somewhere. They put it in typically like New York real estate, Chicago real estate, somewhere where you can drop a lot of money in one or two assets, or a few assets. You can drop $10 million in Chicago. That's not hard, right? You go try to in Alabama and drop 10 million, you got to buy a lot of shit. And I think that is contributing to like drive the market artificially high, and that people coming from other countries with a lot of money having to park money here in this country in real estate typically is the way they would do it. And cities like Chicago, LA, New York are where they would put it. And that puts you at a real big disadvantage there.
That's my next thing. I need to get me some property. Real. That's the multi-living. Yeah, that's the next milestone. Real. Mm-hmm. Hey, come on now. Don't lose yourself now. No, I'm just playing. Like it's quiet now. Quiet in the church house mouse.
When I think about the property, the price, when you say about that, that's one reason. But during COVID, they gave them all that, the 0% interest and low interest rate made a lot of corporations and banks buy up whole neighborhoods and shit and run the value up. And when I think about the prices like pre-COVID of a lot of these cribs around here and how cheap they were compared to what they are now, it just make me sick to my stomach a lot of times. Like, damn, why wasn't I grabbing more of this shit? You know what I'm saying?
Well, the thing is, man, as I said, I keep going back to economics, and the thing is, like,
thinking that they was gonna stay cheap, and really just thinking they was gonna kind of stay that price for longer than what they did. You know what I'm saying? That after COVID and that low interest rate and that influx of money, the pandemic money and shit, that just raised the property value up sky fucking high, man. That's what happened. Actually, you was kind of seeing it happening in real time.
Yeah, I mean, you have to think. Are you familiar with like asset classes at all?
Yeah.
And so you think about like, let's say, Americans have what the bulk of their money probably. When I say money, I mean like liquid assets in, say, the stock market, right? The bulk of it, right? And then the other probably bulk of their wealth.
Nah, most of the Americans don't even invest in the stock market.
Okay, well, they don't have any money in the stock market. Then for the ones that do, that's the 100% that do, right? So for the people that have money, right, assuming they have something, it's probably in the stock market, right? Yeah. And those are contributions by and large coming through by way of 401ks, correct? That's typically how most people invest in the stock market. Mm-hmm. And so with that being said, then the banks and shit that depend on a percentage of that money coming in, like they can't let the stock market fall too low, the confidence in it, because people stop sending their money in. And then on the flip side, if they did stop sending their money in, then where would they put it? They put it in the real estate assets and other probably more physical assets. At this point, most people invest in digital assets, zeros and ones, 401k and shit like that. But the alternative to that would be businesses and the land and properties that are physical. And so neither one of them can really fall too low because you lose confidence in the stock market. People start buying real estate. Then the stock market people, like, they spend billions of dollars to convince you to keep sending them your money. And so they're going to protect that at all costs, like keeping it propped up. In my opinion, it's my opinion, my thoughts on
it. Yeah, man, this shit was going.
But you can use that information, GQ? I'm finna go listen to the birds and drink some coffee.
I just don't think prices are coming down. That's just my thought. At least not in major cities. I don't think the prices are going to come down.
I think it got to cool off a little bit. I can kind of see it cooling off to an extent. It's not going back to pre-COVID levels, but it's definitely cooling off a little bit because shit was sitting. Shit's starting to sit a little while now that when you look at the market, a lot of these cribs they sitting up there for almost a year now, so you start seeing some of these prices coming down and shit, but not never back to probably never back to the level 2018 2019 levels, because a lot of the shells around here, man, in my neighborhood, you could have got for $10,000 and $12,000 now. Even for the shell, they want 30 or 40, 50,000.
A Shell gas station?
No, a shell is the house with.
Oh, okay.
It's just the frame. Everything's out the motherfucker. You know what I'm
I
saying?
mean, you know, like if you think about like
you need everything from the ground up down there. You know what I'm saying?
You think about like what they call in stock market like support. You know, 10, 15 years ago, we didn't have big corporations going out buying big tracts of land and houses. And
yes, you did.
Well, not to the extent that we do now, right? Like every day I read about some big corporation opened up a.
Just say you didn't read about it. That's all, man. We
Okay,
good.
that's
We
fair.
good with that. Just say
That's fair.
you didn't read about it 15
Okay,
years
that's
ago.
fair. But now I see it seems to be more prevalent in corporations, and I think that the corporations that have entered the housing market are providing a little support to keep the prices from falling so low. They're flush with cash. They can borrow at rates cheaper than individuals. And I think that'll keep the market, you know, from falling too low.
What about if you invest in dispensaries and like growers of medical marijuana and stuff like that? You think that would be profitable?
When you say invest in dispensaries and growers, what you mean? Like,
As far as stock, as far as stock market, just.
oh yeah, they haven't proven to be profitable. Right
Okay.
now they kind of burn up, you know. Because it's 4 or 5. It's Tilray, Canopy Growth. You got your what's the other ones? Canopy Growth, Tilray. It's about 4 good ones, but they not profitable. They stay at low.
Yeah, someone says street prices are still better. Yeah, the dispensaries can't compete with the street prices. I would say invest in the buildings that they own. Like if COVID didn't teach you anything, it taught you that the landowners will win out over the business owners.
Well, if you invested in the stock market, if that's what you're interested in, and then I would say invest in tobacco companies like because they're starting to take over the cannabis market, and they already profitable. They already have 60 and $70 billion market caps, and they pay a good dividend. So you got like Altria. Now, this is not financial advice. It's just something that I be thinking of. You got like Altria. You got like British American Tobacco. They pay a high dividend. They already papered up from the tobacco industry, and now they're moving into the marijuana industry. So those will be companies that you'll be better off looking at compared to marijuana companies. Like,
I mean, even with the growers, I didn't know whether it would be better with invested with the growers or dispensaries.
well, if you're talking about the stock market, you just invested in the companies, the cannabis. They are growers. They're the cannabis companies.
I interviewed a guy who spent $25,000. It's on my stream, and he became unemployed because of COVID. He saved up $25,000 driving Uber and shit, and bought a Smoothie King. And now it's like the most profitable Smoothie King, and it's in a black area in PG County. You know what this is to me, then. And you can find the interview on my stream. It's a very inspiring story. He lives not far from me here in the ghetto, as you want to call it, the ghetto in Southeast DC. And he said, I think he's either the most profitable in Maryland or on the East Coast. Very inspiring story. And I think that, you know, we need to get back to owning some of these businesses over the digital assets. 25,000, man. And he turned this.
I was looking at I know you can't get no Smoothie King for 25,000. I don't know, but
Well, he got an SBA loan, so he had 25 of his own money.
Okay,
and I guess the
but
SBA.
I was looking at the Jamba Juices back in a while back, like about 10 years ago, and they wanted you to have $1 million in assets. You had to, and you couldn't open up one. You had to open up two. There was a lot of little stipulations with their shit. Smoothie King, I think is you can just have one.
Yeah.
I can't remember.
And the one he got apparently has a drive-through. He is the only drive-through Smoothie King either in Maryland or Northeast. I can't remember exactly. It's on the interview. But young man, maybe he was under 35. But very impressive young man. And I think more of us need to, like it's a pretty inspiring story there. He provides jobs as well,
Mm-hmm. I was looking at a Smoothie King not too long ago, looking at the franchise. I can't remember how much it was. But yeah, those are some good franchises to own because you can make some bread with them.
He told me, and this is information for your audience. I never heard this before. He hired a franchise consultant to help him decide which franchise to buy.
Mm-hmm.
And so I said, well, how did you choose Smoothie King once they narrowed it down to like Jamba Juice and Tropical Smoothie or whatever? He says, because I like Smoothie King. My personal preference was Smoothie King. And I said, man, that's smart. You go with what you like, there's a reason why you like it. There's other people must like it just the same. So anyway, the guy had his head on his shoulders, and he could have taken the money and invested it in education, I guess. I got smarter, but he did the right thing there.
Yeah, man. Definitely make some money whipping up some smoothies.
You guys should fundraise to help someone get us a franchise like that. I definitely come and contribute to that.
Yeah, we had those conversations a lot.
Yeah. Investments.
Yeah.
You gotta have the businesses, I've told this story. I think I even told on this stream before. Like, you saw like all the kids that would all the people, I think it was kids, like looting the Apple store out there in LA. To the average American, like that, those phones don't mean shit. They ain't worth looting for. They're fucking bricks. But to the Latinos that can send them out of the country, now they're worth something.
Shit, you said the average American shit. It's a whole market over here for iPhones. People just flip iPhones.
But the market gotta go. That phone gotta get out of the country. It's not usable here in America. It can't hit the network. But once it leaves America, it's off AT&T and whatever network. Here it's on some other network where it's not trackable. Police aren't gonna go all to Pakistan and get it. And so now you have I've told you story. You have like a criminal market now created in your neighborhood at every corner store that the Pakistani, the Indian, the Ethiopian is willing to buy stolen phones from your kids and now sees the opportunity to make $50, $100 on the bus from snatching somebody's phone. That's the only reason they're stealing them.
They be the main one.
Somebody's buying them, right? And they're not being used here. They're being used somewhere else. They're not taking them to white people neighborhoods, stealing them. and selling them. I guarantee you, they take them to your neighborhood, right there in your neighborhood. To the guy where you buy your cigarettes or whatever you buy them, and selling. They're selling the phones there.
I know a whole I know an Asian dude out here. This was a while ago, but he used to I want to say he ran a phone business, like he sold like phones and stuff. But people know that going there, he would buy any iPhone you had. He didn't care what it was. If it was locked, it wasn't locked, he would cash on the spot. Boom. He was doing this for a long time, but he moved back to China or whatever. They had agents around here. They was buying people's EBT, had a whole operation. I mean, making millions. They had a whole story, she went back to China, ran it up and went back to China on their ass. So they I just said that because they be tapped in when it comes to the underworld, you know, like
Yeah. Man, it was New York Times did a story about millionaires that never learned how to speak English in America. And it was a Chinese man like what you mentioned. All he sold was cell phone accessories and shit like that. That motherfucker made became a millionaire and never learned English. Right in the ghetto, I think maybe like Fulton Street or something in Brooklyn, wherever the fuck he was. But just selling cell phone accessories right in the ghetto.
Real buddy in the hood, man. They know, somebody knows. Yeah.
OG, where you located? I thought you were in New York.
Me?
Yeah, I thought you were in New York.
No, I'm not in New York. I'm in Seattle.
Seattle?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. West Coast.
Yep.
Would you say Seattle or Washington State is the sister to Washington D.C. since they have a Tacoma, Washington, and we have a Tacoma, Washington,
Oh, y'all do?
and yeah, we have a Tacoma, Washington.
I didn't know
It's,
that.
oh, it's Tacoma, Maryland. Which one is it?
Both. Mm-hmm.
Both, right?
No, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Are they the twin? I don't. I mean, they're just totally different.
They're a little different.
Two different sides of the world. You know, that's two different.
Right.
You got one in the corner and one, you know, in the opposite direction.
One with the K, one with the C.
I mean, Washington D.C., Washington. So I mean, it's the same. It's
No, I mean Tacoma with a K, Tacoma with a C.
Oh, they got Tacoma with the K.
Yeah, DC is Tacoma with a K.
Oh, so they got Tacoma with the C.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is it black areas? Do you know if that Tacoma in DC is a black area or is it white? Because Tacoma out here is black. It's
Very liberal.
black.
Yes, liberal.
Very yuppie like.
Yeah, Seattle, Tacoma got the most black people in it. Tacoma got more black people though. Yep.
I think I get out of here though, guys. Yeah, have a good night. Ladies, gentlemen, have a good night.
Peace to you, brother.
Okay.
What's on the menu?
You tell me. You tell me.
Synchronized weed putting out. She said, "You tell me." Got up out of here. Shook the spot. Bubba said his phone dropped him off the pedal. He said, I motivate black folks. Stay away from, he said to stay away from meat and lactose. That's that 38 special. That's what I mean, man. Real music. I motivate black folks. Stay away from meat and lactose. If it's heat, I'ma clap toes. It's beef. I learned the game from niggas. He said, I learned the game from niggas who won't top, but they act broke. That was a bar. That was a bar. I learned the game from niggas who won't top. From niggas, no. I said I learned the game from niggas who don't know. From niggas who on top, but they act broke. Did I say that? Yes, he said that right here. Mm-mm. Motivate black folks. Hear the song you sent me that day? Yeah, I played it. That's what he said. That's what he said. He said, motivate black folks to eat natural. Stay away from meat and lactose. What you talk about in your music, man? That shit's crap. Turn that shit off. I'm like, that's a right, man. That shit's
What
garbage.
happened to Mr. No Education?
Turn that shit off. What'd you say?
What happened to Mr. No Education?
Oh man. What you mean? Oh, you talking about DC? Or not DC, but Marion Barron.
Marion Barron. Oh shit. Oh, that's beautiful.
Hey, man.
Is that the sun or the moon?
Ooh, I think it's the moon.
Could be Venus. Don't it show in the morning?
Oh, shit.
Right. Morning star. Yeah.
Yeah.
Could be flat Earth.
That's the sun.
Oh no, flat Earth. Oh no.
Pyramid
What's
Earth.
the chat? What's the chat talking about? Chat, what's that?
Pyramid Earth.
I mean, it is a full moon. It is a full moon.
It's what they call it, Planet Nibiru.
Oh, Nibiru.
Boom, boom,
Nibiru.
It's the upper room. Yeah.
That sounds good. Yeah, we did the strawberry moon the other morning.
Yeah, that's the sun there.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
11th. Mhm.
Said it's the sun.
Oh, okay. Mhm.
6 o'clock on the East Coast. And no, sunrise is not up yet.
2 o'clock over here.
The sun is over. Sun is over there. Coming up.
Opposite sky.
Hello. Oh, the moon letting the flare off like that.
Yeah, look due south, GQ, if you got a view of that. It was in the southeast corner the other night. But yeah, man. Even if you don't invest money in the education, you gotta invest something in education.
That's for
And
damn.
it sounded like it was a little bit more to that story about them 30 bands. He was mad about that shit. Damn, man, if the motherfucker want to invest in some goddamn information, let him invest. Shit.
Right. Do what you do.
Get on this road. I'll be on this road in a couple days. Brace myself.
Shit, he learned how to do software development from somewhere. So even if he didn't pay money out of his pocket, the information wasn't falling out the sky. I don't want to hear that. I taught myself how to work on computers. Shit, I've been around computers since Texas Instruments. Somebody was spending money.
Yeah. You invest a lot of time in that shit, though, when you invest learning.
What's up with Ms. Melanette? Yeah, you should be getting a gorgeous sunrise right about now. I got too many. I got too many clouds coming up on my end. I had a pretty good shower last night.
Shit, I didn't even know they sprayed chemtrails at night.
Oh shit.
Why everybody ain't dead then? Since they've been spraying chemtrails for 25 years. Y'all just act like they've been spraying chemtrails for last couple of days.
But Dev, just granted, I mean, I don't think it's like an instantaneous type of effect. It's a I mean, look at the Elon
Why
Musk.
waste all that money then?
Slow kill. Slow kill.
Exactly. Insidious, very slow.
Why just get the shit over with? What's the use? If they're gonna kill everybody, why don't they just hit a button and just get it over with? Then they can spend most of their time chilling.
It's not what chemtrails is for, Dev. It's to dry your perm out, so you gotta get another one.
Regardless, they're gonna need us to. They're gonna need us to survive.
Against black folks. I mean,
What? That doesn't make any sense. Y'all keep saying they're trying to kill us, but they need us. I don't get it. Y'all got to make up your mind. Which one is it? Either they're gonna kill us or they need us.
They're killing us financially. They're killing us. I mean, it's
Well, if they're killing you, why are they leaving you alive? And why don't you just get it over with?
Right, you can kill them in another way. You can make it hard for them to have access to. I mean, it's other ways to kill a person, but it's not like necessarily like kill. It's not.
So, I mean, what is the benefit of keeping you alive then? If you're saying that they're killing you, I don't get the logic into that.
What I'm saying is that it's more one. Like they say, it's more than one way to send it. It's more than one way.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. It's a proper way to kill, or we're gonna kill you.
Directly kill a person and just it's that easy. You should just kill them. But sometimes it's okay. Let's devise a plan to where it's not as open, or it's more subtle, But that's a whole nother segue into killing us through our water system. I mean, look at Flint, Michigan. That's a way of killing them. No, they didn't die instantaneously, but no, they contracted respiratory diseases and lifelong type of
What if they
debilitating.
didn't give a shit about killing people? They were just trying to make money.
Water, like
What like with the like with the Flint, Michigan, like you said. What if they were just making money and they didn't really give a shit like they do most industrial plants? They have certain millions of dollars set to the side, so just in case a group of people get together and take them to court, they already got a retainer lawyer, opinion, DuPont, Pfizer, Baxter International. I know all the companies and all the class action lawsuits. They kill people. People suffer contract diseases, get cancer. Monsanto, Roundup in Anniston, Alabama. My uncle actually died from cancer from that particular incident.
Yeah, didn't that black man get awarded like $200-something million from that? I think I want to say a black man got awarded a whole astronomical amount of money for that Roundup.
Yeah, my uncle didn't get shit though.
We as a people engage in self-suicide type of behavior. The brother literally talking about it in his book right here. Brainwash, changing the myth of black inferiority, talking about how black people engage in daily activities that could be defined as self what's the word I want to use? Let's see, self-inflicted,
Yeah, self-inflicting.
Self-inflicted, yeah, exactly, So I mean there's many ways you can, participate
Like eating pork. Like eating pork.
in your own demise, self doing it though. So just imagine what the external forces is at.
Little goddamn tree.
When I come up from Chicago, though, I'm quitting smoking weed. I'm about to quit. I'm about to change down my intake. Definitely gonna start by cutting down my intake, and then slowly but surely, I'm just about to quit this shit. I'm about to let this shit go. So come back from the city, man. It's get some perspective. Other than that, this shit is.
Well, there's a time for everything, that's for sure.
It is. So shit ain't going nowhere. I know that. For real. So what's more important? Being the top, being at your optimal, being at an optimal level, or it's just kind of yeah. Self. That's all internal. That's internal thought, really, though.
Mm-hmm.
When you come here, we about to smoke the berries out.
Yes, I said we gonna smoke. When I come back, I'm definitely
blow some smoke signals around this one. We finna throw some chemtrails in the
air.
Hey, GQ.
What's up, Vyasa?
I'm multitasking, reading and working and listening to y'all. You know how I be.
Mm-hmm.
I'm currently in this book, Contested Territory, Whites, Native Americans, and African Americans in Oklahoma, 1865 through 1907.
Mm-hmm.
And guess who I just stumbled upon in the damn book?
You know who you stumbled upon. You said 1865, 1907. Can't talk about Oklahoma in that era without talking about the man.
Yeah.
His story is talking about how he hunted vampires early in the morning.
Get the fuck out of here.
I'm just telling you what the information says, my brother.
Man, throw that book in the garbage.
No, he just some of the stuff Daniel Littlefield said about it. So it's information I've seen before. But that's what I stumbled upon, so I thought I'd let you know. Can't escape this man's name at the moment.
No, you ain't gonna escape it. You talk about Oklahoma history, you talk about African Americans. Come on, man. You know
It's a
what's
cool
going
little book. I would give it to anybody who didn't know that time frame. It's a good survey of it, and I'll probably toss it to your 8th grade demographic. But it's a cool little book.
Yeah, it talk about your the other town in there that you put me up on.
Which one, Bowley?
Bowley.
Yeah, not so much. I don't think that was the intentions of the book, but a lot of the citations they use, especially in regards of us, is coming out the Bowley newspaper. So whether they speak about it directly or indirectly, it's in here. In fact, a few pages prior to this, they talked about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bowley, Oklahoma, and Mount Bayou, Mississippi. Two towns you really got to know about when you talk about Black history during that Reconstruction.
Yeah. And I got another book, ironically, sitting beside it.
But they left us to our own devices. How successful we could have been.
This other one, I'm revisiting. I don't remember anything about this one. It's one of the ones I just sped through, but it's the Civil War Reconstruction in Indian Territory. Current conversations listening to y'all make me want to revisit this one.
Soon crackers. Got souvenirs.
Yeah, they shooting crackers.
It'd be weird sometimes going back and visiting some of my books. Because I'd be like, no, I ain't read this one. And then I'll get into it and then I'll start seeing all the shit I highlighted or wrote a note about and be like, God damn it, I thought this sounded familiar.
I know Bass was like, Django, you gonna pay me to shoot white people?
How much, sir? How much? Yeah, maybe one of these days I'll put a full list of all of those black marshals that was here. Do a short presentation on that. That'd be interesting. It's just hard to find enough information about the other ones. They more often than not just one sentence in a book.
Yeah.
Talk about them and them Buffalo Soldiers.
Buffalo Soldiers.
Some bad boys, man.
Yes, indeed, for real. Yes, indeed.
You got Bill Colbert in your list, GQ?
Bill Colbert?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
Give me a moment.
Let's hear my notes. You told me about him before?
I don't know. We talk about so much
So
stuff.
much. That's why I was going to say I had to go to my notes to see. But it don't sound familiar. I'm searching in my notes now. Let me see. Nope.
You want it in the YouTube world or the back chat on here?
YouTube world.
There you go. I felt something over here.
Oh shit. All right, there we go. Bill Colbert. Let's see about him. Black Past, Bill Colbert from 1835 to 1930. Them brothers, no, they lived a long time back then, man. 98 years.
Black men today having heart attacks.
That's the first thing that stood out to me from 1835 to 1933. I'm like, wait a minute, is that 100 years or what?
Like, that's a good what I want to say. That's a great what is it? I was trying to point out what you said is a great what's the word when a person points out? My mind be that's a great
observation.
Observation. Yes, a great observation.
Yeah.
When you as far as the black men now, as far as in comparison to the modern black men.
Yeah, them brothers was living a long time, man. 100 years was shit to them. 1835 to 1933. Got a picture of the brother too. He looked like a stone cold killer too, for a cowboy. He take no shit from nobody. Billy Colbert is best known for serving as an officer of color who upheld the law in the Indian Territory during the 19th and early 20th century. Though the details of his early life are scant, historical records indicate that he was of African Choctaw ancestry. I can see that. His position as a descendant of former slaves and America's first people gave him unique knowledge. Hold on. His position as a descendant of former slaves and America's first people gave him a unique knowledge of the local culture. Colbert's knowledge of the local language and customs was recognized by U.S. District Court Judge Isaac Parker, who from Fort Smith, Arkansas, had jurisdiction over the Indian Territory. In March 1875, Judge Parker appointed Colbert to serve as U.S. Deputy Marshal. In that position, he joined Bass Reeves and two other black deputy U.S. Marshals, given the responsibility for tracking down lawbreakers of any color in the territory. Colbert was among the most prominent lawmen of his day and occasionally worked in concert with Bass Reeves. Although some sources disagree on whether Colbert was truly commissioned with the title of deputy, he was at the very least a federal posse man who served warrants and tracked outlaws out of Fort Smith, Arkansas. Patrolling Indian Territory was dangerous work. Although records are sparse, a handful of reports indicate that on more than one occasion, Colbert was required and authorized to use deadly force. In 1896, a newspaper article from the town of Arkmore described the hunt for the murderous Christian brothers and their notorious gang. According to the article, the federal posse included Deputy Marshal Bass Reeves, Bill Colbert, and four others. Together, the lawmen tracked the gang in a pair of cabins where a shootout ensued.
White man, right there.
The Christian brothers, the white boys, the motherfucker. They got, you know who's keeping up the devilment, keeping up all that devilment around this motherfucker, man. Although the Christian brothers escaped, the 6 deputy marshals either arrested or killed 2 additional gang members. After decades of public service marked by danger and violence in Indian Territory, Bill Colbert retired. His departure was likely motivated by the transition of what had once been Indian Territory to the state of Oklahoma in 1907. Colbert lived in his longtime home in Atuka, Oklahoma, until his passing in 1933 at the age of 98. Today, Colbert is remembered as one of only a handful of African American law officers operating in Indian Territory, a unique and often forgotten feature of the American West. Yeah, the real cowboys.
Miss Bella, you was on Psycho Channel yesterday morning. That shit seemed like it was about an hour ago.
What's that?
That mulatto dude arguing with
I think his name was
the night and
Pan and Malai.
George Macon and a couple people.
Yeah, I think they was gone when by the time I had woke up. When I woke up on there yesterday morning. Wasn't I on there yesterday? Yeah, I was on there yesterday morning. But I ain't catch them niggas arguing and shit. Either I had left or that was before I had got up.
Boy, you did a beautiful move. That was one of the greatest moves you made all day yesterday, yo.
Well, when I left,
man.
Yeah, I missed all that.
I didn't want to interrupt you, GQ, but you know how it was skittish on classifying him as a marshal or not?
Right.
How that article spoke towards that, saying he might have been a posse man, he might have been a marshal.
Yeah.
The reason you're going to see that, and this includes Bass as well, when 1907 hit and they Oklahoma became a state, they stripped them of those titles.
Exactly.
Jim Crowed them out.
Yep.
So if they could whitewash the history, they did.
I know. I'm familiar with it. They definitely did it. They stripped my boy Bass. Played him, man.
Another way, what's that? To discredit, destroy. What's that?
Yeah, just to wipe it out of history that a nigga was running around there handling business like he was. Multiple niggas, you know what I'm saying? They out there doing their thing. Arresting white folks, getting in shootouts with them, tearing their ass up. Because they couldn't outshoot them.
Tearing their ass up.
They couldn't outshoot them, bro. Tell you, them boys, you couldn't see. You already just know how the standard, how high the standard was for you to be black and to be able to be a marshal. You know what I'm saying? You know how cold blooded you had to be. How you had to be able to do that job 10 times better than a cracker. You know what I'm saying? Know how to track motherfuckers, know how to shoot like a motherfucker, know how to maneuver out here in this shit. We talk about Indian Territory. We talk the wild fucking West. Them boys real sharpshooters. All the movies you be seeing them motherfuckers doing them gun tricks and all, they got that shit from them boys. Or those men, let me say.
And that is so much to be proud about too. That's why I say on the flip side of, we this notion that we know that we clearly went through a tragedy. What we went through in America was it was horrific. But on the flip side of that, there's still so much stories of triumph and resilience and autodidactness, all that. So it's man. In spite of,
Yeah. Black excellence, in the wake of all the bullshit.
I would say black power.
Yeah.
Right. Because Power is the ability to act, the ability to do. So in Black excellence, I would, espouse to the brother 19 Keys, because I got it from him. Black excellence is the philosophy of individualism. It highlights one individual person. That's not Black power. So would you rather have Black power or have Black excellence? Black power is more of a collective, a collective force, as opposed to highlighting, and as opposed to highlighting an individual in a particular field, which is good, but that often doesn't translate to Black power.
Right.
See what I'm saying? Like, it don't translate to Black power. That Black excellence.
I heard that argument before, though. I can roll with that too. Black power.
Yeah.
It's always Black power.
Not to, but not to not to demean or to.
No, but I understand the philosophy.
Yeah, Black power is
you're talking about, like you say, Black power. You're talking about, the action. You're talking about the group. You're talking about you know what I'm saying, the collective. Outside of
individualism, which is
individualism.
Which tend to be Black excellence highlights, or like you said, Black excellence is the philosophy of individualism.
I can dig it, man.
Excel. To excel. That's the root word for excellence. I'm talking about the root words.
They got their speakers up.
I got a mission for you too, young guy.
You got a mission for me?
Yep.
Okay.
Need you to get some do some fact checking on this Black infant immortality.
What's the fact checking on that? What somebody?
The infant immortality compared to the Black infant immortality compared to white infant immortality.
That's crazy you brought that up, because I'm actually about to give this sister. She's the property manager of this place I'm in right here. But she was like, you got a lot of books. I want to read a book. And I sent her a video of breaking down Margaret Sanger and her her plot
with the eugenics,
to exterminate Black people. It was an 8-minute video. And a white dude was breaking it down. Not said we need him to break it down, but he was breaking it down, but he was spitting all truth in it. And I sent that to her. I was like, I got this book. She was like, oh yeah. She said, yeah, I want to read it. Reply back emails. I want to read that. Yeah, I read it. So I'm gonna show her this book right here. But you brought up the infant mortality rate, and I'm gonna go to that section. This book right here. I mean, so are we trying to compare? There's no comparison when it comes to that, though.
Well, we're trying to see.
White women and Black women.
I read an article earlier how it was 3 times that of the white counterpart in Charlotte, North Carolina. I didn't get the statistics on the whole country, and we were trying to get to the root of the cause. Why is it that way? You know what I'm saying? We just had a big to do about it earlier tonight, this morning.
So are we just striving to pinpoint the exact amount, as far as 3 times, or in comparison to
in compared to the white
so not
infant immortality. No, we're not speaking
trying to validate
abortion. We're not talking about abortions. we're talking about when they trying to have a baby, and
Yeah, what is it? But it's real quick. Hold on, let me see.
and we're talking about like within the first year,
this is part
also, you know,
okay.
of the infant, you know, being here. What's the major causes of it? Like, what's really going down with this? You know what I'm saying? Because we had a lot of different opinions.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the black nurses and black doctors taking better care of black women came up, and how they have a way better success rate under a black doctor or a black nurse.
Livelihood, just the overall livelihood is better under the tutelage of a black doctor himself.
Yeah, yeah,
like you.
Yeah, not even just the infant. Yeah, period. Yeah,
Yep, health in general. Yep, that's
in general.
yeah, that's important to highlight. So
yeah, so we going back and forth with. I said I won't put you on it because I know how hard you go with the information and how you go.
So you want me so specifically, you want me to highlight, or I'm basically distinguishing the not percentage, but you know what I'm trying to say when I mean percentage ratio, the amount in comparison to white women, as far as like I want to pin like, is it more? Let me know because I get to start writing stuff now. Matter of fact, because I might need to start writing. Yeah, matter of fact, that's exactly what I'm gonna do. So let me.
DT, the argument was centered around where's the methodology, not necessarily. Well, the question was posed: what's causing that?
So what's the root?
What's the root cause of there being a higher success amongst black physicians opposed to the opposite?
Okay. All right. So yeah.
You know, there's highlighted articles that speak towards it, but they don't go into an in-depth field research explanation of why. What was the methods being implemented to get these results?
Okay.
You get what I'm saying? Because at that rate, not to throw them under the bus, but you're going to survive if you go to Dr. Sabi, not to the hospital. Just because Sabi's black and the physicians at your local hospital happen to be white, Hindu, or whatever it may be. And that can become very shaky in regards to the realm of science and truly what that means to our people. So the argument's premise was around what was the methodology. That's what I gathered from it, listening.
Yeah, it was a lot around it. It was what's the cause, what's the methodology, what can we do about it? You know what I'm saying? What can we do to help it?
Because when it comes to things like infant mortality, they got a diagnosis for just the unexplained, and that's just infant. I forgot what it's
Marley in the
called.
back, Deb. If you hear me, Marley in the back.
But it's
You got to be whole.
sudden infant death.
Yeah, see, that's how my baby.
Yo, what it do? Morning, everybody. Morning.
What's up?
Blessings. Let's give thanks. Let's give thanks today that we all here to wake up in the morning.
Okay, are you staying to stay? Are you here to stay? Or are you gonna say, "Oh, I gotta go"?
It's asking to go to work.
Shit in 5 minutes though.
You know you finna go to work.
Marley only talk to people with high self-esteem after 8 a.m.
He charged up because it's Friday. Goddamn, it's last day of the week.
Yeah, I got fucking. I went to the gym last night, so I've been going. I went back. Been going back to the gym lately.
Okay,
so,
glad I motivate you, bro. That's what's up, man. Thank you.
Yeah, I got back into the gym. So, I've been on my. I'm about to start working out. I'm gonna see if I can push it to 3 days a week now. I'm just doing 2 days a week. I remember when I used to do 3 days a week in the military.
Yeah,
that's good, bro. 3 days a week. That's a pattern.
Huh?
I said that's a pattern, and that's being consistent. A person working out, you ain't got to work out every day, but working out 3 days a week, that's being consistent. That's
even 2 to 3 days, 2 to 3. Yeah, 2 because you got to give your body some time to rest too.
Yeah, it's constant.
You got to give your body time to rest as well.
Yeah, recovery is all the key.
Let your muscles recover. When you let your muscles recover and you go back into the gym, you'll see how much workouts you could do more better as opposed to your body being sore.
Yeah.
you're still going to work out, you'll see how much more pull-ups and push-ups you will do, as opposed to your body completely and fully healing, repairing itself.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you're right. When you first getting back into it, yeah, it's a you're gonna feel it. You're gonna feel them.
Yeah, you're gonna feel it. Yeah, I felt it the other day on my upper body. I felt crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I used to do 31 pull-ups, sets of 4, reps of 30, 32. I can't even do that shit no more. I only could do like 15.
Yes, that's what's up though, man. That pull-ups is not easy either. Pull-ups is
Yeah,
hard.
pull-ups is not easy, bro.
Not easy.
I
You
remember
Yankees got to take them
dude,
heavy ass Timberlands off when you doing them.
it was this dude from Harlem who got me into pull-ups when I was in the military and shit like that. And they used to stay on the pull-up bar.
You pretty much got where I'm coming from with that though, young guy.
Yeah, definitely. So we're not like, because I want to just hone in and pinpoint. So we're not discussing the infant mortality rate. That's between black women and white women. We know the numbers between those two subjects are highly disproportionate. We're more so focusing on why do black patients thrive and subsist longer under the care of black doctors? Like why? Like what factors that contribute to that? Because I'm pretty sure there's a
right. What factors contribute to the high infant immortality rate?
Okay. So what factors contribute to that? But on the flip side, too, like I said, what factors contribute to why black patients thrive under black doctors? Okay.
Yeah, we can go that route. Yeah, we can go there too.
Okay. Two-pronged type of thing. Yeah. Okay. What contributes to
but even more, what's causing this high infant mortality rate?
Okay. Yes. Okay.
Overall, and what is it that we can really do about it as black men, as black people? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
How can we break into them numbers, man, and get them down?
Mm-hmm.
What is it, feasible that that we could do?
Like basically, is there any like immediate or I don't want to say immediate panacea, like a panacea is a cure-all, but or like what type of immediate remedies we can deploy to rectify, to correct the issue. So
something we want to
You
do.
know we're gonna have to do a cross comparison though, y'all. If you go do this study, you're gonna have to find a control group, which would be Africa, and you're gonna have to look at tribes there and get the infant mortality rates where there's fewer chances of other ethnicities contact.
Okay.
You get where I'm going, and then that's where you're going to see those other just natural variants that plague humanity, nutrition rates, stress levels.
Yeah.
You get where I'm going? Is deeper than just whether or not people wash their hands, bro.
No, that's
I get what you're saying.
Yeah,
That would be a good study on that one, GQ. The hygiene aspect of it, especially if we're looking from the 16th through early 19th century.
Right.
Would be those who went to a medical facility versus those who had that visiting doctor, that at home. That's changed, but that at home healthcare.
Yeah.
Because now you're going to be at home, chances are things are not going to be as contaminated as you in the Civil War area and you plagued with different bodies and elements.
Yeah.
You get what I'm trying to say? To where contamination can become a factor.
Epidemic.
Yeah.
Because it took us time as humanity to even pinpoint that level of it. But look how things have changed. Now hospitals know you got to sanitize.
Right.
Opposed to at that time, they didn't know anything about sterilization.
I'm telling you, the cracker didn't know nothing about it. I know it's hard for me to quantify from the 1600s, 1700s, but I did read that white women were having a high immortality rate, the women themselves and the kids during slavery, during the 1600s, they were having a high mortality rate, way much higher than even the slaves who were slaves. So we know how bad their conditions were, but they still was not having as high a mortality rate as the white women, because they did know to clean their hands and boil water and boil towels, and they did know about microorganisms, bacteria, and all that. When they cracker go out there and hunt and kill a motherfucking rabbit and skin that motherfucker, then go pull the baby out the woman and shit. You know what I'm saying? And infect the baby and the woman.
Man, y'all trying to have me.
No, I'm not.
Proud, man. This is
That's going to be tricky, GQ, and it's not to, and by no means is it to argue, but you're going to see.
This is a very touchy topic for me.
Yeah, you're going to see.
I lost my child in the hospital, so this is a very.
See what I'm. Oh man, I wouldn't even. If I'd have knew that, bro, I wouldn't even go that route, bro.
Yeah, bro, but
you know what? But look, see, this the reason why I said that, and you don't even. I don't even want you on that mission no more, man. But when the reason I say that is because when you compare that during slavery and us getting the bottom of the poor nutrition, the poor working all day, and the women was able to have a higher, and then the slave master noticing that the slaves were having their babies at a higher success rate, and start watching them and start seeing that the slaves were boiling water and cleaning their hands and boiling towels and doing all these different things, and that taught them how to, behave during childbirth. Now we fast forward 400 plus years to 2025, and we're the ones that's having the highest infant mortality rate. Is kind of, you know what I'm saying? But we're up under their care now. You know what I'm saying?
But see, GQ, that's what we're going to have. And it's not to argue. It's just different perspectives, bro. Because majority of the stuff I've read gives a counter argument that it was more harsh on us.
That's kind of that whitewashing shit like you was just talking about with the...
No. And it's just the reality of that time and what we went through.
Yeah,
you got to add in one more variant that we haven't even talked about. What happens if Master just decides to kill off the baby in the womb or not?
We understand that, but we just talking about the comparison of, and that's just like really a side note, because what's going on now is still going on now, regardless of what happened then. If what I read was factual, or even if it was a proud African story, but I believe it. You know what I'm saying? So, and even under slavery, we was able to have a higher success rate at birth, you know what I'm saying, than the white women were, you know what I'm saying, compared to now that we're under their care and we're losing, you know what I'm saying, we